Chapter 258, Mariupol Forge World. After spending quite some time resolving the matters of the four Astartes chapters, Inquisitor Chen Xi did not immediately return to Rostov, but instead made a trip to the Mariupol Forge World. The shuttle passed through thick industrial clouds and landed on the Forge World's main platform. As the hatch opened, the pungent smell of promethium and the hot blast of burning metal assailed him. A squad of Adeptus Militaris, clad in red robes, lined up on both sides, their bionic eyes glinting with cold red light. Inquisitor Chen Xi, welcome to the Mariupol Forge World, the leading Forge Master said, his voice a mechanical synthesis. Beneath his deep red robes, intricate mechanical arms were visible, and his skull-shaped metal mask was inlaid with rotating optical lenses. Although he spoke words of welcome, the electronic tone was flat, without any fluctuation. Chen Xi nodded slightly. Such a cold attitude was perfectly normal within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Or rather, this was the standard attitude most tech priests adopted towards outsiders. Those priests who showed him warmth were exceptions due to long-term cooperation. But a keen intuition allowed Chen Xi to perceive that beneath the Forge Master's calm exterior lay a certain indescribable repulsion. Not overt hostility, but more like a kind of wariness. Or perhaps an instinctive aversion. The Forge World's ventilation system hummed lowly, mixing this subtle tension into the oil-scented air. Chen Xi did not delve into the reason for this emotion. In the long history of the Imperium, the relationship between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Inquisition had always been a coexistence of cooperation and suspicion. He stated his purpose directly, his voice still clearly audible amidst the unceasing mechanical roar of the Forge World. I am here concerning the logistical supply for this expeditionary force. The expeditionary force's scale has expanded, and the demand for weaponry and equipment has surged. I require the Mariupol Forge World to provide more armaments and ammunition, as well as other strategic material supplies. The Forge Master's bionic eyes gleamed with a cold blue light, and a stable, mechanically synthesized tone emanated from beneath his metal mask. All forges in the Mariupol Forge World are operating at full capacity and will provide ample logistical support and equipment supply for the expeditionary force. Although his tone maintained the characteristic cold detachment of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Forge Master still pulled over a hovering servitor skull with his other mechanical hand. This mechanical construct, crafted from pure skull and brass, projected a ghostly green light from its eyes. As the Forge Master's fingers rapidly moved through the air, sets of holographic charts unfolded in the space between the two of them. Production progress, material reserves, and transport arrangements were displayed in precise Adeptus Mechanicus standard format, every detail shimmering with the faint glow of binary code. Although this Forge Master's attitude was cold, he spoke with a calm fanaticism unique to tech priests. Please trust the Mariupol Forge World's piety towards the god of machines. For the Mariupol Forge World, this expeditionary force's order held extraordinary significance. It was one of the few colossal orders the Forge World had received in its millennium of existence, its scale potentially setting a historical record. Data streams surged through the cognito-hazard array, and after precise calculations by countless tech priests, a thrilling conclusion was reached. If this order could be successfully completed, the Mariupol Forge World's productivity, technological reserves, and even its standing within the Adeptus Mechanicus would undergo a qualitative leap. By then, it would no longer be a little-known peripheral Forge World, but an industrial powerhouse capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with famous Imperial Forge Worlds like Ryza and Lucius. It was precisely for this reason that when Chen Xi's shuttle landed on the Forge World's core platform, what greeted his eyes was an unprecedented scene of bustling activity. Thousands of colossal forges spewed thick smoke, scorching molten metal surged through adamantium pipes, and the hum of mechanical arms intertwined with the roar of forging hammers to create a deafening industrial symphony. The sky was illuminated dark red by the ceaseless glow of the furnaces, and the air was filled with the hot metallic vapor and the pungent smell of burning promethium. In every corner of the Forge World, tech priests worked with fervent zeal. Their bionic limbs operated at high speed, data cables connected to cognito-hazard terminals, and binary prayers constantly echoed in the data streams. Servitor skulls moved in groups between production lines, overseeing the precise execution of every process. Adeptus Militaris patrols strictly guarded key facilities, ensuring that production order remained undisturbed. The entire Forge World was like a awakened titan beast, every gear and every piston operating at full speed for this unprecedented production frenzy. The might of the god of machines was fully displayed at this moment. Rivers of adamantium and fire surged endlessly, and binary hymns resonated with the operation of every machine. The tech priests of the Mariupol Forge World, whether they were radical proponents of technological innovation or conservative adherents to ancient dogmas, had at this moment reached a rare consensus. They must seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity to make the Forge World's name resound throughout the galaxy. But beneath this superficial unity, undercurrents still surged. In the shadows between the production lines, in the encrypted channels of the data sanctums, the debate between the two factions had never truly ceased. They had merely temporarily set aside their doctrinal differences, like two engines temporarily synchronized, their internal gears still rotating at their own individual rhythms. I trust your piety towards the god of machines, Chen Xi said slowly, his fingers inadvertently stroking the cold, gleaming inquisitorial rosette at his waist, but the servants of the Omnissiah. He deliberately paused here, letting the silence amidst the mechanical roar sound exceptionally jarring. This pause was like an invisible data probe, precisely piercing the other party's most sensitive neural node. Past incidents involving the Adeptus Mechanicus, he continued, his voice carrying the caution and deterrence characteristic of an inquisitor, have led me to distrust some of your actions. I hope you can change my perception this time. The Forge Master's bionic eyes suddenly glowed with a blinding red light, and his vocalizer beneath the metal mask suddenly erupted with unstable electrical static. If not for those heretics who strayed from the orthodox faith in the god of machines, The Forge Master's voice uncharacteristically lost its mechanical steadiness, carrying clear emotional fluctuations, chasing after Xeno's technology. These things would never have happened. His mechanical arm twitched involuntarily, and hydraulic pipes hissed with depressurization, as if even the intricate mechanical structures within him could not suppress the rage of a religious fanatic. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi finally understood why the Forge Master before him had a subtle sense of repulsion towards him. It turned out he was a conservative fundamentalist. Chapter 259 Academic Disputes. Like other religions, the Adeptus Mechanicus is fraught with intricate factional divisions and academic disputes. This vast organization, which worships the god of machines, has never been a monolithic entity. Its internal fragmentation far exceeds external imagination. Even within the same Forge world, tech priests will split into several opposing camps due to different interpretations of doctrine. Their mutual accusations of deviating from orthodox beliefs, and their labeling of each other as tech heretics, have almost become a daily occurrence. The content of these disputes is diverse, with some still within the realm of common understanding. For example, the debate over the boundaries of the Omnissiah faith. Conservatives insist that faith should be limited to human technological heritage, and any Xeno's technology is blasphemous, while radicals believe that as long as it serves humanity, absorbing Xeno's technology is not impossible. Although such disputes are intense, at least outsiders can understand their importance. After all, the ecclesiarchy's faith also emphasizes human purity, and has always been very exclusive towards Xeno's empires. However, more often than not, the disputes within the Adeptus Mechanicus are simply absurd. There was once a record showing that two factions on a certain Forge world erupted into a decades-long doctrinal dispute over whether screws should be tightened clockwise or counterclockwise. These technical details, which seem insignificant to outsiders, concern the purity of faith in the eyes of the tech priest. The way a screw is tightened, or how a weld joint is handled, could become a basis for judging heresy. It is precisely because of this that the Adeptus Mechanicus, like the Imperium, is vast but fragmented. As a relatively young industrial world in the Imperium's territory, the internal sectarian disputes of the Mariupol Forge world still maintain a certain rational restraint. Compared to the almost fanatical doctrinal disputes of other ancient Forge worlds, the conflicts here appear more pragmatic. The conservatives adhere to the most original tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They firmly believe that while the great power of the Omnissiah does exist in all mechanical creations across the galaxy, the sacred essence of the Omnissiah is only perfectly embodied in pure human technological civilization. In their view, the STC template is the most sacred scripture, and any research that deviates from the human technology tree is a blasphemy against the god of machines. These conservatives insist on maintaining ancient mechanical equipment in the most traditional way, and firmly believe that ancient human technology is what the Adeptus Mechanicus should pursue, and no other technology should be sought. The radicals, on the other hand, advocate that since the great power of the Omnissiah is spread throughout the galaxy, even technology created by Xeno's races should be regarded as some manifestation of the god of machines' will. However, it is worth noting that the radicals in Mariupol are not so radical in their treatment of Xeno's technology. They show a rare cautious attitude. They will not directly copy Xeno's technology like some extreme Forge worlds, but instead insist on thoroughly analyzing and transforming these foreign technologies to fully integrate them into the human technological system. In their laboratories, Xeno's equipment is always isolated by layers of protective fields, and only after countless purification rituals do they dare to conduct limited research. It is this relatively mild difference in stance that keeps the sectarian disputes in Mariupol within a controllable range. Although the two factions often argue endlessly in technical review meetings, with conservatives accusing the other of defiling holiness and radicals rebutting them for being stuck in their ways, it rarely escalates to the point of using the Adeptus Militaris and Titan Legion for academic discussions. The mediation of the forging supervisor, common production goals, and a relatively young forging tradition all subtly alleviate the conflicts here. Therefore, even during the most intense debates, priests from both factions can temporarily set aside their differences to meet production targets, jointly reciting binary prayers before the forge. However, when Chen Xi arrived at the Mariupol Forge world, the conservative Forge Master who greeted him still accused him in front of Chen Xi of using Xeno's technology to entice the radicals of the Mariupol Forge world, thereby affecting the Forge world's production. Inquisitor, the Master's mechanical voice was mixed with noticeable static noise. I must state frankly that those, Xeno's creations you previously transported have severely disrupted our production order. He deliberately emphasized the electronic sound effect on the phrase Xeno's creations, as if merely uttering the words made him uncomfortable. This was not an unfounded accusation, as Chen Xi had indeed transported Necron technology to the Mariupol Forge world several times, and the radicals had indeed diverted a considerable number of personnel to research that Xeno's technology, which to some extent delayed production progress. These Xeno's creations were treasured by the radicals and stored in the deepest analysis sanctum, where they were reverse-engineered day and night. That research is not without value, Chen Xi calmly responded, his gaze sweeping over the gigantic forge spewing thick smoke in the distance. From what I know, the radicals have already gained some inspiration from the molecular structure of necrodermis, which might improve the quality of the armor you produce. Blasphemy, the Master suddenly raised his voice, his mechanical vocal cords emitting a harsh distortion, using the defiled technology of Xenos to improve sacred human technology. This is an insult to the Omnissiah. His mechanical fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if ready to chop Chen Xi to death with his forging axe at any moment. After an unpleasant parting with the Forge Master, Chen Xi was arranged to stay in the Forge World's guest reception area, and a neutral tech priest explained the whole situation to him. So now the conservatives believe that I am responsible for affecting the purity of the Mariupol Forge World, and they hope to expand conservative influence through the Expeditionary Forces Equipment Order, thereby restoring the Mariupol Forge world to purity. Chen Xi was a bit confused by the tech priest's thought process. The neutral priest's lips twitched imperceptibly. This almost human expression was rare among tech priests. Indeed, he continued to explain, his voice subtly restrained, the conservatives believe that by mass-producing pure human technological creations through this order, and allowing these sacred products to occupy every corner of the Forge world, they can make their misguided comrades repent. Evidently, the reason the neutral faction could exist was precisely because these more pragmatic tech priests were unwilling to get involved in the almost religiously fanatical disputes between the two factions, nor did they want to see the Forge world miss development opportunities due to internal strife. They maintained the basic operation of the Forge world like precise gears, while observing this somewhat naive faith-based dispute with a degree of clarity. Chapter 260, Calls Forge. Chen Xi had no interest in the academic disputes within the Mariupol Forge world. During their brief meeting, he directly presented the Expeditionary Force's detailed equipment requisition list to the forging supervisor, emphasizing in a calm yet undeniable tone, all orders must be delivered on schedule, and the quality must meet imperial standards. This is crucial for the success or failure of the entire expedition. The forging supervisor's bionic eyes flickered with an obscure light, and his holographic projection appeared blurry and distorted. He responded only with a short binary code, which, when translated, roughly meant, the Forge world will fulfill its sacred duty. Beyond that, there was no further statement, not even the usual Adeptus Mechanicus ceremonial courtesies. According to the intelligence Chen Xi possessed, this enigmatic forging supervisor had almost completely withdrawn from public life in the past decade, immersing himself in a secret research project. His last public appearance dated back to when he took Donia as his apprentice. Chen Xi's inquisitor instincts sensed a slight anomaly, but he restrained the urge to investigate further. On one hand, the Adeptus Mechanicus's deeply ingrained xenophobic traditions meant that rash external investigations could easily trigger a violent reaction. On the other hand, with the expedition imminent, a conflict with the Adeptus Mechanicus at this time could jeopardize the entire war effort's supply chain. Perhaps I should have 32 come here, Chen Xi mused to himself. As an inquisitor of the Mechanicus, 32 was both well-versed in the Adeptus Mechanicus's internal rules and possessed legitimate authority to investigate heresy. She could legitimately conduct routine inspections of the Forge world under the pretext of ensuring the quality of expeditionary equipment. This thought circled in Chen Xi's mind before he set it aside. Unless concrete evidence of problems was found, now was not the time to act. Having dealt with these matters, Chen Xi still did not leave the Mariupol Forge world. He still had to go to Call's Forge on this planet to retrieve the reinforcements Call had promised him. The sheer scale of Call's Forge left Chen Xi in awe. Compared to the forge he had purchased and installed at the Rostov starport, the difference between the two was as vast as that between a knight armor and a titan. As the shuttle slowly entered the forge's airspace, the sight outside the viewport made Chen Xi sit up straight. If his own small but complete forge was a fully functional forging factory, then this forge of Call's was practically a living industrial megacity. Its grandeur was so immense that it even reminded Chen Xi of the legends of the Tower of Babel from the ancient Terra era. From a high altitude, the footprint of this forge was probably no less than a supercity from the 3K era. Even more astonishing was its three-dimensional structure, with countless towering chimneys and adamantium spires piercing the clouds, some even extending into the stratosphere. The shuttle pilot skillfully adjusted the altitude, avoiding the cloud-piercing structures. Chen Xi noticed that between these gigantic structures, countless transport pipelines crisscrossed like blood vessels, delivering raw materials and semi-finished products to various processing nodes. This connected all the giant buildings within the forge into a single entity, making it look like a living steel behemoth from afar. Those spires piercing the sky, those factory clusters covering several square kilometers, all spoke of humanity's persistent pursuit of grandeur. Even in the technologically regressed 40K era, this architectural aesthetic, ingrained in the genes, still influenced every corner of the Imperium. In a sense, these colossal structures were themselves monuments to humanity's glorious past, the last echoes of the lost dark age of technology. Chen Xi slowly descended from the shuttle, the heavy footsteps of his power armor echoing on the metal floor. He was not fully armed for battle. The environmental conditions in the Adeptus Mechanicus's forge zones were far more severe than ordinary people could imagine. On the power armor's internal display, glaring blood-red warning boxes constantly popped up. Environmental radiation value, 17,800 Röntgens. This number was equivalent to lethal radiation levels in the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. The auxiliary cogitator continuously emitted shrill alarms, creating an uncomfortable tingling sensation in Chen Xi's auditory nerves. What a hellish environment, Chen Xi cursed under his breath, looking at the constantly fluctuating data on his helmet display. He had to turn off the cogitator's alarm notifications to avoid interfering with his actions. Under this intensity of radiation, an unprotected ordinary human would have their entire DNA chain completely shattered and cellular structure disintegrated by high-energy particle streams after just 10 minutes of exposure. In fact, he had already noticed that the metal surfaces in certain areas were emitting an eerie blue-green glow that was Cherenkov radiation produced by the decay of radioactive materials. Warning, fatal level air pollution detected. Analysis results, plutonium-239 particles, osmium tetroxide vapor, nerve gas residue. The power armor's environmental control system immediately cut off air exchange with the outside, switching to a closed internal circulation. Chen Xi could hear the hum of the oxygen circulation device behind him, and triple purified air with a metallic, cold scent flowed into his rebreather. The outside air was not only filled with radioactive dust but also mixed with various highly toxic chemical substances. Even a single breath would be enough to instantly fibrose the lungs. Despite the perilous environment, Chen Xi was able to advance steadily under the full protection of his power armor. The environment here was so harsh not because Call deliberately chose such a place comparable to a nuclear blast site. However, if such a place truly existed, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, it would be a blessed land from the god of machines, because radiation, in the Adeptus Mechanicus's doctrine, was a blessing from the god of machines. The fact that mortal bodies could not withstand it was merely due to the weakness of flesh and blood. It was precisely for this reason that most Adeptus Mechanicus forge worlds had such terrifying environments. Only a very few areas, needing to be open to the outside world, had relatively normal environments where ordinary people could survive. This forge was also operating at full capacity, processing massive amounts of materials for the Expeditionary Force's orders. However, Chen Xi was not here to inspect the forge's production. His target was something Call had hidden beneath this forge, and that was the support Call had promised him. Following the map stored in his power armor's auxiliary cogitator, Chen Xi successfully arrived at the large door leading underground that Call had mentioned. It was a heavy isolation door carved with the Adeptus Mechanicus cogskull emblem. As his power armor approached, the servitors acting as gatekeepers automatically recognized the authentication runes in his armor, and the heavy gate began to slowly rotate open, revealing the deep, dark passage beyond. Chen Xi looked at the passage before him, took a deep breath, and then stepped inside, continuing deeper. Chapter 261, The Slumbering Primaris. The underground space of the Call Forge was a vast, suffocating, warehouse-like facility. The gloomy alloy walls were covered with thick pipelines and servitor tracks, and giant mechanical arms hanging from the ceiling resembled slumbering steel tentacles, ready to provide maintenance for the stasis fields below. The entire space was enveloped in a cold blue light, emanating from thousands of neatly arranged stasis field hibernation pods, which were densely embedded within metal frames like a beehive, extending as far as the eye could see. This was indeed a warehouse, but it did not store ordinary supplies or machinery. Instead, it held a slumbering army. Each stasis field hibernation pod emitted a faint blue glow, and within the translucent energy barrier, tall, motionless figures were faintly visible. These were precisely the Primaris Space Marines secretly manufactured by Archmagos Call at the request of Regent Robot Guillemon. They were frozen outside of time, their gene-enhanced bodies appearing so robust and powerful, even surpassing the current Space Marines. Servitor skulls silently patrolled between the chambers, monitoring the vital signs of each warrior, while automated production lines still operated in the depths, as if silently declaring, "This army is still growing, awaiting the day it will be awakened." 10,000 years ago, Robot Guillemon, even as the embers of the Great Rebellion had not yet cooled, keenly perceived the future crisis. He gazed at the scarred Imperium, realizing that the existing Space Marines might one day be unable to withstand a full-scale counterattack from chaos. Thus, he secretly summoned Belisarius Call, the most far-sighted great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and tasked him with a mission spanning 10 millennia, to upgrade the old Space Marines and create a stronger army to cope with the potential catastrophe the galaxy might face in the future. In fact, Guillemon was not the only one who foresaw this threat. Rogel Dorn, the iron-willed Primarch of the Imperial Fists, similarly worried that the forces of chaos would eventually return. He opposed Guillemon's decision to split the legions, not out of stubbornness, but based on cold strategic considerations. He believed that scattered chapters would be like isolated boats facing a raging storm in the face of a large-scale chaos invasion, unable to muster enough strength to resist a true threat. History proved that their worries were not groundless. In the 10 millennia that followed, the Imperial chapters were repeatedly exhausted in the Black Crusades launched by Abaddon. Although the Imperial authorities officially declared that each time they had thwarted the Chaos Offensive, the success of the 13th Black Crusade and the subsequent tearing of the Great Rift mercilessly revealed a fact: Abaddon was never truly defeated. Each of his crusades weakened the Imperium's defenses until he finally tore open the veil of real space, allowing fear and destruction to sweep across the galaxy. Ironically, when Guillemon awoke in the 42nd millennium, he was shocked to discover that his Codex Astartes, a temporary manual that was supposed to be a tactical reference, had been rigidly adhered to as an inviolable supreme scripture by his descendants for 10,000 years. He never imagined that this 1.0 trial version of toilet paper would be so blindly worshipped, even becoming a shackles on the Imperium's military development. However, amidst this desperate gloom, the existence of Belisarius Call became the only ray of hope. This lonely great sage silently carried out Guillemon's instructions for 10 millennia, single-handedly advancing two almost impossible tasks, improving the Space Marines and paving the way for the Primarch's resurrection. It was his perseverance that made Guillemon's return possible and gave the Imperium a glimmer of hope in the tumultuous 42nd millennium. When the Primarch returned to Holy Terra, facing this shattered galaxy and Imperium, Dora Corps provided him with hundreds of thousands of Primaris Space Marines, allowing the Primarch, just like in the Great Crusade era 10,000 years ago, to launch a new crusade with this massive Space Marine Legion to save the Imperium. This crusade, which lasted for over 200 years, was called the Indemitus Crusade, and the new era opened by the Indemitus Crusade was also called the Indemitus Era. However, for now, there is still some time before the awakening and return of the Gene Seed Primarch Robot Guillemon, and these Primaris Astartes slumbering in stasis fields must still await the call of destiny. They are like sealed swords, not yet time to be unsheathed. Although Chen Xi has secretly deployed small Primaris Space Marine units under his command, allowing them to show their prowess in key battles, this secret, which could change the Imperium's military landscape, remains strictly guarded. In fact, the only Primaris Space Marines currently known to the outside world are those unfortunate few from the Weepers. Although they had previously been deployed in combat and were known to the Black Watch and Blood Angels, for various reasons, this matter has not yet spread within the Imperium and will not spread. This secret is currently under wraps and will not be leaked. Therefore, Chen Xi's purpose in visiting the Call Forge's underground armory this time was not to awaken these 10,000 slumbering Primaris warriors and deploy them on the battlefield. Although this terrifying force, comparable to an entire legion from the Great Crusade era, could sweep through the Rostov subsector and utterly crush the resurgent Necron dynasty if deployed in battle. This is a massive Astartes force that the Imperium has not assembled since the Great Rebellion. Even the Badab War, which was called the largest-scale space marine civil war after the Great Rebellion, did not deploy so many Astartes. 10,000 gene-enhanced, well-equipped Primaris Astartes warriors, such a military force would be considered an undeniable legion even in the Great Crusade era. If used judiciously, they could not only help Chen Xi quickly quell the current threat in the subsector but also earn him unparalleled political capital and military advantage. But reason ultimately triumphed over temptation. Whether considering the political storm that premature exposure of Primaris warriors might cause, or fearing the Inquisition's investigation that such a large-scale space marine assembly might provoke, or worrying about disrupting Archmagos Call's overall plan, Chen Xi had to curb this impulse. This force must appear at the most opportune moment, in the most perfect way, and now, it is clearly not the time. He did not come for these slumbering warriors this time, but to retrieve something Call promised to lend him. A prototype Warhound-class Titan with an autonomous machine spirit, capable of being deployed in combat without a pilot. It was discovered by Call during an archaeological excavation, although this Titan was not considered an antique by Call himself. For the current 40K era, this autonomous Titan, born in the M33 era, is a thorough antique. Chapter 262, Awakening the God Machine. At the end of the 41st millennium, the Grey Knights and the Adeptus Mechanicus jointly launched an exploratory mission targeting an anomalous celestial body in the Ultima sector. This celestial body, which had suddenly appeared on the Imperial star charts, was confirmed through reconnaissance to be Krynia, a former forge world of the Adeptus Mechanicus that had been missing for over 100 years. When the Imperial fleet arrived in orbit, investigations revealed that the Dark Adeptus Mechanicus had exploited the time dilation between the warp and real space, placing the planet within a distorted temporal flow. While a mere century had passed in the real universe, Krynia had endured a full 10 centuries of corrupted production under the influence of the warp. Hundreds of Daemon Titans were birthed in the chaos forges covering the planet's surface. These war machines, fused with dark mechanical technology and demonic essence, were secret weapons being prepared for War Master Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. A purification force, personally led by the Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, along with a combined legion formed by the Adeptus Mechanicus exploration fleet, forcibly landed on the planet's surface. Their mission was to destroy all Daemon Titans and prevent these forbidden weapons from falling into the hands of chaos. During their operations, the Grey Knights and the Adeptus Mechanicus discovered an unknown, pristine Titan model on the planet, even larger than an Emperor-class Titan, with exceptionally advanced technology, dubbed the Punisher-class Titan. This Titan prototype was equipped with self-repairing technology and a wealth of powerful technologies from the Dark Age of technology, long since lost, and could operate autonomously without a pilot. Its core was an STC template for a bipedal autonomous weapon platform called the Castigator class. Further examination revealed that this valuable STC template had been corrupted by warp energy, but under a millennium of temporal distortion, its chaotic nature was hidden beneath false memories. It firmly believed itself to be the original Titan prototype forged, completely unaware of its demonic corruption. Later, at the request of the accompanying Inquisitor, the Grey Knights and the Adeptus Mechanicus destroyed all Daemon Titans on the planet and convinced the STC of the fact that it had been parasitized by demons, after which they destroyed the STC template and this Punisher-class Titan. This is the only officially recorded instance of a Titan with autonomous capabilities in the Imperium to date. But if Call were to comment, he would only say that during the Great Crusade era, the Adeptus Mechanicus had already developed similar technology and formidable creations. And the proof of this assertion now stood before Chen Xi, an ancient and unique Warhound-class Titan. This Titan was not a product of a modern Imperial Forge world but originated from a long-lost Dark Age of technology STC template. Unlike the Punisher class, it did not possess true self-awareness, but for the Adeptus Mechanicus pioneers of the Great Crusade era, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. In that era, when technology was not yet constrained, the limitations on autonomous machine technology were not as strict, and the size of the destroyers could even approach the height of a knight armor. Therefore, transplanting the control systems of destroyers to a Titan-class war machine, creating an autonomous Titan that did not require a pilot, was theoretically entirely feasible. However, due to various reasons, perhaps the instability of the technology, perhaps the Imperium's vigilance against autonomous war machines, or perhaps the knowledge fragmentation caused by the turmoil of civil war, this autonomous Titan ultimately failed to enter mass production. Precious related technologies gradually became lost, with only one prototype abandoned deep within a forgotten ancient ruin, until Call excavated it from ruins in a remote sector and spent centuries repairing and modifying it. To conceal its existence, Call reshaped the prototype's exterior to resemble a Warhound-class Titan, but its essence remained some kind of bipedal autonomous weapon platform from the Dark Age of technology. From the outside, it indeed resembled the common Imperial Warhound-class Titan, but closer inspection would reveal differences. This Warhound class had a more upright posture, standing straight like an ancient knight, rather than the hunched, heavy stance of modern Titans. The armor lines were smoother, and the joint structures exhibited flexibility far exceeding Imperial standard Titans. Its right arm mounted a Titan-class melta-weapon named Embrace of the Incinerator, capable of instantly vaporizing an Emperor-class Titan's armor. Its left arm was a giant power fist, powerful enough to shatter the outer walls of a hive city with a single blow. Even more terrifying, its shoulders were equipped with two incredibly powerful plasma destroyers, whose charging hum was enough to strike fear into any enemy. This Titan was just one of Call's many secret research projects scattered across the galaxy, carefully deployed in the core area beneath this forge, serving as the ultimate weapon to guard the final line of defense. Any unauthorized intruder who breached the outer defenses and penetrated the underground facilities of this forge would trigger an alarm, and the Cognito Hazard Array would immediately send a wake-up protocol to this ancient autonomous Titan, awakening this ancient god machine to utterly annihilate the invaders. In this narrow, confined underground environment, this specially modified autonomous Titan displayed tactical advantages far beyond conventional models. Its form was more agile, its weapons more powerful, and it even possessed self-repairing technology, which was coveted by other god machines of the Imperium. For any looter daring to covet Call's research, facing such a war machine, which integrated the essence of the dark age of technology, there was only one outcome: to be reduced to ashes in the scorching torrent of melta weapons, or to be crushed into a blurry mixture of flesh and metal by the gigantic power fist. Furthermore, this Titan would strictly adhere to the Annihilation Protocol, leaving no survivors and accepting no form of surrender. Once the life signs of the last invader disappeared, it would quietly return to its designated chamber, awaiting the next moment of awakening by the machine spirit. However, for Chen Xi, this slumbering god machine before him was not a formidable guardian but a war machine that could be commanded. His power armor display interface flickered with the binary key personally granted by Call, allowing him to pass unimpeded through layers of heavily guarded forbidden zones, directly to the Titan sanctum at the very core of this forge. Chen Xi stood before the massive armored chamber, gazing up at the sleeping god machine. The Terminator power armor's viewfinder scanned the entire sanctum, then locked onto a control console located at the foot of the god machine. Chen Xi approached the control console, took a key from his power armor's storage compartment, inserted it into the console's interface, and sent a digital command: "Awaken this god machine, Cognito Hazard." Command received, authentication successful, initiating wake-up procedure. The Cognito Hazard's machine spirit completed the verification, rows of indicator lights illuminated, and the massive god machine began to awaken. Chapter 263, Heresy Accusation. After awakening the autonomous Titan slumbering underground, Chen Xi departed from the ancient forge with the supplies promised by Archmagos Call. The colossal god machine was carefully placed within a specialized cargo container, designed to isolate it from the scrutiny of Mariupol Forge World. The crew busily transported boxes of precious supplies into the cargo hold of Chen Xi's flagship using magnetic cranes. The most significant cargo was undoubtedly the specialized container, as large as a small fortress, within which the newly awakened Titan slumbered. Although the tech priests of Mariupol Forge World were filled with curiosity about this shipment, they were never able to glimpse its true form. They could only learn about some irrelevant, routine supplies from the logistics manifest on the data slate. Whenever a priest attempted to approach the massive container, the armed retainers from the black ship would subtly block their path, and the protective force field around the container would emit a warning hum. This meant that the tech priests of Mariupol Forge World were unaware of what exactly Chen Xi had taken from Call's forge, nor had they seen the god machine hidden inside the large cargo container. However, Chen Xi's almost plundering behavior still caused an uproar within the Adeptus Mechanicus. In the core data hall of the Forge World, dozens of high-ranking priests were engaged in a heated debate. Their mechanical optical implants glowed with angry red light, and data cables swayed continuously due to their agitation. This is an absolute blasphemy against the Omnissiah. The electronic synthesized voice of a conservative priest distorted with rage. Those technical holy relics should remain on the Forge World to be revered and studied. Even if it was Archmagos Call's private property, another radical representative added, his mechanical tentacles making dangerous gestures in the air, a corresponding technical ransom should still be paid. The sudden intervention of the forging supervisor brought the argument to an abrupt halt. In the holographic projection, the mysterious man's figure was blurred, with only the Adeptus Mechanicus emblem on his chest clearly visible. Enough, his voice, though heavily encrypted, carried an undeniable authority. Are you openly attacking an Inquisitor Lord of the Inquisition? Or have you forgotten who he represents? When Chen Xi's black ship finally departed orbit, many discontented priests were still gathered at the Forge World's observation tower. The red light in their mechanical optical implants gazed at the receding black ship for a long time, their data streams filled with longing and resentment for what they had not obtained. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Chen Xi calmly watched the shrinking Forge World, his fingers gently caressing the data slate containing the Titan's control key. Having successfully departed the Forge World, Chen Xi rendezvoused with the Space Marines and the fleet carrying the Astrum Militarum, who had gone ahead and were waiting for him. They prepared to return to the Rostov subsector together. Just as the fleet was about to activate its warp engines, a black-painted Templar shuttle suddenly broke through the escort formation and headed directly towards Chen Xi's flagship. When the shuttle docked with the flagship, the heavy airlock slowly opened, and the tall figure of Marshal Mordred appeared in the passage. Beside this space marine, clad in ornate power armor, stood a petite yet imposing sister. Her blood-red robe swayed slightly under the warship's artificial gravity, and the dark red liquid in the test tubes at her waist gently sloshed with each step. In the captain's quarters on the flagship's top deck, Chen Xi gazed out at the assembled fleet through the large observation window until the automatic door behind him slid open. As he turned, his gaze first fell upon Marshal Mordred's battle-scarred faceplate, and only then did he notice the sister's unusual attire. Although the blood-red sister's robes were not much different from those of a typical hospitaller, a normal hospitaller would wear a white veil, while this one wore a veil as vibrant red as her dress, giving a strange sense of déjà vu. If not for the perfect lighting in the captain's quarters illuminating the sister's young yet resolute face and the golden imperial aquila on her forehead, which glittered under the light, Chen Xi might have reached for his plasma pistol. "Sister, what can I do for you?" Although wary of the Blood Oath Society, with the Black Templar's marshal at his side, Chen Xi decided to hear what the sister had to say. In the name of the God Emperor, thank you for agreeing to see me, Inquisitor. The sister's voice was clear and firm, but Chen Xi noticed her knuckles were white from clenching her hands. I am Sister Eileen of the Blood Oath Society, and I bring a terrible truth that will shake the entire sector. Marshal Mordred stood by like a statue, but he did not speak, seemingly having only brought the sister to see Chen Xi. Upon hearing Eileen's words, Chen Xi scrutinized her before slowly and gravely speaking, Sister Eileen, you should know the seriousness of making a heresy accusation against a fellow member of the ecclesiarchy. The young sister suddenly stepped forward, taking a data chip from her bosom, stained with dried blood. This was secretly recorded by one of my sisters. Her voice trembled with anger, yet was filled with sorrow as she recalled her sacrificed sister and fallen comrades. My sister discovered that our order was performing blasphemous rituals using holy blood. Her servitor skull recorded those blasphemous rituals, but she was also discovered by those fallen heretics. After she gave me the evidence, she was captured by those heretics while helping me buy time, and was cruelly murdered after they drained her blood. The temperature in the captain's quarters seemed to plummet instantly, and Marshal Mordred's face immediately became filled with rage. Chen Xi stared at the blood-stained chip, his mind already rapidly evaluating the chain reactions this accusation could trigger. This was not a simple accusation, and the Blood Oath Society was not a minor order. This matter, whether true or false, would cause an uproar throughout the entire sector if it got out. I need more evidence. I cannot, based solely on your accusation, declare a highly influential branch of the ecclesiarchy as heretical. Chen Xi's words were, of course, for appearances, but then he changed the subject and said to Marshal Mordred, Marshal Mordred, could I ask you to send a squad of Black Templars warriors to investigate this matter? The expeditionary force has too many things to deal with right now, and I don't have the energy to investigate this. It's my duty, Mordred agreed. You will remain on my ship for now. As for the Blood Oath Society matter, we'll discuss it after I've investigated thoroughly, Chen Xi said to Sister Eileen. Chapter 264. Regarding Sister Eileen's accusations, Chen Xi immediately ordered the Black Templars to dispatch an elite squad to investigate. However, before investigating the heresy, he insisted on first subjecting the Blood Oath Society nun to the most rigorous loyalty review and faith test. After all, feigned loyalty was simply too common in the Warhammer world, and no one knew if this was another scheme by a certain Tzeentch, or some other plot by the Chaos Gods and demons. In this insane world, sometimes the most devout appearance was actually the most dangerous trap. Those corrupted by chaos often appeared more fanatical than true believers, like vibrant flowers blooming on a corpse. The more beautiful they were, the more deadly the toxins beneath them. In the dark and desperate universe of Warhammer 40K, the Inquisition's extreme methods were by no means groundless paranoia. Behind every seemingly excessive purification action, there were often bloody lessons hidden. The cases recorded in the Inquisition's confidential files all proved that in this chaos-infested galaxy, any mercy could lead to utter disaster. Every moment of soft-heartedness, every moment of hesitation, could become a breach for chaos corruption to spread. Perhaps it was just a seemingly innocent vagrant who was let go, a crying child who was pitied, or even a devout believer who was pardoned due to insufficient evidence, but ultimately, these small acts of mercy often led to irreversible catastrophes. The Black Templars' creed of no pity was not because they were born cold and heartless, but because they knew better than anyone that in this chaos-infested universe, pity was the most dangerous luxury. The existence of the Chaos Gods was enough to crush any hope. Nurgle's plague could spread during a benevolent rescue, Slaanish's depravity might begin with a trivial indulgence, Tzeentch's schemes were often hidden behind seemingly reasonable tolerance, and Kern's slaughter could erupt due to a moment of hesitation. In such a world, kindness was not only a weakness but could also be the beginning of destruction. The Inquisition's radical approach was shaped by such reality. They were not inherently bloodthirsty, but because every hesitation could cost billions of lives. Those marked as heretics might appear harmless, even deserving of sympathy, but Inquisitors knew deep down chaos corruption did not show on one's face. Inquisitors had to assume the worst in every action, because history proved that 9 out of 10 misjudgments caused far less harm than one act of soft-heartedness. Although there were indeed scoundrels in the Inquisition who abused their Inquisitor status, there were also dutiful individuals who, with loyalty in their hearts, committed necessary evils. It was precisely because of their existence that the Imperium of Man was able to resist the erosion of chaos throughout the long years. Despite the Inquisition having no shortage of corrupt individuals who abused their power, committing private executions in the name of judgment to satisfy their ambitions or twisted desires. However, there were also countless truly loyal individuals who bore heavy sins, performing the most cruel and necessary evils, just to allow the Imperium of Man to linger for one more moment under the erosion of chaos. As an aged Inquisitor once said after executing an entire corrupted family, "We are not executioners, we are humanity's last line of defense. If we do not pull the trigger, then chaos will devour everything." In this universe, mercy was a luxury even the Emperor could hardly afford. Therefore, upon receiving Sister Eileen's report, Chen Xi immediately initiated a dual review process. On one hand, a special commissioner from the Inquisition conducted the most stringent faith assessment of Eileen herself, while on the other, a covered squad from the Black Templars secretly investigated the activities of the Blood Oath Society. The Blood Oath Society was, after all, a legitimate branch sect recognized by the ecclesiarchy, rooted in the Mariupol sector for hundreds of years, with believers spread across more than a dozen star systems within the sector, numbering in the hundreds of millions, and its influence among the sector's lower populace was immeasurable. Chen Xi knew very well that rashly taking large-scale cleansing actions would only trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, at best leading to the collapse of the local faith system, and at worst potentially causing the ecclesiarchy forces of the entire sector to oppose the expeditionary force. Even with 3 million Astra Militarum and 3,000 Astartes warriors at his command, he could not easily unleash this force for a rash military suppression. He needed crucial evidence, definitive proof that the Blood Oath Society had indeed fallen and engaged in heretical acts. Although Sister Eileen provided him with one piece of evidence, a single piece of evidence was not enough. Only one piece of evidence could indicate the Blood Oath Society was suspected, but not prove they were necessarily fallen. Chen Xi was not the kind of inquisitor who saw everyone as guilty and proceeded to investigate and collect evidence based on a presumption of guilt. He would not directly assume someone was a heretic and then desperately search for evidence that they were a heretic. In this world, simply having the most honest and reliable person write 3 lines of text could condemn someone to a crime punishable by death and the extermination of their family. Under the premise of preconceived notions, the evidence collected would be biased. Therefore, until the Black Templars completed their investigation, Chen Xi would not directly declare the Blood Oath Society as heretical. But at the same time, Chen Xi would also prepare for prevention, assuming the Blood Oath Society was heretical, to avoid being caught off guard if the investigation caused them to lash out. This also led Chen Xi to directly order the suspension of work for the Blood Oath Society personnel attached to the army, commanding them to temporarily undergo isolation and review. Due to the large-scale deployment of troops for the expedition, the Blood Oath Society had gathered a considerable number of medical personnel to join the expeditionary force, providing medical services. After all, in the Mariupol sector, besides the Blood Oath Society, it was indeed difficult to find a large number of medical personnel who could meet the medical needs of the expeditionary force. Under such circumstances, when the Blood Oath Society proactively approached Chen Xi, offering a large number of doctors, nurses, and various medicines, even if Chen Xi had always been somewhat resistant to them, he could not refuse these. But now, due to Sister Eileen's report, the entire sect was directly ordered into isolation by Chen Xi, which undoubtedly caused the expeditionary force's newly established complete medical system to suddenly become disorganized, and medical resources immediately became strained. After all, if the Blood Oath Society members might have problems, then the medicines they brought were also very likely implicated. So, while isolating the Blood Oath Society members, their medicines and other medical supplies also had to be temporarily sealed, awaiting further processing by the Inquisition. This, to a large extent, caused dissatisfaction among many, and the atmosphere within the expeditionary force suddenly became tense. Chapter 265, Conscience and Responsibility. Chen Xi wasn't concerned by the wavering within the expeditionary force. This level of impact was already considered mild, merely private discontent among the troops. The truly alarming situation would be when Chen Xi had to start calculating how to use 3,000 Astartes monks to slaughter 3 million Astra Militarum. As this thought flashed through his mind, he subconsciously touched the plasma pistol at his waist, its cold metallic feel reminding him of the danger of such an idea. Don't think this is a fantasy. In this galaxy shrouded by the shadow of the warp, the corruption of chaos often spreads faster than the deadliest virus. Perhaps it's just a hive city worker secretly collecting an 8-pointed star emblem, or a planetary governor unknowingly learning a name that shouldn't be uttered, and in the blink of an eye, tens of billions of lives on an entire planet will turn into lunatics prostrating themselves before altars of flesh. By then, if killing tens of billions of people on a planet can't reverse its fall, the Inquisitor should issue an extermination order. Speaking of which, a common misconception needs correcting: slaughtering an entire planet's population is not called an extermination order. A true extermination order involves using cyclonic torpedoes to blast continental shelves into glass, using plasma incinerator cannons to melt hive cities into lava lakes, completely transforming an entire planet into a desolate world that even the Tyranid swarm cannot reclaim or reuse. The Imperium cares whether adamantium veins and STC templates fall into alien hands. As for the billions of mouths crowded like cockroaches in the bottom nest, the Inquisition's archives describe them merely as a string of numbers, and that string of numbers is likely the official population count compiled by the Department of Internal Affairs centuries ago, which doesn't include the people in the bottom nest who have never even paid their tithe to the Imperium. This sounds like a hellish joke, but when you see the trillions of conscription applications the Terra Council receives monthly, or hear about an agricultural world having to implement a birth lottery system due to population explosion, you'll understand that for the Imperium, periodically reducing the population through heresy trials is a form of alternative mercy. This is also why the Imperium doesn't care about human lives, because the Imperium's manpower is truly inexhaustible. And based on what Chen Xi knows about the Blood Oath Society, the Inquisition's purge will likely be far more than just tens of billions of people. It has been said many times before, this is a branch sect of the ecclesiarchy that has widespread influence among the lower classes in the Mariupol sector. Their daily missionary activities involve providing medical aid to those lower class people who lack medical care. One can imagine how many people have come into contact with the Blood Oath Society and received their treatment. According to the Inquisition's usual tradition, not only will the entire society be uprooted, but every preaching hall they've used, every patient they've treated, and even every street where people merely used the same water purification system as them, will be marked as a purification zone. Believe me, in such matters, the Imperium will not hesitate to have the fleet come over and perform a thorough cleanup with macro cannons. This is also the main reason Chen Xi is cautious about this matter, because he genuinely holds the power to decide the life and death of tens of billions of people with a single thought, and potentially tens of billions of innocent people. It's very possible that with just a tremor of his hand, billions of people could instantly turn to ashes. If it were a game, Chen Xi would never hesitate. As a war criminal with over 500 hours of game time in every major P game title, who hasn't clicked on a planetary explosion? The 16.8b organisms purged popping up on the screen would just be an inconsequential number. He would even smile at the xenocide achievement that popped up. But this isn't a number in a game, a cutscene, it's tens of billions of living, breathing people. Every one of them is a vibrant life, with their own parents, family, and friends. They cry, they laugh, they worry about their livelihoods, they strive to survive. They are all living people just like Chen Xi. He still can't bring himself to see them as mere numbers, to decisively dispose of them for certain reasons. It's easy to order a company to its death on the battlefield. After all, the Astra Militarum conscription oath clearly states, your life belongs to the Emperor. But what about the civilians huddled in air raid shelters? No one told them when they paid their tithe that one day, due to a tremor of an Inquisitor's pen, their entire street would become coordinates for orbital bombardment. But ordinary civilians are different. Soldiers die on the battlefield so that they don't have to die. Perhaps this is why Inquisitors must undergo rigorous trials to earn that inquisitorial rosette. Those trials are not just about honing combat skills, nor reciting ecclesiarchy doctrines. But something more cruel, more fundamental. They must learn, when necessary, to personally extinguish the last shred of weakness in their hearts. Because sometimes, mercy, conscience, and a sense of justice can truly cause problems. If an Inquisitor hesitates for a second, the corruption of chaos might spread throughout the entire Star District. If he shows a hint of compassion, the seeds of heresy will take root in the hearts of thousands. The Imperium does not need indecisive saints, it needs ruthless executioners, arbiters who can issue extermination orders without flinching amidst the cries of billions. This is also why veteran Inquisitors are either madmen or fallen ones. Their souls are steeped in blood and ashes day after day, their ears echo with the screams of the purged, and before their eyes appear the faces of the civilians they personally sent to the pyre. But they cannot waver, cannot repent, and cannot even show the slightest hesitation. Because once they show weakness, the enemies of the Inquisition will pounce like hyenas to tear them apart. On one side are the wails of countless innocent lives dying by their command, and on the other is the duty to protect more people, and to ensure they live as humans. This immense sense of fragmentation and heavy responsibility can truly drive a person mad. Some choose madness, using more extreme methods to numb their guilt, others choose to fall, embracing chaos in despair, just to escape the endless moral dilemma. And those remaining Inquisitors who still possess conscience and morality, while constantly eroding their last bit of humanity, are also treading the old path of their predecessors, either becoming extreme madmen or becoming heretics who need to be purged. In this purgatorial galaxy, all beauty, morality, and conscience will be worn away by brutal reality. And this is precisely the Inquisitor's destiny. Chapter 266, Battlefield Medicine. The most pressing task right now is to find a way to fill the gap in medical resources caused by the Blood Oath Society's isolation. Due to the Blood Oath Society's presence, the medical branch of the Ecclesiarchy in the Mariupol sector isn't very strong. Even though the Ecclesiarchy is urgently dispatching personnel, the huge shortage of medical resources remains a problem. During the Expeditionary Forces military meeting, the high-ranking officials were all frowning with worry. Although there were many parasites in the Imperial Army, those who climbed to high positions through family connections or bribery, and those bizarre officers who couldn't even remember basic tactical commands, were indeed numerous in the Imperial Defense Force. But thankfully, in the decaying colossal machine that is the Imperium of Man, some cogs were still diligently performing their duties. At least within the Expeditionary Force, with the deterrence of 2 Lord Inquisitors, those bureaucratic parasites accustomed to shirking responsibility would never dare appear in the Expeditionary Force's command center. Chen Xi's main energy was focused on commanding the overall operations of the Expeditionary Force, while the other Lord Inquisitor, Inquisitor Veen, had primarily been assisting Chen Xi in purging the unqualified stagnant blood from the Expeditionary Force's command chain during this period. It was also thanks to Inquisitor Veen's efficient and decisive work style that the Expeditionary Force's operational efficiency could be maintained at a satisfactory level. After the corruption network on the logistics supply line was uprooted, materials that were always delayed now always arrived at the front lines on time. When a regimental commander was found to be falsely reporting casualty numbers to embezzle death benefits, Inquisitor Veen only took 3 hours to completely overhaul the officer roster of the entire regiment. For such an Inquisitor's inherent duty, Chen Xi was naturally happy to hand the matter over to this experienced colleague. After all, he was not a true Inquisitor, and many times he couldn't be as ruthless, nor was his work experience as extensive as Inquisitor Veen's. But now, even Inquisitor Veen, known for his iron fist, was equally troubled by the Blood Oath Society's situation. Handling the heresy charges against the Blood Oath Society itself was not difficult, it was merely another routine purge. Inquisitors had dealt with countless similar cases, from the infiltration of gene-stealer cults to the corruption by chaos cultists, and each time they could end it with thunderous means. But what was truly thorny was never the killing itself, but the vacuum left behind after the killing. Especially now, the Expeditionary Force was preparing to counter the Necron dynasty's attack. They needed sufficient medical resources, skilled medical personnel, and a stable battlefield emergency medical system. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness of the entire army would be like a giant bleeding from small wounds, eventually weakening and dying. Although the Imperium would continue this war even without sufficient medical resources, merely enduring greater casualties, if unnecessary, who would be willing to squander the God Emperor's currency like this? Every soldier was an asset to the Imperium, and every drop of blood should flow for the Emperor's great cause, not for them to die waiting because of insufficient medical resources. We cannot just send the God Emperor's warriors to the battlefield like this, the Ecclesiarchy's Cardinal Bishop's deep voice echoed in the conference room. His aged fingers clutched tightly at the miniature reliquary symbolizing faith, his knuckles white from the effort. Lacking sufficient medical resources is tantamount to sending the expeditionary force to their deaths. Despite the Blood Oath Society scandal causing the ecclesiarchy to lose face, and despite the fact that he himself might be recalled to the Star Sector capital for questioning, he still maintained his stance: the lives of Imperial soldiers should not be so lightly regarded. But right now, we truly cannot find enough medical personnel to fill the vast logistics of the expeditionary force. This is battlefield emergency medical care for nearly 10 million people. Without the Blood Oath Society's medical personnel, the wounded simply cannot receive effective treatment. An Astra Militarum staff officer shouted loudly, clearly wanting to secure better treatment for his brothers in arms. No one wanted to return to the rear with shattered bodies after fighting under physically life-threatening terrifying firepower, only to find that even the most basic painkillers had run out. No one wanted to watch their brothers in arms rot away from infected wounds, listening to them wail in pain, yet only being able to watch the blood drain from their wounds and wait for death to slowly arrive. But reality was reality. Without sufficient medical resources, the expeditionary force's casualty figures would skyrocket. Unless Chen Xi was willing to lift the isolation of the Blood Oath Society, temporarily set aside the heresy charges, and let them return to medical work. But this was absolutely impossible. Faced with heresy charges, the Inquisition never compromised. Chen Xi could not risk exposing the entire expeditionary force to the risk of chaos contamination, even if it meant more soldiers would die due to lack of medical care. And so, the meeting fell into a stalemate. At this moment, Chen Xi suddenly had an idea. He reached out and tapped the table, attracting everyone's attention, then looked at the Space Marine chapter masters beside him and asked them, "Can the Astartes chapters lend out apothecaries?" "Yes, but it's a drop in the bucket, doing so is not very meaningful." Marshal Mordred nodded and then shook his head, explaining, "Although one chapter apothecary is worth dozens of mortal doctors, a chapter only has a dozen or so apothecaries at most. Considering the chapter's own needs, a chapter can at most deploy a few apothecaries, and this small number of personnel is simply not enough to support a vast battlefield medical system. Aside from certain chapters, most Space Marines possess sufficient administrative ability to serve as planetary governors, they just don't usually do so." For Marshal Mordred, it only took him less than a nanosecond to think of the answer. However, Chen Xi did not mind this, merely asking Marshal Mordred, "Then how many apothecaries can you roughly lend out?" "Apprentices are also acceptable." Hearing Chen Xi say this, Mordred and several chapter masters discussed for a moment before giving a not so large answer, "Roughly 20 to 30 apothecaries. If you truly need them, Lord Chen Xi, I can request aid from the Imperial Fists, and we should be able to gather a batch of medical resources." "Not for now. If there's truly no other way, I will request aid." Chen Xi declined Mordred's kind offer, then announced his decision, "I would trouble each chapter to deploy a portion of your apothecaries, and please ask them to compile a simple battlefield medical manual based on the situations likely to be encountered on the current battlefield. The content doesn't need to be overly professional, but it must at least ensure that those who receive the manual can perform first aid on injuries that may occur on the battlefield, with the standard being no death and no worsening." After speaking, Chen Xi then looked at the Astra Militarum Lord General and the Ecclesiarchy Cardinal Bishop, and said to them, "The Astra Militarum should select a batch of soldiers for me, according to the standard of one squad per regiment, who have a certain educational foundation and are intelligent. The Ecclesiarchy should also select a batch of young priests who are willing to practice medicine. Hand them all over to the apothecaries for battlefield medical training, so they can learn to treat light to moderate injuries on the battlefield. They don't need to understand the principles, they just need to be able to follow the operational procedures for injury management. This should be able to solve some of the problems. The Xenos have not yet attacked, we must seize this time to first establish a functional medical system. Don't let a living person be stifled by a minor inconvenience." Chapter 267, Heresy Accusation. As a secret intelligence agent directly under the governor's office of Rostov II, Paul continued to diligently carry out his superior's surveillance mission, monitoring the activities of the Blood Oath Society as a volunteer. After the governor restricted all activities of this sect, its behavior became much more subdued. Ever since Governor Chen Xi, in his dual capacity as an inquisitor and planetary governor, issued a preaching ban against the Blood Oath Society, the sect's activities had indeed become much more restrained. They could no longer openly preach in the streets as before, nor could they infiltrate communities to gain followers under the guise of medical aid. Now, they were confined to the sect's altars, passively waiting for desperate commoners to seek their help. This passive method of proselytizing significantly slowed the Blood Oath Society's expansion and diminished its influence. Although there were many complaints within the Blood Oath Society, they could only swallow their grievances in the face of a planetary governor who also held the title of Imperial Inquisitor. Of course, after the Necrons attacked the planet a second time and Chen Xi launched an expeditionary force, the Blood Oath Society on the planet did receive some lifting of restrictions. They were permitted to participate in the treatment of the wounded. After all, the medical resources of the entire Rostov subsector were very limited, and to ensure the expeditionary force received adequate medical care, Chen Xi had no choice but to utilize this medical force, which he clearly had reservations about. Although Chen Xi was full of doubts about this sect, facing stretched medical resources, he had to compromise. Under strict supervision, he allowed the Blood Oath Society to participate in the treatment of the wounded. It was precisely for this reason that Paul, as a volunteer for the Blood Oath Society, joined the Blood Oath Sister and other members of the sect in wartime medical care. Ostensibly, he was busy like other volunteers, caring for the wounded and transporting medicine. Secretly, he vigilantly observed every word and action of the sect members, memorizing all details to report back. For Paul, who had served in the Planetary Defense Force on Rostov II, returning to the familiar military camp environment was an exhilarating experience. Although his current status was merely that of an ordinary volunteer in a field hospital, the familiar bugle calls, the rhythmic marching of formations, and the scent of oil mixed with disinfectant that permeated the air in the camp all rekindled the passion and sense of mission he felt when serving in the defense force. As for his other previous task organizing and training militia reservists, it had to be temporarily suspended with the governor's office launching the expeditionary force. The reason was simple: almost all able-bodied young people on Rostov II had been conscripted into the regular army, leaving only minors or the elderly, meaning there were no longer any suitable individuals to train for the militia. Indeed, with the expeditionary force underway, virtually all able-bodied young people on Rostov II had been conscripted, so training for the militia reserves naturally couldn't proceed without personnel. However, this situation allowed Paul to focus more on his true duty, monitoring every move of the Blood Oath Society and investigating whether they were engaged in heretical activities. Of course, Paul himself had no standard for judging heresy. He was neither an ecclesiarchy priest nor an expert from the Inquisition. His task was merely to meticulously record the Blood Oath Society's daily activities, ritual procedures, personnel interactions, and even the medical methods they used to treat the wounded, strictly according to the governor's office's requirements. Then, he would compile this intelligence into reports and submit them through encrypted channels to the governor's office, where the truly knowledgeable dignitaries would judge whether the Blood Oath Society was a devout faith group or a hidden heretical cult. Paul understood clearly that his role was merely a pair of eyes and ears, not a judge. He didn't need to understand complex theological debates or decide which actions crossed the emperor's line. He only needed to faithfully observe, record, and report. The rest was for the governor's office to decide. Initially, Paul thought things would continue this way, and he even began to develop a certain respect for the Blood Oath Society. In his recent assignments, he personally witnessed how the Blood Oath sisters, clad in crimson robes, worked tirelessly day and night in the rudimentary field hospital to treat the wounded. The concoctions they prepared rapidly healed wounds, and their mysterious rituals seemed to genuinely alleviate the suffering of the injured, saving the lives of many soldiers who would have otherwise surely died. Paul noted that these Blood Oath sisters never proselytized during treatment, they simply performed their duties of healing and saving lives in silence. Such scenes caused Paul's resolve to waver. As a veteran of the defense force who had faced life and death on the battlefield, he understood better than anyone the importance of battlefield medicine. If the Blood Oath Society was truly as they appeared just a group of healers dedicated to saving lives, then perhaps the governor's office's caution towards them was unnecessary. Paul even began to secretly ponder that if they had not fallen, perhaps they were truly a group of respectable people. However, just as Paul's thoughts began to shift, a prohibition order bearing the seal of the Inquisition suddenly arrived. This order, personally signed by Governor Chen Xi, was severely worded, demanding the immediate isolation of all Blood Oath Society members, the confiscation of their medicines and medical supplies, and a complete ban on all activities of the sect. Paul watched as fully armed guards stormed into the sect's medical tents, roughly interrupting ongoing treatments, and escorting the Blood Oath sisters who had been saving lives onto prisoner transports. The mysterious medicines, scriptures, and medical equipment were sealed and neatly piled in the plaza, awaiting scrutiny. The entire Blood Oath Society was uprooted overnight, as if it had never existed. Paul, as a volunteer brought in by the Blood Oath Society, was also arrested and similarly detained and isolated. Paul did not know what evidence the governor's office had obtained, but after being confined, he was able to interact more deeply with the Blood Oath sisters and priests, gathering more information from them. It was only then that Paul finally learned that there were different factions within the Blood Oath Society. One faction had a subtle difference in their interpretation of the sect's blood worship tradition. They believed that blood was immensely sacred, and that while believers offered their blood, they should also sacrifice a portion of it to the God Emperor. This was not actually a major issue. Blood sacrifice to the God Emperor was actually a relatively common religious ritual in the Imperium, especially prevalent in the cult of the dead. Even the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition would turn a blind eye to it, generally not interfering unless it became excessive. But undoubtedly, when someone pursued the matter, such behavior would undoubtedly become evidence for a heresy accusation. Chapter 268 Purification Order. Sister, what you said about the blood sacrifice faction doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with it. They just offer blood to the God Emperor, which is no different from some of the ecclesiarchy's doctrines. Why would their sect be branded as heretical? In the prison where the Blood Oath Society members were detained, Paul leaned against the rusty iron bars, asking a Blood Oath sister he was familiar with. He deliberately kept his voice low, but it was just loud enough for the few sisters around him to hear. In the dim prison, a few rays of sunlight slanted in from the high transom window, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Dust motes slowly drifted in the light beams, bringing a fantastical vitality to this cold and damp place. Although the members of the Blood Oath Society were detained, they had not suffered torture because Inquisitor Chen Xi had not yet issued an interrogation order. These sisters in dark red robes sat in twos and threes on the ground, some quietly chanted prayers, their fingertips gently caressing bone rosaries, others closed their eyes to rest, their calloused palms folded on their laps, and a few younger ones were using charcoal pencils to record daily prayers on the wall. However, being confined like this, they were somewhat idle, so Paul pretended to be full of worry due to his detention and tried to extract more information from the sister he knew. He deliberately put a tremor in his voice, like a true ordinary believer worried about his future. And the sisters were somewhat worried at this time. Although they were still devoutly praying, in response to Paul's inquiry, they still explained to him, revealing a lot of internal secrets that Paul had not heard about before. They exchanged worried glances, as if in this secluded cell, confiding had become a way to alleviate anxiety. The blood sacrifice faction advocates that all holy blood should belong to the God Emperor, and believers, when receiving the God Emperor's gifted healing, should also offer their own blood to the God Emperor. This is indeed consistent with some faction doctrines within the ecclesiarchy, but this itself is not the mainstream content of the ecclesiarchy's true faith. This blood oath sister's face was full of sorrow, her thin fingers unconsciously twisting the faded hem of her robe, but she still explained to Paul, as if doing so could alleviate her inner worries. When she spoke, she would always unconsciously glance at the oldest sister in the depths of the cell, as if seeking some kind of tacit approval. Sacrificing to the God Emperor, to a large extent, is something only done by extremist factions within the God Emperor's faith. At this point, a priest also joined the discussion, and his explanation further revealed some problems within the Blood Oath Society to Paul. The Blood Oath Society's requirement for believers to donate blood after receiving help was originally just to obtain blood in this way, so that they could better help others. This is an ancient tradition left by the founding saint of the faith, originally only for treating casualties who had lost too much blood on the battlefield. Making sacrifices to the God Emperor, in fact, deviates from the original philosophy of the Blood Oath Society's founding saint. When the priest said this, his expression became exceptionally serious, his grey eyebrows tightly furrowed, and the deep wrinkles on his forehead became even more pronounced. Although the blood sacrifice faction's claim is not problematic from a faith perspective, and the ecclesiarchy and inquisition have conducted investigations before, this behavior itself is still somewhat extreme, and to a certain extent, it is indeed easily confused with heretical cults. The old priest's voice grew lower and lower, finally almost becoming a monologue, his cloudy eyes looking towards the line of sunlight coming through the transom window, as if searching for some divine revelation there. The old priest's rough palm stroked the faded holy emblem on his chest, sighing in his heart that perhaps it was precisely because of this that their entire sect was suspected of heresy and detained this time. A brief silence fell in the cell, broken only by the sound of dripping water in the distance and the suppressed sobs of a sister. Paul noticed that the oldest sister in the corner maintained her praying posture throughout, her cracked lips moving silently, neither participating in nor stopping the conversation. From the information gathered so far, there are indeed problems within the Blood Oath Society. Inside the Rostov II governor's office, Inquisitor Chen Xi was discussing matters concerning the Blood Oath Society with Inquisitor Veen and Marshal Mordred. The reason only the three of them were discussing this matter was that information related to chaos could not be widely disseminated. Blood sacrifice to the God Emperor. My God, this is truly blasphemous. Inquisitor Veen was still somewhat incredulous, but then he resolutely stated, the Blood Oath Society must be purified. This heretical faith must be eradicated, otherwise it will seriously threaten the progress of the expeditionary force and also affect the safety of the entire sector. For an Inquisitor, encountering such a situation, the first reaction and choice is to purify heresy. There is nothing strange about that. Involving the innocent and whether they are wronged are never considerations for Inquisitors. It is the Inquisitor's principle to rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Marshal Mordred, standing nearby, also nodded affirmatively, saying to the two Inquisitors, if needed, the Black Templars can take on this task. We will purify all heresy. No pity, no remorse, no fear. For the God Emperor, the Black Templars do not mind getting their hands bloody. As the Astartes chapter closest to the Inquisition, the fanaticism of the Black Templars can often even be called extreme. It is precisely because of this that many Inquisitors, when encountering situations that require dirty work, like to ask the Black Templars for help, because they are truly a useful blade. The mess that the Heavenly Lion battle group encountered, if it were the Black Templars, they might not even need an Inquisitor to sign an exterminatus order, the rebels and heretics on that planet would have been slaughtered by them. Inquisitor Chen Xi believed that if he entrusted this matter to the Black Templars, they would thoroughly and cleanly purge all members and influence of the Blood Oath Society, leaving no trace of corruption. But at the same time, the amount of slaughter they would cause was also foreseeable. So Inquisitor Chen Xi hesitated. He asked Inquisitor Veen, in your experience, is there a possibility of saving the part of the Blood Oath Society that is still devoutly loyal to the God Emperor? You should know that the expeditionary force still lacks sufficient medical resources. They are excellent medical personnel, killing them like this would be too wasteful. I can understand Inquisitor Chen Xi's concerns, but we cannot conduct such a large-scale screening. There are too many members of the Blood Oath Society, and their influence is not low. Even missing one fallen individual could lead to serious consequences. Inquisitor Veen did not think Inquisitor Chen Xi was indecisive, but merely rationally stated that they could not conduct loyalty assessments for everyone. Inquisitor Chen Xi took a deep breath, then sighed, let's categorize them first. The blood sacrifice faction will be purified first, and the rest will be dealt with according to the situation. I hope to still retain some medical personnel, the expeditionary force really needs them. Chapter 269, Medical Servitors. The Great Purge began. The first to be purged were all members of the Blood Oath Society within the Rostov subsector. Of course, Chen Xi did not make a clean sweep, instead, he distinguished them into the blood sacrifice faction and non-blood sacrifice faction based on the information obtained. The Inquisition's interrogation methods were efficient and cruel, psychomental probing, Adeptus Mechanicus data mining, and even the most primitive physical torture, all clearly categorized the Blood Oath Society members in the shortest possible time. Since the blood sacrifice faction was suspected of heresy, those definitively identified as part of the blood sacrifice faction were purged immediately, and related personnel also underwent strict scrutiny by the Inquisition without delay. Those not deeply implicated were converted into medical servitors, although they could not compare to living physicians in all aspects, it must be said that under the customized design of the Adeptus Mechanicus sages, these medical servitors were still capable of effectively handling some non-serious injuries, which was a form of resource utilization to a certain extent and indeed alleviated the severe shortage of medical resources. The remaining Blood Oath Society members, however, remained incarcerated. They would be dealt with after the Blood Sacrifice faction members were completely purged. To handle this matter and these personnel, the Black Templars were temporarily kept by Chen Xi and not dispatched to the front lines for battle. They cooperated with Inquisitor Veen and other Inquisitors who arrived later as reinforcements to carry out the purge of the Blood Oath Society. All Blood Oath Society altars and churches throughout the Rostov subsector were destroyed and confiscated, and in this process, more evidence of the Blood Oath Society's heretical activities was seized, implicating even more people. Underground secret chambers were unearthed, hidden ritualistic items were exposed, and the forbidden texts secretly preserved by the Blood Sacrifice faction were analyzed one by one by the Pursuit Ordo's Inquisitors, ultimately becoming irrefutable evidence against them. This undoubtedly provided more raw materials for the modification of medical servitors. The Adeptus Mechanicus even iterated on the medical servitor modifications, introducing medical servitors with better performance and retaining more of their pre-conversion medical capabilities. Chen Xi even had a custom-made medical servitor, modified and equipped with a cognito-hazard array, assigned to him for personal medical services. Although it could not treat serious illnesses or handle complex problems, medical servitors could properly deal with routine mild to moderate injuries and common ailments. If not for its somewhat unsettling appearance, it would be a very useful product. This also gave Chen Xi more inspiration. He disregarded his personal preferences and immediately sent an order to Kristen, requesting them to produce more medical servitors, even allowing them to establish a servitor factory on the Rostov 2's orbital ring. Of course, this time the raw materials were no longer natural humans but biochemical humans cultivated in artificial wombs. The bodies of these biochemical humans grew in cultivation tanks. Their genes were meticulously adjusted to ensure their bodies could withstand subsequent mechanical modifications. They were custom cultivated using a type of cloning technology and rapidly matured, during which memory infusion devices would inject a large amount of medical knowledge into their minds, and by the time they grew into qualified adults, they also acquired a complete knowledge system. Some of this medical knowledge came from the processed Blood Oath Society members. After all, as a sect that had been rooted in the grassroots for hundreds of years and specialized in medical evangelism, their accumulation in this area was quite solid. Their experiences were extracted, their techniques were replicated, and their memories were converted into data and input into the cognito-hazard array of the new generation of servitors. Another part came from the summaries of the Astartes chapter apothecaries, who compiled a medical handbook based on the diverse and complex situations on the battlefield, detailing various common battlefield injury treatment methods. And now, this knowledge was also implanted into the servitors' core minds, allowing them to quickly assess injuries on the battlefield and adopt the most effective treatment methods. After simplification, this content was printed into booklets and distributed to every grunt, ensuring they could learn how to provide first aid to comrades on the battlefield. And this part of the knowledge infused into the servitors undoubtedly enabled medical servitors to handle more and more complex situations. Of course, custom versions would have more infused content, even specialized medical servitors tailored to individual health conditions, but such high-end goods were not something ordinary grunts could enjoy. These knowledge-infused raw materials would be brought to the production line for modification, including prefrontal lobotomy, installation of various prosthetics and equipment, and most importantly, the cognito-hazard array to retain basic thinking and judgment abilities, ultimately transforming them into a medical servitor. Although the entire process results in a medical servitor coming off the production line that is quite valuable, especially custom-made types reaching a price that would make even a planetary governor win CE, the emergence of these medical servitors immediately filled a severe gap in the Expeditionary Force's medical resources. At least now, lightly wounded soldiers on the battlefield no longer have to worry about not receiving treatment, and seriously wounded soldiers no longer have to worry about simply waiting to die. On the battlefield, comrades would treat them as soon as they were injured, and after being transported to the rear, military doctors trained by Space Marine apothecaries would provide treatment. If military doctors did not have time to treat them, they could also choose to receive treatment from medical servitors. The medical servitors' metal arms would reach out when they fell, their mechanical voices would sound when they were in pain, and their drug injectors would push a life-saving dose into their veins when they were on the brink of death. Although treatment by medical servitors is certainly not as good as treatment by military doctors, at the very least, it can save lives. This special product undoubtedly gained immense favor from the Department of Military Affairs. A staggering order was placed by the Department of Military Affairs, as they wanted to order 100,000 medical servitors, and this was only the first trial batch. However, these are all future matters. Currently, the number of medical servitors is still relatively limited, which also made Chen Xi want to deal with the Blood Oath Society more quickly. On one hand, they themselves were a ticking time bomb, and no one knew if or when they would explode. Especially since Chen Xi, for the sake of confidentiality, had not yet informed the sector about the Blood Oath Society's heresy suspicions. He had only carried out the purge within the Rostov subsector. After all, at first, it was only a suspicion, and considering the Blood Oath Society's influence, Chen Xi naturally wanted to keep things within controllable limits. On the other hand, the Necrons had begun their counterattack, and Chen Xi needed to quickly replenish the Expeditionary Force's medical strength to get the battlefield medical system up and running. Chapter 270, Holy War Army returns to aid. Although Chen Xi had strictly sealed off the news of the Blood Oath Society's heretical beliefs, the sector still learned about it. Of course, the news was not leaked from him, but rather the sector itself had a problem. After all, the Blood Oath Society's heretical activities occurred in the Star Sector capital. Otherwise, the sister who reported the Blood Oath Society's heresy to the Black Templars would not have hidden on the Black Templar ship. This fact itself indicated the seriousness of the problem. The Blood Oath Society had existed since the establishment of the sector, and its influence had permeated almost every aspect of the Mariupol sector. When Chen Xi left the Star Sector capital, he did not directly report this matter to the Star Sector Tribunal, as a large-scale investigation by the Star Sector Tribunal, if it knew about this, would inevitably alert the enemy. He preferred to adopt a more cautious and deliberate approach. He planned to wait until he had thoroughly investigated the matter before sending people to deal with it. Moreover, at that time, he had already sent a small team from the Black Templars to stay and investigate. Theoretically, as long as this small team investigated the matter thoroughly and collected evidence before reporting it to the Star Sector Tribunal, the matter would naturally be handled properly. Chen Xi did not think that the Black Templars would fail given their capabilities. They were in the capital of an imperial sector. Even if this cult truly had something, could it really cause chaos in the Star Sector capital? This confidence stemmed from his trust in the combat effectiveness of the Astartes monks and a rational judgment of the situation. After all, even if a rebellion truly occurred, with the defensive strength of the Star Sector capital, it was not impossible to suppress it. Especially since Chen Xi still had thousands of Astartes and over 1 million Astrum Militarum, suppressing 1 or 2 rebellions was as easy as playing a game. But things ultimately exceeded Chen Xi's expectations because the Blood Oath Society truly instigated a rebellion. This rebellion came so suddenly and was so large in scale that it caught everyone off guard. The Blood Oath Society incited the lower Hive residents in the Star Sector capital's Hive city, sparking a rebellion involving a large number of ecclesiarchy believers. Yes, it involved a large number of ecclesiarchy believers, which nearly gave the ecclesiarchy's sector bishop a brain hemorrhage from anger. When the elderly bishop received the news, his crozier fell to the ground. His aged face contorted with fury, and with a trembling voice, he ordered an immediate thorough investigation of the matter, while also sending a star message to the expeditionary force, requesting the Holy War Army to return and clear all rebellions within the sector. Because the Blood Oath Society used its influence as a legitimate branch of the ecclesiarchy to incite the rebellion, a large number of uninformed common people and ecclesiarchy believers were deceived and coerced. They held high the holy images of the emperor, yet shouted heretical slogans, they wore the holy emblems of the ecclesiarchy, yet performed blasphemous rituals. For the ecclesiarchy, this was an absolute disgrace, the most malicious blasphemy and the most serious betrayal of the sacred faith. In the face of this matter, even the expedition could be temporarily put aside. Facing the ecclesiarchy's request, Chen Xi had nothing to say. The ecclesiarchy had provided him with so much support before, and at this time, he could not say anything to make the Holy War Army stay. Moreover, although a considerable number of the Holy War Army had been deployed to the battlefield, a significant portion was still undergoing training and had not yet been fully deployed. After all, the Holy War Army was quite mixed in quality and lacked training and organization. After arriving in the Rostov subsector, they needed to be organized into armies and trained. Only trained units could be sent to the front lines for combat. Not only that, but some Holy War Army units that had participated in combat and suffered heavy casualties would also be rotated out for replenishment, which meant that there were always hundreds of thousands of Holy War Army on the Rostov too. In addition, a considerable portion of the Holy War Army that had participated in the Donetsk operation had already withdrawn for rest and recuperation. As a result, there are now millions of Holy War Army on the Rostov too who only need a little rest to be put into battle, possessing an organization and discipline comparable to the Astrum Militarum, and holding a fervent faith in the God Emperor, available for use. After discussing with the Expeditionary Forces High Command, Chen Xi decided to send 800,000 Holy War Army back to suppress the rebellion. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more people back, but the Necrons' counterattack had already begun, and Chen Xi also needed troops for combat and did not have many forces available to defend the Star Sector capital. However, even so, he still managed to squeeze out a company of Astartes and sent them back with the Holy War Army. Other units were partially deployed to defend the few human-controlled planets in the current subsector, while the remaining units still formed attack clusters, preparing for a counterattack. To be honest, Chen Xi felt uncertain at this moment. Although he now had 1 million Astrum Militarum and nearly 4,000 Astartes, which was an astonishing force even in the Great Crusade era, almost equivalent to half a legion in the early Great Crusade. But facing a Necron dynasty with this force, Chen Xi was somewhat unsure. After all, no one could guarantee that this Necron dynasty would not pull out a major weapon like a Star God Shard. So, after arranging his available forces, Chen Xi summoned the 4 commanders he had appointed and asked them about strategic deployment. The reason for the question mark was mainly that Ahriman had been busy with chaos rituals during this period and had not participated in combat command. And this was Chen Xi's most pressing concern, so he immediately asked Ahriman about the ritual. Commander, my ritual has successfully torn open a warp rift, and a chaos demon army led by a daemon prince is attacking the Necron dynasty's crown world. Ahriman brought good news. This made Chen Xi look at him with slightly more admiration. After all, Ahriman hadn't failed this time. However, it was not surprising when one thought about it. Ahriman, during his time as a powerful Astartes, was top-notch in both skill and ability. If he hadn't, like Magnus, fallen for Tsiancha's evil, he wouldn't have cast the Red Thirst twice, turning the entire legion into empty shells. Moreover, it must be said that apart from the Red Thirst incident, Professor Ahriman had no obvious setbacks or failures. Overall, he was trustworthy. So Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction and praised him. It seems you've done well. I just don't know how long this demon army can hold them off. Speaking of this, Chen Xi was also very curious which demon army this was. If possible, Chen Xi hoped it was from KS House, if not, NS House was tolerable, but SS House and TS House should stay as far away as possible. The reason for these designations was that in the 40K universe, one could not easily speak the true names of the 4 Chaos Gods, lest they attract attention. Chapter 271, Battle Situation Analysis. The K-Demon army has arrived, led by a Daemon Prince of considerable strength. He should be able to delay them for a while. Ahriman nodded slightly, his tone carrying a cautious assessment. He paused, seemingly deliberating his next words, then added with a touch of embarrassment, however, during the ritual, I seem to be affected by some unknown interference. This sector itself has a hidden worship of K, which unexpectedly directed the ritual towards K. What's more troublesome is that this seems to have caused a chain reaction among K worshippers within the sector. Ahriman's voice gradually trailed off, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the runes on his staff. They will become exceptionally violent and aggressive within a short period, and this effect might last for several weeks. Alright, Chen Xi finally understood why the Blood Oath Society suddenly rebelled at this critical juncture. In short, they were affected by the aftershocks of Ahriman's ritual. The hidden chaos cultists, under mental pollution, became violent and aggressive, feeling that now was an excellent opportunity, and thus began the traditional art of K worshippers' rebellion amidst chaos. However, Chen Xi remained calm on the surface, neither showing anger nor blaming Ahriman. He just nodded slightly, but deep down, he reminded himself. He must be extra cautious about this matter, because this typical scenario of trying to stop something through a chaos ritual, only to inadvertently trigger another event that makes the situation worse is very much like TS usual cunning methods. Although the current situation is not ideal, it is at least not yet beyond repair. And frankly, Ahriman's actions did achieve the main objective. Chen Xi could only comfort himself in his heart. After all, from the results, KS Demon Army successfully delayed the Necron's advance, and even, by a strange twist of fate, forced out the hidden heretical cultists within the Blood Oath Society. Aside from the timing not being the most suitable, this could even be said to be a good thing. Because if the Blood Oath Society continued to lie dormant, they might take advantage of this expeditionary force's large-scale recruitment of medical personnel to secretly develop followers in various departments of the fleet, expanding their influence. If a rebellion were to break out then, the destruction and impact would be far greater than the current scale. After informing Ahriman of the full situation, the Thousand Suns sorcerer's expression immediately became extremely complex. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with sincere apology. I apologize, Commander. I truly did not expect the ritual's collateral effects to be so diffusive. Please allow me to atone for this mistake. I can use my magic to assist in suppressing the rebellion. Hearing Ahriman voluntarily offer to suppress the rebellion, Chen Xi frowned slightly, his slender fingers lightly tapping the metal surface of the command console. After a moment of contemplation, he said, You will go to the Star Sector capital as the chief librarian of the Ash Knights to assist the Inquisition in quickly suppressing the Blood Oath Society's rebellion. His voice was steady and calm as he continued, You do not need to participate in the Inquisition's specific actions. If the Blood Oath Society's rebellion is small in scale, you don't need to directly intervene. But if they begin sacrificial rituals, attempting to summon demons, then give them a profound lesson and ensure the Inquisition can complete the suppression work as quickly as possible. I understand, Commander. Ahriman took a deep breath and nodded. He tightened his grip on his staff, runes flickering slightly on its surface, as if he was already prepared to deal with the chaos invasion. At this moment, Loken, who was standing nearby, stepped forward. He asked in a deep voice, Do we need to mobilize more troops for reinforcements? Based on the current battle assessment, we can still spare about 200,000 Astra Militarum and 300 Astartes for counterinsurgency. This number was not a casual estimate but a conclusion reached by Loken and the other two commanders after detailed analysis. Because the Necron dynasty's crown world was under fierce attack by KS Demon Army, the main Necron forces were forced to return to defend, which significantly reduced the pressure on the expeditionary forces' front lines, thus giving them some mobile forces available for deployment. However, Chen Xi shook his head, saying firmly, Not yet. I have already dispatched a Holy War Army and a company of Astartes as reinforcements. The Star Sector capital's existing forces should be sufficient to deal with the rebellion. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued to explain, the Blood Oath Society's influence is mainly concentrated among the middle and lower class populace of the sector. Their armed forces are not elite, and given the Star Sector capital's defensive capabilities, suppressing the rebellion is only a matter of time. My only concern is that they might summon demons through chaos rituals. Once a demon entity appears, the situation will become extremely tricky. It is precisely for this reason that I sent Ahriman to personally oversee it. As for other aspects, we will focus on stability for now. Chen Xi's fingertip lightly tapped the star map, his voice low, revealing his inner concern about the battle situation. If this rebellion escalates into a larger scale disturbance, causing the entire sector to be unable to continue supporting the expeditionary force, then we will face more serious logistical problems. In such a situation, not having enough reserve forces would be the real big trouble. After hearing Chen Xi's analysis, Loken turned his gaze to Ventanus and Sigismund. Seeing that neither expressed opposition, he nodded and said, In that case, this mobile force can temporarily be stationed on Rostov too. This planet is currently one of our core worlds under control, and ensuring its stability is crucial under the assumption of being isolated and unaided. Let's arrange it that way. Chen Xi nodded slightly, then changed the subject. Also, what is the situation on the other 3 planets? His gaze returned to the strategic star map, awaiting the latest battle reports. The situation on the other 3 planets is currently stable. Although the Necrons launched a large-scale attack on Donetsk, the main force of the expeditionary force is currently garrisoned on this planet. With the help of the naval fleet, the Necrons have not been able to gain an advantage. Sigismund explained the current situation to Chen Xi, his tone full of confidence. Although the situation on the other 2 planets is not as optimistic as Donetsk, 2 attack clusters have been assigned to defend these 2 planets, with myself and Captain Ventanus overseeing them, and the current situation remains stable. If I want to solve the problems on the other 2 planets besides Donetsk, do you have confidence? Chen Xi looked at the star map in front of him, not intending to engage in a meat grinder with the Necrons. Given the current situation, Ventanus assessed the current situation and nodded, saying, barring any unforeseen circumstances, as long as we commit mobile forces, we can resolve the conflict on any one of those planets. Chapter 272 Logistics Construction. Chen Xi fully trusted Loken's judgment. After all, the capabilities of these commanders were clear for all to see, their tactical proficiency and practical experience were impeccable. Unless the people Huang Laohan sent were not up to par, but Chen Xi thought this possibility was extremely slim. With the capabilities of Loken, Ventanus, and Sigismund, commanding a battle of this scale was entirely within their grasp. Therefore, Chen Xi readily handed over the specific combat command to them. After all, if he were to personally command, the effect might not be as good as directly entrusting it to these 3 professionals. As for the issue of not up to par, Chen Xi wasn't worried at all. He knew very well that unless Huang Laohan was truly out of his mind and didn't want this sector anymore, the people he sent would absolutely not make such a low-level mistake. On this point, he had enough confidence in Huang Laohan. Although it was widely known that Huang Laohan often acted inhuman, aside from this, he was quite reliable in other aspects, especially when it came to serious matters. He never dropped the ball. So, after fully entrusting strategic command to the 3 experienced commanders, Chen Xi chose to remain on Rostov 2 to focus on the expeditionary force's logistical support, while also pushing forward the completion of Rostov 2's defensive system and infrastructure construction. He reviewed a dozen engineering reports every day, ensuring that every step progressed according to plan. During the period when the main force of the expeditionary force launched military operations against the Donetsk system, although the various construction projects on Rostov 2 were somewhat affected, they consistently maintained steady progress. Every node on the project schedule was strictly controlled, and any delay would immediately catch Chen Xi's attention. Especially the construction of the orbital ring, which directly related to the smooth flow of the expeditionary force's logistical supply lines. Chen Xi spared no expense in this regard. He personally approved additional resource allocation to ensure that every material needed for the project arrived on time. Currently, the orbital ring has completed its 2nd phase of construction, and the GRIA engineering team is busily laying the main framework for the 3rd section of the orbital ring. According to the latest engineering progress report, the overall construction progress is only about 10% behind the original plan, which is considered quite ideal for such a large-scale space engineering project. After all, Wise 1 Chrisen and the GRIA Forge World team participated in the expeditionary forces operations, which largely affected the construction. But Chen Xi understood this, as battlefield demands were more urgent. He specifically instructed the logistics department to provide double rations to the engineering team to compensate for the shortage of personnel. At the same time, the construction of Rostov 3 also continued without delay. The 32nd Engineering Director did not accompany the expeditionary force during this period but dedicated himself entirely to the construction of industrial facilities on Rostov 3. Under 32's overall command, the main structure of the factory has been fully completed, and expansion of supporting facilities is currently underway. A massive planetary-scale forging factory has already risen, its colossal furnaces operating day and night, continuously producing various basic military supplies for the expeditionary force. From standard lasgun power cells to spare parts for armored vehicles, this factory is gradually increasing its production capacity to ensure that frontline troops do not face material shortages. The workers' 3-shift system keeps the factory constantly active, and the roar of the production lines never ceases. Although so far, the factory's products on Rostov 3 are mainly focused on logistical supplies and components needed by shipyards, the output of truly important weaponry and equipment remains limited. But Chen Xi knew that this was only a temporary transitional phase. As the factory's scale continues to expand and the mining resources within the subsector are systematically developed, the factory's production capacity is increasing at a visible rate. Mining fleets transport tons of raw materials from nearby asteroid belts every day, and the chimneys of the refinery constantly emit thick smoke. From the data submitted by 32, it is clear that the production lines are gradually improving, and worker proficiency is continuously increasing. According to the current development trend, this factory will soon complete its transformation from primary processing to full manufacturing, at which point it will become a crucial industrial hub within the subsector, providing solid and reliable logistical support for all military operations in the entire subsector. Chen Xi has already begun planning the next expansion, intending to double the factory's size next year. Meanwhile, at the starport of Rostov 2, the small shipyard also achieved a milestone breakthrough. They successfully completed the construction of the first Cobra-class destroyer, and although this warship is only a small fellow in the Imperial Navy's lineup, its launching ceremony still attracted many high-ranking officers. Chen Xi personally named this warship Spear of Rostov and, following the tradition of the 3K era, smashed a bottle of Sanctus wine on its bow, offering blessings for the new ship's launch. This marked Rostov System's official capability for independent shipbuilding, and its strategic significance for the entire sector is self-evident. Even more exciting, on the same shipyard slipway, a brand new frigate has already begun construction. Workers are busily installing various system modules around the adamantium keel, welding sparks flicker like stars in space, and the entire construction site is orderly, demonstrating reassuring professionalism. The Sector Imperial Navy Command showed extraordinary attention to this emerging shipyard. Although a few small warships are merely a drop in the ocean for the vast Imperial Navy, for sector-level naval units, any new shipbuilding supply channel is invaluable. After all, the last Moon-class cruiser replenishment was a 20-year-old second-hand ship transferred from the solar system. Therefore, after evaluating the shipyard's actual capabilities, the Sector Navy unhesitatingly placed an order for a light cruiser, which will begin construction after the currently building frigate. The Navy representative stated at the signing ceremony, "Every new warship is a gift from the Emperor, and every new shipbuilding milestone is a blow to the enemies of the Imperium." Although the Rostov shipyard is still small, it represents hope, and it is proof of the Imperium's continued presence in this sector. Undoubtedly, although the frontline battles remain tense, the vigorous development and construction in the rear provided a solid foundation for the Expeditionary Forces operations. Chen Xi would not make the mistake of letting frontline soldiers fight the enemy with bayonets on empty stomachs, lacking sufficient weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies. Chapter 273 Population Problem. Due to the escalating warfare, the ecclesiarchy has now completely halted the migration of pilgrims to the Rostov subsector. This decision temporarily deprived the Rostov subsector of new population input. Fortunately, a large number of ecclesiarchy pilgrims had already been transported to the Rostov region before this. According to the latest population registration data, the total population of the entire Rostov subsector is approaching the 10 billion mark. Most of these people remained in the Rostov system, which accommodates nearly half of the population. Another 2 billion people were allocated to the planet Zaporozhye, becoming miners for the local mines, 1 billion were assigned to the forge world of Rostov 3, working as laborers in the roaring factories, and another 2 billion were sent to the newly developed colony world Kherson, to build new homes there. After a short adaptation period, these immigrants have largely settled in their new locations. They have not only completed the construction of basic residential facilities but also established a complete administrative system, enabling these worlds to truly operate as imperial standard colonies. From the perspective of imperial law, if Chen Xi, as the Star District Governor, were willing to adopt a more stringent ruling strategy, he could now fully begin collecting standard imperial tithes. In addition, several 100 million people are scattered throughout the subsector. They are distributed among various small mining colonies. These settlements are often established on asteroids or moon surfaces, with populations ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Although these mining stations are considered legitimate colonies by imperial standards, they cannot be compared to complete planetary worlds. This population distribution led to a surge in the population of Rostov 2 to 4 billion. For a planet that has not been developed for long, this is undoubtedly a huge burden. Fortunately, the hydroponic farms on the orbital ring are fully operational, and the forge factories can produce corpse starch while refining promethium, so there have been no issues with food supply on the planet so far. As for living space, there is no need to worry excessively. Rostov 2 is slightly smaller than Holy Terra, and before receiving immigrants, the planet's surface only had a population of over a billion. Although the development time is short, it is not to the extent that the additional 2 billion people cannot be accommodated. Although Chen Xi did not order the construction of hive cities, there was no problem with expanding the cities and then accommodating 2 billion people. The real pressure lies in how to effectively utilize these 2 billion people, assign them jobs, and make them productive, rather than truly having 2 billion biomasses just existing there. On this matter, Chen Xi was genuinely a bit stumped, not knowing what to do. In fact, for a typical imperial planetary governor, this is not a problem. Because they simply wouldn't care about these matters. Unemployment rate? What's that? People are starving? What does that have to do with me, the governor? For the Imperium, the lowest strata of the populace are not even included in the imperial population statistics. If a large population cannot be managed, then they are simply left to fend for themselves. Taking hive cities as an example, the bottom nest is home to a vast population, most of whom are hive city gangs, mutants, and the impoverished lower class, but this huge population is not included in imperial population statistics because they do not pay taxes to the Imperium at all. Even from a strict imperial legal perspective, they cannot even be considered human. Yes, according to imperial law, mutants with severe mutations, such as growing a third limb or other obvious deformities, are no longer considered legal imperial mutants and are to be executed upon discovery. However, if they only have ears or tails, such as beast-eared girls or even furries, while still classified as mutants in the Imperium, they are considered legal mutants. This is why the Ling Gung family, despite having a pair of upright ears on their heads, remains a noble imperial aristocratic family, because this level of mutation is truly insignificant. Also, here's a dark joke: according to the imperial standards for determining mutants, gene stealers are not considered severe mutations. If it weren't for their mental control by the tyrannid hive mind, gene stealers would truly be exemplary abhumans in the Imperium. For Chen Xi, of course, he could not simply leave these 2 billion people to fend for themselves. This is a huge source of instability, a tremendous waste, and a severe destruction of the planet. After all, the pollution generated by 2 billion people just from eating, drinking, and excreting is enough to completely destroy the ecology of an entire continent on the planet. Regarding this, one only needs to look at the sanitary conditions of that wretched place, India, during the 3K era, to know how filthy humans can become when left to their own devices. Therefore, Chen Xi not only built residences for them but also ordered the construction of complete supporting living facilities, which undoubtedly solved the employment problem for some people. At least jobs like sewer pipe workers need to be done by someone, right? Even if Chen Xi settled many workers through these supporting facilities, there is still a long way to go to settle 2 billion people. After all, the employment opportunities provided by these service facilities alone are very limited, and a city cannot just consume without producing, can it? Although Rostov too currently does not lack food, and Chen Xi could afford to support this group of people even if they truly just existed, he is not accustomed to supporting a group of useless people who only eat. While he will ensure their food supply to prevent them from starving, he will not allow them to do nothing but produce waste after eating. These people must create value through labor, thereby paying Chen Xi for their food, instead of continuing to be a debt on the governor's office. Some of these people were relatively clever and quick to seize opportunities. They tried to apply to the planetary governor's office to establish factories to produce all sorts of things that might be needed in daily life. Chen Xi, of course, approved such applications instantly. This not only met the social needs of Rostov too but also provided employment opportunities to a certain extent, alleviating Chen Xi's political pressure. After all, in this imperium, the more you want to get things done, the more you have to learn to withstand pressure. Because you never know what kind of tricks these people, from the high lords of terror down to the hive city gangs, will pull on you. So, although he approved the applications instantly, Chen Xi still had people conduct a very strict and serious review of the countless proposals submitted. Only after ensuring that everything complied with imperial law and had no suspicion of heresy could a factory truly begin construction. However, for the enormous number of 2 billion people, this was just a drop in the bucket. Chen Xi had to come up with better ways to settle, or rather, utilize this labor force. Chapter 274, Construction Plan. How to boost employment rates. Even in the 3K era of human society, this remained a thorny systemic problem. Modern economic research indicates that relying solely on administrative measures to create jobs is like drinking poison to quench thirst. When labor factors are allocated to unproductive sectors, it not only leads to resource misallocation but can also trigger a vicious cycle of diminishing marginal returns. The essence of the problem lies in a healthy mechanism for value creation. According to Adam Smith's theory of the invisible hand, only when laborers' productive activities can be transformed into effective supply through market exchange can the economic flywheel of employment consumption investment be formed. Taking the Soviet Union in the late 20th century as an example, although the planned economic system created the appearance of full employment, the structural imbalance between heavy and light industries ultimately led to the collapse of the entire economic system. This confirms the core tenet of Keynesianism: demand-side vitality is the fundamental driving force of the labor market. In the Imperium of Man of the 40th millennium, this economic iron law still exists in a somewhat alienated form. While the Adeptus Mechanicus can deploy hundreds of millions of laborers into meaningless prayer rituals, and planetary governors can compel civilians to build monuments reaching the ionosphere, these superficial human resource expenditures fundamentally still adhere to the principle of demand determines supply, except that the demand subject has been alienated from the free market to become the materialization of the ruling class's will. To settle the 2 billion people on Rostov too, it is essential to ensure that their labor can be converted into actual economic value. Even the most primitive, consumptive labor serving the ruling class, such as building luxurious palace complexes for planetary governor Chen Xi. Under the Imperium of Man's logic of governance, even meaningless consumption of labor, as long as it maintains the stability of the social structure, can to some extent be considered an embodiment of value. However, Chen Xi was not the kind of vulgar ruler who indulged in personal pleasure. He knew that simply relying on symbolic grand projects to absorb the surplus population was merely drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if he were to order the construction of a colossal complex comparable to the imperial palace on Terra, such as a gilded palace spanning the entire Tibetan plateau, adorned with tens of thousands of statues, gardens, and monuments, such a project could at most absorb a few tens of millions of laborers, which would be a drop in the ocean for 2 billion unemployed people. Moreover, such massive unproductive construction would inevitably lead to the rapid depletion of the planetary treasury, ultimately triggering an even more severe economic collapse. Therefore, the true solution must be more efficient and sustainable, not to have 2 billion people build an endless palace, but to have them invest in industries that can truly drive Rostov 2's economic development. If this requirement were made in the 3K era, it would be enough to cause all governments on Earth to collapse. The employment needs of 2 billion people, even considering the supporting industries required to maintain their basic livelihoods, far exceeded the carrying capacity of any economic system at that time. In the relatively less productive Golden Age, merely addressing the basic survival needs of 2 billion people, food rationing, clean water supply, waste disposal, housing, would have been enough to cripple the fiscal systems of most nations. Not to mention creating actual valuable jobs for them, this was simply an impossible task. But fortunately, it is now the 40th millennium. Human civilization has long since broken free from the confines of Earth, establishing a vast imperium spanning the galaxy. In this era of interstellar colonization, while settling 2 billion people is still a formidable challenge, it is by no means impossible. Advanced industrial technology, vast resource reserves, and the imperium's unique at all costs administrative model provide the possibility of solving this problem. After carefully analyzing various data for the planet Rostov 2, including existing industrial structure, resource distribution, population density, and infrastructure status, Chen Xi quickly formulated a series of unprecedented engineering projects. These projects would not only effectively absorb surplus labor but also fundamentally enhance the planet's economic strength and strategic value. Each project was precisely calculated to ensure it would create enough jobs while avoiding resource waste and inefficiency. Chen Xi's first major decision was the large-scale expansion of the sacred Blessing Vineyard. As an important holy site of the ecclesiarchy, the core area of this sacred vineyard was entirely monopolized by the Adeptus Sororitas, with ordinary citizens not even having the right to approach. However, on a planet like Rostov II, covered in Gobi and desert, maintaining such a large vineyard was itself a massive undertaking. Previously, the ecclesiarchy had already established a vast logistical support system for it. From water circulation treatment plants to climate control stations, from transportation networks to repair workshops, and even a complete city built specifically to serve the Sisters of Battle. Now, with the expansion of the vineyard, these supporting facilities must also be upgraded simultaneously. In particular, the colossal ecological dome Chen Xi planned to build this massive structure, which would cover the entire vineyard area, would require tens of thousands of workers to construct its adamantium framework, install force field generators, and lay irrigation pipelines. Once completed, its daily maintenance alone would require a standing technical team. At the same time, Chen Xi also initiated another even grander project, the construction of 3 new orbital elevators on the planet's surface. The existing orbital elevator in the Starport district could no longer meet the growing transportation demands, especially after connecting with the orbital ring currently under construction, which would multiply logistics pressure. These 3 new orbital elevators would be evenly distributed along the equator, with the base of each elevator developing into a new urban center. This not only solved the transportation bottleneck but also effectively redistributed the population, reducing the ecological burden on existing cities. Although Rostov II's environment was harsh, after the ecological transformation project led by Avilia, fragile ecosystems had begun to appear in certain areas. Chen Xi specifically located the new cities outside these ecologically sensitive zones, while also maintaining necessary environmental protection measures. Once these 2 major projects were underway, at least 1/3 of the 2 billion laborers were absorbed, significantly alleviating the pressure. Coupled with Chen Xi's plans to expand the existing cities on Rostov, add to the ecclesiarchy churches, and construct a planetary defense system, these various projects would absorb most of the 2 billion laborers, leaving only a small number of unemployed people. At this point, even if Chen Xi wanted to build palaces or similar structures, it would be feasible and would not cause any adverse effects. Chapter 275, Frontline War Situation. Although the idea of fighting on the front lines while simultaneously engaging in large-scale construction in the rear might sound a bit outlandish, it's not uncommon in interstellar warfare. This is especially true for the Imperium of Man, a military empire that exists in a state of perpetual war. After all, the Imperium of Man does not truly lack resources, the power that can be amassed from a million worlds is astonishing. From the abundant harvests of agricultural worlds to the ceaseless production of weapons and equipment from forge worlds, from the rare minerals extracted from mining worlds to the countless soldiers provided by hive worlds. These resources converge to form a war potential capable of striking fear into any enemy. Many times, the Imperium of Man can drown its opponents with a deluge of resources, much like a tide submerging reefs. In the history of the Imperium of Man, it is not uncommon to see entire fleets annihilated in the effort to capture a strategic location, only for an even larger fleet to be redeployed from other sectors to continue the fight. However, for the Imperium of Man, possessing the resources of a million worlds and being able to mobilize those resources are 2 different concepts. Due to the bloated bureaucracy, the unpredictability of warp travel, and the deeply entrenched localism of various worlds, the Imperium of Man's resource allocation often leads to laughable situations. Transport fleets might get lost in the warp for decades, and by the time they reach their destination, the urgently needed supplies are already obsolete, or, due to cumbersome approval processes, a supply request might have to pass through dozens of departments before being approved. And those are still the better scenarios. The reality is often that some imperial worlds have mountains of supplies, even vast stockpiles from the Great Crusade era. On some remote storage worlds, you can still find perfectly preserved ancient war machines, meticulously sealed in massive underground warehouses, covered with thick dust covers, or even kept within stasis fields. And on other industrial worlds, brand new tanks and artillery are neatly lined up in warehouses, awaiting orders that will never come. Yet, another imperial world not far away is so impoverished that it's almost out of bullets, with frontline soldiers forced to reuse every shell casing, even engaging in close combat with aliens using bayonets. However, in the Rostov subsector, things are different. The construction work on Rostov II has not affected the frontline battles. On the contrary, under the tacit cooperation of 3 legendary commanders, the entire subsector's defense system operates efficiently like a precise war machine. This is partly due to the excellent command of Sigismund and others, as 30K Legion veterans from the Great Crusade era, their military command abilities are extremely solid. These warriors, who emerged from the Great Crusade era, are each a living epic of war. Their tactical thinking and battlefield intuition have long surpassed the scope of ordinary Astartes. After all, as 30K Legion veterans who have experienced the crucible of war during the Great Crusade era, the art of command of these warriors has already reached perfection. Especially Sigismund, Rogel Dorn's most outstanding son, who perfectly inherited his Genefather's defensive talent. When Chen Xi entrusted the Heavenly Lion Battle Group and the Black Templars, 2 of Dorn's successor chapters, to his command, this Iron Warrior seemed to instantly activate the engineer gene in his bloodline. Under his command, the 2 battle groups constructed an iron defense line spanning the Donetsk system with astonishing efficiency. These defensive fortifications, perfectly coordinated with mobile fleets, firmly held the main force of the Necrons' attack in the Donetsk system, like an insurmountable great wall of steel, preventing further enemy advances. And Loken, as a high-ranking Legion commander who could enter the Shadow Wolves' 4 Kings Council and become part of Horus's advisory group, naturally found this level of defensive operation not difficult to command. This former Shadow Wolves 1st Company captain demonstrated impressive tactical flexibility in the Zaporozhye High system. Although the Necrons did not appear during the Great Crusade era, and Loken had no experience fighting the Necrons, how many Xenos do you think the Imperium of Man's Astartes legions crushed during the Great Crusade era? The fact that most areas of the galaxy today only contain Imperium of Man planets does not mean these planets were empty in the past. It is important to know that in this galaxy, there once existed organizations like the Galactic Council, a galaxy-level organization composed of various alien races from different civilizations, and they even once reserved a place for humanity. And when the Emperor began the Great Crusade from Holy Terra, it was when the Ildari Empire had just collapsed due to Slaaneish's birth scream. During this period, the galaxy was teeming with an alarming number of strange and terrifying entities. They are now merely an unmentioned footnote in the Imperium of Man's vast records of conquest and historical documents. Therefore, even when facing unseen Xenos, Loken made no mistakes in this regard, likewise organizing a remarkably solid defense, holding the enemy in the Zaporozhye High system. However, Loken is different from Sigismund. The Imperial Fists excel at defensive fortifications, while the Shadow Wolves are all-around model warriors. It should be known that during the Great Crusade era, when many Primarchs first returned to the Imperium of Man, in order to help them manage their legions and familiarize them with the Imperium of Man, these Primarchs fought alongside their legions, following behind the Shadow Wolves. Although Loken was not commanding the original Shadow Wolves, as the last of the Shadow Wolves, he perfectly commanded his subordinate forces. While Ventanus had some differences from the two mentioned above, as the Ultramarines' most skilled operator, he proactively took over logistics-related tasks, providing strong support to the other two. The current battlefield situation is that the Necrons are attacking the Imperium of Man's territory in the Rostov subsector from two directions, Donetsk and Zaporozhye High, and have been blocked by two defensive lines. Kherson, where Ventanus is located, is behind these two systems, and beyond Kherson lies Rostov, where Chen Xi is located. It can be said that the position Ventanus holds is both the last line of defense and a crucial hub connecting Rostov with the front line. Various weapons and equipment produced by the Mariupol Forge World, various supplies and reinforcements transported from the Star Sector capital, and other logistical supplies procured by Rostov. All these items must first be sent to Kherson before they can be transported to the front line. Although Imperium of Man ships can bypass Kherson and directly reach the front line, it is very dangerous to rush directly to the front line due to the active Space Necron fleet. Ventanus also arranged for an Imperium of Man fleet escort, enabling him to ship various supplies transported from the rear to the front line in batches at regular intervals. What is even more commendable is that this Ultramarines was not content with mere defense. Under his meticulous preparation, an elite counterattack force is already poised, waiting for the enemy to reveal a weakness before delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 276 The Rebellion worsens. Chen Xi's worries ultimately came true. When the Star Sector Capital's rebellion report was updated for the third time, the casualty count had surged from an initial few thousand to hundreds of thousands, an exponential growth that made everyone who saw the data slate grimace. The Blood Oath Society's rebellion spread faster and wider than anticipated. Within a mere 72 standard hours, the flames of the riot had engulfed 7 major lower hive communities in the capital hive city and even began to spread towards the industrial districts of the mid-hive. Toxic smoke from burning corpses drifted through the ventilation shafts of the hive city's lower levels, and the cargo elevators, once used to transport food and medicine, were now adorned with the headless bodies of hive city enforcers, rhythmically striking the metal walls with eerie thuds as the elevators moved. Upon arriving at the Star Sector capital, Ahriman immediately sensed the abnormality of this uprising. As an old Astartes from the Great Crusade era, Ahriman, though lacking direct experience with chaos, had a keen tactical intuition that told him that beneath the seemingly mindless destruction of these rebels lay meticulous planning. They prioritized attacking the hive city's energy nodes, water purification systems, and communication hubs. Such systematic destruction could never have been spontaneously achieved by a disorganized mob. It was just that these actions were cleverly concealed beneath the guise of seemingly chaotic riots. What made Ahriman particularly suspicious was a shadow covering the central area of the lower hive uprising, not only isolating regular scanning probes but also interfering with his psychic perception. It was as if something was deliberately shielding itself from external prying, buying time for a darker ritual. Even more unsettling, many of the rioters were not pure chaos cultists but ordinary ecclesiarchy faithful who had been incited. Many rioters still wore ecclesiarchy holy symbols around their necks, and while they scrawled slogans like blood is prayer on walls with blood-stained hands or crude tools, they simultaneously chanted distorted and twisted versions of the Electitio Divinitatis. These twisted chants were interspersed with a morbid praise of violence and slaughter, yet still retained a fanatical devotion to the emperor. Ahriman's psychic vision could see piety and madness intertwined in their souls. These people truly believed they were carrying out a holy revolution to purify the church. They regarded their atrocities as proof of their devotion and slaughter as a sacred ritual. They firmly believed they were still serving the emperor, just in a purer way. This twisted form, perfectly blending sacred faith with chaos corruption, was the most dangerous manifestation of chaos corruption, and rebellion was merely a minor trick that the chaos gods would all employ. Of course, the chaos cultists of K tended to be more frenzied in this regard. Their madness was not as insidious as that of TS followers, nor as morbidly twisted as NS, but rather possessed a raw, almost childlike, brutal directness. Ahriman stood on a tall tower in the mid-hive, one of the few remaining Inquisition outposts that had not yet fallen. He stood before a shattered observation window, his eyes glowing with psychic blue light. He was sweeping the streets of the lower hive with his psychically enhanced vision, trying to identify the key factors of this rebellion. On the warp plane, he saw countless crimson threads extending from the most intense areas of the uprising, all pointing to a certain location deep within the hive city. There must be the core altar of the Blood Oath Society. He could clearly sense that the air of the lower hive was permeated with the fluctuations of chaos energy, like an invisible plague, eroding everyone who came near. Ahriman watched a group of rioters using hydraulic pliers to tear off the arms of captured guards, the victims' horrific screams only making them more excited. Like children with new toys, they scrambled for the severed limbs, impaling flesh with crude iron rods, and tying stolen imperial banners to the top. These battle standards were planted on every occupied barricade, the fractured bone shards still dripping warm blood. Others, as if performing some sacred ritual, piously poured collected blood into the hive city's water purification system. They knelt before the pipes, chanting in low voices, as if performing some sacrament. These madmen clearly intended for the entire hive city to taste the holy nectar, allowing everyone to unknowingly complete their sacrifice to the dark gods. After all, these guys preferred combat. For them, slaughter itself was the most sublime prayer ritual. Every swing of an axe, every pull of a trigger, was a devout prayer offered to the blood god. Heads and blood, these were their favorite things. On a main thoroughfare, Ahriman witnessed the mob using cranes to hoist hundreds of severed heads, meticulously arranged to form a massive pyramid of skulls. Each head had bloody runes carved on its forehead, and eerie green flames flickered in their hollow eye sockets. Even more unsettling, the expressions on these heads were deliberately set into looks of ecstasy, as if they had seen some divine miracle at the moment of death. This clearly went beyond the scope of an ordinary rebellion and was preparation for some large-scale sacrificial ritual. The chaos energy permeating the air grew denser, and Ahriman could feel the fabric of reality becoming fragile under the influence of these blasphemous rituals. Every breath carried the metallic scent of blood, and every blink revealed shadows of the warp writhing at the edge of his vision. This riot was rapidly escalating into a chaos ritual that could tear the veil of reality. Where are the suppression forces? Ahriman's voice was as cold as ice, his fingers unconsciously caressing the ancient runes of the thousand suns on his staff, his voice suppressing the anger about to erupt. Still assembling in the mid-hive, the Inquisitor beside him replied, his mechanical eye constantly flashing red, indicating he was receiving frontline reports. The Inquisition's armed forces have already intervened in suppressing the rebellion, he added, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice, but the Star District Governor insists that rashly entering the lower hive would lead to a quagmire of street fighting. They want to first blockade the spread of the uprising. Ahriman's cold laugh echoed in the tower, and he slammed his staff heavily onto the ground, the butt of the staff shattering several already loose marble floor tiles, sending fragments flying. Bureaucratic fools, he cursed under his breath, his voice full of contempt for such delaying tactics. As a veteran who had experienced the Horus Heresy, he knew all too well what kind of disaster such bureaucratic delays could cause. By the time those useless idiots complete their prudent deployment, Ahriman's voice boomed like thunder, the demons will have crawled out of the warp to hold a tea party. As he roared, the ancient runes on his staff suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light, illuminating the adamantium staff one after another. Psychic power condensed at his fingertips, turning into leaping lightning that crackled in the air. The air pressure in the tower suddenly dropped, and everyone felt a violent ringing in their ears, several attendants even painfully covered their ears. Since the planetary governor is still hesitating, Ahriman's robes flapped in an unseen energy field, the powerful psychic pressure rapidly caused frost to condense in the surrounding environment, and his eyes had completely turned into burning blue flames. Then we will give them a reminder they will never forget. Chapter 277, Chaotic Battle. When Ahriman's psychic lightning exploded in the lower levels of the hive city, the wave of riots briefly froze. The eerie blue energy beam, like a divine punishment, split the murky air, tearing open a blinding rift between mountains of discarded machinery and crumbling slum buildings. Arcs of electricity danced on the damp metal surfaces, instantly carbonizing rioters across a dozen blocks. Their screams were still caught in their throats as their bodies turned into scattered ashes. From the monitoring screens, the commanders of the Inquisition forces saw the rioters, who had been surging like a tide, suddenly turn en masse, as if pulled by an invisible hand, frantically rushing towards Ahriman's location. This abnormal behavior, ironically, exposed the rebellion's command node, a cargo dispatch center that had been converted into a chaos altar. Have the Battle Sisters advance. Inquisitor Valens finally seized the opportunity, shouting his order, all heavy weapons target coordinates 37 to 82. Repeat, all firepower concentrate on 37-82. He turned and roared into the communicator, his voice echoing in the command room, as the Inquisition's suppression operation finally began. The Purification Force, composed of stormtroopers, Battle Sisters, and Astra Militarum, pushed down from the middle levels of the hive city. The roar of flamethrowers and heavy bolters reverberated through the narrow streets, turning the rioters' makeshift defenses into a sea of fire. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh and the pungent smell of promethium fuel. For the Emperor, a Battle Sister shouted as she leaped over cover, her shield protecting her body, breaking directly through the explosives set by the rioters, charging into them amidst the smoke of the explosion. The rioters retaliated with various homemade automatic guns and improvised explosives, some even detonated pre-planted explosives, attempting to halt the Imperial Army's advance. One particularly violent explosion overturned an entire section of the metal corridor, burying 3 Astra Militarum soldiers alive beneath the collapsed rubble. However, this level of obstruction was truly difficult to withstand the Imperial Army's might. Although the plague involved Astartes, merely the combined elite of stormtroopers and Battle Sisters were enough to crush these traitors, who were just ordinary rioters. After all, this was still the early stage of the rebellion. They had not sacrificed to summon chaos demons or fallen space marines. Relying solely on fallen mortals, it was difficult to resist the Imperial elite. Under the Imperial Army's fierce assault, the outer wall of the dispatch center collapsed with a crash, revealing the desecrated Chaos Altar within. But at this moment, a rift in the Chaos Altar expanded in the air, and the warp's corrupting energy spewed out like pus, corroding the nearby metal structures with a hiss. The first to crawl out were a group of bloodletters, wielding great swords in their hands, their entire bodies blood-red, looking like the most direct manifestation of hellish demons from ancient legends. They roared and lunged at the nearest living beings, tearing apart several Blood Oath Society cultists who couldn't escape in time. These pathetic heretics only understood at their death that chaos never pities its servants. Ahriman, who had arrived nearby, observed the situation from a high vantage point, and upon noticing the appearance of the chaos demons, his brows furrowed beneath his helmet. Only bloodletters? It seems their ritual isn't complete enough, Ahriman muttered to himself, his tone seemingly disdainful of what these heretics had summoned. He had originally thought the Blood Oath Society would attempt to summon a more powerful entity, such as a daemon prince, or even a great daemon. But these bloodletters, while ferocious, were far from enough to overturn an entire sector. Unless, they had another plan. Just then, his psychic vision caught an unusual fluctuation emanating from beneath the altar. That wasn't the pulsation of chaos energy, but a colder, more mechanical frequency. Ahriman's pupils suddenly contracted. There's something else underground, he warned the Inquisitor via the communicator, simultaneously raising his hand. A psychic blast erupted from his palm, shattering the altar's stone platform. Amidst the flying debris, a hidden metal passage was revealed below. From deep within the passage, an ear-piercing sound of grinding metal echoed. That was not the sound of demons, nor the operation of human machinery. It was the unique hum of necrodermis, like millions of metal beetles vibrating their wings simultaneously. Damn it, Ahriman's words were interrupted by a sudden psychic shriek. The alarm in his helmet flashed wildly, and the indicator pointed to a location deeper within the hive city. Inquisitor, I need an assault team. Ahriman quickly adjusted his communication channel, the real threat is elsewhere. 20 minutes later, Ahriman personally led an elite squad composed of battle sisters and stormtroopers through the intricate maintenance tunnels of the hive city's lower levels, launching a surprise attack on a secret heretical gathering point located in the hive city's depths. This building, disguised as an abandoned water treatment plant, was actually a thoroughly converted dark chapel, its exterior walls subtly camouflaged, completely imperceptible to the naked eye of ordinary people. When they used a thermal meltdown bomb to blast open the last blast door, a wave of air mixed with putrid flesh, congealed blood, and incense rushed towards them. The smell of blood was so strong it almost formed a tangible red mist. Two stormtroopers immediately doubled over and gagged due to the sudden physiological reaction. Ahriman stepped into the abandoned chapel, which had been converted into a chaos altar, his power boots making an unsettling sound as they trod in sticky blood. The sight before him made him frown deeply. The walls were covered with blasphemous runes drawn with blood and excrement, and a giant 8-pointed star array was carved into the floor, its edges lined with 8 skinned corpses. Each corpse's chest cavity was cut open, with ribs splayed outwards like wings. Their heads had also been severed and were held in the hands of these corpses. On the central stone platform lay a disemboweled corpse, that of a battle sister, her power armor violently disassembled, revealing her pale body. Her heart had been dug out, yet it was still eerily beating, placed in a brass vessel at the top of the altar. Each contraction of the heart pumped out a stream of black-red blood, flowing along the grooves carved into the altar in 8 directions. Too late. Ahriman murmured. He noticed 8 high-ranking members of the Blood Oath Society, clad in red robes, standing around the altar, chanting blasphemous incantations in low voices. What alarmed him even more was that next to each red-robed cultist stood a tall figure, completely covered in a metallic shell. Those were definitely not human. The instant his words fell, the blood on the altar suddenly boiled, the ground began to tremble violently, and a crimson rift tore open in the air, faintly revealing the distorted scenes churning within. The heart on the altar suddenly convulsed violently, and a pillar of blood sprayed towards the rift. Ahriman felt a powerful psychic wave sweep through the entire space. He knew that the true enemy was about to descend. Chapter 278, Bloodthirster. As the ritual concluded, an intense scent of blood surged through the entire lower hive like a tide. Crimson mist spewed from every ventilation shaft, staining the streets blood red. The rioters, corrupted by chaos energy, fell completely into a frenzy, their bloodshot eyes bulged, and their throats emitted battle cries that were not human. Blood for the Emperor. A cultist with distorted muscles raised a rusty combat knife and unhesitatingly hacked at the neck of a companion beside him. The sharp blade tore through flesh, the spine snapped with a grating sound, and as the head rolled, the headless body still maintained a charging posture. The entire lower hive transformed into a bloody gladiatorial arena. The rioters hacked at each other with any weapon they could find: broken steel pipes, jagged metal shards, or even tearing with bare hands. A cult priest in a red robe held a ritual dagger, frantically stabbing a battle sister in the neck, continuing to stab until he sawed the entire head off her neck. Skulls for the Golden Throne. 3 mutated rioters simultaneously lunged at an Astra Militarum soldier, only to suddenly turn on each other midway. One of them impaled his companion's chest with the steel claws on his hand, but was then decapitated by the third with an axe. Before the victor could let out a cry of triumph, his facial bones were smashed by a flying chain flail. Most horrifying were the berserker-like cult champions. They were drenched in blood, their necks adorned with human heads strung together with wire, swaying like trophies. One of them wielded a massive double-bladed axe, and each swing could cut 2 or 3 people in half at the waist. Dismembered limbs and internal organs flew through the air, landing in pools of blood with a viscous sound. Ahriman's pupils suddenly contracted, he saw the blood splashing in the slaughter eerily suspended in the air, each drop glowing with a sickly red light. The blood droplets attracted each other, intertwining in midair into countless intricate networks of blood threads, like the capillaries of some evil creature. The pools of blood on the ground began to boil, and the viscous plasma writhed, flowing on its own towards the direction of the dark church. This isn't right, Ahriman murmured, his psychic vision seeing every drop of blood continuously merging as it moved, eventually forming a surging river of blood on the steps leading to the altar. The river flowed upstream, converging at the center of the altar into a massive blood pool over 10 meters in diameter. The surface of the blood pool began to churn violently, forming an increasingly fast vortex. The center of the vortex gradually sank, revealing a bottomless crimson abyss. Suddenly, a blinding crimson lightning bolt struck the dome from the center of the vortex, and the entire space trembled violently. The warp's corrupting energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, staining the surrounding air a crimson blood color. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant claw covered in bronze armor was the first to tear through the spatial rift. The claw was the size of an adult's torso, each knuckle encased in armor adorned with skull reliefs, and molten, viscous blood still dripped from its sharp nails. Immediately after, a pair of massive bat-like wings suddenly unfurled, their membranes shrouded in terrifying dark red energy. Merely looking upon them was enough to plunge even the most resolute warrior into endless madness and a desire for slaughter. When this greater daemon of Khurn fully manifested, the air in the entire hall solidified with fear. It stood over 4 meters tall, its body covered in dark red scales and bronze armor, every muscle bulging like forged steel. Its head resembled a giant wolf, but was even more hideous. 4 curved horns extended backward from its forehead, its mouth lined with 3 rows of serrated teeth, and a forked tongue occasionally licked its dripping fangs. Most chilling was the weapon in its hand, a long-handled battle axe over 10 meters in length. The axe blade was a dark red, soaked in blood, and its back was embedded with dozens of still screaming human heads. Black-purple flames burned fiercely on the axe blade. It was not ordinary fire, but warp fire condensed from pure hatred and the desire for slaughter. The greater daemon's eyes were like 2 burning flames, sweeping over every living creature present. When it opened its gaping maw and let out a battle cry, its breath carried a strong smell of sulfur and bloody slaughter, and its voice contained chaos magic powerful enough to shatter mortal minds. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Simultaneously with the bloodthirster's manifestation, the Inquisition's purification forces were engaged in a bloody struggle with the swarming cultists. The Sisters of Battle chanted hymns, and the roar of bolters intertwined with the hiss of chain swords, forming a symphony of death. For the Emperor. Destroy that blasphemous altar. The leading battle sister raised her power sword and led a squad of sisters to charge the central altar. Their power armor gleamed silver in the blood mist, and flamethrowers spewed purifying fire, incinerating cultists in their path. The stormtroopers, meanwhile, rapidly deployed heavy weapons, meltaguns, and plasma cannons aimed at the altar's base, attempting to melt it directly. However, the greater daemon's figure swept across the battlefield like a crimson storm, its black-flamed battle axe swept across, and 3 battle sisters, unable to react in time, were reduced to scattered remains beneath the axe blade. Blood splattered like rain, and this battle sister roared, raising her sword to meet the attack. A blinding shower of sparks erupted the moment her power sword collided with the battle axe. Heretic daemon! In the Emperor's name, her oath abruptly ceased. The bloodthirster's giant claw pierced through her breastplate, lifting her entire body. The battle sister struggled to deliver one last sword thrust, but the daemon severed her head with an axe, then casually flung her headless corpse, which crashed into a squad of stormtroopers, instantly killing several who couldn't dodge in time. The stormtroopers fired frantically, meltaguns and plasma bolts exploding on the daemon, leaving scorched wounds, but the bloodthirster only let out a deafening, insane laugh. It suddenly flapped its wings, stirring up a bloody storm, and its battle axe traced a crimson arc. An entire stormtrooper's squad was cut in half at the waist, their upper bodies were still spinning in the air as their internal organs rained down. The remaining Sisters of Battle formed a circular defense, reciting scriptures from the Book of Holy Words. A battle sister carrying a heavy flamethrower continuously sprayed the daemon, the holy fire briefly forcing it back. Now! Destroy the altar, she shouted. 2 stormtroopers seized the opportunity to rush towards the altar and set thermal meltdown bombs. But just as the timer started, the bloodthirster suddenly burst from the flames, its battle axe cleaving down, cutting both the men and the bombs in half. The violent explosion blew 5 nearby warriors away, but the altar remained intact. The daemon had shielded most of the impact with its own wings. The last living battle sister knelt in a pool of blood, her legs had been severed, but she still raised her bolter with trembling hands. Emperor! Protect! The bloodthirster slowly walked towards her, savoring her despair, then raised its battle axe. However, a ghostly blue psychic lightning bolt suddenly struck the daemon's back. I am your opponent, beast. Ahriman's voice came from above. Chapter 279, Sealing the Great Demon. Ahriman gazed at the bloodthirster before him, psychic runes flickering around him, as the ethereal blue psychic flames clashed fiercely with the demon's scarlet evil light in the space. The great demon roared, raising its black-flamed axe high, then brought it down with a mighty chop. The air twisted and burned where the axe blade passed, as if even the fabric of reality would be torn apart by the single blow. Ahriman brought his hands together, and a psychic barrier instantly unfolded, forcefully parrying the axe's strike. Energy surged, the ground cracked, and his power boots sank deep into the pool of blood. But he did not retreat. Instead, he used the momentum to raise his hand, and a dazzling psychic lightning bolt erupted from his palm, striking the demon's chest directly. Dargaz! Ahriman intoned, the ancient Thousand Suns incantation trembling in the air. The psychic lightning transformed into countless chains, coiling around the bloodthirster's limbs, forcing it to its knees. The demon roared and struggled, sparks flying from its bronze armor under the psychic restraints, but the runic chains tightened further, even beginning to scorch its flesh. Just as Ahriman prepared to further suppress the demon, a dark figure leaped from the shadows. It was a male figure draped in tattered grey robes, his face obscured by a hood, revealing only a pair of cold, gleaming eyes. He held a bone shard inscribed with ancient script, his voice deep and hoarse. Its true name is Karzeth the Blood Reaper. The moment its true name was uttered, the bloodthirster let out a deafening shriek, as if its soul were being ripped apart. Its form began to distort, its flesh dissolving like melting wax, and the black flamed axe trembled violently, the skulls embedded on its back wailing mournfully. Ahriman seized the opportunity, forming hand seals, and psychic runes coiled like chains around the axe, forcibly sealing the demon's essence within it. Finally, the bloodthirster's form completely collapsed, transforming into a crimson blood light that was absorbed into the axe. The black flames on the axe blade abruptly extinguished, replaced by ethereal blue psychic patterns flowing across the axe head, as if the demon's soul still struggled within it. The grey-robed man took a step back, seemingly unwilling to linger. Ahriman turned to him, his psychic senses attempting to penetrate the other's hood, but he felt only emptiness. "Who are you?" Ahriman asked in a deep voice. The man did not answer, merely chuckled softly, his figure dissipating like smoke into the blood mist, leaving only a final sentence echoing in the air, "This axe will crave more." Ahriman lowered his gaze to the battle axe in his hand, the blade trembled slightly, as if whispering. He knew he had just created an extremely dangerous demonic weapon, but sometimes, to fight chaos, one must use chaos's own power. He tightened his grip on the axe hilt, psychic runes flickering in his palm, temporarily suppressing it. This battle was over, but a larger conspiracy had just begun. After Ahriman resolved the summoned bloodthirster with overwhelming force, the entire Hive City's rebellion abruptly ceased, as if choked. Or rather, when the Supreme Wizard of the Thousand Suns Legion truly unleashed his full power, the so-called rebellion was nothing more than a farce that could be casually wiped away. As the GW recognized first psyker among humans, Ahriman's strength, though not comparable to the old relic on the Golden Throne or a certain silver-haired Shoto pretending to be old, nor an opponent for a certain one-eyed sunburned Ogren, was undeniably formidable. Even if the chess piece did not possess the full power of the original, suppressing a planetary rebellion was still very simple for him. No fleet bombardment was needed, no space marine drop pods were required, merely his vast, ocean-like psychic power was enough to scour every inch of the surface. Rebels, civilians, and even subterranean mutated creatures would be annihilated in this psychic storm. But such efficiency would inevitably attract the attention of certain entities. Ahriman knew well that when the slaughter reached a certain critical point, the one on the brass throne would cast a approving gaze, and this was the last thing he needed at the moment. After all, to the blood god, a spectacular massacre was the best sacrifice, and whether the butcher himself was willing was utterly irrelevant. Although, by common sense, slaughtering unarmed civilians would hardly gain the blood god's favor, as such unchallenged slaughter lacked the glory of a warrior. But when you kill enough, so much that a sea of blood submerges an entire continent, so much that skulls pile into a sky-reaching tower, Kern will make an exception and cast an approving gaze. This dog-headed figure on the brass throne is an anomaly among the chaos gods. He does not require complex schemes like Siench, nor does he impose twisted benevolence like Nurgle, and certainly does not seek the pleasure of depravity like Slaanesh. In a sense, he is even the most pure and most generous of the chaos gods. As long as you offer enough blood and slaughter, he grants power, simple and direct, no tricks involved. But it is precisely this generosity that is most fatal to non-chaos worshippers. In the history of the galaxy, countless warriors originally fought only for justice, yet because they fought too bravely, they unknowingly gained the favor of the blood god. You might simply want to protect your home, bravely fighting enemies on the battlefield. You might merely be executing an exterminatus order, faithfully purging every heretic. You might even just burst forth with astonishing combat power in despair. But when you come to your senses, you find your skin beginning to redden, your mouth involuntarily chanting the blood god's holy name, and the eternal war horns echoing in your ears. Congratulations, Kern has unilaterally declared you his daemon prince. This kind of forced purchase and sale blessing is precisely what Ahriman is desperately trying to avoid at this moment. As a Thousand Suns wizard proficient in the nature of the warp, he understands better than anyone, a deal with chaos is never decided by you when it begins, but once it starts, you can never call it off. Although Ahriman is merely a chess piece and will not truly fall or die, he does not want to face such a fate. Therefore, Ahriman cautiously controlled his power output, acting like a precise surgeon, intervening only at the most critical moments. When the tide of battle began to turn in favor of the Imperium, he immediately pulled back, leaving the task of clearing residual enemies entirely to the Inquisition and other Imperial armed forces. He himself, under the pretext of needing to further seal the demonic battle axe, returned to the Ecclesiarchy sector's Grand Cathedral headquarters in the Upper Nest, attempting to use the power of the Emperor's faith to suppress this demonic weapon. However, while suppressing the demonic weapon, Ahriman also pondered who the mysterious man he encountered earlier was, and why he knew the true name of this bloodthirster and assisted him in sealing it. Clearly, this indicated that the rebellion that erupted in the Mariupol sector might conceal deeper secrets. Chapter 280 The Mysterious Man. After the rebellion that erupted in the Star Sector capital was swiftly suppressed by the Imperial Army, the rebellion activities instigated by the Blood Oath Society throughout the sector became less troublesome. If the riots had managed to overthrow the Star Sector capital and the cultists had completely occupied this planet, the nature of the situation would have been entirely different. This was the Star Sector capital, governing all imperial worlds within 200 light-years around it. Even if the Mariupol sector was a newly established sector, less important than those ancient sectors that had existed for thousands of years, the occupation of its star sector capital by heretics would still be an extremely serious matter. To put it bluntly, if such a thing had truly happened, the entire ruling class of the Mariupol sector, from the Star District Governor downwards, would likely have been purged by the Department of Internal Affairs, and all their families excommunicated. However, precisely because of the severe nature of the situation, the offensive launched by the cultists here was also extremely fierce. They even sacrificed and summoned a greater daemon of Khurn. If Ahriman hadn't resolved that greater daemon with an almost crushing force, the overthrow of the Star Sector capital might not have been impossible. After all, that was a greater daemon, and the Empire, in haste, didn't have much capability to deal with a greater daemon. Even Mephisto, one of the strongest psychers in the 40K era and a strongman often joked about as a cultivator, would need prior arrangements to seal a greater daemon of Khurn. However, once the greater daemon of Khurn was sealed and the heretic scheme came to naught, this riot became much easier to handle. Ultimately, the true cause of this riot was Ahriman's chaos ritual, which affected the followers of Khurn, thereby igniting everything. Otherwise, given the Blood Oath Society's modus operandi, they would likely have continued to lie dormant, spreading chaos corruption through faith until it reached a certain threshold, then erupting all at once, dragging the entire sector into damnation. Instead of like now, where chaos corruption only affected a few planets, and while it incited riots, it couldn't directly drag entire planets into damnation. The reason for this is that, although the Blood Oath Society is a legitimate monastic order recognized by the ecclesiarchy and possesses a deep popular base within the sector, with its missionary network permeating grassroots communities in various colonial worlds, the members truly corrupted by chaos are, after all, only a minority. According to the Inquisition's post-incident investigation and statistics, the Blood Sacrifice faction members, who explicitly worship the blood god or show signs of chaos corruption, accounted for less than 5% of the entire order. These heretical elements were primarily entrenched in the Star Sector capital and its surrounding star systems, utilizing the capital world's developed interstellar shipping network and dense population for their secret activities. On other imperial worlds, although there were sporadic instances of corruption, the Blood Sacrifice faction's forces in these areas lacked unified organization and struggled to acquire sufficient weaponry, making it impossible for them to pose an effective threat. An inquisitor involved in the suppression of the rebellion noted in a post-war report, the Blood Sacrifice faction is essentially a fringe faction within the Blood Oath Society. Their ability to incite a rebellion of this scale in the Star Sector capital was already an extraordinary overperformance. Had it not been for certain officials in the governor's office secretly providing protection, these heretical elements would never have been able to develop to this extent. This report also emphasized that with the pacification of the capital rebellion, the Blood Sacrifice faction forces on other worlds in the sector were already leaderless, and the clear of remnants was only a matter of time. However, this rebellion also exposed an unsettling truth: even legitimate monastic orders recognized by the ecclesiarchy could unknowingly become breeding grounds for chaos infiltration. The Inquisition has ordered a comprehensive review of all religious organizations in the entire sector. This storm has just begun. During the period when the Inquisition was fully engaged in suppressing the sector rebellion, Ahriman remained alone in the deepest part of the ecclesiarchy's sector Grand Cathedral, within the sealed sanctuary, fully concentrating on maintaining the suppression of that demonic battle axe. Given Ahriman's knowledge and abilities, once he knew the bloodthirster's true name, completely sealing it would be as easy as turning his hand. After all, within the Inquisition, there were quite a few inquisitors capable of performing seals of this magnitude. But Ahriman deliberately chose not to immediately complete the final permanent sealing ritual. He stood in the center of the array, his pale fingers caressing the pulsating runes on the battle axe, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the metallic shell to look directly at the demon trapped within. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared at the crucial moment and accurately uttered the demon's true name lingered in his mind. This person's precise mastery of the demon's true name and perfectly timed intervention could not possibly be a coincidence. Tell me, Ahriman's voice echoed in the sanctuary, what is the origin of the person who revealed your true name? The battle axe trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum, and the bloodthirster's roar reverberated on the psychic plane. Foolish mortal! Do you think I care about this brief imprisonment? Dark red blood beads seeped from the axe blade, the blood god's chaotic evil power constantly swirling around the battle axe, and the bloodthirster roared, for us, 100 years is but a flick of the finger. As for you, you are merely a psyker, your soul shall fall into our hands. I await the day your soul returns to the high heavens. Accompanied by the tremor of chaos evil power, the entire cathedral shook, as if this greater daemon was about to break free from its seal at any moment. Ahriman remained expressionless. He knew that this greater daemon truly didn't care about being sealed for a few hundred years, so he merely intensified the sealing power and continued his interrogation. But what concerned him more than this demon breaking free was that the mysterious man not only knew the demon's true name but also accurately predicted the timing of the rebellion's outbreak. This level of intelligence capability could not possibly belong to an ordinary force. And more importantly, what was the motive of this mysterious man? What was his purpose in helping him seal this greater daemon? If it was out of a desire to help the Empire, even if he were an illegal psyker, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain legal status in the Empire with this merit. As for others, Ahriman hesitated for a moment. If it were someone whose identity was too unsavory, running away would not be incomprehensible. After all, if it were a fallen angel or a severely mutated mutant, the Inquisition's usual approach would be either to take them in as a dog or simply keep it a secret. But if it were only like this, it would still be fine. He was just afraid of another situation. That is, the other party is a member of another cult organization. and sealing the greater daemon of Kern was only because the slaughter instigated by Kern's forces did not align with their interests. If that were the case, things would become complicated. Thinking this, Ahriman dared not delay, so he redoubled his efforts to interrogate the demonic battle axe in his hand, vowing to extract some useful information from the mouth of the sealed greater daemon. Chapter 281, Investigation. Ahriman truly lived up to my expectations. He successfully sealed a bloodthirster, completely resolving the core issue of the rebellion. Chen Xi put down the latest battle report from the Inquisition, his nerves, taut for days, finally relaxing. He leaned back in the high-backed chair in the command room, letting his weary body sink into the soft leather. Immediately after the rebellion was quelled, the Inquisition sent him a formal notification via encrypted star language reader communication. In that unusually polite letter of thanks, the Inquisitors openly expressed their gratitude for Ahriman's timely intervention. After all, these experts, who had dealt with chaos for years, knew all too well the disaster a fully formed bloodthirster rampaging through a hive world could cause. The lingering fear evident in every line of the battle report made Chen Xi feel the Inquisition's relief. After all, the appearance of a chaos greater daemon in a star sector capital alone would keep the Inquisition busy for years with subsequent purification work and faith crises. The holographic projector in the command room flickered, displaying the real-time battle situation on the Rostov front. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the fluctuating data. The timely suppression of the rebellion meant that the sector's administrative system was still intact, which was crucial for the expeditionary force's logistical support. He got up and walked to the strategic map, his finger lightly tapping the main supply routes connecting Rostov to the rear sector. If the sector falls into prolonged chaos, Chen Xi muttered to himself, the worst-case scenario appearing in his mind, delayed supply fleets, dwindling ammunition reserves, and frontline soldiers forced to conserve every single bullet. Although Rostov's local military factories could provide some supplies, this production capacity was merely a drop in the bucket to support a full-scale war against a reawakened Necron dynasty. On the projector, the green light representing the Necron forces was continuously expanding. Although their own defense line had firmly blocked their advance into Imperial-controlled territory, it could not prevent the Necron forces from expanding into other areas within the subsector. Chen Xi knew that with his current forces, he might gain an advantage in local battles, but against a fully awakened Necron dynasty, without continuous troop replenishment and equipment support from the sector, a long-term war of attrition would be utterly hopeless. Especially the precious heavy equipment, the support from the Titan Legion and Knight family, as well as the Tech Priests teams from the Forge World, all depended on the coordinated dispatch from the rear of the sector. This was also why, when news of the sector rebellion first came through the encrypted star language reader channel, Chen Xi unhesitatingly approved the Ecclesiarchy's request to recall the Holy War Army, and even proactively dispatched Ahriman back to provide support. He knew better than anyone that this rebellion had to be utterly crushed in its infancy. Any delay could lead to the paralysis of the sector's administrative system, thereby endangering the entire logistical lifeline of the expeditionary force. Now, Ahriman had lived up to expectations and completed the mission, and the situation in the sector had stabilized again. But Chen Xi knew that the real crisis might have just begun. In this galaxy, although star language reader communication usually required a specialized star language reader as a medium, for a psyker of Ahriman's level, directly sending targeted star language reader messages was not difficult. Moreover, Chen Xi himself was a psyker, so establishing a private psyker communication channel between them was as easy as pie. Therefore, Chen Xi's intelligence channels were far more than just the official reports from the Inquisition. Ahriman would transmit everything happening in the sector to him in real time through their psyker connection. It was through this special channel that Chen Xi learned of the mysterious man's existence the moment the bloodthirster was sealed. This news made his brows furrow deeply. An entity capable of accurately knowing a greater daemon's true name was by no means an ordinary being. He completely agreed with Ahriman's concern. This suddenly appearing and mysteriously disappearing individual was very likely a greater threat than the bloodthirster. After careful consideration, Chen Xi instructed Ahriman to formally report this intelligence to the Inquisition. As expected, the Inquisition attached great importance to this and immediately formed a special investigation team. However, the clues were simply too few. Apart from Ahriman's sighting, there were almost no traceable signs. Furthermore, with the rebellion just quelled, the Inquisition's manpower and energy were severely insufficient, making it very difficult for even the most elite Inquisitors to achieve breakthrough progress in a short time. This also meant that even though the Inquisition knew about this person and considered the matter very important, it was difficult to find this person at the moment. Therefore, Chen Xi issued a command to Ahriman to remain in the Star Sector capital, a decision made after careful deliberation. On one hand, it was to have him continue monitoring the situation in the Star Sector capital. Although the main strongholds of the Blood Oath Society had been destroyed, there was no guarantee that some stragglers weren't lurking in the shadows. These fanatical cultists were like weeds, a slight oversight could lead to their resurgence. Moreover, no one knew if other chaos cults might take advantage of the power vacuum to cause trouble. Ahriman's presence, at the very least, could serve as a deterrent, not to mention his ability to forcibly seal greater demons at critical moments. On the other hand, and the most important reason, was to keep an eye on this mysterious man. Since that brief encounter, this mysterious man had vanished as if into thin air. But Chen Xi had a strong premonition that since this guy could appear in the heavily guarded Star Sector capital without anyone knowing, he would definitely appear again. This premonition made Chen Xi restless. Chen Xi was very uneasy about this mysterious man. He even performed multiple psychic divinations, attempting to find any trace of the other party. But disturbingly, the divination results were blank, nothing could be seen. This undoubtedly greatly deepened Chen Xi's worries. In the psychic domain, Being unable to be foreseen often meant that the other party either possessed powerful anti-divination abilities, or their existence itself transcended conventional destiny trajectories. In either case, it indicated the mysterious man's unfathomable depth. What alarmed Chen Xi even more was that he wasn't foolishly divining the mysterious man directly, that would be too easy to detect, but rather subtly attempting to find traces left by the mysterious man by performing macro divination on the future of the sector, trying to find them in the fluctuations of the river of fate. Yet even so, Chen Xi's psychic vision remained a complete blur. The future of the sector seemed to be completely obscured by some force, all possibilities vague and indistinct. This discovery made cold sweat trickle down Chen Xi's back. An existence capable of influencing the destiny of an entire sector likely possessed a power level far beyond imagination. This further solidified Chen Xi's determination to uncover this mysterious man. Chapter 282, The Betrayal of the Daemon Prince. Ahriman stood in the center of the sealed sanctuary, cold psychic runes swirling around him, flickering like stars. He gazed at the demonic battle axe suspended above the array. The sealed bloodthirster's axe was still restlessly agitating, its crimson energy on the blade twisting and surging like a living thing, constantly colliding with the cerulean chains that bound it, emitting a grating hum. Each impact made the air within the sanctuary tremble, as if the entire structure was bearing some unseen immense pressure. The Inquisition's purification forces had begun sweeping the remaining rebels in the Hive City, the roar of automatic gunfire and the battle cries of "For the Emperor," echoing through the narrow metal alleyways. The Sisters of Battle chanted hymns, their flamers spewing forth scorching purifying flames, incinerating the stubbornly resisting heretics into twisted char. The stormtroopers, forming tactical squads, used precise laser volleys to clear out rebel strongholds one by one, each shot leaving molten marks on the thick metal walls. However, the heavy stench of blood in the air lingered stubbornly. This scent seemed to have a physical form, adhering stickily to every inch of metal surface, penetrating into every ventilation duct. Even the most advanced air purification systems could not completely filter out this corrupting aura originating from the warp. Ahriman could feel that this bloody scent was mixed with something even darker. It wasn't just the acrid smell of burning flesh, nor simply the metallic odor of dried blood, but a profane aura from the realm of chaos, like an ominous premonition, reminding him that this rebellion was far from truly over. In the deeper shadows of the Hive City, something older and more dangerous was stirring. Dark red energy still pulsed within the remnants of the destroyed altars, strange phosphorescent blood occasionally oozed from the wounds of the executed heretic corpses. All of this hinted at an unsettling truth: the apparent victory of suppression might only be the beginning of a grander conspiracy. Days earlier, Ahriman had delved into the lower hive, discovering an anomaly in a destroyed Blood Oath Society stronghold. The seemingly chaotic profane runes on the walls actually concealed an ancient set of chaos ciphers, their structure far more precise than the scribblings of ordinary cultists. Through psychic retrospection, he glimpsed a deliberately erased memory fragment. Several grey-robed heretics had performed a secret ritual there, their robes subtly revealing mutated eight-pointed star insignias. According to the Inquisition's records and investigations, it was ultimately confirmed to be a heretical organization called the Unseen Brotherhood. The unseen shadow will eventually swallow the bloodlight, Ahriman murmured the cipher, his fingertips gently tracing the dried black blood in the rune grooves. These grey-robed individuals were not members of the Blood Oath Society, but infiltrators from another faction. Their goal was clearly not limited to summoning a bloodthirster, but something far older and more dangerous. In the abandoned church on the lowest level of the Hive City, the decaying air was thick with the stench of blood and sulfur. The mystics of the Unseen Brotherhood prostrated themselves before the shattered altar, their ragged grey robes casting distorted shadows in the flickering candlelight. At the center of their worship, a pale skull lay silently in a pool of dried blood, their sacred relic. The surface of the skull was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and a faint dark red glow subtly flowed within each crack, as if some malevolent life force still struggled within it. At the center of the skull's forehead, a dark red fang was deeply embedded in a bone suture, emitting an ominous pulse in the dim light. This fang was precisely the last remnant of the legendary Zanezdi, the Daemon Prince who once shook the Chaos Realms, one of the Blood Godkern's most powerful servants. In the distant past, Zanezdi and his brother Musweg jointly served the tyrannical lord on the brass throne. However, these ambitious brothers were unwilling to forever remain subordinate. In that dark era, utterly twisted by chaos energy, they plotted a shocking rebellion, attempting to usurp the blood god's reality-tearing power through forbidden magical rituals and blatant betrayal. This arrogant rebellion ultimately incurred the blood god's most severe punishment. The enraged Kern not only stripped them of almost all their power but also forever banished these traitors from the Chaos Realms. But in their eternal exile, the blood god left a cruel promise: whichever of the brothers could personally destroy the other would regain their former status and glory. When Kern's wrath completely shattered Zanezdi's demonic body, only this blood-stained fang miraculously survived. This demonic fang contains Zanezdi's last essence of power, becoming his only anchor point throughout the long ages. Now, this fang was gradually awakening as the ritual progressed, its dark red glow growing stronger and stronger, as if responding to the calls of the faithful. This was Zanezdi's last hope for returning to reality, and the ultimate moment for which the Unseen Brotherhood had waited for a millennium. The blood god's outcast shall return. The leading mystic priest roared skyward, his withered arms stretching like dry branches towards the dome. His hoarse voice was mixed with inhuman trembles, as if 1,000 voices were simultaneously squeezed from deep within his throat. His ragged grey robe flapped in an unseen energy field, and his exposed skin was covered in blood-colored runes. With this blasphemous shout, the suspended skull suddenly trembled violently. Warp energy surged from all directions like pus, staining the dark red fang as if it were a red-hot branding iron. The eerie red light flickered on and off, each flash accompanied by a piercing shriek, like a demonic heart from the abyss frantically beating. The putrid blood array on the ground suddenly came alive, the viscous blood writhing and coiling like snakes. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones, countless pale skeletons burst forth from the earth, twisting and reassembling in the air. Broken bone joints automatically reconnected, shattered skulls reassembled, finally forming a monstrous and terrifying skeleton. Deep within the skeleton's chest cavity, a shriveled, blackened heart suddenly twitched, each contraction emitting a muffled thump like an ancient war drum echoing in the abyss. As the heartbeat grew stronger, the entire skeleton began to reveal blood-colored veins, as if some terrifying entity that had slept for eons was breaking free from the shackles of death. In the shadows in the distance, the mysterious man silently watched all of this. His body was shrouded in tattered bronze armor, and a crimson cloak hung like a solidified blood waterfall, almost merging with the darkness. Thousands of years of exile had not extinguished his ambition, instead, they had taught him concealment and calculation. At this moment, his lips curved slightly, revealing a cold smile. This rebellion, this sacrifice, this chaotic revelry, were merely a single move in his long game of chess. And he would ultimately be the final victor. Chapter 283, Treating People as People. As Chen Xi's several large-scale infrastructure projects were fully rolled out, Rostov II had transformed into a bustling, gigantic construction site. Towering cranes, soaring into the clouds, stood like a steel forest on the horizon, anti-gravity transport vessels carved busy routes in the low sky, and tens of thousands of engineering machines played an industrial symphony in the prefabrication assembly yards. Amidst this fervent construction scene, workers wearing safety gear could be seen everywhere, driving engineering vehicles to various construction nodes. In stark contrast to other imperial worlds, a rare vitality flickered in the eyes of these laborers. Standard ration packs hung from their waists, gleaming silver wrenches peeked from their workwear pockets, and occasionally they would joke and chat with each other. Such a vibrant scene was an anomaly within the Imperium of Man's vast territories. In most worlds ruled by the Terra Council, all you could see were zombie-like citizens, dead energy congealed in their sunken eye sockets, and the weight of the entire decaying Imperium pressed upon their hunched backs. These worlds were like slowly decaying giant corpses, though they had not entirely ceased twitching, every festering mound oozed putrid pus. One might ask, when people are forced to breathe air mixed with industrial toxins, drink water contaminated with radioactive isotopes, and struggle to survive surrounded by mutated pathogens. When they swallow nutrient blocks made from swill, rodents, and corpse starch day after day. When 20 standard hours of forced labor each day completely drain the last shred of life. Can such an existence still be called life? If someone could truly remain energetic and have eyes shining with hope in such a hellish environment, Chen Xi would undoubtedly call the Inquisition without hesitation and then drop an exterminatus order on that planet. Because this could only be conclusive evidence of a full-scale gene-stealer cult infiltration. As the ancient proverb says, when you find one cockroach in the kitchen, the entire swarm is already lurking in the wall cracks. In this dark and despairing 41st millennium, perhaps only those gene-stealer cultists, deluded by psychic illusions, could maintain such an unsettling optimism and fanaticism within the Imperium's rusty meat grinder. However, in Rostov, the situation was not so bad. Firstly, the living environment here was relatively good, the planet's pollution level was very low, and thanks to the planet's production of precious Sanctus wine, to ensure its output, both the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition strictly limited industrial and urban pollution on this planet. Not only did they expend great effort to address urban pollution, but they also required the Adeptus Mechanicus to undertake environmental remediation of the entire planet to expand the cultivation area of Sanctus grapes as much as possible. Although the fundamental purpose of these measures was to ensure the supply of Sanctus wine, rather than to improve the lives of ordinary citizens, they objectively did spare Rostov's residents from the hellish living conditions found on other imperial worlds. Compared to hive worlds where even breathing could scorch the lungs and the air was filled with industrial waste and radioactive dust, Rostov's air was at least tolerable. Going out without a respirator would at most result in a mouthful of sand, rather than developing rotten lung disease or radiation ulceration within hours. Here, people could at least see some natural colors, rather than an eternal gray sky and acid rain-corroded metal ruins, or even never having seen the sky in their entire lives. In terms of water supply, Rostov II's situation was also far superior to most worlds in the Imperium. Although it could not guarantee that every resident would receive ample pure water, at least the tragic situation of the lower classes being forced to drink radioactive sewage, as seen on other imperial worlds, would not occur. Thanks to the Ecclesiarchy's efforts to ensure the growth of Sanctus grapes, pure water from ice body asteroids, after being processed by melting stations, would be prioritized for the irrigation systems of the Sanctus vineyards, as well as for upper-tier institutions like the Planetary Governor's Office and Ecclesiarchy temples. However, to prevent industrial wastewater from polluting the precious grape cultivation areas, the Adeptus Mechanicus established comprehensive wastewater treatment systems in various locations. Although this recycled water, treated by purification procedures, was not as good as natural pure water directly from ice meteorites, its purity already far exceeded the drinking water standards available to typical hive city residents. Such water quality standards, in other industrial worlds, would likely only be enjoyed by mid-hive residents. But on Rostov II, as long as one did not live in the most remote slums or dilapidated lower-level communities, most residents could obtain basic purified drinking water. Although it occasionally had a slight metallic taste, at least it was not, like in some hive worlds, industrial wastewater recycled for reuse. Regarding food supply, even if Chen Xi wanted everyone to eat normal food, Rostov II currently could not completely break free from the shackles of the imperial standard rationing system. Limited by the planet's agricultural capacity and the imperial material allocation system, the daily diet of most commoners still primarily consisted of industrially synthesized energy bars and nutrient porridge. However, it was fortunate that Rostov's food processing industry was fundamentally different from that of other imperial worlds. At least on Rostov II, the Imperium's citizens did not need to rely on corpse starch to fill their stomachs, nor did they need to repeatedly recycle and process corpses into new food. Although corpse starch was not made from corpses, and was named so only because it was excessively unpalatable, this did not mean that corpses were not added during its production. In fact, in many hive cities, there were organizations known as the Corpse Guild, whose job was to collect the vast number of dead bodies within the hive city, then recycle them and process them with promethium extract into corpse starch, which was then made into energy bars to feed the hive city's enormous population. However, on Rostov, orbital hydroponic farms could cyclically produce various natural foods, including fresh vegetables, various fruits, grains, and even aquatic meats. Although the quantity was not enough to feed everyone, these natural agricultural products, after standardized processing by food processing plants, could still ensure that the vast majority of people on Rostov did not go hungry after being processed into energy bars and nutrient porridge. In fact, at least over 60% of the ingredients in the energy bars and nutrient porridge they ate were natural foods. For those accustomed to the dark food industry of the Imperium, such a meal standard could almost be called luxurious. After all, in most hive worlds, commoners might never taste a single bite of unchemically synthesized natural food in their entire lives, or rather, it was extremely rare for them to eat any food other than corpse starch bars. It could be said that Rostov was completely different from most imperial worlds. And the fundamental reason for this huge difference was actually very simple, because Chen Xi treated people as people, and not as unmodified living servitors. Chapter 284, Rostov Streets. Walking down the wide central avenue of Rostov II, Chen Xi's boot heels clicked crisply on the clean pavement. He slightly raised his head, letting the sunlight fall on his face, his gaze sweeping over the orderly buildings lining both sides of the street. As the planetary governor, he felt more clearly than anyone else the fundamental difference between this planet, which he had personally transformed, and other worlds of the Imperium of Man. Although Chen Xi's interstellar travel experience was not extensive besides Rostov II, he had only visited a few fringe planets within his jurisdiction and the star sector capital world. This limited exposure was enough to form a stark contrast. In those worlds, whether Forge World or Hive World, an aura of despair perpetually permeated the air. Workers toiled mechanically on assembly lines with hunched backs, everyone numb and hopeless, even the upper nest's elites wore sickly pale faces. But at this moment, the scene before Chen Xi was completely different. Pedestrians on the street walked with light steps, vendors in the market enthusiastically hawked their wares, and he could even see children playing by the plaza fountain. What moved him most was that when his eyes met those of passers-by, he saw not the standardized numbness and timidity of the Imperium of Man, but genuine smiles and eyes full of vitality. This hope for life, in the dark 40K era, was nothing short of a miracle. Even in the supposedly prosperous star sector capital, Chen Xi had never felt such a vibrant atmosphere. Even the nobles of the upper nest, their faces displayed more of a cold majesty, a pale and sickly numbness, and even more, a weariness deeply hidden beneath their respectable facade. In the Imperium of Man, even nobles could not live with hope. Rules and responsibilities always weighed on them, making them breathless. This was the Imperium of Man in the 40K era, whether the highest ruling class or the lowest ruled class, everyone was living with all their might, unable to get a moment's respite. But here, on every street and in every community of Rostov II, vitality and hope were real and pervasive. Workers would discuss the upcoming holographic drama after work, housewives would choose fresh synthetic protein foods for their families, and even the lowest-ranking cleaners would share a bottle of cheap but legal fermented drink during their breaks. This difference was so evident that Chen Xi would often suddenly stop during his inspections. He habitually clasped his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner of the street, even though he had deliberately controlled his habits, even trying to emulate his 3K-era habits more. But as a planetary governor and inquisitor whose words could decide the lives and deaths of billions, authority still permeated Chen Xi's every word and action. Today, he had specifically changed out of his ornate governor's uniform, which signified his status, and instead wore a slightly worn work jacket. This was an ordinary technician's uniform he had dug out of the logistics department's warehouse. It looked no different from the average worker passing by on the street, but a closer look would reveal a significant difference in both their walking posture and their demeanor. However, after noticing this, Chen Xi's memories of how inquisitors stealthily operated allowed him to correct his behavior, making him less conspicuous. To see the truth, one must first remove the crown, Chen Xi murmured to himself, quoting an ancient Terra proverb. As both a planetary governor and an inquisitor, he knew all too well how the imperial bureaucracy operated. Those carefully prepared inspection routes, those temporarily repainted walls, those pre-trained citizens. This trick had existed since humanity still used gunpowder weapons, and it remained unchanged after 40,000 years. Just like the enticingly colored military ration cans in Department of Military Affairs propaganda films, which often contained only moldy corpse starch when opened, just like the golden wheat fields in agricultural world picture books, with for reference only printed in barely legible small print in the corner. He deliberately chose the most ordinary public bus, squeezing in among workers smelling of sweat and machine oil. As the bus rattled through the industrial district, he noticed a young female worker next to him constantly caressing an apple in her arms, an unimaginable luxury in other worlds. Yes, Rostov II's markets sold fruit. Although buying it was quite a luxury for a young female worker, she could, by gritting her teeth, afford to buy an apple. Furthermore, this was happening while the subsector was at war, with most of the planet's resources being used to supply the front lines, leaving little production and resources to meet the living needs of the planetary population. After all, with the output from orbital hydroponic farms and the Department of Internal Affairs footing the bill for the planet's food supply, it was tight but still manageable to meet the food demands of the planetary population after supplying the expeditionary force. And in the food court of the slum market on the outskirts of the city, he saw workers buying hot synthetic protein cakes with currency issued by the governor's office, instead of exchanging ration coupons for cold nutrient paste like in some hive cities. The protein factory that the previous planetary governor had hoped to build now finally benefited the people of this planet, which could be considered a solace to his spirit in the afterlife. However, the protein factory, which was originally intended to meet the food needs of the planetary population, had become an optional side dish. Sir, no, I mean, mister, would you like to try a freshly baked protein cake? A wrinkled vendor called out to him, offering a baked cake wrapped in recycled paper. As Chen Xi took it, he noticed that the vendor's fingers, though rough, were clean, with none of the black grime commonly seen in industrial worlds under the fingernails. He gladly pulled a few coins from his pocket. This was the common currency on Rostov, not throne gelts. In fact, if Chen Xi had pulled out throne gelts in Rostov, he wouldn't have been able to buy anything, just as in the 3K era, you couldn't buy anything in a store with a silver ingot or a gold bar. Rostov's governor's office issued common currency, and overall, its purchasing power was quite good. At least a worker's daily wages were enough to support a family of 5. There wouldn't be a hellish joke where a loaf of bread cost 500,000 marks, and the money to buy it had to be carried in a wheelbarrow. The protein cake was cheaper than Chen Xi expected. He pulled out a handful of coins, but only had to pay 2 of the smallest denominations to get a protein cake that looked quite decent even by 3K era standards. Of course, it only looked decent. It was clean, hygienic, and smelled of baked protein, but other than that, it was a ghastly white synthetic protein. It was even just baked, with no trace of oil on its surface. Taking a bite, the texture was indescribable, like chewing a piece of rubber, or tasteless chewing gum. It was somewhat tough on the teeth and completely flavorless. If it were the 3K era, he would have spit it out immediately. This thing could only be described as unpalatable. But this was the 40K era, and Chen Xi did not waste food. Instead, he forced himself to chew the protein cake and swallowed it all. Because not far from him, a person also dressed as a worker was handing a protein cake to his child, and the father and son were sharing this protein cake with beaming, happy smiles. Chapter 285 Consolidating Faith. Chen Xi naturally understood the imperial regime's prevailing logic: keep its subjects forever busy, forever tired, and forever without excess energy to think, question, or resist. After all, a body crushed by heavy labor naturally lacks the strength to listen to the whispers of chaos or participate in heretical conspiracies. This method is simple and crude, yet extremely effective, and the Imperium has operated this way for 10,000 years. But he could never bring himself to accept such blatant exploitation. The art of governance shouldn't just be about treating the populace as fuel, squeezing every drop of their blood and sweat. There are many ways to make them not oppose him: give them hope, let them have expectations, give them dignity, let them identify with order, and even give them moderate entertainment, so they have something to lean on in their leisure time, rather than falling into the temptations of chaos. The incitement of cultists often takes advantage of vulnerability when people are desperate, numb, and without comfort. The whispers of chaos become particularly alluring. But if their lives are not entirely bleak, if they can enjoy moments of peace after their labor, and even have something to rely on beyond faith, then the temptations of the ruinous powers may not easily succeed. Exploiting the populace is the laziest and cruelest form of governance. What Chen Xi wanted was a world that could both maintain stable rule and allow its subjects to live somewhat like humans. In fact, in the corrupt and dark 41st millennium, there truly existed such a relatively humane enclave within the imperial territory. Although the people there still had to toil for more than 10 hours a day in roaring factories, they could at least enjoy regular nutritional paste rations, relatively safe living quarters, and a brief weekly rest period. Compared to the endless exploitation on most imperial worlds, life here could almost be called a miracle of civilization. This star system, known as the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, was once the ideal realm personally forged by the Primarch Robert Guilliman. Even today, 10,000 years after Guilliman's slumber, the disintegration of the 500 Worlds system, and the corruption of the bureaucracy, this star system, protected by the Ultramarines, still maintains an incredibly high standard of living. It should be known that the Ultramarines currently control only a dozen core worlds, yet they must sustain the largest space marine chapter in the entire galaxy. Under these extremely difficult circumstances, the living standards of Ultramar's citizens still far exceed imperial standards. They not only receive basic medical care, but their children even have the opportunity to receive basic education, which is simply unheard of on other imperial worlds. Ultimately, it all boils down to one thing: the Ultramarines treat the imperial citizens under their rule as human beings. This seemingly simple statement, in the dark 41st millennium, has already become a nearly lost art of governance. While the vast majority of imperial worlds regard their populace as expendable fuel, the Ultramarines of Ultramar stubbornly adhere to this bottom line: their subjects, at the very least, still possess the basic dignity of being human. Chen Xi did not want to drive the populace like livestock, like those cruel planetary governors. But the Blood Oath Society's rebellion was a wake-up call. If even the ecclesiarchy could breed traitors, then what could truly protect the populace from the corruption of chaos? Those governors chose to suppress the thoughts of the populace with endless labor and fear. From a certain perspective, this was indeed the simplest and most brutal epidemic prevention measure. A soul exploited to the point of losing its ability to think is indeed very difficult to be tempted by the whispers of chaos. But Chen Xi could never accept this approach that completely obliterates human nature. He had no better solution, so he stubbornly chose the more difficult path, to grant the populace basic human rights, so that even amidst their strenuous labor, they could at least retain a shred of dignity as human beings. In this dark age, choosing to treat the populace as human beings is itself a kind of almost naive idealism. But Chen Xi would rather bear the risks brought by this naivety than become another tyrant who crushes human nature in the gears of the machine. As for how to resist the erosion of chaos, he chose to hand this problem over to the ecclesiarchy. This decision seemed simple, but it contained a deep understanding of imperial history. The rise of the ecclesiarchy in M35 was by no means accidental, but a necessary choice made by the imperial ruling class after bitter lessons. In that era of spiritual vacuum, countless worlds fell prey to the whispers of chaos precisely because they lacked unified ideological guidance. As an ancient imperial scholar once said, if the field of thought is not filled with wheat, it will surely grow weeds. In fairness, the ecclesiarchy's achievements in this regard are indeed commendable. For 5 millennia, it was those red-robed priests who, day after day, preached the emperor's holy word in every hive city, filling the spiritual void of the populace with unified doctrine. Imagine, without the ecclesiarchy as a spiritual pillar, with the ever-increasing activity of the 4 gods of chaos in the warp, the Imperium would probably have been torn apart by various heresies long ago. Those worlds corrupted by chaos often saw their belief systems collapse first. Of course, the Blood Oath Society's rebellion did expose certain shortcomings of the ecclesiarchy's system: excessive dogmatism, chaotic interpretations of doctrine, and the overly extreme beliefs of certain splinter sects. But the flaws do not obscure the virtues. With proper oversight, the ecclesiarchy remains the most effective firewall against chaos. After all, a soul devoutly faithful to the emperor can resist the erosion of the warp far better than any physical defense. When Chen Xi conveyed this idea to the local bishop, a glimmer of relief flashed in the old man's eyes. "Governor, you have made a wise choice," he said, stroking the ecclesiarchy's holy symbol on his chest. "Faith is like sunlight, it needs to shine evenly on every corner." Soon, large numbers of itinerant priests, dressed in simple robes, were dispatched to every district of Rostov too. They preached doctrine during factory breaks, distributed holy texts in the slums, and even discussed the true meaning of faith with workers in taverns. These priests tirelessly emphasized a core concept: only the true faith of the ecclesiarchy is the path to salvation, any other form of worship is a heretical doctrine leading to destruction. This gentle yet firm infiltration of faith penetrated deeper into people's hearts than high-pressure rule. Chen Xi noticed that as the priests' activities deepened, the mysterious small gatherings in the neighborhoods gradually disappeared, and the workers' leisure conversations shifted from various conspiracy theories to enthusiastic discussions about doctrine. Perhaps, this is the most effective way to combat chaos, not by suppressing thought with fear, but by filling people's hearts with a stronger faith. Chapter 286, Morning Run. Ah! It's been so long since I woke up naturally. My own bed is so comfortable. In the early morning, Chen Xi slowly awoke from the soft covers, feeling a long-lost sense of ease in his grogginess. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, letting out a long, satisfying yawn, every joint making a soft, contented sound. In his sleepy haze, he couldn't help but shout, his voice exceptionally loud in the quiet bedroom. However, when he rubbed his blurry eyes and fumbled for his phone on the nightstand, the glaring screen showed it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Chen Xi immediately slumped back onto his pillow like a deflated ball, letting out a wail, "By the emperor's holy ass! How many hours did I even sleep?" Unwilling, Chen Xi turned his head to look at the window beside him, struggling to get up and pull open the curtains. A cool morning breeze brushed his cheeks through the screen. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten, with only a sliver of dawn appearing on the eastern horizon, and distant buildings were still shrouded in a hazy morning mist. A few early birds hopped on the branches, chirping crisply. Seeing this scene, Chen Xi showed a helpless, bitter smile. He fell heavily back onto the bed, burying his face in the soft pillow, trying to find sleep again. But at this moment, his brain was unusually clear, as if completely awakened by the morning coolness. No matter how he tossed and turned, sleep just wouldn't return. During the 40K era, although he was a planetary governor, theoretically he could indulge in luxury and lead a depraved life if he wanted to. A life of debauchery and excess would not be difficult. After all, the entire planet was his territory, and resources were inexhaustible. But when it came to sleep, Chen Xi could only manage to sleep for 3 or 4 hours each day. Whether it was the complex political affairs or various war-related matters, they devoured his time like greedy beasts. He had to wring out every minute of himself, like a precise machine. Because of this, he had to align himself with certain imperial bureaucrats, relying on drugs to stay awake. His desk drawer was always stocked with various stimulating agents. Whenever fatigue washed over him like a tide, he had to inject himself with a stimulant to maintain focus and ensure his decisions were error-free. In the Imperium, this was not uncommon at all. The rejuvenation warlock specifically assigned to Chen Xi, besides being skilled in using biotechnology to repair his physical injuries, had one of their most important daily duties, ensuring he could complete all his work in optimal condition. They would precisely prepare potions, monitor his physiological indicators, and even forcibly inject nutrients when he was overexhausted, allowing him to continue to endure. And in this process, using drugs was perfectly normal. The Imperium had an extremely rich selection in this regard, from mild neural stimulants to potent adrenaline derivatives, and even illicit drugs that directly acted on the cerebral cortex, allowing people to burst with extraordinary concentration for a short period. Of course, not only stimulants, the Imperium also developed various sleep aids, ensuring rulers like Chen Xi could enter deep sleep in the shortest possible time, even if only for half an hour, allowing him to barely recover some energy. These drugs focused on letting you sleep when you want to, and wake up when you want to, perfectly aligning with the Imperium's extreme pursuit of efficiency. However, physical fatigue might be alleviated by drugs, but mental exhaustion was not so easy to eliminate. Long-term high pressure, the burden of decision-making, and endless responsibilities were eroding his will little by little. Otherwise, the High Lords of the Imperium wouldn't have died one after another from exhaustion at their posts. Similarly, this also made Chen Xi's sleep in the 40K era a complete mess. There was no talk of any sleep quality. Those fragmented shallow sleeps, drug-induced forced sleeps, and rests that could be interrupted by emergency communications at any time had long disrupted his biological clock. He originally thought that after returning to the 3K era, he could finally escape the endless political and war pressures and enjoy a good, undisturbed sleep. But who would have thought that even after returning to the familiar environment of the 3K era, he would automatically wake up after only a few hours, as if the imprint of only worthy of this much rest time had been carved deep into his soul. Undoubtedly, this feeling was very tormenting. His body was exhausted, yet his brain stubbornly refused to continue sleeping. He knew there were no urgent matters to attend to, yet his nerves remained taut, as if a battle report could arrive at any second. Even if Chen Xi could use psychic powers to force himself into a coma, that artificial, unnatural sleep made him even more uncomfortable. Eventually, he gave up struggling and chose to get up. Mechanically changing into a set of sportswear, he planned to go out for a run, using the most primitive method to completely wake himself up. After all, this was not the 40K era, this unenhanced ordinary body could not withstand the 40K style abuse, and he had no rejuvenation warlock by his side to inject him with various needles. Without those precisely formulated potions, without a medical team on standby, he could only rely on the most primitive earth methods: exercise, cold water, coffee to combat his body's instincts. This sudden primitive feeling made him both helpless and amused, like a sailor accustomed to interstellar travel suddenly forced to paddle a dugout canoe. But Chen Xi was forcing himself to adapt to all of this. He gritted his teeth, using willpower to fight against his body's instinctive reactions, because he had to make himself clear the 3K era was his foundation, and everything in 40K was just a false dream. He repeatedly admonished himself in his heart, no matter how real that dream was, no matter how deeply etched those memories were, it was ultimately just an illusion. He would not allow himself to wallow in the shadows of that world, nor would he allow himself to fall into the abyss of that cruel era, unable to extricate himself. With such firm resolve, he began his morning run. However, this unenhanced 3K era body was clearly unable to adapt to sudden strenuous exercise. After running less than 200 meters, his lungs burned with pain, his heart pounded wildly in his chest, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. He had to stop, bending over by the roadside, clutching his stomach and gasping for air, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just then, Lu Yi also came out for his usual morning run. He noticed Chen Xi's distressed appearance from afar and immediately quickened his pace, running over. Lu Yi's face was full of concern. He gently patted Chen Xi's back to help him catch his breath, while anxiously asking, "Are you all right? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" His voice conveyed genuine worry, and his gaze constantly scrutinized Chen Xi's pale face. Chapter 287, Epic and Lao Lu's New Gear. Chen Xi slowly recovered, propping his hands on his knees and taking several deep breaths of the cool morning air. As oxygen refilled his lungs, he felt his wildly beating heart gradually calm down, and the golden spots before his eyes slowly faded. He straightened up, wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, and offered Lu Yi a slightly weary smile. "I'm fine, it's just been too long since I exercised," and suddenly running felt a bit off. Chen Xi waved his hand, his voice still a little breathless. "Thanks for your concern, Lao Lu." The two chatted briefly by the roadside. Chen Xi politely declined Lu Yi's offer to continue accompanying him, saying he was much better and could go home to rest on his own. Before parting, Chen Xi suddenly remembered something and turned to call out to Lu Yi, who was about to continue his morning run. "Oh, by the way, if you're free this weekend, want to come to the club for a few games of Warhammer tabletop?" His tone was much more relaxed, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "I remember you said last time you wanted to try the new expansion pack." Lu Yi's eyes lit up at the mention, and he readily agreed while jogging in place. After they agreed on a specific time, Chen Xi finally turned and slowly walked in the direction of his home. The next day, Chen Xi arrived at the club. The moment he pushed open the door, he subconsciously looked around but didn't find Lu Yi or any other familiar faces who played 40K. The club was a bit quiet, only at a long table in a corner were two group members fully engrossed in an epic battle. Epic is another form of Warhammer tabletop battle, a large-scale miniature wargame focusing on grand campaigns and super large-scale army confrontations. Unlike standard Warhammer, which emphasizes kill team level tactics, Epic focuses on depicting galaxy-level epic battles. Under this rule system, players no longer command individual soldiers but entire legions, armored formations, and even Titan legions. The battlefield also expands from an ordinary tabletop to an entire planetary surface, or even across star systems. Chen Xi approached to observe the game, seeing hundreds of miniature models densely arranged on the table. These epic-specific pieces were only 1/6 the size of standard Warhammer models, but the details remained exquisite. Here, each tiny piece represented a complete tactical unit. It could be a 5-man Astartes kill team, a main battle tank, or a knight armor formation. Taking the current battle as an example, the two group members deployed 3 full Astartes companies, with over 400 space marines condensed into dozens of miniature pieces. The blue side, meanwhile, assembled over 40 various armored vehicles, from rhino transports to predator tanks, all accounted for. Even more astonishing were the Titan legions towering on both sides of the battlefield, each side deployed over a dozen Titans of different models, from the nimble Warhound class Titan to the massive War Master class, forming a steel wall on the table. If these were standard-scale Warhammer models, an army of this size would probably occupy the entire club space. Just setting up these models would require an extra-large sandbox table, not to mention the nightmarish experience of rolling dice and calculating damage for each unit individually in actual combat. But under epic rules, all of this became feasible and enjoyable through a simplified command system and unified combat resolution. Players could easily control such a vast army, focusing their attention on the strategic level rather than tedious data calculations. General. My Warhound class Titan kill team is attacking from your left flank to take out your War Master. One of the group members seemed to gain an advantage and shouted excitedly. Chen Xi smiled knowingly. This was precisely the charm of epic, using the most streamlined rules to enact the grandest epic of war. Then, he greeted the two. Hi two. Lao Meng. Playing. Yeah, I had nothing to do today, so I decided to play a couple of epic games. Playing kill team every day gets boring, doesn't it? Lao Meng smiled at Chen Xi and casually explained. Compared to epic, which involves hundreds of people or even dozens of Titans fighting each other, playing kill team, where an entire game has less than 20 models, can indeed become dull after a while. However, this also struck Chen Xi, making him involuntarily think, if only I had such an army in 40k. After all, this was a 30k legion with full vehicle support, heavy firepower, and coordinated Knight family and Titan legion operations. If such a force were thrown into the Battle of Rostov, it would be enough to change the course of the war. Compared to the well-supplied and technologically advanced 30k, although the imperial military strength in the 40k era has not declined too much, and many things have inferior substitutes, the overall combat level has indeed decreased. Especially in the area of Astartes' large-scale operations, they have regressed too much. Many tactics and advanced weapons from the Legion era have basically been lost by the 40k era. Thinking of this, Chen Xi didn't know where the inspiration came from, or perhaps it was a revelation from the Emperor, but he opened his mouth and invited the two. By the way, hi to, Lao Meng, if you had the chance to go to 40k, would you go? No way. What good person would go to that hellhole to eat dirt? Lao Meng immediately refused, then turned back to pack up his pieces. Hai Tu, however, showed a thoughtful expression, then looked Chen Xi up and down before casually saying, as if unintentionally, if there's a chance, it would be good to see it. After all, 40k's medicine is far more advanced than 3k's. If I could bring back some medical technology or equipment, I could even get a Nobel Prize. If you could really bring back 40k's medical technology, it wouldn't just be a Nobel Prize, you could name a prize after yourself, Chen Xi joked casually. He knew clearly that if this could actually happen, the country might not be stingy about establishing a prize. As the two were talking, Lao Meng, who had already finished packing his pieces, took out his phone and was scrolling through short videos. Chen Xi heard a news broadcast from his phone. Recently, a certain armored synthetic brigade of our army's ground forces conducted live fire tests on a new type of main battle tank. This model of main battle tank has been refitted with the latest model of laser weapon main gun, with astonishing power. Damn, did the country dig up alien technology from behind the moon? A few years ago, laser weapons were just a concept, and now they're being installed as tank main guns. Lao Meng immediately cursed with a holy cow expression. Chen Xi and Hai Tu exchanged glances and both felt a little curious, leaning over to see what was going on. However, the video's content wasn't limited to just tanks. Besides the 99A refitted with a laser main gun, the army was also testing bipedal mechs. This made Chen Xi unable to help but sigh that the speed at which the country was digesting the gifts he sent was truly astonishing. Chapter 288, 7 Sets of Old Traditions. Chen Xi did not immediately return to the 40k era, but chose to temporarily stay in the present. On one hand, he felt his mind had not fully recovered from the previous exhaustion, the dizzying sensation of being completely drained still occasionally attack upon him. On the other hand, his phone suddenly rang, an unexpected call disrupting his plans. The news from the other end of the line was not complicated, in fact, it was quite ordinary. A brand new ecological hydroponic farm in the city's suburbs was about to officially commence operations, and he was invited to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Such an occasion might just be a formality for ordinary people, but for Chen Xi, it held special significance. The reason he, seemingly unrelated to agriculture, was invited to cut the ribbon was quite simple. He held a 30% stake in the company to which this hydroponic farm belonged. This project was no small matter, it was one of the high-tech industries strongly supported by the state. Although the initial investment scale was not particularly astonishing, roughly within the range of a few small goals, billions, its strategic significance far exceeded this figure. According to the plan, if the initial pilot results were ideal, this technology would be widely promoted nationwide, expected to fundamentally alleviate long-standing issues threatening food security, such as insufficient per capita arable land and agricultural production gaps in the country. Moreover, the party that collaborated with Chen Xi had already made a commitment no matter how many resources the state invested in this project in the future, all project operation rights involving core technology would remain firmly in the hands of this company. This seemingly inconspicuous startup might now only hover at the fringes of the capital market, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was destined to grow into a behemoth capable of shaking the global grain trade landscape. In fact, certain well-connected, state-backed grain groups had already quietly extended olive branches, with tentative collaborations proceeding in the shadows. As for the 30% equity in Chen Xi's hands, it concealed a profound secret. The agreement he signed with a certain state-owned investor explicitly stipulated that no matter how the company expanded, financed, or went public in the future, his shareholding percentage would be permanently locked and unaffected by any dilution. Under normal circumstances, even if the initial shareholding was considerable, as subsequent capital poured in, equity dilution would almost be an inevitable outcome. Unless Chen Xi was willing to continuously invest huge sums of money to maintain his share, which would be too trivial for him. But now, what did this 30% constant equity mean? It meant that when this enterprise truly grew into an industry giant, his name would undoubtedly appear at the very top of the global wealth pyramid. After all, the decision-makers knew full well what Chen Xi handed over to them was merely the most basic introductory knowledge within the technological system. Even the currently operational hydroponic farm only used superficial knowledge barely deciphered from these basic technologies. If they still wanted to access those truly disruptive things, why would they be stingy with mere equity? Chen Xi was naturally very satisfied with this outcome, and thus, he always had a smile on his face when attending the hydroponic farm's ribbon-cutting ceremony. From a technical perspective, the planting system adopted by this hydroponic farm was simply a dimensional reduction strike against traditional agriculture of this era. Most astonishingly, the entire system strictly adhered to ecological cycle principles, completely abandoning external inputs such as chemical fertilizers and pesticides, relying solely on natural light and water sources to maintain the continuous operation and high yield of the entire ecosystem. The first batch of visiting agricultural experts, after witnessing its yield data firsthand, all showed expressions of disbelief, with some even exclaiming, "This is unscientific." Of course, this reaction was entirely within Chen Xi's expectations. After all, the origin of this technology did not belong to this era. It was designed to meet the terrifying demand of a single planet feeding an entire subsector, or even an entire sector's population. Under such population pressure, the yield of traditional agriculture was indeed unplayable. Now, applying it to Earth naturally produced shocking results. Of course, a more astonishing strategic value was hidden behind this technology. Although not yet publicly disclosed, experts at the national level had already keenly realized that this ecological circulation system could be fully applied to future space colonization plans. Imagine, by carrying such a complete ecological cultivation module, self-sufficiency in food could be achieved at Mars bases, lunar outposts, or even more distant exoplanets. This system was extremely adaptable to the environment. As long as there was a basic water supply, it could operate continuously. Even more exciting, it could even operate without relying on natural light. Experimental data showed that under specific wavelengths of artificial light, crop yields could increase by more than 30%. In fact, the Aerospace Department was urgently adding new experimental modules to the space station in orbit. Once this new module was installed, the space station would no longer need food transported from Earth. The only limiting factor might be energy consumption, as artificial supplemental lights consume a lot of electricity when operating. But this problem was negligible in the face of miniaturized plasma reactors. In fact, the military's newly equipped laser tanks and bipedal mechs could be put into actual combat precisely thanks to this groundbreaking energy technology. Frontline troops no longer had to worry about fuel resupply. Due to the highest level of confidentiality requirements, the specific details of this technology were strictly sealed off. Even frontline soldiers directly operating these new pieces of equipment only knew that their equipment was equipped with an exceptionally powerful new type of power system, and were unaware of any other details. These plasma reactors operate on fusion principles and produce no radioactive waste, thus not even requiring the most basic radiation warning signs. The entire power unit adopts an integrated lead-sealed design, with a theoretical service life of up to 2 centuries, and can be directly replaced as a whole in case of malfunction. After all, ordinary soldiers cannot repair it themselves. According to reliable sources, the military is considering promoting this revolutionary energy technology to more areas: next-generation stealth fighters, aircraft carrier power systems, destroyer power grids, and even individual exoskeleton armor and power armor. Although the currently developed power armor is still at the technical level of the 3K era, once the miniaturization problem of plasma reactors is solved, this individual equipment with tank-side armor protection levels will undoubtedly completely change the form of future battlefields. However, none of this had anything to do with Chen Xi. At least in official records, he remained just an ordinary citizen who occasionally went out to throw trash, and naturally knew nothing about these state secrets. Chapter 289, Rejuvenation Surgery. After attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony and realizing his net worth was approaching 8 figures, and at this rate of development, would soon touch the 9-figure threshold, achieving that once distant small goal, Chen Xi couldn't deny his excitement. Although most of this was fixed assets, not cash that could be freely spent, in this era, high-quality, positive assets were the true treasure troves. They could generate money continuously like perpetual motion machines, creating even more wealth. Thinking that he was now a bona fide millionaire, Chen Xi's lips unconsciously curved upwards. In this era of inflation, tens of millions in assets might not be an astronomical figure, but for him, a child who grew up in an ordinary family, this number once only existed in TV news, a label reserved for those unattainable successful individuals. This contrast gave him a feeling of being in another world. Once upon a time, he was worrying about next month's rent, but now he had become something he dared not even imagine in his childhood. Chen Xi looked up at the sky. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, just like this sudden turn of fate, so bright it made one dizzy. He knew better than anyone that all these changes stemmed from the emperor's military chest. Although he was unwilling to dwell too much on the cruel 40K universe, he had to admit that every item brought back from there had completely reshaped his life trajectory. Although the Emperor did not pay him a salary, being able to bring items from the 40K universe back to reality across time and space was itself a great opportunity. Chen Xi often fell into such thoughts even if it wasn't the black technology from the 40K universe that could subvert modern civilization, even the most ordinary daily necessities from that world would be priceless in this era. Any small trinket would be enough for him to live in luxury for several lifetimes, enjoying all the glory and wealth. Take the most basic rejuvenation surgery, for example. This medical technology, common in the Imperium, was like a myth on 21st century Earth. Through a whole system of treatments including cell therapy, organ repair and replacement, and gene optimization, it could restore youthful vitality to the elderly. In the Warhammer universe, a normal human, as long as he was not constantly toiling and exhausted like members of the High Lords of Terra, could live for up to 1,000 years by regularly undergoing rejuvenation surgery. Even if the effects were not as good, and the number of rejuvenation surgery procedures was not as many, living 500 or 600 years was commonplace. Even the version developed by hive gangs could allow a person to live for decades or even centuries longer. The best part was that this technology did not rely on energy or materials unique to the 40K universe. Its core lay in specialized rejuvenation serum and standardized treatment protocols. With these two, it could be fully replicated under the existing medical conditions of the 3K era. Chen Xi calculated that if he were willing to offer a set of rejuvenation serum and an operation manual, its value would likely be measured in small goals and with several more zeros added to the end. The core mechanism of rejuvenation therapy involves intervening in the aging process through a series of bioengineering techniques. Conventional treatment protocols involve regular injections of telomerase complex and DNA repair enzymes, activating cellular autophagy mechanisms, and clearing senescent cells and accumulated metabolic toxins, such as beta-amyloid protein and lipofuscin deposits. At the same time, epigenetic reprogramming technology can partially reverse cellular aging markers, allowing patients to achieve significant physiological rejuvenation. However, this therapy is not without cost. Even with the most advanced immunosuppressants and anti-rejection protocols, patients undergoing long-term rejuvenation therapy still face a higher risk of infection, especially from opportunistic pathogens. Additionally, repeated cell renewal may lead to abnormal telomere shortening, increasing genomic instability, and consequently inducing organ dysfunction compensation. More cases show that patients who receive long-term rejuvenation therapy are more prone to multi-organ fibrosis and mitochondrial dysfunction in their later years. Nevertheless, the prospect of extending human lifespan to several centuries using only biomedical means, without reliance on mechanical prosthetics or neural implants, is enough to make the powerful of any era flock to it. Chen Xi had no doubt that the elite class with immense wealth in the 3K era would spare no expense, just to gain a few more years in the face of death. As for the preparation of rejuvenation serum, besides the regular bioreactor cultivation method, an illegal method called cell drainage is prevalent in the black market. Its raw materials come directly from living donors. Victims are confined to specialized medical beds, limbs restrained, and intravenous tubes connected to automated extraction equipment. Sedatives ensure they are in a state of blurred consciousness, watching helplessly as their plasma, stem cells, and lymphatic fluid are slowly drawn. These extracted biological materials, after centrifugal purification, become the basic raw materials for rejuvenation serum. However, the fate of the donors is often tragic. A high probability of dying from acute organ failure, disseminated intravascular coagulation, DIC, or hematopoietic collapse due to bone marrow depletion. Even more ironically, due to the long-term exposure of lower-class hive city residents to radiation and chemical pollution, their biological samples often carry latent pathogens or genetic mutations, resulting in varying quality of the final serum. In contrast, modern cloning technology and induced pluripotent stem cell, iPSC, culture are clearly safer and more humane alternatives. Through in vitro-directed differentiation, high-purity stem cells can be mass-produced, completely avoiding ethical controversies while ensuring the biocompatibility of the raw materials. After all, no one wants their injected longevity medicine to be mixed with unknown viruses or radioactive isotopes from the hive city slums. At this thought, Chen Xi suddenly thought of his grandmothers. Both elderly women were now over 90 years old, while his grandfathers had both passed away more than 10 years ago. His parents were now also over 60, and their health was deteriorating day by day. This was already considered old in the 3K era, yet in the 40K era, apart from those lower-class hive city residents who couldn't live past 40, anyone who could afford life extension surgery still had at least several decades to live. This made Chen Xi can't help but want to get some rejuvenation potion from the 40K era, at least to let his parents and relatives live longer. This was not difficult for him, not to mention that he already had a professional rejuvenation warlock by his side. He also had Avilia, a biological sage, under his command, whose talent was not only in agricultural planting and environmental transformation, but as a biological sage, she could also prepare rejuvenation potion. Chapter 290 Rejuvenation Potion. Upon returning to the 40K era, Chen Xi immediately summoned the rejuvenation warlock assigned to him and consulted him in depth regarding the rejuvenation potion. Although the rejuvenation warlock assigned to Chen Xi was only an ordinary rejuvenation warlock, the rejuvenation potion he possessed was a high-grade product specially issued to Chen Xi by the Inquisition. These high-grade rejuvenation potions are strictly controlled strategic resources within the imperial system, and their acquisition channels are subject to tight authorization controls. Even planetary governors, who rule entire planets, would find it difficult to obtain a single dose in their lifetime without special merits or prominent backgrounds. After all, if such a thing were to be purchased with money, even a planetary governor would struggle to afford such an astonishing sum. Only rogue traders who control merchant dynasties are capable of spending vast sums to purchase this level of rejuvenation potion to extend their lives. Of course, the status and authority of rogue traders are also sufficient to support their purchase of this level of rejuvenation potion. Some particularly meritorious rogue traders even have rejuvenation warlocks specially assigned to them by the Imperium, with all expenses covered by the Imperium. All of this is merely to reward their contributions to the Imperium. Good rejuvenation potions naturally have better effects, fewer side effects, longer life extension, and require fewer rejuvenation surgeries. After all, it is well known that the more rejuvenation surgeries performed, the worse the effect will be, eventually rendering the rejuvenation potion ineffective. At that point, only highly effective serums, or those extracted from certain alien bodies that have become extinct in the 40K era, can work on bodies that can no longer be extended by conventional means. However, generally speaking, people who can last this long, even if they have always used ordinary, low-quality rejuvenation potions, have usually lived for at least 400 or 500 years. As an Inquisitor, Chen Xi enjoys a special potion quota, theoretically sufficient to support him for over 700 years. However, each of these potions, strictly controlled by the Star Sector Tribunal, is registered. They not only require a special declaration and received by the Rejuvenation Warlock but also demand biometric verification upon use to ensure they are exclusively for Chen Xi himself. This control is both to prevent resource abuse and because of its astonishing value. After all, the preciousness of high-grade rejuvenation potions is self-evident. If sold on the black market, a single dose could even buy an entire continent of a prosperous hive world or an entire palace at the top of a hive city spire. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Chen Xi to obtain rejuvenation potions from this Rejuvenation Warlock. However, as a Rejuvenation Warlock assigned to an Inquisitor, he was highly skilled in rejuvenation surgery and medicine. In addition to potion injections, he was proficient in a full range of organ regeneration techniques, stem cell activation therapies, and epigenetic modification technologies. Through in-depth discussions, Chen Xi successfully obtained a complete rejuvenation surgery operation manual. Besides potion preparation, it also included cutting-edge therapies such as telomerase activation, mitochondrial function repair, and epigenetic resetting. The value of this technical data cannot be underestimated. Even without the rejuvenation potion, these auxiliary techniques alone could significantly improve human body function and achieve a certain degree of rejuvenation. This rejuvenation warlock could only do so much, he did not possess the relevant formulas for the rejuvenation potion. The official production methods for standard rejuvenation serum are only mastered by the imperial authorities and the Adeptus Mechanicus. Better formulas are proprietary to each faction and will never be disclosed to the public, nor will they easily leak out. Therefore, if Chen Xi wanted to obtain rejuvenation serum, he could only find another way. And coincidentally, there were several biological sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus he could access at the moment. However, Chen Xi did not visit the sages in Gria, but instead summoned Avilia, who served him, and asked her if she could prepare rejuvenation potion. Rejuvenation potion? You're so young, do you need that stuff? Avilia looked at Chen Xi with some surprise. Although she didn't know why Chen Xi was interested in this, she still told him what she could do. I can make this, whether it's through the imperial standard biochemical synthesis method or the more bloody method of extracting active substances from living bodies. The imperial standard rejuvenation potion production is not complicated. Of course, the effect of this standard potion is only average. Generally speaking, the first surgery has the best effect, usually extending life by about 50 to 70 years, and thereafter the effect of the surgery will decline. Depending on the individual's physical condition, it will generally become completely ineffective after extending life for about 300 or 400 years. If a more effective rejuvenation potion can be obtained, life can be extended further, but if not, one can basically just wait to die. Do you have a more effective formula? Chen Xi planned to take the rejuvenation potion back to the 3K era for his family, so he naturally hoped to get a better one. Although a life extension of 50 to 70 years was already astonishing for the 3K era, if there was something better, Chen Xi still hoped to provide his family with the best. Regarding Chen Xi's question, Avilia pouted and said, "Do you think high-grade rejuvenation potion is a golo beast? This isn't something just anyone can master the formula for. High-grade formulas are either tightly held by some people, or they require special raw materials that ordinary people simply cannot obtain. Do you have any?" Chen Xi ignored Avilia's remarks and simply pressed her. "Yes, but the effect is average. The first surgery can probably extend your life by about 90 years, which is incomparable to the best batch circulating within the Imperium. You should be able to get better stuff from the Inquisition." Avilia was clearly reluctant to admit that she was inferior, but Chen Xi's persistence made her tell the truth. Hearing Avilia say this, Chen Xi nodded knowingly, then asked her, "If I can provide you with a batch of biological samples, or even human genetic samples from ancient Terra, would that help your research?" Biological samples depend on what kind they are, even many ordinary organisms are useless. At this point, Avilia suddenly showed a very strange expression, then complained, "As for the ancient Terra human genetic samples you mentioned, although I don't know how this stuff was preserved, unless you have human genetic samples from the dark age of technology, otherwise this stuff is useless. The Adeptus Mechanicus has much better clone genetic samples than this. Ancient Terra human genetic samples are meaningless except for studying the physiological characteristics of primitive humans. Alright, I will look for special biological samples for you, but before that, please prepare a batch of rejuvenation potions for me. I want the best 4 doses you have, and the rest can be made to a slightly reduced standard effect. Chen Xi stated his request. Chapter 291, Secretariat and Inquisition Branch. Returning to the world of the 40th millennium, Chen Xi felt as if he had been thrown into a relentless political machine. As the planetary governor, the first thing he faced every day upon waking was the endless stream of official duties. Even though he forced himself to work more than 16 hours a day, sacrificing even basic sleep, the stacks of documents on his desk seemed to have a life of their own. Not only did they not decrease, but they grew at a visible rate. His desk was gradually submerged by documents, with parchment scrolls and data slates piled high, the tallest stack already exceeding a meter. Whenever Chen Xi tiredly raised his head, he invariably saw new documents constantly adding to this suffocating mountain. This is even worse than hell, Chen Xi muttered in the dead of night, his fingers cramping from long hours of reviewing documents. His temples throbbed, and the data before his eyes began to blur. However, at this moment, a rejuvenation warlock walked over and directly jabbed him with a stimulant, waking him up. At this moment, Chen Xi, who didn't even have the luxury of falling unconscious, truly felt what it meant to be drowned in work. Finally, after working continuously for 36 hours, Chen Xi's sanity completely snapped. He slammed the quill in his hand onto the floor, ink splashing onto the luxurious carpet, forming an ugly stain. Rachel. He almost roared as he called for his chamberlain, immediately assemble a political affairs team for me. Now. Right now. This decision was not easy for Chen Xi. Prior to this, although Rachel would assist in handling political affairs, the final decision-making power had always remained firmly in his hands. Every night, he would drag his exhausted body to review the documents Rachel had processed, ensuring no oversight. This mode of operation left him both exhausted and constantly on edge. But at this moment, Chen Xi completely understood. He stared at his trembling hands and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. What exactly am I holding onto? In this crazy universe, he was nothing more than an ordinary person toyed with by fate. He was neither a tech priest who could work for centuries without rest, nor an imperial bureaucrat who had been converted into a semi-machine. To hell with them. Chen Xi thought viciously. It was their business if those rulers who liked to monopolize power wanted to work themselves to death, but Chen Xi had no desire to become another corpse in the imperial meat grinder. He knew clearly that in this universe, death was not the end. The damned Huang Laohan could very well turn him into a thrall, forcing him to continue working overtime endlessly. After realizing this, Chen Xi felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He decisively ordered Rachel to establish a formal secretariat, delegating all routine and repetitive administrative tasks. He only retained the most important decision-making power, ignoring everything else. The changes came even faster than expected. Within just a few days, the oppressive mountain of documents that had suffocated him disappeared. Now, his desk only held a few truly important documents that required the governor's review. For the first time, Chen Xi felt that he could finally breathe normally. Looking at the suddenly spacious office, Chen Xi leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The light of the star outside the window streamed through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows on his tired face. At this moment, he felt as if he had rediscovered the feeling of being a person rather than a working machine. Would delegating political affairs cause problems? This was almost without doubt. Once power was dispersed, corruption and ambition would follow like shadows. This was an immutable ironclad rule throughout human history. But Chen Xi didn't care. Compared to being worked to death amidst mountains of political affairs, compared to being drowned in documents day after day, with even a moment's respite becoming a luxury, the potential corruption that might breed, the ambition stirring, were, in his eyes, merely trivial costs. Would officials enrich themselves? Would they form factions for selfish gain? Would they try to usurp his power? Of course, they would. Chen Xi knew human greed better than anyone, but he also knew his own limits better. He would rather face a group of scheming bureaucrats than return to the despair of being crushed by endless political duties. What's more, he was not some puppet governor to be manipulated at will. He was an inquisitor. Even if it was just a nominal title, he was still a member of the most feared inquisition in the Imperium. He didn't believe anyone would truly dare to pull any stunts under his nose, at least, not go too far. If anyone was truly foolish enough to think that delegating power meant letting go, they would soon realize that an inquisitor's tolerance was always very scarce. Especially since Chen Xi could deploy a small team of pieces specifically responsible for investigating official corruption, or even directly establish a disciplinary oversight department directly under the governor's office. As long as the core members of this department were his own pieces, ensuring absolute control, Chen Xi could comfortably act as a hands-off manager, completely free from worrying about them betraying him or feigning compliance. After all, the pieces had an almost instinctive loyalty to him. This loyalty did not stem from interest, nor from fear, but from the very essence of their existence. They would not question, would not waver, and certainly would not lose themselves in the face of power and money like mortal bureaucrats. Chen Xi could trust them unreservedly, as naturally as he trusted his own arms. Acting on his thoughts, Chen Xi immediately returned to the 3K era and stood before his model cabinet, carefully selecting. His gaze lingered for a moment on the two newly acquired Inquisitor pieces and a squad of Inquisitor acolytes, a slight smile playing on his lips. It would be them. The point value of these pieces was not high, totaling only a little over 200 points, but they quickly established an Inquisition branch covering the entire Rostov subsector and began working with extremely high efficiency. It could almost be said that the operations of the Secretariat and the Inquisition branch visibly increased the overall administrative efficiency of Rostov by at least 20%. This made Chen Xi want to slap himself twice. What exactly had he been working himself to death for before? For a Tu-160 bomber? At this moment, he suddenly grasped the true essence of the warlord mode. Instead of exhausting himself like a beast of burden, it was better to let specialized pieces handle their respective duties. Now, he could finally extricate himself from the tedious daily affairs and dedicate more energy to truly important strategic decisions. This feeling of relief made him wonder where his previous obsession with doing everything himself had come from. Could it be the influence of that damned Huang Lao Han? But he wasn't an industrious and benevolent emperor, was he? When that dog emperor was in power, he threw political affairs to Ma Xianzhai, military affairs to the Primarchs, and spent his days holed up in the palace fiddling with the webway, planning to visit the Kamarak Eldar brothels, almost going missing from whoring around. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the Horus heresy. Where did he get his diligence from? Could it be that this damned psychic old fossil specifically made others work themselves to death while he enjoyed his leisure? Thinking of this, Chen Xi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, shivering before daring to think further. Chapter 292, The Battle of Kharkov Part 1. After shedding the shackles of administrative burdens, Chen Xi was finally able to refocus his full attention on the Expeditionary Forces campaigns. The mountain of political affairs and courtly trifles that had accumulated during this period had almost exhausted his patience. Now he could finally return to this war. Presently, the Expeditionary Forces' defensive line, meticulously constructed by Commanders Sigismund and Loken, was virtually impregnable. These two experienced commanders fully utilized their respective strengths, and with their concerted efforts, the entire defensive line had formed a deep, tiered deployment, with strategic nodes mutually supporting each other and logistics supply lines flowing unimpeded. At the same time, Ventinus's organized counterattack force was also ready and had already launched 2 probing attacks. Although no breakthrough results were achieved, they did not fall behind in their engagements with the Necrons. Both sides had wins and losses, and the overall battle situation maintained a fragile balance. This situation was undoubtedly very favorable to the Imperial Expeditionary Force. This situation was undoubtedly very favorable to the Imperium, and even most people became optimistic about the war situation. However, Chen Xi received a disturbing piece of intelligence from the 3 Supreme Psychers. Through psychic observation and divination, they discovered that the warp rift above the Necron's crown world had begun to wane. All indications suggested that the Kern Daemon legions, which had been rampaging for some time, seemed to be retreating. Although these bloodthirsty Daemon legions had not yet completely withdrawn from the Necron's crown world, if there was no external intervention, it was only a matter of time before the Necrons completely resolved the warp rift and purged the remaining Kern forces. This intelligence greatly worried Chen Xi. He knew better than anyone what terrifying war potential this ancient race, which had slept for 60 million years, would unleash once the Necrons were free from internal troubles. Those Necron fleets tied up by the warp rift, those legions still sleeping in underground crypts, those super weapons yet to be activated when all these forces were unleashed, the Imperial Expeditionary Force would face unprecedented pressure. To this end, Chen Xi immediately convened a high-level strategic meeting for the Expeditionary Force. Attendees included frontline commanders such as Sigismund, Loken, and Ventinus, as well as representatives from the Imperial Navy, the Adeptus Mechanicus's Great Sage, and other high-ranking officials of the Expeditionary Force. A holographic star map slowly rotated in the center of the conference table, marking the real-time changes in enemy and friendly dispositions. During the meeting, an Imperial Navy intelligence officer submitted new intelligence reconnaissance fleets had discovered signs of Necron activity in the Kharkov star system, adjacent to the Donetsk star system. A Necron splinter fleet had already established a forward operating base in that star system and begun deploying surface facilities and orbital defense arrays. All indications suggested that they were attempting to turn Kharkov into a springboard for an attack on Donetsk. The Donetsk star system, this former Necron core world, after being captured by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, had become an object of frantic excavation and modification by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The entire planet was covered with ancient Necron structures. Every pyramid and black stone obelisk contained inestimable technological value. The great sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus had almost fallen into a state of frenzied research. They not only invested massive resources in archaeological excavation but also spared no expense in reinforcing the planet's defense system. Gria Forge World even dispatched a small star fortress, deploying it in Donetsk's orbit as the core pivot for space defense. At the same time, Sigismund led 2 Imperial Fists chapter forces in extensive construction within the star system. Orbital defense platforms, planetary-scale void shield generators, ground fortress complexes. The entire Donetsk star system was being transformed into an impregnable steel fortress. Under such a defense system, Chen Xi had ample confidence in holding Donetsk. But confidence did not equate to underestimating the enemy. He would never sit idly by and watch the Necrons prepare for war in the Kharkov star system. Regarding the enemy in Kharkov, we must immediately organize an offensive. We absolutely cannot allow them to establish a stable bridgehead there. Chen Xi declared decisively, his gaze sweeping like a sharp sword across every commander present, finally resting on Ventinus. Captain Ventinus, have your assault troops completed their combat preparations? Can they be immediately committed to this crucial battle? Ready at any time, Commander. Ventinus rose abruptly, straightening his body, his voice as booming as a war drum. My warriors have long since sharpened their blades, awaiting only your command. Chen Xi nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He then turned to the other military leaders in the strategic room, his voice steady and powerful. Generals of the Astrum Militarum, Imperial Navy Fleet Command, and representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Are your respective forces ready for coordinated operations? The atmosphere in the entire conference room immediately grew heavy. it was clear that everyone realized Chen Xi was preparing for a major offensive. As the operational orders from the Expeditionary Force High Command were issued, the entire Imperial war machine in the Rostov subsector began to operate at full speed. The Space Marine chapters, serving as the spearhead of the attack, had already moved first, advancing into the Kharkov star system aboard fast strike cruisers. These battle-hardened super soldiers would undertake the most dangerous tasks, establishing landing zones for the subsequent main army and tearing open breaches in the Necron's defensive lines. At the same time, more reinforcement troops were arriving from various war zones. Heavy armor divisions, Titan legions, artillery clusters, and other elite forces were all moving towards the assembly points, forming a steel torrent capable of shaking a planet. Ventainus, as one of the 3 frontline commanders personally designated by Chen Xi, was currently leading his meticulously crafted assault force as the first wave of attack, having already reached the outskirts of the Kharkov star system. Sigismund and Loken, meanwhile, were drawing elites from the Donetsk and Zaporozh high defense zones, respectively, to form the second attack echelon. They would immediately enter combat after Ventainus opened a breakthrough, consolidating gains and opening passages for subsequent forces. Following these 2 elite forces was the third attack wave, composed of the main force of the Astra Militarum, personally commanded by an experienced Lord General. Finally, entering the battlefield would be the fanatically devout Holy War Army, a force composed of battle sisters and zealots, which, under the leadership of Inquisitor Veen, would bring the Emperor's wrath upon the enemy. To ensure the logistical supply for this large-scale offensive, Chen Xi personally oversaw Kherson, a crucial logistical hub. He constantly monitored the frontline situation, ready to adjust strategic deployments at any time. This layered offensive plan, while seemingly simple and direct, contained the essence of imperial military art, wearing down the enemy through continuous pressure and overwhelming the opponent with an endless stream of fresh forces. As long as the vanguard forces could successfully open the situation, the subsequent Imperial Grand Army would, like surging waves, completely overwhelm the Necron's defensive lines, wave after wave. Chapter 293, Hai Tu joins the fray. As an imperial frontier world that was only opened up in the Rostov subsector after Chen Xi arrived in the 40K era, Kherson, this young colony planet, could hardly be called prosperous. It was like a speck of dust on the Imperium's map, quietly settling in a corner of imperial territory, unremarkable. The planet's population composition was simple to the point of monotony. Apart from the new waves of immigrants cast by the ecclesiarchy, composed of fanatical pilgrims, the rest were uniformed soldiers. Troops from the Rostov main planet continuously passed through Kherson like a steel torrent, heading for the front lines, gradually transforming this colonial planet, which should have been developing its civilian sector, into a massive military fortress. The orbital station always harbored transport fleets ready for departure, the surface was densely covered with makeshift military camps and supply warehouses, and the air was filled with the smell of oil and metal. In fact, as early as when Ventainus was stationed here, this internal affairs Superman from the Ultramarines chapter had already designated Kherson as a military logistics hub. Under his planning, the planet's population were either reserve soldiers ready to be conscripted at any time, construction workers toiling day and night to build military facilities, or service personnel bustling through countless logistics warehouses. The entire planet was like a precise war machine, every gear frantically turning for the needs of the front line. Factory furnaces burned day and night, forging weapons and armor, transport convoys flowed ceaselessly on reinforced roads, delivering supplies to the orbital spaceport, the loudspeakers of recruitment stations never stopped broadcasting, urging eligible men and women to sign service contracts. In the current tight war situation, this deformed social structure had instead become an advantage. When Chen Xi took over this planet, he hardly needed any transition, or even any explanation to the populace, to directly declare martial law and place the entire planet under an iron-fisted military rule. After all, there were no true civilians on Kherson. Every single person here, from birth to death, had already been incorporated into the war machine's operational system. Children learned loyalty and sacrifice in ecclesiarchy schools, the only path for youths was to join the army or enter military factories, and the elderly were responsible for maintaining the logistics system's operation. There was no dissent, no protest, and even no superfluous thought, only obedience, production, and combat. Chen Xi knew very well that he was not an internal affairs genius like Ventainus. The Ultramarines inherited the excellent governance abilities of the Gene Seed Primarch Rabut Gilimon, capable of perfectly ensuring frontline supplies while maintaining civilian life, and even allowing colonies to maintain a certain degree of prosperity. But Chen Xi knew he couldn't achieve such a balance. He didn't have the patience of Gilliman's sons, nor their administrative talent. So he chose the most direct, most violent method, using the blunt instrument of military control to suppress all potential problems in their nascent state. Any idlers would be whipped, any questioners would be imprisoned in disciplinary camps, and anyone attempting to evade military service would be sent to a military court. But in this era where war takes precedence, simple brutality is often more effective than subtle balance. Kherson's operational efficiency was even higher than in Ventainus's time, though the cost was the complete deprivation of the populace's freedom. However, for the Imperium's subjects, this was actually nothing. After all, the Rostov subsector was a newly opened frontier, resources were still abundant, and Chen Xi's rule could not be called exhaustive. At least the populace could still eat their fill, still live, and even have some leisure time, living with human rights. This was already far better than most imperial worlds in the galaxy. If it were other imperial worlds? Military rule? The methods of those planetary governors were far more cruel and harsh than military rule. Some worlds, to conscript soldiers, would directly draw lots to execute the entire family of those who refused service. Some worlds, to meet Terra's high tithe, would drain every drop of resource, leaving the populace to struggle in famine, and still other worlds, merely for a decline in production efficiency, would be ordered exterminated by the Inquisition as a warning. In comparison, the residents of Curson could even be said to be doing quite well. You call this doing quite well? Hai Tu, in a crisp Astra Militarum standard uniform, followed Chen Xi on an inspection of the military camp, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at the lines of laborers moving supplies under the scorching sun in the distance, their hunched figures making him involuntarily clench his fists. Chen Xi stopped, turning to look at his new companion in surprise. Brother, how could you ask such a question? What is the Imperium like? You can't really think it can compare to the 3K era, can you? His tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if speaking to an ignorant child. Hai Tu frowned in thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, at least, an 8-hour workday can be guaranteed, right? There was still a hint of expectation in his voice when he said this, as if it were the most basic human right. However, Chen Xi only shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. How naive are you to think of achieving an 8-hour workday in a warmer world? Even in the 500 worlds of Ultramar, personally forged by Guilliman, workers have to work 16 hours a day, and that is already considered a heavenly treatment in the Imperium. In Rostov, Chen Xi's tone suddenly became proud. I implement a 3-shift work system, where each person only needs to work 18 hours a day. This is already an age-old benevolent policy. He spoke with a serious expression, completely without any hint of joking. Indeed, in the Imperium's 10,000-year history of dark rule, Chen Xi's way of treating his subjects could already be called benevolent. At least here, workers could still get enough food, and even have leisure time after work. This was indeed a treatment other Imperial worlds couldn't even dream of. At this point, Chen Xi suddenly looked at Hai Tu meaningfully, and, hoping for a ruler's benevolence to obtain better working hours and treatment, rather than relying on one's own struggle, do you really think such preferential treatment can be sustained long-term? Hai Tu was stunned by the words, then gave a bitter smile and shook his head. My apologies, I hadn't fully grasped it. Only then did he fully realize that this was not the Eastern great power of the 3K era, but the brutal Imperium of man of the 40K era. The rights and guarantees he had once taken for granted were simply pipe dreams in this dark age. It's fine, Chen Xi patted Hai Tu's shoulder, his tone softening, it's okay to say this among ourselves. But remember, never say these things to other people in the Imperium, the Inquisition really will come and arrest you. He made a throat-slitting gesture, half-jokingly warning him. In fact, not just Hai Tu, but Chen Xi himself and others like Gutierrez, all experienced such a cognitive shock when they first arrived in this era. Everyone adapted to this cruel universe step by step, so Chen Xi completely understood Hai Tu's reaction at this moment. It's just that such words are indeed taboo in the Imperium, although people joke that as long as taxes are paid, the Imperium won't care what a planetary governor does on his planet. This statement refers to the lower limit of what a planetary governor can do, not the upper limit. Chapter 294, Kharkov Campaign 2. Hai Tu ultimately chose the same commander mode as Chen Xi to enter the 40K world. However, due to his current level, his available forces were quite limited, only a squad of Catachan jungle fighters, a Lord Castellan of Cadia, and Sly Marbo. After carefully weighing his score allocation, Hai Tu invested all his remaining points into a Rogel Dorn battle tank. When Chen Xi saw Hai Tu's unit list, his gaze lingered for a moment on that familiar name. Sly Marbo, a character famous for his comedic antics in the Warhammer 40K, although he did possess special rules for tabletop play, his performance in actual combat wasn't particularly outstanding. Chen Xi couldn't help but wonder if Hai Tu was intentionally trying to be amusing. Marbo's classic pose. Current version of Marbo, can fire 3 shots and make 5 attacks in 1 round, overall not bad. You actually chose Marbo? Chen Xi asked, raising an eyebrow. Marbo's strongest version was probably in GW's 6th edition rules, where Marbo could appear anywhere on the battlefield and then throw a thermal meltdown bomb. In the battlefield environment at that time, this was indeed quite useful. However, it wasn't Marbo who was strong, but the thermal meltdown bomb. Marbo was only effective because his elusive special attribute complemented this skill. But in the current version of the rules, Marbo's attributes have been nerfed significantly, making him the type who can cut down a space marine, but it's very dependent on luck. Overall, spending 65 points on Marbo is less advisable than considering 65 points on a squad of Catachan jungle fighters. More importantly, in this real Warhammer world they were currently in, Marbo's combat effectiveness was probably only enough to barely duel a single space marine. This strength wasn't weak, but it certainly couldn't be called exceptionally strong. However, since Hai Tu insisted on this choice, Chen Xi was too lazy to interfere much. After all, the nature of the work he assigned Hai Tu was special, and he indeed needed a capable bodyguard by his side. Speaking of work, Chen Xi brought up a holographic star map, pointing to a ice blue planet on it. Do you remember the medical planet established by Regent during the Plague Wars? Hai Tu nodded, he was very familiar with that period of history. I've also prepared similar facilities on Curson. Chen Xi's finger moved across the holographic projection, revealing a death world covered in ice and snow. This planet has been thoroughly surveyed, its environment is stable, and there's no warp contamination. I had people build a basic ecological dome. While it can't compare to the medical planet created by Regent, it's enough to house our wounded. As the projection switched, a hemispherical transparent dome appeared on the ice plain, with numerous buildings and some greenery vaguely visible inside. Chen Xi turned to Hai Tu, we currently lack someone to manage things. Given your professional background, this task is perfect for you. Upon hearing this, Hai-Tu's expression immediately became quite something. He had been a doctor in the 3K era, and he had hoped that by transmigrating to the 40K, he could finally shed his white coat and wield a bolter to wreak havoc. Who would have thought that after all this, he still couldn't escape his old profession of healing and saving lives? Seeing Hai-Tu's contorted expression, Chen Xi, already prepared, threw out his trump card. Think about it, how much more advanced is medical technology in the 40K era compared to the 3K era? Bringing anything back would be enough for a Nobel Prize. He paused deliberately. Don't you want to one day have something named after you? Like the Hai-Tu Award. This temptation indeed hit Hai-Tu's soft spot. He couldn't help but imagine a future where his name was printed in medical school textbooks. Alright, Hai-Tu finally sighed in compromise. Is there anything else I need to pay special attention to? Although his tone was reluctant, he knew in his heart that the benevolent heart of a healer, saving lives and aiding the injured, was deeply ingrained in him even in this insane and dark 41st millennium. Some things would never change. There aren't many things to worry about. Besides the basic matters of patient rehabilitation, which you should understand, there are two main things you need to be constantly vigilant about: Xenos and heretics. When this topic came up, Chen Xi's expression visibly grew serious, and his voice even dropped a few octaves. He looked directly into Hai-Tu's eyes, emphasizing each word. Regarding Xenos, the main concern is guarding against gene stealer. Although there's currently no definitive evidence of gene stealer activity in the Rostov subsector, these damned Xenos are masters of infiltration and subterfuge. By the time they show their true colors, they've often already formed a vast underground network, and what's more terrifying is that they will attract the attention of the Tyranids. Chen Xi's fist unconsciously clenched. I don't want to have to deal with a tide of Tyranids while also fighting the Necrons. So you must make sure your genetic screening work is flawless. This is of paramount importance for the survival of the entire sector. Understood. I will strictly enforce the genetic screening procedures for all incoming personnel to ensure no genetically contaminated individuals slip through. Hai-Tu nodded solemnly. The Imperium indeed has relevant detection technology in this regard. Although people often joke that the Imperium only checks the shape of your skull to determine your purity, in reality, that is merely a sign of whether you have been corrupted by chaos. Because when humans are corrupted by chaos, their limbs uncontrollably mutate, and skull deformities or growing horns are the most easily identifiable physical mutations. As for mutations in other parts of the body, they are not as unacceptable in the Imperium. A rather dark humorous fact is that according to the Imperium standards, as long as it's not a mutation like growing a third arm or a second head, gene stealer are not considered severely mutated according to the Imperium standards. They can even join the Astra Militarum. This is quite a hellish joke, and so there have been grim scenes of gene stealer Astra Militarum going to exterminate gene stealer heretics. As for heretics, I will send an inquisitor from the Hammer Ordo to assist you. Just trust her professional judgment. Chen Xi felt that if Hai-Tu still held on to the knowledge and compassion of the 3K era, he might easily get into trouble, so he decided to send one of his inquisitors to him to ensure that irreversible accidents would not occur. An inquisitor. Hai-Tu hesitated as expected, but then he nodded, indicating acceptance. All right, I won't interfere with the inquisitor's actions. I know some things are indeed difficult to accept, but that's how 40K is. You'll get used to it slowly. Chen Xi also knew that Hai-Tu might not adapt immediately, so he patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to force himself. Hai-Tu could only let out a long breath and say, I'll adapt as soon as possible. By the way, can your hospital perform rejuvenation surgery? Chen Xi suddenly blurted out a seemingly random question. This made Hai-Tu pause. Hey. Chapter 295 Chen Xi's thoughts. After Chen Xi's detailed explanation, Hai-Tu finally understood his true intentions. You mean, you obtained the rejuvenation potion and plan to bring it back to the 3K era for your family's treatment? But since rejuvenation surgery requires the support of a professional medical team, you thought of our hospital. Hai-Tu rubbed his temples thoughtfully, a troubled expression on his face. As a public medical institution, even if I can help you coordinate the chief surgeon and anesthesiologist, the hospital cannot possibly approve this project. The rejuvenation potion currently has no clinical certification whatsoever. It is an unapproved experimental drug. Even if you dare to inject it into yourself, our hospital would not dare to take that risk. Hospital approval is not the key issue. Chen Xi clearly had a plan and cut straight to the point. I just want to know, from a technical perspective, does your hospital have the capability to perform this surgery? If it was feasible, there would be no need to find a public hospital. With Chen Xi's current wealth, contacting a private hospital could completely solve the problem. Of course, if certain higher-level factors were considered, involving some medical schools would also not be an issue. Hai-Tu nodded readily on this point. I've seen the technical manual for rejuvenation surgery you obtained. It's not overly complex, and while it involves some medical technologies not present in the 3K era, if it's just using the rejuvenation potion for cell therapy, it's quite simple. Specifically, it only requires a qualified surgeon to cooperate with an anesthesiologist to complete. However, if it involves advanced treatment modules such as organ function reconstruction, tissue replacement, body reshaping, or limb regeneration, it exceeds our hospital's current medical capabilities. Unless you can provide complete 40K era medical equipment and systematically train all medical staff involved in the surgery, such high-end surgeries indeed cannot be performed. Under current conditions, at most, I can find the plastic surgery department to give you a lower-tier alternative. Alright, it's good that you can do it. Chen Xi nodded in understanding. For him, as long as the medical conditions in the 3K era could complete the most basic rejuvenation surgery, ensuring the correct use of the rejuvenation potion and achieving the life-extending effect, it had already met his minimum expected goal. As for more advanced medical technology, Chen Xi couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. He still felt that some things in the 40K era were a bit too simple and crude. After all, after humanity's civilization experienced the glorious dark age of technology, the sudden old night era caused a devastating technological gap. Just when the dawn of technological revival finally arrived during the 30K Great Crusade, it was once again severely impacted by the Horus heresy. This great rebellion not only severely weakened the Imperium of Man but also led to the destruction of countless precious technological legacies and non-renewable STC templates in the flames of war. For example, the Panacea STC template stolen by the Dark Eldar is rumored to contain the formula for a universal gene drug capable of curing all known diseases. Thinking of this, Chen Xi wished he could instantly deploy 1,000,000 Primaris Astartes, rush into the webway, and invade Comarak to snatch the item back. However, theoretically speaking, he didn't really need to do that. In the exchange list provided by the Emperor, indeed many precious legacies from the Dark Age of technology were included. While not all lost technologies could be exchanged, legendary medicines like the Panacea did exist. It should be known that the technology the Emperor used to create the custodes, that cutting-edge technology known as bioalchemy, its level of genetic engineering and biochemical modification was enough to make scientists of the 3K era doubt life, viewing it as something magical. One can imagine how exaggerated the peak human technology preserved by the Emperor was. However, reality is always cruel. Most of these precious technologies exist in the form of complete STC templates, and the required exchange points are despairingly high. Even with some points Chen Xi had accumulated now, he could only sigh in despair at these sky-high items. This forced him to continue fighting in this decaying and depraved 40K universe, striving to accumulate enough points. Of course, Chen Xi was not without other options, but these were too far away for him at the moment. Compared to these, winning the current war and earning enough points was more practical. After all, instead of taking huge risks to deal with unreliable entities, it would be more practical to try and capture a Star God shard and trade it with Call. As a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus who has lived for tens of thousands of years, Call holds countless coveted technological secrets. His technology for extending life by tens of thousands of years alone is enough to make anyone flock to him. Although Chen Xi was aware of the operating principles of this technology and its potential flaws, in his opinion, these issues could be avoided through appropriate means. Alas, how great it would be if I could unearth a complete STC from the dark age of technology. Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh, his eyes gleaming with desire. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he possessed a certain blue-skinned mechanical cat's four-dimensional pocket, filled with various universal tools, he could now head straight to the lower hive of Necromunda and repair that legendary damaged STC. Just imagining the technological leap the Imperium would gain from this made his blood boil. Even if he had to settle for less, without such an overpowered cheat, as long as he had 100,000 Primaris Astartes warriors, he could organize an expeditionary force directly to the galactic core of the galaxy. His goal was clear: to seize an ancestor shrine from those stubborn squats. It should be known that these squats, who call themselves Votan, are actually the descendants of cloned mining teams sent to the galactic core by humanity during the dark age of technology. Their ancestor shrines, which they treat as treasures, are essentially well-preserved STCs. These bearded short people not only possess ancestor shrines, but even more enviously, they also possess the technology to create new shrines. If a small clan could be found and their shrine seized, it would undoubtedly be a timely help for the Imperium of Man, which is in a technological predicament. But what Chen Xi yearned for most were the rumored ancestor cores that had awakened self-awareness. These artificial intelligences, cultivated by the squats over tens of thousands of years through feeding massive amounts of data, are unimaginably powerful. Each ancestor core contains immeasurable technological knowledge. They are living technological treasure troves. If the Imperium could seize and analyze the data stored within one of these cores, it would likely trigger an unprecedented technological renaissance. A glint flashed in Chen Xi's eyes, as if he had already seen the dawn of humanity's civilization rising again. But soon, the weight of reality brought him back to calm. After all, with his current strength, these ideas were still distant dreams. But dreams must be had. What if they come true one day? Especially since the Gene Seed Primarch is about to return to the Imperium, the room for maneuver will be too great then. Although Chen Xi urgently wanted to return to the 3K era immediately to test the effects of the rejuvenation potion, his rationality told him that this matter must be considered in the long term and could not be rushed. First, Avilia's preparation of the rejuvenation potion requires a certain period of time. This precise and complex biological preparation needs to undergo strict cultivation, purification, and stabilization, which cannot be completed in a short time. Even with Avilia's technical level, it will take some time to deliver qualified finished products. More importantly, the social impact brought by the rejuvenation potion was too significant, which led Chen Xi into deep thought. This miraculous potion, capable of extending human life by decades, was tantamount to opening Pandora's box for humanity in the 3K era. It is foreseeable that once the news spreads, the global rich and powerful will spare no expense to scramble for it, even willing to pay astronomical sums of wealth in exchange for the opportunity to live for decades longer. But at the same time, huge profits are bound to be accompanied by huge risks. Those who cannot obtain the potion through legitimate channels are likely to take extreme measures to seize it. Even more terrifying, some powerful figures may develop the idea of monopolizing this life-extending technology, only allowing themselves and a few others to enjoy it, even at the cost of using state machinery. Chen Xi had to consider the worst-case scenario. Once the existence of the rejuvenation potion was confirmed, governments, intelligence agencies, underground organizations, and even multinational corporations around the world might turn their attention to him. At that time, not only would he personally face great danger, but even his family and friends might become targets for blackmail. This invisible threat was like a sword of Damocles, constantly hanging over his head. Despite his current status and position, which should afford him a considerable degree of protection, Chen Xi deeply understood the greed and darkness of human nature. He did not want to gamble the safety of his closest ones on the moral bottom line of those powerful figures, nor did he want to live the rest of his life in a heavily guarded sterile box, losing the most basic freedom of an ordinary person. This predicament plunged Chen Xi into deep thought. Perhaps the rejuvenation potion should be diluted to reduce its life-extending effect? This would satisfy his family's needs without causing too much sensation. But on second thought, even a diluted potion would still be valuable enough for some people to resort to unscrupulous means. Another more radical idea emerged in his mind. Simply ask Avilia for a simplified formula to create a low-end rejuvenation potion that only extends life by 10 or 8 years, and then directly make it public to the whole world. This would benefit the general public and avoid making him a target. However, the ensuing social unrest and ethical issues made him hesitate. Chen Xi rubbed his temples with a bitter smile. He clearly knew that he was neither a strategist who could plan everything nor a wise man who could foresee every move. Although he could come up with various countermeasures, each plan had obvious flaws and hidden dangers, and this realization kept him in a dilemma. While he was tossing and turning over this matter, the Kharkov battle had already begun. As the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, he had to temporarily put this trouble aside and devote all his energy to this battle, which concerned the lives and deaths of tens of millions of people. According to the latest frontline battle reports received by Chen Xi, the first wave of strike forces led by Ventanus had successfully broken through the enemy's defenses and established a stable landing zone on the surface of the Kharkov planet. This vanguard force, composed of elite Astartes warriors, completed orbital insertion with lightning speed, opening up a crucial strategic foothold for subsequent forces. At the same time, the main fleet of the Imperial Navy seized the opportunity to break into the Kharkov star system and engaged in fierce combat with the Necron's defensive fleet. Although they failed to completely defeat the enemy fleet, they successfully suppressed the activity space of the Necron fleet, providing crucial orbital cover for the continuous deployment of ground forces. The officers and soldiers of the Imperial Navy compensated for their technical and equipment disadvantages with tenacious fighting will, clearing obstacles from space for the ground forces with dense artillery fire. Currently, Ventanus's vanguard forces have constructed a complete system of defensive fortifications on the planet's surface. The warriors are reinforcing their positions while awaiting the arrival of the second wave of landing forces. The situation in orbit is even more intertwined. The Imperial Navy fleet and the Space Marines strike cruiser formed a joint formation, engaging in a thrilling space naval battle with the Space Necron fleet, and the fighting remains deadlocked. However, although the Imperial warships were slightly inferior in maneuverability and fire projection range, they consistently maintained a stable front line by virtue of their numerical superiority and skilled tactical coordination. From a strategic perspective, the Imperial side clearly holds the initiative. The second wave of attacks led by Sigismund and Loken has completed their warp jump and is advancing at full speed towards the battle zone. And the third batch of reinforcements, composed of the main force of the Astra Militarum, is also ready to go. If the Space Necrons cannot promptly mobilize reinforcements or employ other tactical means, it will only be a matter of time before the Imperial Army gradually expands its gains and ultimately wins this war. However, Chen Xi also clearly realized that the Imperial Navy was under immense pressure. After all, there is a performance gap between the Imperial Navy's warships and the Space Necrons' warships. It's almost like the Imperial cruisers can fight the Necrons' light cruisers, but they can't catch them. If the Space Necrons were not forced to hold the Kharkov orbit and engage the Imperial fleet head-on, their superior mobility for guerrilla tactics alone would be enough to put the Imperial Navy in a tough fight. Therefore, Sigismund and Loken's second wave of attack forces, at the moment Chen Xi received the battle report, had already entered the battle, seizing that precious opportunity. The timely addition of these two fresh forces not only consolidated the initial gains but also created valuable strategic opportunities for the Imperial Army to expand its advantage. However, the smooth advance of the ground forces cannot conceal a grim fact: if the Imperial Navy consistently fails to gain a decisive advantage in the orbital battlefield, this campaign will still face enormous strategic risks. He clearly knew that the outcome of the space battle would directly determine the direction of the entire campaign. Even if the ground forces achieved continuous victories, once the Imperial Navy fleet lost in the orbital struggle, all ground forces would be isolated and desperate. Conversely, even if ground operations suffered temporary setbacks, as long as the Imperial Navy could control space, new airborne operations could be organized at any time to provide fire support for ground forces. After careful consideration, Chen Xi made two important decisions. First, he immediately sent an urgent request for assistance to the Star Sector capital, demanding that more warships be transferred to reinforce the Kharkov front line. This encrypted battle report was urgently transmitted via a Star language reader, specifically emphasizing the strategic need to prioritize securing orbital control. At the same time, he ordered the General Staff to immediately begin assembling all available warships from the Kherson defense zone, and even several armed transport ships originally responsible for logistics escort were incorporated into a temporary task force. Although this makeshift fleet was limited in size, it could at least provide much-needed support for the frontline Imperial Navy. Chapter 297, Battle of Kharkov, Interlude. Meanwhile, on the planetary surface of Kharkov, Titus and his teammates were replenishing ammunition and resting during a lull in the fighting. Although Space Marines can sustain combat for long periods, even if their bodies can endure it, their weapons, equipment, and power armor still require maintenance. Furthermore, even though Space Marines have an organ called the catalepsine node implanted during their reconstructive surgery, which can shut down different areas of a Space Marine's brain when experiencing sleep deprivation, thus allowing for rotating rest and enabling Space Marines to go without sleep for extended periods. While this doesn't entirely replace sleep, it allows Space Marines to extend their sustained combat time. Of course, it also allows them to remain sufficiently vigilant even while sleeping and to react quickly when encountering danger. Hey Chosen. Of course, the situation Titus and his teammates currently faced was not so dire as to require Astartes to engage in prolonged continuous combat, so they were still resting and replenishing ammunition in a relatively normal state. Because the first wave of landing forces consisted almost entirely of Astartes, the supplies they carried were mostly Astartes weapons, ammunition, and specialized rations. After removing the damaged power armor from Titus, a tech priest immediately used his plasma torch to heat and melt the damaged ceramite armor, then poured ceramite powder into the gap and fused it with the molten layer. Subsequently, he used a forging hammer to shape the repaired area, and finally, quenched and solidified it with sacred oil amidst binary canticles. Ceramite is such a special material, possessing excellent heat and impact resistance while also being relatively lighter and having the characteristic of being quickly repairable on the battlefield. This is why, with the combat situation not being urgent, this tech priest could repair it so slowly. If it were a truly urgent and dangerous combat situation, it might just be a blob of molten ceramite directly plastered onto the damaged armor layer for patching. This material can even absorb and dissipate the most extreme heat and directed energy attacks, and it can conduct many other forms of electromagnetic and particle radiation, thereby dispersing them over a wide area and reducing the potential damage they might cause. Ceramite armor, making you a true man in a laser rain. Generally speaking, only large caliber ammunition has a chance to penetrate the ceramite armor layer, and ceramite will not dent like metal. Because of this, ceramite is widely used in the Imperial military, whether it's the power armor of a Space Marine, the armor plates of a Lemon Russ, or even the elite units of the Astra Militarum, you can see the presence of ceramite armor on them. Furthermore, the Astartes rations even contain ceramite particles and other metal microparticles, intended to supplement the Astartes bones with special nutrients, giving them the same strength as ceramite. However, currently, Titus and his teammates were still eating relatively normal nutrient gruel, which did not contain these high-tech additives. After all, generally speaking, Astartes only need to consume large amounts of this special ration during the growth phase immediately after their reconstructive surgery. Normally, they only need small supplements to maintain their physical condition. Moreover, rather than eating and drinking, Titus was more concerned with his weapons. His chain swords were being blessed by a tech priest, who was calming the machine spirit fatigued by prolonged combat and replacing and repairing the worn-out teeth. And his bolter was the same. The bolter, having run out of ammunition, also needed to be appeased. Servitors brought new magazines and bolter rounds, and although there were already loaded magazines, Titus still preferred to personally press each round into the magazine one by one, which could both calm his somewhat irritable mind on the battlefield and make him feel more at ease. This ensured that every magazine was fully loaded with rounds, avoiding the awkward situation of missing a round. Bolter rounds are not like the automatic rifle ammunition of the Astra Militarum grunts. These special rounds are more like miniature rockets than bullets. These are actually highly complex rocket-propelled rounds with adamantium warheads, tipped with diamond to enhance armor penetration, and some special armor-piercing rounds even have warheads made from the teeth of certain unique creatures. Various bolter rounds. Furthermore, these warheads are not solid, but rather explosive warheads filled with metallic deuterium, which produce a small-scale explosion upon hitting an enemy, with enough power to penetrate the frontal armor of a main battle tank from the 3K era. The base of the warhead also has a propellant base, which continuously provides kinetic energy to the warhead after it is fired, allowing its muzzle velocity to reach an estimated Mach 8. The process of producing these rounds is also quite complex. Various rare minerals need to be mined from mining worlds and then sent to the forge world of the Adeptus Mechanicus for refinement, after which they are handcrafted by tech priests. Yes, you heard that right, this stuff is purely handmade. And some special types of bolter rounds require additional enchantments, such as adding the ashes of untouchables, the ashes of unnamed saints, fragments of the Emperor's armor, and so on. Compared to these extra enchanting materials, merely carving runes on the casing or soaking the rounds in the blood of good people seems trivial. From some perspectives, saying that one bolter round costs one life is truly not an exaggeration. Sometimes, producing one bolter round even costs more than one life. This also means that even for a Space Marine, bolter rounds are not something that can be fired indiscriminately. While there is the issue of ammunition carrying capacity, the cost of precious bolter rounds is also a huge problem. Some relatively precious bolter rounds even need to be used by the most elite marksmen of the chapter, who all, without exception, possess the special honor badge of Marksman's Glory. It is said that this thing is made by gold plating a bolter round used by a Primarch. Although Titus was once the second company captain of the Ultramarines, he did not receive the honor of Marksman's Glory. And currently, among the supplies they could obtain, the main ones were ordinary bolter rounds, with no particularly precious ammunition. After replenishing his ammunition and finishing his rations, Titus, with the assistance of a tech priest and servitors, put on his power armor again, then placed several loaded magazines into the ammunition pouches on his waist, and secured his weapons, before rejoining his teammates and returning to the battlefield. Chapter 298, Battle of Kharkov Part 4. The Titus squad bore an exceptionally heavy combat mission. This elite squad was responsible for defending a critical but vulnerable section of the front line, not only coordinating with Astra Militarum infantry units but also bearing the heavy responsibility of eliminating various Necrons war vehicles appearing on their positions. These death machines from ancient times could tear through humanity's fragile defenses at any moment. This task was far more arduous than it appeared on the surface. Those damned alien vehicles either possessed astonishing high mobility, appearing and disappearing like ghosts on the battlefield, or they could simply, damn it, directly penetrate solid obstacles, launching surprise attacks from the most unexpected angles. Had it not been for the valuable experience accumulated from previous engagements with the Necrons, coupled with the painful lessons learned by the expeditionary force on the Donetsk battlefield, this defensive battle would likely have ended in disaster long ago. Fortunately, the Mechanics provided the frontline troops with newly developed weaponry, Mk10 series, including some astonishingly powerful super weapons. It was the strong support of these technological creations that allowed the first wave of landing forces to maintain their footing even under such harsh battle conditions. Approximately 500 Astartes monks landed in the Rostov sector in the first wave, the vast majority of whom were warriors from various chapters who had responded to the Inquisition's summons after Chen Xi issued his first call for aid. These battle-hardened warriors paid a heavy price in the Donetsk campaign. Many companies suffered over 50% casualties, and some combat squads were even completely wiped out. The surviving Astartes had no choice but to withdraw to the rear for rest and resupply, and the frontline defenses were at one point only able to rely on the Astra Militarum and a few chapters whose structures remained intact. The situation only improved after the Black Templars, Heavenly Lion Battle Group, and 2 Blood Angels successor chapters arrived as reinforcements. These newly arrived fresh forces significantly enhanced the expeditionary force's assault capabilities, but most of them were assigned to the second wave of landing forces. Therefore, the first to return to the front lines were still primarily the veterans who had undergone a brief rest and rearmament carrying the memories of blood and fire from Donetsk. They once again stepped onto this battlefield that had devoured countless brothers. Titus and his battle brothers, as the earliest Astartes monks to participate in this expedition, had been fighting in this sector for a long time. They not only fought the Necrons' magnificent stone on the planetary surface of Rostov but also proved themselves in the subsequent Donetsk campaign. In the Donetsk campaign, multiple chapters entered the fray, but most of them suffered losses. Even the Ashes Knights, who had a good relationship with Chen Xi, suffered immense losses in this expedition, with one of the chapter's sacred dreadnought elders even falling. But the Emperor's favor seemed to particularly bless the Titus squad. This 5-man squad miraculously survived with all members intact. The only loss was Kate's Trost's right arm, which was grazed by a gauze ray during an assault. At that time, the eerie green light passed almost flush with the power armor's seam. To save his life, Titus had no choice but to personally sever his comrade's arm with a chain swords. After the battle, despite the Titus squad's insistence that they could continue fighting, the Expeditionary Force Command forcibly ordered them to withdraw to Rostov for rest. Although the Titus squad felt they did not need rest, the orders from above were clear, so they obediently retreated from Donetsk and returned to Rostov. After all, although this squad of theirs came from 5 different chapters and operated under the Death Watch banner, all 5 of them were subjects who had been arrested by inquisitors for heresy investigations. Although their past accusations had now been cleared through Chen Xi's mediation, this still made the Titus squad feel unconsciously inferior to Chen Xi. Fortunately, their rest period did not last too long. After the tech priests finished installing Kate's Trost's brand new bionic limb and completed deep maintenance on all squad members' armor and weapons, new combat orders were issued. The Titus squad, along with other elite chapter members who had completed their rest, once again embarked on their journey. When they returned to the battlefield, the entire command system of the Expeditionary Force had been reorganized. 3 company captains of the Ashes Knights chapter took over supreme command. The Titus squad was assigned to Captain Ventinus's command and, along with other Astartes who had returned to the battlefield, was honorably selected for the first wave of landing forces. This honor made Titus's heart pound violently beneath his power armor. In the Astartes millennia-old war creed, the vanguard position always belonged only to the bravest warriors. Only those with illustrious military achievements, who had repeatedly won honors in chapter martial competitions, were qualified for this supreme honor to be the first to tear through the enemy's defenses, the first warrior to face death, the first vanguard to bring victory to the Emperor. The Titus squad perfectly validated the command's decision with their astonishing combat record. Within 30 standard hours of engaging in combat, this elite squad had achieved astonishing results. 14 Necrons war vehicles were reduced to scrap under their firepower, including 3 fearsome Doomsday Stalkers. Doomsday Stalkers, similar to the Protoss Colossus in StarCraft II. These terrifying weapons had wiped out an entire Astra Militarum infantry regiment in the Donetsk campaign, yet they fell one after another under the Titus squad's precise tactical coordination. The defensive line they held was not only as solid as a rock but also played a crucial role in the battle. The Astra Militarum Engineer Corps seized a rare lull in the fighting to establish permanent defensive fortifications in this safe zone, which the Astartes monks had carved out with their blood. When the roar of the first Earthshaker cannon echoed across the battlefield, this steel fortress had already become the most stable strategic stronghold in the entire war zone. The Astra Militarum soldiers fighting alongside the Titus squad looked at them with an almost religious reverence. Truly the Emperor's angels, such whispers rose and fell in the trenches. Whenever he saw the worshipful light in the eyes of these mortals, Titus would recall his experiences serving in the Ultramarines chapter. As a scion of Rabot Gilimon, protecting humanity and charging at the forefront was already ingrained in his genes. Those mortals he had saved from the brink of death, those survivors who had witnessed the true power of the Astartes, their gazes were always so similar, a light mixed with gratitude, reverence, and faith. Titus was more than familiar with this look, just as he was familiar with every scar on his body. And now, Titus and the others, standing on the front line once again, were about to face their new challenge, a small squad of Necron's heavy destroyers had appeared in their sights, intending to attack this defensive line. Heavy Locust destroyers. For the Emperor. Titus let out a battle cry, charging with his teammates towards those loathsome metal aliens. To the left flank of the Titus squad was Gutierrez's squad, with the 2 kill teams forming a pincer movement, guarding the critical positions of the landing zone. As fellow Deathwatch members, Gutierrez's squad was indeed inferior to Titus' squad in combat, which was not only reflected in the efficiency of tactical coordination but also in the kill-to-death ratio statistics on the battlefield. After all, Titus and his 4 teammates could easily be tagged as elites, a stark contrast to the fresh recruits in power armor under Gutierrez, who had only recently been promoted from new soldiers. However, after the brutal landing battle, the situation was subtly changing. Gutierrez, as the first among those who crossed into 40K to reach V-level authority, spent a considerable amount of points immediately after upgrading to comprehensively upgrade his kill team. Huang Laohan seemed to understand that it was unrealistic to expect these recruited otherworldly visitors to spend a long time training their subordinates, as the Great Rift was about to unfold, and Chen Xi and the others had no time to slowly cultivate their forces or allow their kill teams to grow. Considering the unique nature of the Deathwatch, the traditional century-long new recruit training cycle clearly did not meet the needs of the current war situation, nor was it conducive to the rapid formation of combat power. Therefore, Huang Laohan's military chest provided 2 enhancement paths. A commander mode like Chen Xi's could replace the pieces he deployed at any time, directly airdropping elites like the Holy Blood Guard or hero units like Dante. And an adventure mode like Gutierrez's adopted an RPG-style growth system, allowing him to use points for gradual improvements to his kill team. Whether it was upgrading Mark III power armor to a master-crafted version, implanting gene seeds of the Grey Knights into ordinary warriors, or unlocking special professions like apothecary and tech marine, as long as points were spent, there was no enhancement that couldn't be achieved. For example, Gutierrez's kill team now, after upgrading, consists entirely of elite veterans equipped with master-crafted power armor and 2 service studs on their foreheads. In other chapters, warriors of this caliber would be qualified to wear white helmets, add the Imperial Laurel to become company champions, or don sacred Terminator armor to serve as the backbone of the first company. In fact, if Gutierrez wished, he could now re-equip his kill team with Terminator armor. Those heavy, sacred armors lay quietly in the system's exchange list, from the standard Indomitus pattern to the rare Tartaros pattern, everything was available. He could even add some unique features, spending extra points to unlock special attributes from different chapters, for instance, replacing Power Fists with the Raven Guard's Lightning Claws, or implanting the gene seeds of the Space Wolves, allowing every team member to unleash a primal howl in combat. Deathwatch Kill Team, 10 people, 9 chapters. If Gutierrez upgraded further, he could even unlock elite special units from other chapters, such as the Holy Blood Guard, Crimson Paladins, or Deathwing Knights. But for now, Gutierrez just wanted to find an opportunity to rest. Various tactical data constantly flickered on his retina display, and the ebb and flow of battlefield reports filled his comms channel, this stream of information crashing like a tide against his weary nerves. After all, 72 hours of continuous high-intensity combat since the landing had already caused his thoughts to experience brief blank periods. This was his body sending a warning signal. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary person from the 3K era. Although he had the special attributes of a piece after crossing over, there was no difference in hard metrics like muscle strength and reaction speed compared to a normal Astartes. However, he still lacked the battle instincts honed over years and ingrained in the genes, especially the almost inhuman willpower of the Astartes monks. For example, an Astartes can precisely control brain activity like operating a machine, autonomously shutting down different sections for rotational rest, allowing a true space marine to fight for weeks without showing fatigue. Although Gutierrez also possessed the same skill, he never mastered it well. He couldn't make his brain function like a precise mechanical device, with some areas dormant while others remained alert, like a true Astartes. This also caused his fatigue to accumulate like fine sand in an hourglass. Whenever there was a break in combat, he would, like now, lean against temporary cover, his helmet slightly lowered, seizing every second to doze off. But often, just as he closed his eyes, new threat markers would light up on the tactical map. As the Forge Master of the Deathwatch, and nominally the superior commander of Titus and others, Gutierrez could only push on. He could only forcefully boost his condition by using combat stimulants, then resume commanding the battle looking refreshed. Commander, left flank suppression complete. Titus's steady voice came through the comms channel. Gutierrez took a deep breath, making his voice sound as firm as steel. Maintain fire coverage, don't give the Xenos a chance to breathe. To others, this commander remained as reliable as steel, but only he knew that beneath his faceplate were eyes already bloodshot. His helmet's HUD flashed with various physiological indicators, elevated heart rate, abnormal adrenaline levels, and fatigue value already past the warning line. But no one would see these data. He had to play this role perfectly, because once he showed a weakness, those true Astartes, especially veterans like Titus, would immediately detect his frailty. This made him can't help but send an inquiry to Ventanus. Captain Ventanus, when will the second wave of landing forces arrive? According to the initial combat plan, after the first wave of landing forces secured the landing zone, the second wave should immediately enter the battlefield. Now the first wave of landing forces had completed their mission very well, it was time for the second wave of landing forces to appear. They are already on their way. Ventanus's voice was very steady. Ultramarines were not prone to battle fervor, so even though Ventanus was currently in combat, he gave the impression of answering questions while sitting in an office reviewing documents. While we were fighting, Captain Sigismund's forces have already arrived at Kharkov. the Black Templars' assault forces. Oh, they're here. Gutierrez suddenly looked up, and at that very moment, several drop pods, like meteors, were rapidly descending from the sky. Their burning metal shells tore through the clouds, and their fiery trails cut dazzling paths across the dim sky, like divine punishment descending. The Black Templars' assault forces had finally arrived. Chapter 300 Kharkov Campaign 6. The vanguard of the second wave of landing forces were the Space Marines of the Black Templars. These fanatical devotees of the Emperor, clad in paint black power armor and bearing the glorious chapter cross emblem on their shoulder pads, were softly chanting battle prayers within their drop pods. Despite having executed numerous missions in this expeditionary force previously, this Black Templars expeditionary force still mustered over 500 warriors, forming the first wave of assault alongside 400 Space Marines from the Heavenly Lion battle group. As Dorn's sons, they descended like heavenly thunder in specially designed drop pods, accurately plummeting towards the positions established by the first landing forces. The outer walls of the drop pods intensely rubbed against the atmosphere, igniting into raging flames, tracing dazzling trajectories across the night sky. When the hatch doors exploded open, the Astartes monks, clad in power armor, directly leaped into the battlefield, their combat boots making dull thuds as they landed on the scorched earth. Although the landing zone had been initially established, the Astartes, as the second wave of reinforcements, could have chosen the relatively safer Thunderhawk transporter for deployment. However, considering that the Necron's air power and anti-aircraft fire had not been completely cleared, and the frontline situation was critical and urgently needed reinforcement, Sigismund, as one of the commanders, decisively ordered the Black Templars and Heavenly Lion battle group to use the most impactful drop pod method to directly penetrate the core of the battlefield, providing the fastest support to the frontline troops. Other regular forces, following standard operating procedures, would gradually descend from orbit in various transport vehicles to relatively safe landing zones before orderly engaging in combat. After all, not all forces possess the extreme physical prowess and power armor protection of the Astartes, capable of directly entering the most intense battles without sufficient preparation. Although the accompanying Astra Militarum included elite drop combat groups, these mortal warriors ultimately could not reach the Space Marines standard. Neither their equipment performance nor their training intensity was sufficient to support them in orbital drop operations alongside the Space Marines. Inside the combat command center of the warship carrying the second wave of landing forces, the oppressive atmosphere almost solidified. The holographic projector displayed the battlefield situation map slowly rotating before everyone, clearly showing the burning war zone on the planet's surface. Chapter Master Centaur Ural of the Blood Knights chapter, in his crimson power armor, glowed with a bloody sheen in the dim light, and his clenched fists hummed with the sound of servo motors. This is a desecration of our honor. Chapter Master Ural slammed his fist onto the tactical console, his adamantium-encased fist leaving a crack on the data pad. His voice carried suppressed anger. Since being allowed to return to the embrace of the Imperium, every warrior of the Blood Knights has been waiting for this moment. We will wash away our shame with the blood of our enemies. From the shadows, Chapter Master Gabriel Seth of the Flesh Tiro stepped forward. His voice echoed as if from a tomb. Brother Sigismund, you should know better than anyone that for Sanguinius's sons, some debts can only be repaid with blood. Loken looked up from the tactical holographic map, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. As the expeditionary force commander appointed by Chen Xi, he understood the obsession of Sanguinius's sons too well. Brother Ural, Brother Gabriel, no one questions your loyalty. His voice was steady and firm, but what you are asking for now is not a battle, but suicide. Sigismund slowly rose, gazing at the two chapter masters before him, his eyes filled with unyielding resolve. Look at this, the Necron's rebirth protocol makes their warriors almost inexhaustible. He pointed to the constantly flashing red areas on the holographic map. In Donetsk, we lost a large number of warriors to understand this truth. Reckless courage is meaningless in the face of these Xenos. Chapter Master Ural's breathing became heavy, indicating that his emotions were fluctuating wildly at this moment. Then what do you think we should do? His voice carried a dangerous calm. Continue to bear the stigma of traitors and hide in the rear? Let our brothers continue to be scrutinized with suspicious eyes by other chapters. The command room fell into a dead silence, with only the faint hum of the servo system operating. The blood drop emblem on Chapter Master Seth's armor, illuminated by the flickering lights, seemed to truly be seeping blood. I want you alive. Sigismund suddenly said, his voice rarely carrying a hint of emotion, not as offerings for atonement, but as the Emperor's sword. When the decisive battle comes, the expeditionary force needs every experienced warrior. Your atonement is not in death, but in victory. Loken added at the appropriate time, we have already formulated a new combat plan. The Necron's energy nodes on the northern continental shelf are key targets, and you will be needed to lead the assault team then. Chapter Master Ural suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. Enough. After taking a deep breath, he said in a low, dangerous voice, we will obey orders for now. He turned and walked towards the hatch, his crimson cloak billowing behind him, but remember, Commander Sigismund, Sanguinius's sons will not wait forever. Seeing Ural leave, Gabriel Seth gazed at the two commanders, then followed Ural out of the command room. When the heavy hatch closed, Loken turned to Sigismund, we bought some time, but not for long. Sigismund gazed at the tactical holographic map, his eyes falling on the blue light points marking the positions of the Blood Knights and Flesh Tirers. Send 2 Black Templars squads to secretly keep an eye on them, especially their armory and drop pod areas. He ordered in a low voice, I understand this obsession, it often drives people to make crazy decisions. Although they had promised Sigismund and Loken to endure for now, the Blood Knights and Flesh Tirers were clearly not chapters with good patience. They were each conducting pre-battle mobilization for their chapter members in their respective compartments. Chapter Master Ural was addressing the assembled Blood Knights elites, his voice echoing in the confined space. Prepare your weapons, brothers, when the battle begins, we will show everyone what true Sanguinius's sons are. At the same time, Chapter Master Seth was also conducting pre-battle mobilization for his warriors in the Flesh Tearers assembly area. Do not fail Sanguinius's blood. Brothers, sometimes, the deepest wounds need to be purified with the hottest flames. Unbeknownst to the two chapter masters, in the shadows of the ship, a figure clad in black power armor was silently recording all of this, then sending it to Sigismund via an encrypted channel. Sigismund looked at the constantly updating information on the data pad and let out an almost inaudible sigh. Sometimes, saving a soul is harder than destroying an army. Chapter 301 Rejuvenation. Sigismund and Loken quickly reported the matters concerning the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tearers to Chen Xi. Facing the situation of these two problematic chapters, Chen Xi also felt a headache. The past experiences of these two chapters were simply too terrible. The situation of the Flesh Tearers was slightly better. After discovering that the chapter was deeply mired in the Black Rage and almost beyond redemption, the entire chapter began to fight in the galaxy in an almost self-destructive manner. They sacrificed themselves for the Imperium regardless of casualties or cost, using blood to wash away their past infamy. Although the effectiveness of this extreme method was not significant, and the casualty ratio was often astonishingly high, it did at least somewhat reverse the chapter's previous unfavorable reputation. Later, in the Battle of Baal, they sacrificed the majority of their chapter, completely washing away their former brutal reputation with their heroic sacrifice, earning the respect of many. But the Blood Knights, having already been declared traitors by the High Lords of Terra, their reputation was naturally self-evident. Previously, Chen Xi had also been wary of these two chapters due to their reputations. Although Sanguinius did indeed teach his children to become noble angels from ghouls, just as the great angel himself was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Sanguinius's children still had a cannibalistic nature at their core. This innate bloodthirsty nature had never truly disappeared, it was merely that some chapters could control it through strict discipline and faith, while others chose to indulge this nature. Although Sanctus wine could temporarily alleviate the symptoms of the bloodthirst and the Black Rage, Chen Xi knew very well that this was not a fundamental cure. The root problems of both chapters still existed and could erupt again at any time. If it had been other Blood Angels' successor chapters with better reputations this time, Chen Xi would have used them boldly, even the Crimson Angels would have been fine with him. But the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tearers, the situations of these two chapters were completely different. On one hand, Chen Xi was worried that they would succumb to the bloodthirst on the battlefield, indiscriminately slaughtering allies and causing irreparable losses. On the other hand, he was also worried that once unleashed, they would rush to the most dangerous battlefields regardless of everything. Until all of them died in battle, they were not seeking victory, but seeking death. One must know, these were two complete chapters. Dante actually sent all of them this time, which was both support for the expeditionary force and potentially a heavy burden. Chen Xi even suspected that the Lord of the Blood Angels might also have harbored some thoughts of letting them find release on the battlefield. If the war truly necessitated it, then so be it. For instance, during the previous assault on the Magnificent Stone, almost all the warriors of Half a Death Company sacrificed themselves. Although Chen Xi felt pained, he had no other thoughts because that was a necessary casualty of war, the brutal essence of conflict. But the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tearers were different, they actively sought death. They cared not for tactical value, nor for the battlefield situation, only to burn out their lives in combat. If they were truly allowed to die off, losing two chapters at once would be too great a blow to the expeditionary force, which was already short on troops. Therefore, even knowing that these two chapters were eager for battle, and might even become dissatisfied due to being suppressed, Chen Xi still did not dare to easily let them go out and die. He could only instruct Sigismund and Loken to keep a close eye on them, only letting them achieve their glorious sacrifice when a true suicide squad was needed. At least that way, their deaths would have some value. As for other matters, such as their morale problems, discipline problems, or even potential internal conflicts, Chen Xi couldn't manage them, nor did he have the mind to do so now. Because Avilia's rejuvenation potion was finally ready. Is this the rejuvenation potion? Chen Xi gazed at the two low-temperature potion boxes in front of him, emitting cold air, with misty condensation forming fine water droplets on the metal surface. He lifted his head, his gaze turning to Avilia, who stood beside him. Yes, as per your request, Planetary Governor, I have prepared two different specifications of the potion. Avilia stepped forward, her slender finger gently tapping the purple potion box. This one is the most advanced formula I currently possess. There are 4 vials in the box. Only 1 vial is needed per surgery, and the first use can extend the recipient's lifespan by 90 years. Subsequent uses can extend life by 70 years, but after that, the efficacy significantly declines, so it's recommended to switch to a better potion. Her fingertip moved to the green potion box next to it, and this one is a simplified version I developed based on the Imperial Standard Rejuvenation Serum formula, with 10 vials. Each vial can provide a 20-year lifespan extension, but subsequent effects will significantly decline. The second surgery can only extend life by 10 years, and the third only by 1 year, after which it will become completely ineffective. At this point, Avilia's brow furrowed slightly. Although I'm not clear on your specific purpose, I must warn you that this simplified version of the potion is typically only used by hive gangs members or minor nobles who cannot afford proper rejuvenation surgery. I do not recommend you try it yourself. I have my own considerations, Chen Xi replied calmly, then changed the subject. By the way, I learned about a special type of jellyfish that can reverse its own cells into stem cells when reproducing or stimulated externally, redeveloping into a juvenile form and achieving a cyclical regeneration of its life cycle. Does this biological characteristic have any reference value for the research of rejuvenation potion? A creature capable of autonomously reversing aging. Avilia's pupils slightly dilated, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Avilia fell into thought, and after a moment, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If such a creature truly exists, as long as we can decipher its mechanism of rejuvenation, I can develop an even superior longevity potion. Not only will it be more effective, but it will also circumvent the common drawbacks of diminishing efficacy and post-operative infection found in existing rejuvenation serums. As long as it's useful. I will give you the biological sample later, but, at this point, Chen Xi paused, then warned Avilia, you must keep it a secret. Do not tell anyone any related information, I don't want to cause trouble. Avilia showed a puzzled expression. Researching rejuvenation potion is not forbidden in the Imperium, is it? Even if someone coveted your advanced formula, they would usually choose to pay for the surgery. She leaned forward slightly, her tone carrying a hint of incomprehension. As for commercial competition, you are a planetary governor, an inquisitor who is about to be promoted to subsector governor. Avilia's unspoken meaning was simple, who would dare to step on your inquisitor's turf, and who would dare to snatch your business as a subsector governor in the subsector you manage? Chen Xi knew he had misunderstood, so he nodded, took the potion, and said nothing more. Chapter 302, The Security Guard Who Loves Fishing. Back in the 3K era, Chen Xi glanced at the others around him who were sprawled out asleep, knowing they were still in the 40K era. He didn't disturb them, simply took a green medicine box from his military chest, put a plastic bag over it, and went out. Chen Xi carried the garbage bag to the stairwell corner and habitually looked at the trash can placed there. This trash can was always much cleaner than those in other places. He lifted the lid, and sure enough, it was empty, without a single stain. The cleaning is too thorough, he muttered softly, throwing the plastic bag he was holding inside. Just as he turned to leave, footsteps came from behind him. Lu Yi came downstairs carrying a black garbage bag, and the two met at the corner. Taking out the trash. Chen Xi greeted him with a smile. Lu Yi nodded, yeah, just finished tidying up at home. He walked to another trash can and naturally lifted the lid. Oh, by the way, Chen Xi suddenly remembered something. Last time I heard you mention knowing a very skilled doctor. I have a friend who hasn't been sleeping well lately, and I wanted to ask about health preservation. Oh, Dr. Zhang, right. Lu Yi threw the garbage bag into the bin. He's indeed very good at treating those kinds of issues. If you need it, I can send you his contact information. That would be great. Chen Xi pulled out his phone to jot down the number, then casually asked, by the way, do you know where around here sells marine creatures? I want to set up a small marine tank at home. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What a coincidence, I have a retired comrade who's currently in the saltwater ornamental fish business. Want me to ask him for you? Really? That would be wonderful. Chen Xi's eyes lit up. Could you give me his contact information first? Sure, I'll send it to your WeChat later. Lu Yi pulled out his phone and operated it for a few moments. I'll greet him first and tell him you're my friend. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, then Chen Xi bid farewell and went upstairs. Only after his footsteps disappeared down the hallway did Lu Yi turn and walk towards the clean trash can where Chen Xi had just thrown his garbage. He naturally lifted the lid, his gaze lingered on the plastic bag inside for a second, then he casually closed the lid. He looked around, confirmed there was no one else in the hallway, and then slowly left. 10 minutes later, a cleaner in a blue uniform appeared at the corner, pushing a cleaning cart. He wore a mask and deftly moved the unusually clean trash can onto the cart, replacing it with a normal trash can that showed some signs of use. The entire process was smooth, like routine cleaning work that happened every day. The cleaner pushed the cart steadily out of the unit door, through the community green belt, and finally stopped in front of the garbage station. A brand new garbage truck was already waiting there, with the logo of an environmental protection company printed on its body. The cleaner loaded the special trash can onto the truck, and the garbage truck then started, slowly driving away from the community. Chen Xi pushed open the door and returned home, walking straight to the kitchen to get a can of iced cola from the refrigerator. Water droplets condensed on the aluminum can slid down his fingers. He pulled the tab open with one hand, and with a hiss, carbonated bubbles joyfully surged up. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat, making him comfortably narrow his eyes. Holding the cola, he strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The sunlight outside was just right, and several security guards in dark blue uniforms were patrolling. The security in this community was indeed reassuring. 8 security guards formed a small team, marching in a single file with neat steps as they patrolled the community. Each person had standard security equipment on their waist, a walkie-talkie, a rubber baton, a powerful flashlight, and some even carried riot shields. Their well-trained eyes vigilantly scanned every corner. This level of professionalism made Chen Xi feel that the property management fees were well worth it every time he saw them. However, his gaze was quickly drawn to the young security guard at the end of the line. That person had a conspicuous black, long, rectangular cloth bag slung over his shoulder, about a meter long, and it looked heavy. The bag was made of waterproof canvas, with a metal buckle exposed at the top, exactly like the fishing tackle bags commonly used by fishing enthusiasts. Carrying fishing gear on patrol. Chen Xi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He really couldn't understand why security patrols would need such an item. The riot gear was already complete enough, were they going to use fishing rods as weapons? He recalled the fishing enthusiast he had seen by the river last time, who also carried a similar bag and would sit there all day. However, Chen Xi himself had no interest in fishing. Every time he went fishing, the hook would get a bite as soon as he cast it, with no skill involved at all, completely missing the fun of waiting. Could it be that he's going fishing directly after his shift, he muttered to himself. But then he thought, security guards work in shifts, so it couldn't be such a coincidence that he carried fishing gear every time he patrolled, ready to get off work. Chen Xi's gaze followed the black bag, watching it sway slightly as the security guard walked. The sunlight hit the bag, faintly reflecting an unusual sheen. He suddenly thought of a certain possibility, but then shook his head, feeling that he might have been watching too many suspense dramas lately. Who cares? He tilted his head back and finished the last sip of cola, the aluminum can making a slight crumpling sound in his hand. Chen Xi turned away from the window, not even raising his hand. With just a slight raise of his eyebrow, the empty cola can arced perfectly and landed with a clunk precisely into the trash can in the corner of the kitchen. Ever since he had exchanged for the psyker talent in the system, these little tricks of telekinesis were incredibly easy for him. He looked down at his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. If he went to a Comic-Con now, he wouldn't even need to cosplay a psyker, dressing as a lord would be more than enough. Just as he was immersed in self-mockery, footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Chen Xi turned around and saw Hai-Tu emerging from the transference chamber, his expression quite difficult to read. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Chen Xi put away his playful thoughts and asked with a frown. Hai-Tu took a deep breath, his voice a bit tight. Nothing, it's just that inquisitor you sent. He paused, his eyes drifting elsewhere, executed a group of wounded soldiers. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi nodded knowingly. For Hai-Tu, who hadn't adapted to the 40K era yet, this was indeed too shocking, especially since Chen Xi had assigned him the task of treating the wounded. However, he also knew that the inquisitor he sent would not kill people without reason, so he asked Hai-Tu, what was the charge for the execution? Heretics? Or traitors? They were, deserters. Hai-Tu sighed, speaking with much helplessness. Chen Xi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Deserters were not uncommon in 40K, but it was somewhat rare for an inquisitor to be needed to execute deserters. So he asked Hai-Tu, what exactly happened? Chapter 303, Executing Deserters. Hai-Tu recounted his experiences to Chen Xi. After receiving Chen Xi's assignment, Hai-Tu led his troops to the icebound planet Chen Xi had mentioned. It was a dead world, ruled by eternal winter. The planet's surface reflected dazzling white light, and the atmosphere was filled with never-dissipating ice crystal clouds. The ambient temperature remained consistently below -100 degrees Celsius, and exposed metal would become as brittle as glass within minutes. Data returned by probes indicated that this planet might once have been covered by vast oceans, but some unknown cataclysm caused all the liquid water in the entire world to undergo a phase change in an extremely short period. Now, those instantly frozen giant waves still stood as ice cliffs dozens of meters high on the planet's surface, as if time had stopped there. Due to the advance of the Rostov expedition, this icebound planet was given new strategic significance by Chen Xi. Accepting Chen Xi's commission, the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests constructed a massive ecological dome on this planet, maintaining a constant, pleasant temperature inside to combat the planet's frigid environment. Through the translucent dome, one could see an ecosystem simulating Terra's seasonal changes, as well as neatly arranged medical modules. This would become the Expeditionary Force's rear medical center, receiving wounded transferred from the front lines. This was similar to what Guillemot did during the Indomitus Crusade. Of course, this was also to show the soldiers that the Expeditionary Force had sufficient logistical and medical support, and that even if they were wounded on the battlefield, they would receive full treatment. The Imperium would not turn the wounded into servitors. At least not in Rostov. However, when Hai-Tu arrived at the Dome City and began gradually taking over affairs on this planet, an inquisitor sent by Chen Xi found him and asked him to observe an execution. It turned out that a squad of Astra Militarum soldiers had killed their commanding officer and commissar on the battlefield, then self-mutilated with standard-issue weapons, feigning injuries in an attempt to infiltrate the medical planet and escape combat. However, during a routine medical examination, military doctors discovered abnormalities in their wounds: lasgun burns and bolt shell lacerations, all from friendly fire. With irrefutable evidence, they were judged to be deserters. According to custom, such a crime should have been handled by the Department of Military Affairs, and they would either face the death penalty or be assigned to penal legions to atone for their sins with their flesh and blood on the battlefield. But they were unlucky. This matter was discovered by an inquisitor sent by Chen Xi to screen the wounded for Xenos or heretics. Thus, a public execution was arranged in the central plaza of the Dome City. The inquisitor demanded that all stationed troops, medical personnel, and ambulatory wounded attend to witness the fate of traitors. As the temporary ruler of this planet, Hai-Tu was also invited to attend. However, for Hai-Tu, the scene of this execution was perhaps too stimulating. Especially the execution method chosen by the inquisitor, beheading with chainswords. The whirring saw blades spun at high speed on the execution platform, splattering a mixture of oil and flesh, each descent accompanied by a piercing metallic screech and the dull thud of bone shattering. The deserters were pressed onto the execution platform, crying and begging for mercy. Some struggled, shouting the names of their families, some cursed hysterically, and others completely broke down, howling like beasts. But the inquisitor merely waved his hand indifferently, and the executioner unhesitatingly pressed the chainsword's activation button. Whir crunch. Blood spurted like a fountain from the severed neck, with a few drops even flying onto the faces of the front row observers. When the head rolled to their feet, the eyes were still blinking in terror, and the mouth opened and closed unconsciously, as if still silently screaming. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the exhaust fumes of the chainsword's engines, mixing into a nauseatingly sweet aroma. For Hai-Tu, who had previously lived in the peaceful environment of the 3K era and whose most significant exposure to blood was surgical hemorrhages, this was somewhat overly stimulating. Watching those deserters cry and wail that they didn't want to die, only to have their heads mercilessly sawn off by the executioner with the chainswords, with blood spurting everywhere like in a B-movie, Hai-Tu felt his psyche profoundly impacted. He immediately couldn't bear it and chose to exit the 40K world, returning to the 3K era to recover. Chen Xi expressed sympathy for Hai-Tu's experience, acknowledging that such an event was indeed too stimulating. But for the deserters, Chen Xi merely stated that they got what they deserved. In the Warhammer world of the 40K era, deserters are not uncommon in the Imperium of Man's military hierarchy. The brutal battlefields and various monstrous threats faced by the Astra Militarum are enough to break their morale, turning them into a group of fleeing swine. At such times, a qualified commissar would step forward to shoot the leading cowards, then, with fearless courage and exemplary action, restore the unit's morale with an inspiring speech or a leading charge. Typically, the commissar's actions would be very effective, as most Astra Militarum are hand-picked elites. A temporary morale collapse is not fatal, as long as they can recover or have their loyalty to the Emperor reignited, they can muster the courage to continue fighting. However, sometimes a commissar dies in battle, or the battle situation is too dire, making it difficult for a single commissar to control a collapsing unit, and deserters still emerge. Usually, the Imperium does not immediately execute them, as this does not align with the Imperium's consistent human resource utilization habits. Defeated units would be reorganized, but typically they would lose their normal designations and numbers, being reformed into penal legions, continuing to fight for the Emperor. Penal legions usually have no pardon, they must atone for their sins through one desperate battle after another, but usually, death marks the end of their atonement. Only a very few lucky individuals might, through arduous and outstanding combat, earn enough merit for the Commissar and Inquisition to deem their sins atoned for, thereby granting them a pardon. This is by no means easy, usually requiring critical merits sufficient to turn an entire campaign around for the Inquisition to consider them worthy of pardon. It is precisely for this reason that fleeing on the battlefield is a path most Astra Militarum soldiers would only choose as a last resort. After all, fighting to the death still provides death benefits that can give their families a better life, but becoming a deserter carries extremely severe penalties. Therefore, most of the time, the Astra Militarum's will to fight is highly commendable. However, the act Hai-Tu described, killing one's commanding officer and commissar, then self-mutilating to feign injury and evade war, is an absolute taboo, an act that no country or army, whether in 40K or 3K, would ever tolerate. Even in the 3K era, the fate of these individuals would only be execution by firing squad, the nature of the crime was simply too egregious. Chapter 304 Hai-Tu's Resolve. If you can't adapt, you don't have to go back, Chen Xi advised Hai-Tu gently, seeing his pale face and slightly trembling hands. He handed Hai-Tu a cup of hot tea and watched as he mechanically took the cup, yet even the movement of bringing it to his mouth seemed stiff. Chen Xi fully understood his friend's feelings. As a doctor from the peaceful era of the 21st century, Hai-Tu's living environment made it difficult for him to adapt to the raw brutality of the 40K. Thinking of this, Chen Xi couldn't help but smile bitterly. This reminded him of the online jokes about transmigrating to the Warhammer world. Those hammer wielders who constantly shouted for the Emperor would probably cry like a stepped-on goblin if they actually transmigrated to this universe. Even more ironically, there was even a joke circulating online about system detected you transmigrated to Warhammer 40K, automatically uninstalling. These dark humors all revealed the essence of this universe, a desperate abyss where even darkness was too bright. What Hai-Tu saw was actually not that cruel, not even mental pollution. If chaos invaded, everything in sight would be more terrifying and disgusting than executing a few deserters, and what Kern cults liked most was chopping off people's heads. The atrocities of Kern followers had long surpassed mere slaughter. During the rebellion in the Mariupol sector, the Blood God followers transformed an entire grand cathedral into an altar for the Blood God. Thousands of civilians were hung upside down from the Gothic arches, their throats slit, and their blood flowed down the stained glass windows, converging on the ground into an 8-pointed star pattern. Skulls were piled up in the streets to form pyramids, and the face of each skull was frozen in extreme agony. Just a glimpse of such a scene was enough to cause permanent psychological trauma to any sane person. However, compared to the revelry of Slaanesh followers, Kern's atrocities seemed pure and direct. In a horror movie from Chen Xi's childhood, there was a scene that deeply impressed him. A gambler lost a bet with a ghost and kept grinding his hands on the table, eventually grinding himself and his body into a puddle of flesh. However, in the eyes of the Dark Prince followers, this was merely an entry-level pastime. True Slaanesh rituals pursued the ultimate distortion of the senses. Living sculptures were transformed into resonators capable of simultaneously experiencing all known pains. Victims' brains were implanted with pleasure chips, gradually dissolving in eternal pleasure. Not to mention the artwork sculpted from human flesh, each challenging the boundaries set by the creator. Most horrifyingly, these victims often found some twisted pleasure in endless torment, actively participating in this feast of depravity. Nurgle's plagues presented another form of horror. On plague planets, the internal organs of living people would spontaneously transform into wriggling parasites, crawling out of their orifices. Entire cities would melt into a bubbling stew under the blessings of Father Nurgle, with the inhabitants still retaining conscious awareness. And Xianzha's schemes were often the most covert and lethal. The inhabitants of a certain planet might unknowingly have relived the exact same life hundreds of times, each reincarnation a cruel experiment meticulously designed by the dark gods. Compared to these, the scene of an inquisitor executing deserters was simply child's play. The shock Hai-Tu experienced was merely the outermost layer of darkness in the Warhammer world. True chaos corruption would erode the sanity of observers, causing even the most steadfast warriors to collapse instantly. Battlefields contaminated by chaos often required fire purification units to clean up for months, not because of physical contamination, but because the sites themselves would spread madness. Chen Xi looked at Hai-Tu's pale face and slightly trembling fingers, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He knew his friend too well. How could a doctor who saved lives and healed injuries suddenly adapt to the brutal, gory world of 40K? Even Chen Xi himself had gradually experienced various things to adapt to the brutality of 40K. Hai-Tu, right from the start, experienced a grand expeditionary war, a scene that brought massive death. How could he bear it? Listen to me, this is not the time to be brave. Chen Xi put down his cola, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. Look at your reaction. This was just watching an execution. If you really encounter a chaos invasion. Hai-Tu took a deep breath, clenching his hands into fists, seemingly wanting to stop the damned trembling. I understand your concern, but this isn't a question of whether I can bear it. Hai-Tu's voice was much steadier than expected. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, which usually held a gentle smile, now gleamed with a determination Chen Xi had never seen before. Those wounded need doctors. Every minute, every second, people are dying because they don't get timely treatment. I can help, and that's enough. I can't just flee the battlefield because I saw a few heads roll, can I? At this point, Hai-Tu suddenly paused, his Adam's apple bobbing as if swallowing some ineffable emotion. He took a deep breath and continued, if even those of us who know what a beautiful world should be like choose to retreat, then who can change that hell? Chen Xi sighed deeply, shook his head helplessly, and a bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Should I call you naive? Or should I call you great? You actually want to change that cesspit of 40K. Something even the Emperor couldn't do, and you actually... His voice gradually trailed off, but soon he looked up again, his gaze becoming serious. But you're right, if none of us are willing to change, then how can anything get better? At this point, Chen Xi suddenly turned and walked towards his bedroom. Sounds of rummaging came from the room, and a moment later, he emerged with a metal box bearing a red cross. These are some medications for post-traumatic stress. He handed the box to Hai-Tu, his voice tinged with worry. I don't know if you'll need them. Hai-Tu took the box and gently opened the lid. When he saw the contents, his brow furrowed unconsciously, and a complex expression appeared on his face. These are all controlled substances. He looked up, his gaze questioning, where did you get them? Don't worry about that, Chen Xi grinned, patting Hai-Tu's shoulder, I have my ways, just use them if you need to. His expression then became serious again, and his voice lowered a few notches, remember, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. It's okay to retreat, rest, and then set out again. Chapter 305, Medical Affairs. After chatting for a while, Chen Xi saw that Hai-Tu's state had adjusted, the gloom between his brows had dissipated considerably, and his speech had regained its usual vitality, so he said no more. He patted the other's shoulder and rose to return to the transversal chamber. As the familiar sensation of dizziness swept over him, his figure once again vanished from the real world, stepping back into that dark and despairing Warhammer world. Chen Xi, now conscious, took a deep breath, allowing the air filled with the scent of oil and metal to fill his lungs. This was his battlefield now. Stepping out of his bedroom, an attendant saw him emerge and immediately approached with a data pad to report, Sir, the escort request for the 3rd Supply Fleet requires your signature and approval. The Mariupol Forge world demands more adamantium, and also... Chen Xi raised a hand to signal the attendant to wait, striding towards the command center while rapidly scanning the data pad. Information flowed swiftly across the data pad, displaying the real-time status of various key nodes in the Curson system. As the most crucial logistics hub for the Rostov Expeditionary Force, hundreds of transport ships shuttled through the starport every minute, transporting tens of thousands of tons of ammunition, fuel, and supplies to the front lines. Tell the Adeptus Mechanicu's representative that I will provide more adamantium, but they must deliver the promised lemon rust tanks before the next cycle. Chen Xi quickly made a decision, noticing the flashing red alert on the star map. Why has the unloading efficiency of the 7th cargo stack dropped again? Because, the attendant flipped through the data, the local guild has made new demands for treatment. Execute them, send a Holy War Army unit to take over the cargo stack. Chen Xi rubbed his temples. This was his daily routine, not only overseeing the logistics support for the entire expeditionary force but also dealing with countless similar trivial issues. As the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, the burden on his shoulders was far heavier than it appeared. Although some minor matters could be delegated to subordinates, Chen Xi had to have a clear understanding of the overall situation to ensure he had sufficient control over all affairs. In front of the massive tactical platform in the command center, the holographic projections of the expeditionary forces commanders were already in place. Chen Xi straightened the collar of his uniform, hiding all fatigue behind his sharp eyes. A new round of combat meetings was about to begin, and the logistical gears of the Curson system had to continue operating precisely under his control. Meanwhile, Hai-Tu also returned to the 40K world, though the situation he faced was considerably less stressful than Chen Xi's. As the supervisor of the dome, he only needed to manage this one facility, and it was entirely under military control, orderly, and far less complex than Chen Xi's situation. Although the Department of Military Affairs was routinely inhumane, and the Astra Militarum's medical supplies were always short, with bandages, painkillers, and anti-infection drugs constantly on the verge of depletion. However, in terms of procedures and regulations, the Department of Military Affairs rules were outrageously strict. Even to apply for a single box of the most common hemostatic gel, one had to use blessed parchment, strictly adhere to the standard format stipulated by the Department of Internal Affairs, and fill out the application form in neat high Gothic. If even one letter was wrong, the ink smudged, or the blessing mark on the parchment was not clear enough, the quartermaster would not even glance at it, sending it back for a rewrite. Even more ridiculous, even if the form was perfect, the quartermaster might still reject the application a dozen times on the grounds of not submitted according to standard procedures such as signature not made with a standard-sized quill, ink color not compliant with regulations, application time not within Holy Terra standard office hours, and so on. In short, they could always find reasons to make things difficult. However, for Hai Tu, this actually saved him a lot of trouble. In terms of discipline and procedures, Hai Tu had nothing to worry about, he only needed to ensure everything followed the process to maintain the smooth operation of this dome. It should be noted that most of the wounded sent to this dome hospital had already received initial treatment at field medical stations behind the front lines, and their injuries were largely stable. Their transfer here was not for emergency rescue but for long-term recuperation and functional recovery. Therefore, even if the Department of Military Affairs bureaucratic procedures were lengthy and cumbersome, these wounded could afford to wait after all, their vital signs were stable, and the most dangerous phase had long passed. Hai Tu's main job was to manage the reception and placement procedures for these wounded. Whenever a transport ship arrived, he would organize medical officers to conduct initial examinations of the transferred wounded, verify their identity information, and then register them according to the Department of Military Affairs' outrageously complex standard procedures. Just filling out various forms would take most of the day, not to mention waiting for approval and seals from different departments. The most absurd part of the entire process was that some lightly wounded soldiers would fully recover while waiting for the procedures to be completed. But because the Department of Military Affairs regulations required all registration procedures to be completed before official discharge, these soldiers, who were already lively and healthy, had to remain in the hospital, spending their days idly counting cracks on the ceiling. For these soldiers, apart from those eager to return to the battlefield to prove their loyalty to the Emperor, most actually enjoyed this situation, as not having to fight on the front lines was truly a blessing for them. Such black humor-like scenes were perfectly normal within the Imperium after all. Who could guarantee that seemingly recovered soldiers were not carriers of chaos corruption? Who could be sure that simplifying procedures would not give Xianzha's demons an opportunity? Better to kill 10,000 innocents than let one guilty person go was the Imperium's consistent approach. Even the Inquisitor sent by Chen Xi privately expressed dissatisfaction with such inefficiency and repeatedly offered Hai Tu suggestions for improvement. These procedures have been in place for thousands of years, but times are changing, and we should try to improve efficiency. The Inquisitor once said with a frown, "Look at these recovered soldiers, occupying valuable beds for nothing just because the paperwork hasn't been approved." Hai Tu naturally agreed wholeheartedly. He did try to implement some improvements, while strictly adhering to regulations. He redesigned the document circulation route, trained a batch of clerical servitor skulls specifically responsible for pre-screening forms to ensure every submission passed on the first try, arranged for recovered wounded to reside in specific areas to free up medical beds. He even installed a servitor skull on the quartermaster's desk specifically to remind them to prioritize overdue applications. However, limited by the Imperium's stringent procedural regulations, the room for maneuver was simply too small. Ultimately, all Hai Tu could do was, within the cracks of these bureaucratic formalities, provide as much convenience as possible for process review and shorten those clearly unnecessary waiting times. At least, we can now control the average processing time to within 20 standard days. Hai Tu said with a wry smile to Willian, "This is already considered a paradigm of high efficiency in the Department of Military Affairs records." Chapter 306, The Fierce Battle Between the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tirers. On the surface of Kharkov, the Imperial Army's positions were advancing outwards at a slow but steady pace. Armored units moved forward cautiously under artillery cover, while infantry advanced carefully, utilizing cover. With each successful assault, the Imperial double-headed eagle banner was planted on new positions, symbolizing the expansion of human forces on this battlefield. The banners flapped in the smoke of battle, providing a brief encouragement to the weary warriors. However, this expansion also brought new challenges. Each newly occupied area required the deployment of troops for garrison, which further dispersed the already stretched forces. Requests for reinforcements from various unit commanders constantly came through the communication channels, and the logistics department was scrambling to allocate limited resources. As the battle continued to drag on, the situation faced by Sigismund and Loken became increasingly grim. Frontline reports indicated that the Necrons were intensifying their attacks, and with the Imperial forces spread thin, the pressure on all defensive lines sharply increased. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, the two commanders had no choice but to commit the Blood Knights and Flesh Tirers chapters to the battlefield. Although they harbored concerns about the Blood Knights and Flesh Tirers chapters, dwindling ammunition reserves and escalating casualty figures urged them to make a decision. "We have no choice," Sigismund said to Loken. Although the Imperium had deployed over 1,000 elite Astartes monks to the planet's surface, these forces still seemed insufficient against the Necrons' relentless offensive. The metal skeletons appeared endless. As soon as one batch was shattered, a new one immediately surged forward, their green gauze weapons tracing deadly trajectories across the battlefield. Urgent calls for assistance continuously came from all front lines, and on the command post's holographic tactical map, red markers indicating urgent need for support densely covered the entire war zone. Staff officers frantically updated the data, each flicker signifying another defensive line in distress. Out of caution, Sigismund and Loken only deployed 2 companies from each of these 2 chapters, and had Ventanus, who was responsible for ground command, position them on the flanks of the battlefield in defensive positions. Ventanus, aware of the situation regarding these 2 chapters, personally ordered an adjustment to the defensive line, ensuring that these 2 chapters maintained an appropriate distance from other units. This arrangement not only alleviated pressure on the front line but also avoided placing these 2 chapters in critical positions that might cause problems. Although the flanks would also face enemy attacks, the intensity of the fighting was relatively controllable and would not be the main direction of the enemy's assault. However, despite the headaches these 3 commanders felt, for the warriors of the Blood Knights and Flesh Tearers, they finally welcomed the battle they had long craved. Although they were deliberately deployed on the flanks, away from the main assault, the intensity of the battle still far exceeded expectations. The Necron's metallic torrent and the Astartes monk's iron will collided on this scorched earth, producing the most tragic sparks. The Blood Knights' crimson power armor stood out on the dim battlefield, their tactical style bloody and ferocious. 2 companies of Blood Knights launched their assault in assault squad formations, piercing the Necron lines like a crimson dagger. In close quarters charges, the Blood Knights displayed terrifying skill. Wielding roaring chainswords, their jump packs spewed scorching exhaust, allowing these angels of death to tear through the battlefield at astonishing speed. One Blood Knight warrior leaped fiercely during a charge, his power armor and Space Marine's superhuman physique momentarily suspending him in midair, then he swung his power sword, cleaving a Necron destroyer from head to toe. Metallic fragments and energy sparks rained down, illuminating his gruesome face revealed beneath his shattered helmet. As the battle continued, some Blood Knight warriors began to show signs of the bloodthirst, a trait unique to the sons of Sanguinius. Their breathing became heavy, and their power armor's monitoring systems issued warnings, yet the movements of these angels of death became even more frenzied. An assault squad of Astartes completely abandoned defensive postures, their chain swords blurring as they swung, seeking only to utterly destroy the Xenos before them. The Flesh Tearers' combat style was even more extreme. Because they already planned to die in atonement, the Flesh Tearers had not consumed Sanctus wine before departing, which led many of them to exhibit a certain degree of emotional instability. While this brought danger, it also showcased the terrifying combat prowess of Sanguinius's sons. Their chain weapons played a symphony of death on the battlefield, the screeching of serrated teeth tearing through metal mixing with the roars of Sanguinius's sons. A Flesh Tearers company champion spun and slashed through the enemy ranks, his dual master-crafted chain swords shredding the metallic bodies of 7 Necron warriors, scattering broken living metal everywhere. However, the constantly flashing injury warnings on his helmet display indicated he was severely wounded, yet he completely ignored them. Most shocking was the self-destructive behavior displayed by the Flesh Tearers. A severely wounded Flesh Tearers veteran, after being impaled through the chest by a gauze beam, still used his last strength to lunge at a Necron destroyer. He detonated the thermal meltdown bomb on his body, achieving his final redemption in a blinding white flash. The Necrons quickly sensed the pressure on their flanks and began to mobilize elite units for a counterattack. More Necron forces were teleported to the planet's surface and launched fierce assaults from all directions against the Imperial positions, their gauze weapons weaving a deadly net of death. A Doomstalker opened fire from a distance, its green energy beam sweeping across the battlefield, instantly vaporizing 3 Blood Knight warriors in its light. But how could the Astartes be so easily dealt with? The Blood Knights and Flesh Tearers, with an almost suicidal attack posture, forcefully pushed back the Necrons' powerful offensive. When the battle ended, the flank battlefield had become a metallic graveyard. The Blood Knights lost nearly a third of their warriors, and the Flesh Tearers suffered even more devastating casualties. But unsettlingly, many warriors continued to wander the battlefield after the fighting ended, their weapons still humming, as if ready to continue this eternal slaughter at any moment. Apothecaries had to use Sanctus wine mixed with sedatives to disengage some warriors from combat. Sigismund remained silent for a long time as he reviewed the battle report, his power armor-clad finger lingering on the data slate for a long time before he finally wrote down a heavy comment. They proved their loyalty with blood, but the cost was too high. On the last page of the battle report were 2 battlefield photos, a Blood Knight's battle standard planted on the remains of a Necron lord, and a Flesh Tearer's shoulder pad melted by a gauze weapon, its half-destroyed chapter emblem still clearly visible. Chapter 307 The Icy Threat. 2 chapters, 4 companies, lost over a third of their forces in just a few days of fighting, with casualties approaching 160 Astartes monks. Such a brutal casualty rate would have been enough to make most legion commanders frown, even during the Great Crusade. Aside from legions known for their abundant forces like the Ultramarines and Shadow Wolves, or specialized legions like the Iron Warriors who view their warriors as expendable, most legions would feel heartache over such a scale of attrition. When the battle report was presented to the command center, the data pad in Commander Ventanus's hand was almost crushed. This Ultramarines captain, usually known for his composure, rarely showed anger. He stared at the shocking numbers on the casualty list and sternly questioned the chapter master of the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tearers. What do you consider the Emperor's warriors? Disposable consumables. Sigismund also silently scrutinized the Blood Knights and Flesh Tearers chapter masters who had come to report, his gaze as piercing as the searchlights of the Inquisition. Loken, on the other hand, directly pulled up the holographic tactical map, circling the defensive lines that were forced to contract due to troop vacuum with a laser pointer, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Look at the mess you've made. Now the defensive depth of the entire flank has shrunk by 4 kilometers. However, facing the accusations of the 3 commanders, the two chapter masters of the Blood Knights and Flesh Tearers displayed an eerie calm. Chapter Master Yorl of the Blood Knights even stated frankly, they died well. Such an answer undoubtedly displeased Sigismund, Loken, and Ventanus. They immediately ordered these two chapters to remain in orbit, forbidding them from engaging in combat. But this could not compensate for the problems caused by these two chapters. Even more unsettling was the condition of the remaining warriors from these two chapters' 4 companies on the planet's surface. When Sigismund personally inspected the front lines, he found that these Blood Angels' descendants, far from being demoralized by the heavy losses, were instead excitedly preparing for battle. A Blood Knight who had lost an arm refused the Tech Priest's offer to attach a prosthetic limb, instead praying to his chain swords with his single arm. Another Flesh Tearers warrior was gritting his teeth and enduring something, seemingly whispering someone's name. When Loken attempted to transfer the remnants of these two chapters to a relatively safe second line for rest, he encountered collective insubordination. These warriors preferred to face court-martial rather than leave the most dangerous salient. They seemed intent on dying directly on the battlefield, accepting only the bare minimum of treatment from their respective chapters' apothecaries, as if even a little more treatment for their injuries would be a waste. Ultimately, the 3 commanders had no choice but to urgently revise their combat plan, filling the defensive gaps with 2 companies of Black Templars, while simultaneously relaying the situation of these 2 chapters back to Curson, hoping Chen Xi could deal with them. Upon receiving the battle report, Chen Xi felt a violent headache, his temples throbbing. The performance of these 2 chapters, in a sense, was precisely the fundamental reason why the Terra High Lords Council always maintained vigilance and exclusion towards the Space Marines. He irritably tugged at the collar of his uniform, feeling a little difficulty breathing. Disobeying orders, disregarding the bigger picture for so-called honor. How many strategic layouts had been ruined by these stubborn warriors? Honor and brotherhood. Chen Xi painfully closed his eyes. How many disasters in the galaxy had been destroyed by these 2 seemingly lofty words? Thinking of this, Chen Xi couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Chinook energy, overflowing due to emotional fluctuations, wrapped around Chen Xi's hand, not only shattering the data pad in front of him but also disintegrating the desk along with it into atoms. This made the staff in the command room as quiet as cicadas, only daring to watch the Inquisitor vent his anger without making a sound. However, after venting, Chen Xi felt a deep sense of helplessness. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. The battle was currently tight, and he truly had no more Astartes chapters to deploy. Unless... A thought flashed through his mind, deploy the secretly trained Ash Knights into battle. But this idea was quickly dismissed by himself. Not to mention that the Ash Knights' current strength was simply insufficient to fill the void left by 2 chapters. The potential political turmoil caused by prematurely exposing this secret force would be enough to give him a headache. Just as Chen Xi was worrying about the frontline battle, even more troubling news arrived one after another. His private terminal suddenly lit up, and an urgent report from Hai Tu sent a sharp pain through his stomach. The report indicated that on the frozen world designated as a medical recuperation planet, an exploration team had discovered life signs of some kind of large green mushroom. What the hell? Chen Xi frowned and opened the holographic image, then gasped. The image indeed showed green, legged, muscular large mushrooms. The outlines frozen deep within the glaciers were all too familiar. They were green-skinned orcs. Chen Xi abruptly stood up. He finally understood now why this once oceanic world had become a frozen death planet. So, there was an orc disaster here, and some hero from an unknown era used unknown means to freeze the entire place. Damn it! Chen Xi couldn't help but curse, slamming his fist on the tactical table. Beasts! Why didn't they discover it earlier? Why at this critical juncture? He could only desperately pray that what was frozen in the ice were just ordinary green-skinned orc spore creatures, and not the ancient orcs created by the old ones to fight the Cetan and Necrons, those terrifying beings known as Croak. Green-skinned orcs are large mushrooms. Croak, average height 12 meters, can wrestle with primarchs. Thinking of this, Chen Xi broke out in a cold sweat. If it really was the ancient orc Croak. A crazy thought flashed through his mind, simply smash this entire frozen planet into the Necrons' throne world, and then throw a dozen cyclone torpedoes onto the battlefield, letting these damned Xenos and green-skinned orcs perish together. One must know that during the Great Crusade, the Orc Empire personally crushed by the Emperor even had an Orc Emperor capable of suppressing the Emperor himself. Seriously suspect Huang Laohan was acting, and during the Beast War, one beast could even duel Vulcan, fighting to a mutual destruction. But whether it was the Orc Emperor or the beast, compared to Croak, they were like stunted runts. One must know that the only currently known Croak in the entire galaxy is in the Hand Sculpture King's Museum, and this thing is 12 meters tall. And the strongest Orc warlord currently rampant in the galaxy, Gash Gulthrika, isn't even as large as the beast. But reason quickly prevailed. Chen Xi forced himself to take a deep breath and began to quickly review the complete report sent by Hai Tu. He had to quickly assess the severity of this threat, and at the same time, find a way to deal with those 2 troublesome chapters on the front line, which made his head ache even more. Chapter 308, Defense of Curson. Curson 2, this death world eternally ruled by extreme cold, has now become the most important medical recuperation site for the Rostov Expeditionary Force. Thick ice covers the entire planetary surface, with temperatures constantly hovering around -100 degrees Celsius, and howling cold winds carrying ice crystals, like invisible blades cutting through everything exposed. The Dome City is the only human settlement on this planet. A gigantic transparent shield isolates the severe cold, while a massive heating system maintains a suitable temperature inside. However, Hai Tu was in no mood to appreciate the artificial spring within the dome at this moment. Ever since the exploration team discovered those eerie green life signs deep within the ice, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, and he was plunged into an unprecedented anxiety. Those ice-sealed outlines, twisted muscles, ferocious fangs, and characteristic green skin all pointed to a terrifying truth: orcs were buried on this planet. How could this be? Hai-Tu stood before the giant observation window of the central control room in the dome, gazing at the vast white ice plain outside, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the data pad. His brow was furrowed, and fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. Despite the comfortable temperature in the control room, he felt a chill. This planet, as a medical recuperation site, inherently possessed little defensive capability. The entire dome was only garrisoned by one Rostov Defense Force infantry regiment, and their primary task was to maintain internal order, not to deal with external threats. The soldiers were equipped with nothing more than standard automatic rifles and a few armored vehicles. They didn't even have a decent heavy cannon. As for the Astra Militarum casualties who came for recuperation, although their numbers were vast, they were merely scattered individuals, without organization, without a command structure, and not even weapons. Sir, the latest scan report. A tech priest handed a data pad to Hai-Tu, his mechanical voice uncharacteristically tinged with unease. The life signals beneath the ice are much more active than we anticipated. Hai-Tu took the data pad, and the scan images on it sent a sharp pang through his stomach. Those green outlines were not motionless, but slowly, wriggling, as if gradually awakening from slumber. Even more terrifying, the scans showed that these creatures were distributed over an extremely wide area, almost covering the entire planet's underground ice layer. The Emperor above. Hai-Tu murmured, his fingers trembling unconsciously. He knew the characteristics of orcs too well. As long as there were sufficient numbers and combat stimulation, they could evolve at an astonishing speed. And now, the entire planet was like a giant time bomb. No one knew when those ice-sealed orcs would break out of the ice. He quickly walked to the communication console, his fingers rapidly operating the control panel. Connect me to Curson Prime, highest priority encrypted channel. His voice was slightly hoarse from tension. We need reinforcements, immediately. But deep down, Hai-Tu knew that distant water could not quench a nearby fire. Even if Inquisitor Chen Xi immediately dispatched troops, it would take time for the fleet to arrive. And at present, the entire dome was like an undefended infant, exposed to the potential orc threat. Sir, what should we do? The adjutant asked nervously, his young face filled with fear. First, strengthen the dome's alert, and double the sentries at all entrances and exits. Second, organize all wounded who can carry a gun and form a temporary self-defense force. Hai-Tu's gaze swept over every fearful face in the control room. Remember, panic is more terrifying than the enemy. Before reinforcements arrive, we must hold this place ourselves. Hai-Tu's orders were quickly executed, and a temporary self-defense force was rapidly assembled. Those Astra Militarum soldiers who had mostly recovered and were just waiting for discharge procedures readily responded to Hai-Tu's orders. A group of officers even voluntarily stepped forward to organize the troops, and a seemingly decent force was assembled in a very short time. But the problem was they didn't have enough weapons. Although the Astra Militarum soldiers or officers who came for recuperation had some personal weapons, these were not enough to support them in fighting the orcs. But Hai-Tu had no choice. He found the tech priests team responsible for maintaining the dome and requested them to urgently produce a batch of weapons. Although these tech priests did not refuse his request, they stated that both resources and equipment on this planet were currently limited, and they could only provide simple individual weapons such as automatic rifles and lasguns, unable to provide any heavy firepower. Hai-Tu, of course, knew this situation, but at the moment, he could only actively prepare for battle while continuously sending communications to Inquisitor Chen Xi requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, the orcs beneath the ice became increasingly active, and it was even detected that some orcs had broken through the ice surface. However, the temperature on Curson 2 was simply too low, and these orcs were refrozen the moment they left the ice layer. But as more and more orcs awakened, it was only a matter of time before they broke out of the ice and swept across the entire planet. Fortunately, the reinforcements Hai-Tu hoped for soon arrived. The Blood Knights Chapter, 600 Astartes, have arrived to support. Chapter Master Ural greeted Hai-Tu with a booming voice, his expression seemingly filled with dissatisfaction, yet also a sense of relief and fortune. Weren't you on the Kharkov front? Why were you transferred here for support? Hai-Tu frowned slightly, but still voiced his confusion. Inquisitor Chen Xi seems to have pulled some strings to borrow a Titan Legion. After they entered the battle in Kharkov, the front line was temporarily stabilized. Chapter Master Ural gave Hai-Tu a brief explanation, then asked, where are those abominable Xenos? I can't wait to drink their blood. Your Excellency, Astartes, orc blood cannot be drunk. Hai-Tu quietly reminded Ural, then explained the current situation to him and requested the Blood Knights to assist in defending the entire dome. Facing Hai-Tu's request, Ural did not refuse, nor did he put on a disdainful face as if to say, this old man is in a hurry to die, no time to waste with you. Instead, he cooperated very seriously with Hai-Tu in arranging the defense. Although Astartes have always been marginalized in the high-level political structure of the Imperium, in terms of general combat, Astartes clearly hold a higher status than regular Astra Militarum officers. But Ural, this time, was very cooperative and did not show the typical Astartes attitude of looking down on mortals or feeling that he should be superior. However, Hai-Tu still handed over command to Ural. After all, he was a chapter master, who had fought more battles than Hai-Tu had performed surgeries, so it was more reliable to entrust the matters of war command to him. Chapter 309, Warlord Class Psi Titan. I object. I strongly object to a god machine going onto the battlefield alone. 5 minutes of binary expletives omitted. On the Kharkov orbit, inside the Imperial fleet, Call and a group of Adeptus Mechanicus sages were protesting to Chen Xi. The reason was simple: in order to reallocate troops from the Kharkov front to support Kherson, Chen Xi had, from an unknown source, obtained a Titan and deployed it in the planetary surface battle. This freed up the combat power of the Blood Knights chapter, allowing them to roll to support Kherson. This, undoubtedly, caused a complete uproar among the tech priests. They could not tolerate a Titan entering the battlefield alone without escorting aircraft or the protection of a Titan legion. What was even more intolerable to these sages was that this was a Titan that did not belong to any Titan legion, and its model was a War Master class Psi Titan, a type that even Call had never seen. War Master class. War Master class melee form. Psi Titan. Leaving aside the War Master class, just the Psi Titan alone was enough to make the entire Adeptus Mechanicus go mad. According to Adeptus Mechanicus records, there were only 25 of these terrifying war machines, and all of them were Warhound class. Those were 25 Warhound class Titans permanently requisitioned by the Emperor from the Adeptus Mechanicus during the Great Crusade. At that time, this requisition caused strong dissatisfaction on Mars, and after negotiations with the Emperor, the Adeptus Mechanicus compromised. 8 units were transferred from Mars's inventory, and the remaining deficit was covered by the production capacity of other Forge worlds, totaling 25 Warhound class Titans for the Emperor. This batch of Warhound class Titans was assigned to an organization directly under the Emperor himself, named the Ordo Sinister. Like the Custodes and the Silent Sisterhood, it reported directly to the Emperor himself, not to other imperial institutions. This batch of Warhound class Titans was also modified into terrifying Psi Titans within the Imperial Palace on Holy Terra. Psi Titans adopted a strictly forbidden Dark Age technology, the Siri Crux Anima device, to replace the standard configuration of conventional Titans. This type of Titan was operated by 3 Psykers, who were surgically and permanently fixed within the cockpit, while command was held by an untouchable. This unique combination allowed Psi Titans to unleash large-scale psychic phenomena, including but not limited to projecting psychological fear, launching psychic assaults, performing mind transformations, and even localized time distortion. However, the most terrifying weapon of the Psi Titan was undoubtedly the Sinisterminus Tenebrae, also known as the Psychic Cannon. This weapon could gather the full power of the Psykers bound within the Titan, tearing the fabric of reality like a vortex weapon, ripping open a rift to the warp in the target area. The Imperial records of Psi Titan's formal military deployment were in the defense of Heliorit, where the star system was attacked by Eldar pirates in 960.m30, with a largely destroyed craft world, Mag Sithral, whose Eldar raider forces also joined the battle. As the Eldar destroyed and massacred planets one after another in the star system, the Imperial Army, Titan Legions, and Blood Angels Legion successively joined the battle, but they struggled immensely against the craft world's Wraith Titans. Wraith Titans. Warlock Titan. When Sanguinius led the Blood Angels Legion in a full assault on the craft world, an unexpected reinforcement suddenly joined the battlefield. More than 20 black ships carrying Silent Sisters and the Ordo Sinister's Warhound class Titans, operating in conjunction with the sons of Sanguinius's fleet. However, the Eldar's resistance was extremely tenacious. Under the enemy's intense psychic artillery bombardment, the Blood Angels fleet suffered heavy losses, and even more terrifyingly, a Warlock Titan, referred to as the Witch Idol, stood in the center of the battlefield. This Wraith Titan, driven by the souls of countless warlocks and farceurs, had repeatedly defeated Imperial forces, with not a single successful retreat recorded against it. The Imperial first wave of attack was completely shattered, and the second wave, launched by the Titan legions, also suffered devastating blows. The Warlock Titan's psychic spear directly pierced the core of an Imperial Titan, causing a violent self-destruction. Although Sanguinius himself successfully destroyed a Wraith Guard in this engagement, the battle situation remained precarious. Until 3 Titans of the Ordo Sinister descended to the surface. These terrifying war machines were equipped with power claws on their right arms, and a mysterious weapon emitting deadly darkness on their left arms. When they opened fire, strange dark explosions suddenly erupted on the Wraith Titans' armor, and their bodies were continuously devoured and disintegrated by some unknown substance. The Eldar army instantly fell into a panic, and the Wraith Titans retreated one after another. Even more terrifyingly, the Ordo Sinister Titans then unleashed a destructive pulse, and the entire craft world trembled violently as if struck by an earthquake. Whether Astartes or Eldar warriors, they were as tiny as ants before this power. Sanguinius keenly realized the change in the situation and decisively ordered a full retreat, leaving the battlefield entirely to these Psi Titans. The ensuing battle was a one-sided slaughter. In just 3 hours, the Eldar's Titan army completely collapsed. Countless Wraith constructs were pierced by the Ordo Sinister Titan's pulse cannons, and the invincible Warlock Titan was finally decapitated and dismembered by the Psi Titans. The surviving Eldar warriors attempted to flee but were jointly annihilated by the Silent Sisters and the Blood Angels, with none escaping alive. Due to Sanguinius's eyewitness account, this battle became the most detailed record of the Ordo Sinister's operations. However, after the Great Rebellion, with the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne, much of the Ordo Sinister's related data was heavily redacted by the Terra Council. This mysterious unit ultimately guarded the depths of the Imperial Palace alongside the Custodes, becoming Terra's last line of defense, only permitted to be deployed when the Imperium was on the brink of despair. And now, a Psi Titan has appeared on the battlefield, and it's even a War Master class. How could this not cause these tech priests' cogitator cores to overload? Such a rare item, practically one of a kind, should be sent to the Mars Mechanicus headquarters to be enshrined as a holy relic in a stasis field, receiving the best maintenance services, not used as a weapon of war on the battlefield. Not to mention, it didn't even have a single escort by its side. However, Chen Xi merely stated, Psi Titans would be enveloped in powerful psychic reactions, ordinary mortals, and even Astartes, could not fight near them. Therefore, besides another Psi Titan, there would be no other friendly forces near a Psi Titan. Kaul and the other mechanical sages reluctantly accepted this explanation, but they still expressed strong dissatisfaction and protest regarding Chen Xi's deployment of this precious god machine into battle. But Chen Xi no longer had the mind to bother with Kaul and the others, because this time he had descended his consciousness into this War Master class Titan. Chapter 310, The Titan Stands Upon the Earth. The War Master class Titan is the heaviest Titan model known to the Imperium, second only to the Emperor class, with its 40-meter-tall steel body containing destructive power. As the ultimate combination of human technology and destructive aesthetics, the War Master class's firepower configuration is practically a mobile extermination order. 2 Dominus-class plasma annihilator cannons, like the arms of a giant, can vaporize an armored company in a single volley. For close-quarters combat, the destroyer-type chainswords, crush-type siege drills, or crush-type graviton pulsar cannons can effortlessly tear through any fortifications and cover, even the walls of a hive city. 4 sets of twin-linked ADEX-type autocannons weave a curtain of death, easily shredding light vehicles and aircraft into metallic rain. The shoulder modular weapon platforms can carry 12 types of customized armaments, including meltaguns and turbo-laser destructor cannons, with a tactical combination so rich it makes the Imperium's enemies tremble just at the mention of it. Its defensive system is equally suffocating. The energy barrier formed by multiple void shield generators is almost indestructible, and even if breached, the accompanying servitors repair team can perform emergency repairs under battlefield conditions. This ultimate weapon remained under absolute secrecy before the Horus Heresy, with even the Adeptus Mechanicu's high command strictly forbidden from discussing it in public. They slumbered in the deepest parts of specific forge worlds, only awakening when their home world faced annihilation. During the Schism of Mars, the traitorous Death Skulls Legion first deployed their secretly reserved War Master class Titans, whose sudden appearance directly turned the tide of battle. It is rumored that this legion obtained a considerable number of War Master class Titans through a secret pact with fabricator General Kalber Kharkov. And the victory of the traitorous legion was so complete that news of the new Titan models appearing on the battlefield did not officially reach other loyalty factions until the Siege of Terra. The number of War Master class Titans that existed before the Horus Heresy is unknown, but even the most outstanding Titan legions, like the Griffon Legion, could only deploy less than half a dozen. And now, a Warlord class Psi Titan is roaring onto the Kharkov battlefield. In the history of the Warhammer world, there has never been a unit called a Warlord class Psi Titan. It originated from Chen Xi's own DIY, originally just a private concept, but now it has truly descended, about to bring unimaginable terror to the Warhammer world of 40K. At this moment, Chen Xi has descended his consciousness into this chess piece. This is his first time changing the chess piece he descends into. Last time, he planned to use the Living Saint chess piece to put on a show with himself, but the Emperor directly threw the real Celestine over, preventing him from switching successfully. This time, he finally successfully switched his descended chess piece, successfully controlling a god machine to descend onto the Kharkov battlefield. At this moment, Chen Xi only has one thing to say: the Titan stands upon the earth. It should be known that he is not controlling this god machine as a Titan Princeps right now, but rather, he is this Warlord class Psi Titan. In a sense, it can be directly understood that he is the machine spirit of this god machine, and he can fight alone without the cooperation of the crew. Of course, inside this massive god machine, crew members still exist, a Princeps who is an untouchable, 6 Psyker co-pilots placed in specialized crystal sarcophagi, and several servitors for maintenance. The untouchable Princeps's duty is to control this god machine and to manifest various Psyker phenomena on the battlefield by drawing and using the Psyker power of the 6 co-pilots as fuel. This includes, but is not limited to, tearing reality dimensions to create a warp rift, generating a super large-scale Psyker attack, spreading fear across the entire battlefield, and even twisting the minds and memories of all life on the battlefield. Simply put, Chen Xi can now consider himself a super awesome Psyker, and one with the physique of an Ultraman. However, this supergiant physique and relatively high perspective made Chen Xi feel dizzy when he looked down. After all, being dozens of meters off the ground, even if he didn't have acrophobia, he needed to adapt. But when he took a step and felt the earth tremble caused by a 40-meter-tall heavy machine walking, Chen Xi's heart felt nothing but endless satisfaction and pleasure. This feeling was simply exhilarating. No man could refuse the feeling of transforming into an iron giant. Chen Xi even wondered if, as an ordinary person who believed in Slaanesh, this could lead to Slaanesh bestowing a blessing upon him, merging his flesh and the Titan. A Slaanesh version Daemon Engine and Chaos Titan? It does sound like something Slaanesh would conjure up. As Chen Xi was thinking this, he suddenly felt a psychic slap, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Damn it, I almost fell for that dead eunuch Slaanesh's trick. Chen Xi cursed, then reined in his scattered thoughts and refocused on the war at hand. He had now arrived at the front line of the battlefield, and because all 3 commanders had received his instructions, there were no friendly forces on the Titan's advance route. In fact, no friendly forces could remain under the feet of a War Master class Titan as it advanced. Tanks, armored vehicles, and even knight armor could be crushed with a single stomp. Various Titan sizes, the smallest being the knight armor. Only Titans and the Titan Guard specially trained by the Adeptus Mechanicus could move alongside a Titan. Knight armor could only barely operate around the battlefield, and if not careful, they could be directly obliterated by the Titan's firepower, even if some models of knight armor were capable of fighting Titans. And Chen Xi does not have any of these right now. But he didn't care, because he was now a Warlord class Psi Titan. 3 Warbringer class Psi Titans could destroy an Eldar craft world, so it shouldn't be too much for him to flatten an entire area of Necrons on the Kharkov battlefield, right? As Chen Xi thought this, a lightning storm covering a radius of dozens of kilometers was already brewing. And the close defense weapons on his knees had already begun firing, constantly picking off Necrons' vehicles or small flying units that were starting to appear on the battlefield. Knee close defense weapons. At the same time, Chen Xi also began to use his main weapons, starting to attack the Necrons swarming towards him like a tide. He first raised his right hand, which was a graviton pulsar cannon, installed within a massive claw, used as a siege weapon. Graviton pulsar cannon. This is a lost dark age of technology that cannot be replicated, and even current tech priests cannot understand its principles. It can focus gravity into a beam, squeezing the enemy's mass towards itself. This peculiar weapon can effortlessly blast a Titan into a pile of slag, or crumple a knight armor like an empty soda can. And now, Chen Xi aimed it at the massive Necrons army and the black stone obelisk that had appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 311, The Might of the Psyker Titan. The gravity ray swept across the entire battlefield like the scythe of death, distorting space in its wake. Any target caught by the eerie green beam, whether it was a high-speed maneuvering destroyer or a towering black stone obelisk, instantly underwent terrifying deformation. Their metallic shells shrieked with a grating sound, as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand, rapidly collapsing and deforming under immense gravitational force, ultimately being compressed into twisted metal spheres. These war machines, once so fearsome, were now kneaded like clay in a child's hand. When the gravity reached its critical point, they shattered like toys crushed by an angry child, turning into twisted scrap metal amidst a cacophony of tearing metal. Although the Necrons are renowned for their technological prowess far beyond human comprehension, shield systems capable of resisting this level of gravity weapon are clearly not universal for every combat unit. While Necron technology is powerful, strong Necron units can withstand gravity ray attacks, but it's clear that even the Necrons haven't reached the point where they can equip every Necron warrior or vehicle with shields capable of resisting the gravity ray. Moreover, even with shields, the power output of the energy cores of individual combat units like Necron warriors or destroyers is far from sufficient to counter the main weapon output of a War Master class Titan. In fact, on a battlefield of this scale, units capable of directly confronting a Titan are few and far between. Even those classified as war beasts or Titans must maintain extreme vigilance when facing a War Master class Titan. One tactical error could result in their obliteration under the devastating firepower of a War Master class Titan. Data from the 9th edition War Master. A 10th edition War Master is 3,500 points. Only units of the same class can counter a Titan. And the Psyker Titan on the battlefield at this moment possesses destructive power far exceeding conventional models. When Chen Xi unleashed Psyker Lightning, the entire battlefield instantly transformed into an inferno. The long brewing Psyker storm finally arrived, dyeing the airspace within a 50-kilometer radius a bizarre purplish red. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down from the dark clouds, exploding into countless dazzling plasma sparks on the metallic surface. This deadly energy originated from 6 powerful Psykers within the Titan's Psyker combustion chamber. Their Psyker power was extracted and amplified through the Siri Crux Anima Psyker conversion device, ultimately transforming into this destructive lightning storm. Every lightning strike contained terrifying energy capable of vaporizing steel, as Necron combat units continuously exploded in the electric light, melting into bubbling pools of molten metal. Although this indiscriminate area attack consumed a vast amount of energy, it was undoubtedly the most efficient way to clear out the tide of Necron fodder. Wherever the Psyker lightning storm passed, swathes of Necron warriors turned into boiling molten metal, and even the ground beneath them was scorched into glassy crystals. While such a destructive strike rapidly depleted the Titan's energy reserves, its efficiency in clearing out endless low-level units was clearly more in line with Chen Xi's needs than individual target firing. He had no interest, nor any need, to waste too much time on these low-level combat units. These Necron fodder were mere cannon fodder, not even worthy of his serious attention. The real battle should be against those behemoths capable of shaking the battlefield, not wasting energy on these ants. After clearing a section of the battlefield, Chen Xi did not halt his advance. On the contrary, he felt as if he had just begun to warm up. The Titan's engines roared, its massive metallic limbs crushing the ground, each step making the earth tremble. His fighting spirit was rising, craving a battle that would truly allow him to go all out. I wonder if there's anything more exciting on this Necron planet. Otherwise, it would be a shame to have spent so many points to drop in a Titan without a worthy opponent, Chen Xi muttered softly, seemingly feeling that crushing fodder was a waste of this precious Psyker War Master Titan's power. He wanted a truly exhilarating fight, an opponent that could make him genuinely feel threatened. Preferably a Titan-class unit like a Doom Scythe, to let him experience the pinnacle of Necron technology. A magnificent stone wouldn't be out of the question either, as such ancient war machines could shake the very earth. He even wanted to try and see if he could defeat a star god shard, those terrifying entities that once devoured stars, which, even as fragments, possessed planet-destroying power. He thought that if he could decapitate a star god shard, it would undoubtedly be a heroic feat worth remembering and glorifying. Slap. Suddenly, another Psyker slap struck him, bringing Chen Xi's mind to a sudden clarity. Damn it, have the Kern dogheads got me too? What's going on? Have those two filthy bastards, Kern and Slaanesh, found me? Chen Xi cursed, but then immediately became extremely cautious. Chaos corruption is pervasive, especially for an entity like him, who was wantonly unleashing power on the battlefield, making him more likely to attract the attention of the Chaos Gods. Kern favors bloodthirsty warriors, while Slaanesh covets souls that seek extreme pleasure. And now, he seemed to have been targeted. Although his true body and soul had not truly entered this world, if he were to be corrupted or even fall in this world, no one knew what might happen in the 3K era. Even if it only affected his mental state, it would be very troubling for Chen Xi. After all, he didn't want to return to the real world as a madman obsessed only with slaughter or debauchery. Although in the 3K era, being warlike or lustful wasn't too severe a problem, it still felt disgusting, like being fed excrement. He had to remain vigilant, otherwise, once infiltrated by the power of chaos, the consequences would be unimaginable. Emperor, protect me from being fed shit by those 4 bastards. Chen Xi prayed softly, secretly vowing that he would go to ecclesiarchy churches more often for worship later. In this world, to avoid being entangled by those 4 chaos gods, one could only worship another god. Although the emperor was often inhumane, he truly loved humanity, and worshipping him was genuinely effective, and the more devout, the more effective. As Chen Xi thought this, he used the Titan's augury array to scan the entire battlefield, searching for any remaining enemies. At this moment, Chen Xi, though still feeling unfulfilled, had stopped his advance. Without the ignited, boiling fighting spirit, Chen Xi now appeared much calmer, refraining from the reckless act of single-handedly charging into the Necron lines, despite the power of the Psyker War Master Titan. Chapter 312, Adeptus Mechanicus Daily Life. After piloting the Psyker War Master back to the Imperial lines, Chen Xi deactivated the fear field projected by the massive war machine. In fact, it was only then that he realized this thing was useless against the Necrons and, instead, significantly impacted his own side. After all, the Necrons were a soulless mechanical horde, completely unaffected by psychic fear, whereas his own allies were unable to cooperate with the Psyker War Master's assault due to the fear field's influence. Otherwise, Chen Xi could have saved one lightning storm and expanded the battle's gains with the accompaniment of allied forces. However, the current situation wasn't problematic, having allies charge along would inevitably incur some casualties. Now, merely throwing one more lightning storm cleared out enemy forces within a 50-kilometer radius, while only a few timid Astra Militarum soldiers wet their pants from fright, which was quite a good deal. Moreover, after deactivating the fear field, Chen Xi could clearly feel that the Astra Militarum grunts looked at the Psyker War Master as if it were a deity. In fact, for these grunts, a War Master class Titan was indeed no different from a god. This strategic superweapon, capable of single-handedly overturning an entire battlefield, was astonishingly powerful. Its raw destructive might was enough for ordinary Astra Militarum soldiers to worship it as a god. And in the doctrines of both the Ecclesiarchy and the Adeptus Mechanicus, a Titan was inherently an embodiment of divine power. It was just that one believed it to be the Emperor's wrath, while the other believed it to be the power of the god of machines. Chen Xi had no direct experience with the former, but the latter. After he brought this colossal divine machine to a halt, the red-robed tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus rushed to Chen Xi's feet at an almost sprinting pace, kowtowing, chanting, and performing a mass before the still-moving steel behemoth. Using the Psyker War Master's augur arrays and targeting arrays, Chen Xi could clearly see that Kaul and the other archmagos he knew were among those kneeling and kowtowing at the very front. Facing a divine machine of this caliber, even lower-ranking tech priests likely didn't have the qualifications to come and kowtow. Just as Chen Xi was wondering if he should switch his consciousness back to the governor's body, the Psyker War Master's crew suddenly received a communication request from these tech priests. The Psyker War Master's crew was essentially just decoration and batteries, they didn't possess much autonomy, so this communication was effectively routed to Chen Xi. After a moment's hesitation, he connected the communication. Praise the God of machines. Praise the Omnissiah. God of machines above, please allow this noble divine machine to move, there is no suitable place here to provide maintenance and blessings for the divine machine. Kaul's excited voice came through the communication, his tone slightly respectful amidst the excitement. Of course, this respect was not for the crew, but for the Psyker War Master Titan itself. After all, this thing was truly rare, so rare that there was only this one unique example in the entire galaxy. In response, Chen Xi simply performed a system self-check, confirmed there were no issues, and then spoke, the machine is intact, no maintenance needed. Blessings, here is fine. He did not reply through the communication but directly used the Psyker War Master Titan's broadcast system. Titans all had such a system, generally used for announcements or playing hymns, but using it to converse with others presented no other problems besides being loud. This, in turn, nearly caused the red-robed figures on the ground to have their data wafers overload with excitement, because they all heard that it was not the crew speaking, but the divine machine itself conversing with them. Praise the God of machines. Respected divine machine, are you speaking? Kaul almost humbly sent the communication. The reason he didn't shout at the Psyker War Master Titan was primarily because Kaul felt it was too impolite to yell at the machine spirit of such an incredibly rare and noble divine machine. Moreover, in Adeptus Mechanicus etiquette, simply transmitting information through air vibrations was a highly inefficient and backward practice. The Adeptus Mechanicus only did so when communicating with outsiders who did not understand binary language. As for within the Adeptus Mechanicus, everyone transmitted binary information, who would shout at the top of their lungs. That would be considered an impolite barbarian act. Chen Xi noticed this and replied in the communication channel, it is I. I do not require maintenance. This reply almost instantly caused Kaul's data wafers to overheat, and his logical processing module nearly overloaded, while many lower-ranking tech priests behind him actually fainted, smoke rising from their bodies. Cooked. Chen Xi intentionally asked in curiosity. No, they are just too excited. Great divine machine, you can actually communicate. Call hastily explained, and sent a data packet to the Psyker War Master Titan, detailing how precious and noble a War Master class Titan was, how rare a machine spirit that could communicate so clearly and directly was, and how truly uncommon a Psyker Titan was. As if fearing that the machine spirit of the divine machine before him wouldn't understand, he also briefly attached a glossary of terms and an explanation of the Adeptus Mechanicus's reverence for divine machines, fearing to leave any bad impression on the Psyker War Master Titan's machine spirit. Chen Xi quickly read through it and couldn't help but smile. He had to admit, these tech priests were quite adorable at times. However, this had no impact on him. He merely spoke through the Psyker War Master Titan's broadcast system. Governor, blessed, I need to rest. After speaking, he shut down the Titan's main reactor and reduced the secondary reactor's output to standby, putting the entire machine into a dormant state. Chen Xi's own consciousness had already switched back to the governor's body. Although Chen Xi had switched characters, the tech priests remaining on site dared not show any slack. Seeing that the divine machine intended to rest right there, the tech priests immediately began to busy themselves. Several archmagos frantically shouted at the fleet in orbit and also called their forge ships, urging them to quickly transport resources down to construct a sheltered hangar for this incredibly precious, indeed unique, divine machine in the entire Imperium and galaxy. Their level of importance for this was almost unimaginable. Even Call and several archmagos personally got involved, installing all sorts of equipment, both familiar and unfamiliar. As for the divine machine being enclosed, while they were utterly respectful, they also activated all their detection and scanning equipment, seemingly intent on thoroughly examining this rare marvel. Chapter 313, Titan Legion. Less than 10 minutes after Chen Xi switched back to the governor, the Adeptus Mechanicus sent a formal notice, requesting him to withdraw this precious god of machines from Kharkov. For this, they were even willing to dispatch an entire Titan Legion to serve the expeditionary force, rather than let this precious divine machine remain in such a dangerous place. Upon hearing that the Adeptus Mechanicus was willing to dispatch an entire Titan Legion, Chen Xi was somewhat surprised that these tech priests were truly willing to go to such lengths. It should be known that even by the standards of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a Tier 2 military strength Titan Legion could deploy as many as 100 to 120 war engines, even if most of them were Warhound class Titan or Reaver class Titans. The deployment of an entire legion was a terrifying sight. Chen Xi didn't even hope for a Tier 2 legion. Even a Tier 3 Titan Legion by Mars standards would have dozens of Titans available for combat. At this level of military strength, leveling a Kharkov would indeed be very simple. However, after some hesitation, Chen Xi did not agree to the Adeptus Mechanicus's request, but instead stated that he wished to meet with the mechanical sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Several hours later, the shuttle carrying Chen Xi slowly landed on the planet's surface. Through the porthole, he was shocked to see that a steel fortress had already risen on the formerly empty plain the priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus had, in just a few hours, built an astonishingly large defensive fortification around the Titan War Master. Although this Titan was tens of meters tall, a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, for the Empire's powerful infrastructure capabilities, a structure of this scale was merely another demonstration of the Adeptus Mechanicus's efficiency and fanaticism. Red-robed tech priests directed swarms of servitors and slave laborers, rapidly constructing the main framework of the fortress with quick-setting concrete. Private collections from various sages were continuously transported in, plasma reactors, void shield generators, and adamantium armor plates, which should have been carefully preserved by the sages, were now unsparingly installed throughout the fortress. Even more alarming was that when Chen Xi's shuttle was still 200 kilometers away, it was firmly locked onto by the fortress's advanced auger array. Although she repeatedly sent identification codes and was confirmed as friendly, the targeting reticles of the automated turrets and laser anti-aircraft arrays still followed the shuttle like shadows. Clearly, the Adeptus Mechanicus regarded this Psyker Titan as an irreplaceable holy relic, and any approaching object would be met with the most stringent vigilance. The shuttle's machine spirit even emitted an uneasy hum from sensing so many weapon locks, and it wasn't until the shuttle had come to a complete stop on the fortress's landing platform that those deadly aiming beams finally moved away. This is the first time I've been targeted by so many weapons in an Imperial-controlled area, Chen Xi said as he stepped off the shuttle, looking at Call and the other mechanical sages who had come to greet him. Call merely shook his head slightly in response, then said, "This god of machines is too precious, we must ensure its safety." Ensuring its safety, but it's not necessary to point so many weapons at an Inquisitor, is it? Although Chen Xi wasn't emotional about this, he didn't intend to let the topic drop easily. The Adeptus Mechanicus is willing to offer compensation for this, but the safety of the god of machines must be guaranteed. Call seemed to be making a concession, but still insisted on his bottom line. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, they don't care whether Imperial territory is occupied by Xenos, nor do they care if the Empire faces a crisis. In fact, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, no empire would be better, because then no one would covet their precious machines. When encountering precious and powerful ancient technological relics, the Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't think about how to research, replicate, and popularize them, but rather how to enshrine these incomparably precious holy objects. So in their eyes, this incomparably precious Titan War Master should be enshrined in the most sacred temple on Mars, receiving the worship of countless god of machines believers, rather than being used on the battlefield. But the Kharkov war zone needs this god of machines to stabilize the front line, Chen Xi said calmly, and this statement officially kicked off his struggle with the Adeptus Mechanicus. We are willing to exchange it for an entire Titan Legion, Archmagos Call's mechanized voice carried an undeniable firmness. Mobilizing an entire Titan Legion would take a lot of time, Chen Xi frowned slightly. While this was indeed tempting, he knew that to a large extent, it was a pipe dream. And can the Adeptus Mechanicus truly divert an entire Titan Legion to a secondary campaign in such a remote sector? Chen Xi was highly skeptical, though he knew full well that to obtain this Titan War Master, the Adeptus Mechanicus would spare no expense. Near the Mariupol sector, a Tier 3 Titan Legion is stationed, possessing approximately 50 deployable war engines. Call responded, well prepared. Chen Xi merely curled his lip in disdain upon hearing this. A Tier 3 Titan Legion? A force of that size probably doesn't even have heavy Titans equipped, does it? Is deploying them to the battle really feasible? Although the expeditionary force faces a relatively small-scale war, Great Sage, you must have personally experienced the technological prowess of the Necrons. While a Titan Legion of this size is indeed powerful, it cannot replace the strategic value of this Psyker Titan. Precisely. We absolutely cannot leave this sacred machine here. The Necrons could damage it at any time. Call excitedly waved his mechanical appendages, metal joints grating harshly, his voice strained with emotion. Psyker Titans have long been extinct in the Empire. This is the only known Warlord-class Psi Titan. It is a miracle bestowed by the god of machines. Call's mechanical eye glowed with dangerous red light. Even the slightest damage would be a blasphemy against the god of machines and an immeasurable loss. The Adeptus Mechanicus would rather exchange an entire Titan Legion than allow it to suffer any harm. After a brief silence, Call seemed to have gone through an intense internal struggle, adding, if you are willing to entrust the Psyker Titan to the Adeptus Mechanicus for research, I can represent the Adeptus Mechanicus and assign a Titan Legion to your personal command. Assigned to my personal command. Chen Xi could barely hide his shock. Does Great Sage mean that the full allegiance of this legion would be transferred to me? This far exceeded his expectations. Not small favors like a few new Warhound-class Titans, but an entire, fully structured Titan Legion, including dozens of various Titans, their associated transport fleet, and elite Titan guards. To put it bluntly, with this scale of military power, coupled with an Astartes chapter and enough Astrum Militarum, he would be fully capable of conquering an entire sector. Chapter 314 A Win-Win Agreement. No, not subordination, but command, Call calmly corrected in his mechanically synthesized voice, his red glowing bionic eyes rotating slightly, seemingly assessing Chen Xi's reaction. This Titan Legion will be stationed at the Mariupol Forge World and will be responsible for defending the subsector under your jurisdiction, Call continued to explain, his metallic appendages waving in the air. You will have absolute command over them, free to deploy and direct them in combat. This authority will last until the end of your life, whether by natural death, or other unforeseen circumstances. Chen Xi's excitement cooled slightly, but his heart still pounded violently in his chest, and blood seemed to surge through his veins. This was still an unimaginable deal, an entire Titan Legion, completely at his command. With this force, he could sweep across the entire subsector in a short time, completely crushing the Space Necron dynasty entrenched there. And after that, this legion would still pledge allegiance to him, becoming the strongest barrier of the Rostov subsector. Even if the Great Rift tore through the galaxy in the future, and the Imperium fell into 200 years of turmoil and war, this remote frontier sector could stand firm with the help of this Titan Legion. After all, this was merely the edge of the Imperium's territory. Apart from the Space Necron dynasty buried deep underground, there was almost nothing that could truly threaten his existence. As for the green-skinned orcs awakening in the Curson system, as long as they weren't Croak, crushing them was only a matter of time. And the price he had to pay was merely a Psyker Titan, not even a permanent transfer, just temporarily lent to the Adeptus Mechanicus for research. Although this Psyker Titan was a super unit he had invested all his current points into after finally reaching level V authority, and the model was custom modified by himself, for Chen Xi, this was a worthwhile trade. I can agree to the Adeptus Mechanicus researching that Psi Titan War Master, but it must remain in the Rostov subsector. That is my bottom line. Chen Xi pondered for a long time, finally looking up, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. In times of crisis, I need this trump card ready at all times. This is acceptable. Call's mechanical voice rarely fluctuated, and his optical lenses quickly adjusted their focus. We can establish research facilities in the Forge World Temple on Rostov 3. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, the research location was not important, as long as they could get close to this sacred machine. The devout Great Sages would even consider a journey to the frontier a pilgrimage. Also, Great Sage, the Titan Legion you promised must first arrive in Kharkov and stabilize the front line before I will allow the Psi Titan War Master to leave the front. Chen Xi stated his second condition, on which he would not make any concessions. After all, the original intention of deploying this Titan was to solve the troop crisis in Kharkov. Withdrawing it now would be tantamount to abandoning all previous efforts. After all, his purpose in deploying this Psi Titan War Master was to resolve the troop deployment issues in the Kharkov campaign. It was impossible to withdraw this Titan now. Although Call strongly opposed this point, he did not continue to argue with Chen Xi about it. Because doing so would be meaningless, he could see that Chen Xi would never make any concessions or compromises on this matter. In the eyes of mortal commanders, the value of the God Machine lay in its destructive combat power, not in the technological mysteries it contained. While this understanding contradicted the Adeptus Mechanicus's tenets, it was still within tolerable limits. Understood, I will coordinate this Titan Legion to come as soon as possible. Call quickly agreed to this matter. After all, with his authority as Great Sage, mobilizing a Titan Legion was feasible. As for assigning a Titan Legion to Chen Xi's command, he did not specify whether it was the Titan Legion being transferred, or other Titan Legions, or even forming a new legion. These were all negotiable. Call preferred the latter. Drawing a few sealed God machines from the Adeptus Mechanicus's existing reserves, and coordinating with several secondary Forge Worlds to accelerate production, forming a new legion was actually more cost-effective for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Those ancient titans that had endured hundreds of battles were priceless treasures. In contrast, newly built units were easier to part with. At this point, Chen Xi finally stated his third and final condition. Finally, I request that the Titan Legion assigned to my command must have at least 3 Warhound-class titans. I need this to ensure the combat effectiveness of this Titan Legion. Call's mechanical vocalizer emitted a slight hum, then calmly responded, in principle, I agree to this request, although Mars might require some coordination, but these are all negotiable details. In his mind, these transferred titans would actually serve as escort forces for that precious Psi-Titan War Master, so this condition was actually more conducive to protecting the God Machine's safety. It seems we have reached a consensus. Chen Xi's lips finally curved into a satisfied smile. An entire, complete Titan Legion was about to be brought under his command, far exceeding his initial expectations. With this steel torrent, the defenses of the Rostov subsector would be impregnable, not to mention the strategic advantage it could provide after the impending Great Rift opened. A satisfied hum emanated from beneath Call's mechanical mask, his crimson bionic eyes flickering slightly. Although there were some costs, they were all within acceptable limits. One could even say that Chen Xi's asking price was far below his preconceived bottom line. To gain research access to this precious Psyker Titan, the great sage had already mentally prepared himself to seed a secondary forge world. Agreement reached, Call raised his mechanical arm, metallic joints clicking crisply. I will complete the mobilization of the Titan Legion within 1 month and report to the Adeptus Mechanicus to apply for the formation of a new Titan Legion for the Rostov subsector. Chen Xi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the agreement terms that had just appeared on the holographic projection. He noticed that Call had specifically used the word form, which made Chen Xi raise an eyebrow. These tech priests were still as stingy as ever, unwilling to part with those powerful legions. However, for now, gaining command of a complete Titan Legion was enough for him to establish a firm foothold in this remote sector. I look forward to our cooperation. Chen Xi extended his hand, and Call's bionic limb reached out to grasp it. Cold metal met warm flesh, symbolizing the finalization of this transaction. The two exchanged a knowing glance. In this game, both believed they had achieved a satisfactory outcome. Chapter 315, Rustblade Legion. The Adeptus Mechanicus was truly dedicated to this Psyker War Master Titan. In just 1 month, a Titan Legion with 50 war engines was transferred to the Rostov subsector and deployed in the Kharkov campaign. This arriving legion did not have a resounding name. It was a new legion established less than 1,000 years ago, created by the Adeptus Mechanicus as a garrison legion when they were establishing new forge worlds to open up the imperial frontier. This Titan Legion, known as Rustblade, was a Class 3 legion by Mars military standards. The entire legion possessed 80 war engines, and this deployment meant they had committed most of their assets. In addition to a Warhound class Titan serving as the legion's flagship, they also had 3 Warbringer class and 5 Reaver class Titans, all of which were brought this time. The rest were various models of Warhound class Titans. It could be said that the Adeptus Mechanicus truly spared no expense in this matter. Chen Xi, in accordance with his agreement with Call, allowed them to withdraw the Psyker War Master Titan from the planet after the Titan Legion arrived in Kharkov and entered the battlefield. The Adeptus Mechanicus was naturally overjoyed, and Call even personally transported it on his forge arc. They had good reason to be so serious. Before the Rustblade Legion arrived, the Necrons had launched several attacks over the past month. Chen Xi had activated the Psyker War Master Titan 3 times to stabilize the front line, each time making the tech priests' hearts pound. Especially the last time, the Necrons also seemed intent on destroying this important Imperial war engine, so they deployed a Doomsday Monolith formation consisting of several Doomsday Monoliths, attempting to destroy the Psyker War Master Titan. Not only that, but to restrict the Psyker Titan's psychic power, they specifically deployed 4 Blackstone Obelisks to seal and isolate the Psyker Titan's power. This was also the most dangerous battle Chen Xi had encountered while controlling the Psyker Titan. The power of the Blackstone Obelisks was indeed strong, the Psyker War Master Titan's power was suppressed, and powerful psychic spells could barely be cast. The Necron units fighting the Psyker War Master had their shields specially reinforced. While gravity cannons were not ineffective, it was difficult to destroy them quickly. And the power of the Doomsday Monolith was also very strong. Even the War Master class Titan's 7 layers of Void Shield were overloaded, and 4 of the 12 Void Shield generators were damaged during the engagement. The Adeptus Mechanicus sages observing the battle nearly had heart attacks, almost calling for a fleet orbital bombardment to reclaim this precious divine machine. However, Chen Xi remained unhurried, simply activating the Psyker Annihilation Cannon installed on the Psyker War Master's left arm. This was an ancient and powerful weapon from the Dark Age of technology. Its operating principle was to draw power from the Psykers confined within the Psyker Titan, then focus and amplify it to tear open the veil of the real world, thereby creating a rift leading to the warp. Although the suppression from the Blackstone Obelisks prevented the Psyker War Master Titan from casting high-power psychic spells, it did not completely sever its connection to the warp. So when Chen Xi activated this weapon, it only took a little longer to charge, and a little more power was drawn from the Psykers. It eventually activated. A terrifying warp rift appeared directly in front of one of the Doomsday Monoliths, sucking it in within the blink of an eye. Immediately, this rift continuously expanded, pulling in several other Doomsday Monoliths within a few hundred meters. Several Blackstone Obelisks attempted to suppress and seal the warp rift, but how could Chen Xi let go of this valuable opportunity? Because the warp rift was torn open, warp energy quickly became abundant again. So Chen Xi directly condensed a powerful psychic force and pulled up several surrounding Blackstone Obelisks, throwing them into the warp rift. This wasn't some powerful combat psychic ability, Any awakened psyker whose psychic level wasn't too low to manifest it could perform this trick. However, the weakest could only move small objects like cups or cigarettes, average ones could drag a lemon rus, and only those as strong as Ma Zionjai could move planets. But Chen Xi didn't need to move planets, he just needed to throw these black stone obelisks into the warp rift. With the power of the Psyker War Master Titan, this was an easy task. Ultimately, the Necron's ambush ended with all the Doomsday monoliths and black stone obelisks being thrown into the warp rift. After Chen Xi controlled the Psyker War Master Titan back to their own lines, the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests almost rushed over as if their mothers had died, kowtowing to this divine Titan machine. Countless amounts of incense were burned, they almost used censers to fumigate the entire Titan. The damaged void shield emitters were immediately dismantled for repair, with Call personally overseeing the work. Only those with at least a sage title in a relevant field could assist in the repairs. Sages not in the relevant field could only stand by and watch, and those without a sage title were directly sent to kowtow. With such an unsparing investment, the 4 void shields were quickly repaired and reinstalled in a grand ceremony. And after repairing the Psyker War Master Titan's void shields, the Adeptus Mechanicus almost immediately rushed to Chen Xi's office, banging on his desk and demanding that this precious divine machine no longer be sent to the battlefield. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, Chen Xi sending the Psyker War Master Titan to the battlefield was like using the Imperial Seal to crack walnuts. It was truly a waste of precious resources. Of course, Chen Xi couldn't agree to their demands. Anyway, for him, even if the Psyker War Master Titan was destroyed on the battlefield, it could be repaired. He truly didn't feel bad if it broke, he would only consider how long it would take for it to self-repair and what he would need to fill the combat power gap during its self-repair period. After all, a unit worth several thousand points, its points alone would be enough for Chen Xi to accumulate an Astartes chapter. As for whether an Astartes chapter or a War Master class Titan is more effective, that is a matter of opinion. In a direct confrontation, a fully equipped Astartes chapter might not be less effective than a Titan, but when facing some particularly tough targets, a Titan is undoubtedly more useful than an Astartes chapter. What to use specifically is a great test for a commander, requiring him to allocate resources reasonably according to different battlefield situations. However, normally, Imperial commanders do not have such happy troubles, they usually have neither this nor that, and can only fill the lines with Astra Militarum cannon fodder. Chapter 316, Conscription. Conscription. With the Rustblade Legion joining the fray, the battle situation on Kharkov suddenly became clear. This Iron Tide, composed of over 50 Titans, easily tore through the Necrons' hastily constructed defenses. Although the Necrons still maintained a massive military force, with an endless stream of troops pouring out of the green glowing portals, they clearly underestimated the destructive power of the Imperium of Man's Titan Legion. These ancient mechanical gods marched with heavy steps, crushing the Necron warriors' phalanxes into dust, while volleys from Gauss weapons only left ripples on their void shields. Kharkov was not Donetsk, the Necrons had no established base here. Although they constructed portals to rapidly deploy large numbers of troops to this world, and quickly established fortresses and defensive lines, this was ultimately no match for the years of development in a Necron dynasty's core world like Donetsk. Therefore, once the Psyker War Master Titan crushed their counterattack, the Necrons had little left in their arsenal to counter the Titan Legion. They might have been able to block 1 or 2 Titan battle groups, but when the Rustblade Legion's 50-plus Titans sounded the horn of war together, the outcome of this campaign was no longer in doubt. In orbit, the Expeditionary Force fleet was already evenly matched with the Necrons' fleet. After the Titan Legion arrived, the fleet that transported and deployed them also joined the Void Battle, and thus, after several days of fierce fighting, the Void Battle also reached a decisive conclusion. Although the Necrons were not completely annihilated, the remaining Necron fleet still lurked on the dark side of the planet, occasionally launching small-scale raids, but the overall situation was decided, the victory of Kharkov was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Chen Xi did not remain there, returning to Rostov with the fleet that carried the Psyker War Master Titan. As for the war in Kharkov, Chen Xi continued to entrust it to the 3 commanders, and the situation in Kherson had also concluded, so Chen Xi no longer needed to personally oversee it. However, on Hai Tu's side, the green-skinned orcs seemed to be escalating. Chen Xi had already deployed a portion of the Astra Militarum to support him, but the current situation seemed less than optimistic. Chen Xi planned to return to Rostov, recruit another wave of new soldiers, and after their organization was complete, send them to Hai Tu. Fighting orcs, with its lower intensity, could also serve as a training exercise. Moreover, speaking of fighting orcs, Rostov's defense force has a heritage. Don't forget, they used to be Valhallan ice warriors. Valhalla had once suffered an orc invasion, and the people on that planet defeated the invading orcs under extremely harsh conditions, making them experts in fighting in cold environments and dealing with orc invasions for the Imperium. Although the Valhallan ice warriors of Rostov had long since retired and several generations had passed, how much of their glorious tradition remained was a debatable matter, but this did not mean that the Valhallans had forgotten how to fight orcs. Especially since they were facing an ice world similar to their homeland, Valhalla, Chen Xi believed these Valhallans would awaken the heritage in their bloodline. However, for now, Chen Xi still needed to solve the conscription problem. Upon returning to Rostov, Chen Xi immediately summoned the relevant personnel of the defense force. In the conference hall, a holographic projector displayed the real-time battle situations of various front lines in the subsector, with the most worrying being the battle on Helsin 3, where Hai Tu was located. The orcs on Helsin 3 have broken through the 3rd defensive line, and the local garrison has suffered heavy losses, a staff officer reported, as on the holographic map, the red markers symbolizing the green-skinned orcs spread at an alarming rate. What about the Astra Militarum and the Blood Knights chapter we dispatched earlier? Chen Xi asked with a frown. They stabilized the situation, but the number of orcs is still increasing, and... The staff officer hesitated. Scouts report that they may have discovered some ancient technological ruins, and those green-skinned orcs are trying to convert it into a war machine. Orcs are a very peculiar species, as weapons of war created by the old ones. Orcs develop their technology based on the enemies they encounter. If you only have medieval technology, orcs will only have iron armor and cleavers, but if you are an interstellar space fleet, orcs can quickly pull out various junkyard-like space warships. No one knew the exact situation of the orcs on Helsin 3 before they were frozen, but these orcs who broke through the ice layer were indeed formidable. And if they gained some kind of ancient technology's enhancement, or if they obtained some ancient technological ruins, these orcs could truly create significant trouble. Therefore, Chen Xi had to quickly send troops to reinforce and control the situation on Helsin 3. How many more people can we conscript? He looked at his chamberlain. Rachel glanced at the data pad in her hand and said with some difficulty, Governor, Rostov has already undergone 3 rounds of full conscription, and almost all able-bodied young men have been enlisted into the army. If we forcibly conscript again, it might affect the planet's production. Chen Xi was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what about women? The conference hall fell silent. Although in the Imperium, where women are used like men and men like livestock, female enlistment is not uncommon, the Imperium currently has only one purely female combat unit, the Battle Sisters. While there are female soldiers in the Astra Militarum, and they do go to the front lines to carry guns, not just serve in administrative roles in the rear, the number of female soldiers is not large. Female standard bearer of the Valhallan Ice Warriors. After all, the Imperium's gender equality is truly equal, the Astra Militarum's conscription standards have never been lowered for women. Governor, if we conscript women, will it affect the combat effectiveness of the troops? A staff officer cautiously reminded him. Chen Xi shook his head, then looked at the star map in front of him and said, to fight for the Imperium, there is no need to distinguish between men, women, old, or young, they are all subjects of the Emperor, and they are all his warriors. Other Astra Militarum regiments of the Imperium never differentiate between men and women during conscription, so why should Rostov be an exception? Yes, if we conscript women, we should be able to raise 10 regiments. Rachel and General Grigory discussed it and gave what they considered a more appropriate number. But Chen Xi was not satisfied with this, he shook his head and said, what good are 10 regiments? And with billions of people on Rostov now, can we only conscript 10 regiments? This time, conscript 500,000. If there are retired veterans from the former defense force who are still willing to fight for the Emperor and meet the physical requirements, they are all to be reinstated to active duty. Yes, Governor. In the conference room, everyone could only bow their heads in agreement in the face of Chen Xi's firmness. Chapter 317, 500,000 new recruits. With the conscription order issued, Rostov became lively once again. Long queues quickly formed in front of the conscription stations, with eligible men and women from various cities coming to sign up. Among them were strong young people, veterans who had served before, and even some descendants of Valhallan Ice Warriors who had retired many years ago. Although generations had passed, the fighting instinct in their bloodline seemed to have never faded. Regarding conscription, Rostovians, like people from other imperial worlds, did not resist it. In fact, they eagerly anticipated it and enthusiastically joined the army. Conscription officers skillfully registered information, while hospitalers conducted strict physical examinations and screenings nearby. Unqualified individuals were immediately advised to leave, while those who passed were given temporary identification cards, awaiting further assignment. This was mainly due to the Imperium's inherent martial and military merit traditions. In the ecclesiarchy's propaganda, joining the army, especially the Astra Militarum, was a noble act of loyalty to the God Emperor, a glorious path to achieving one's life's value. On the conscription posters, fully armed Astra Militarum soldiers held las guns aloft, with burning battlefields and fluttering Aquila banners behind them, and the slogan boldly read, "Fight for the Emperor, fight for humanity." Not to mention, the Department of Internal Affairs, Department of Justice, and Department of Military Affairs of the Imperium all ensured generous treatment for the Astra Militarum and their families. Although this point is somewhat questionable, as corruption and embezzlement within the bureaucratic system are common. However, there is no doubt that the families of Astra Militarum members can live well on their home planets. The Schola Progenium's enrollment sources are these Astra Militarum families. If they have problems, then there will be real big problems. Of course, if you are just an ordinary grunt who dies on the battlefield without being promoted or achieving any merits, the Department of Military Affairs will naturally provide much less compensation and benefits. But overall, the allowance of an ordinary Astra Militarum soldier is still enough for his family to live a relatively decent life in the midhive of a hive city. It is precisely because of this that the enthusiasm for joining the Imperial Army is quite high. Astra Militarum conscription only ever sees situations where individuals are rejected for not meeting requirements. There has never been a time when they couldn't recruit soldiers. As for the defense force established by the planetary governor himself, it depends on whether the governor is a good person. Governors with high degrees of humanity generally do not have problems recruiting soldiers, but there are also fools who get overthrown by the defense force they themselves established. In Rostov, due to the extremely high Astra Militarum traditional legacy and the fact that it is a settlement of descendants of Valhallan Ice Warriors, the military spirit is excellent. As soon as the conscription order was issued, a large number of volunteers poured into the conscription stations, with some even rushing overnight from remote mining areas to sign up. For them, this was not just a job, but a continuation of honor. Coupled with the fact that the previous governor had a high degree of humanity, and Chen Xi, as the successor governor, did not engage in any outrageous actions that would incur public wrath, even after several rounds of conscription, there are still enough people willing to join the army. However, unlike previous rounds of conscription, which mostly consisted of eligible young men, this time the conscription teams included quite a few grey-haired elderly people and young women. In front of the conscription station, the queue was noticeably more diverse than before. Young women stood in groups of 2 or 3, some nervously clutching their clothes, while others stood tall, their gazes firm. Many of them wore work pants and sturdy boots, clearly ready to join the army. On the other side of the queue, the grey-haired veterans appeared exceptionally calm, their wrinkled faces carried the composure of seasoned warriors, and their rough fingers unconsciously rubbed, as if recalling the feeling of holding a gun. The appearance of female figures is easy to understand. After several rounds of large-scale conscription, a large number of eligible young men have been sent to the battlefield, and most of the remaining no longer meet the conscription requirements, making female enlistment inevitable. Many women even volunteered, including factory workers, farm laborers, and even school teachers. Although they lacked practical combat experience, thanks to the planet's inherent martial spirit and the militia policy enacted by Chen Xi, they generally received basic militia training, at least knowing how to properly hold a gun and follow orders. As for the elderly, most were retired veterans of the former Rostov Defense Force, as well as relevant personnel who had received military training. Although these veterans were old, their bodies were still sturdy, and many still maintained the military posture they had during their service. They stood silently in the queue, occasionally conversing in low voices, their topics always revolving around past combat experiences and the impending orc threat. To some extent, these veterans are the focus of this conscription. Most of them had received military training from the former Rostov Defense Force and possessed excellent military qualities. Although they may not meet the standards of the Astra Militarum, the tactical doctrines from the Valhallan Ice Warriors still give them certain advantages and experience in dealing with orcs and fighting in cold environments. Although due to Rostov's environment, a considerable part of the Valhallan Ice Warriors' tactical doctrines had been adjusted for the local arid and hot desert Ifid environment, some fundamental aspects remained unchanged. For example, squad cooperation, suppressive fire, and precise strikes targeting orc weaknesses. These tactical essences were already ingrained in their bones. Chen Xi believed that these descendants of the former Valhallans, with a certain amount of adaptive training in cold environments, would be able to rediscover what their ancestors excelled at. At this moment, he stood by the second-floor window of the conscription station, silently watching the crowd below, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. These veterans and female recruits might not be the ideal warriors, but under the Emperor's banner, they would all become an indispensable part of humanity's defense line. Notify the Holy War Army to dispatch 500,000 elite troops. These new recruits will undergo a 2-week intensive training with the Holy War Army. Immediately after the training, they will be organized into 20 legions and all sent to the Kherson front. Chen Xi said decisively, his voice becoming more severe, tell the Holy War Army commander that the orc threat in Kherson is escalating, and we cannot wait any longer. Chen Xi turned to Rachel, his chamberlain, and continued to give orders. Also, immediately contact the representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus Forge World. Weapons and equipment must be in place as soon as possible. He paused, quickly calculating logistical needs. I don't expect them to provide heavy equipment like Lemon Rust tanks or Baneblade super heavy tanks, but there must be at least 200 Chimera armored personnel carriers and 50 Basilisk self-propelled artillery pieces. And everyone must have a lasgun and bulletproof armor. I don't want my soldiers to go to the battlefield empty-handed. Rachel quickly recorded these orders, her data slate flashing with top priority red markers. Understood, Governor. She looked up, professionally confirming, I will personally oversee the negotiations with the Adeptus Mechanicus to ensure all equipment meets the standards. Chapter 318, Green Tide. On Helsin 3, Hai Tu was in a bit of a bind. The situation on the ice plain was much worse than he had anticipated. The green-skinned orcs that had awakened from deep within the ice seemed endless, roaring, and wielding crude but deadly weapons, displaying astonishing vitality in the extreme cold. Chen Xi had originally only tasked him with managing this planet, primarily dealing with the recuperation of the wounded. War was not within his purview. But now, with orcs continuously emerging from beneath the ice, he had no choice but to take charge and bravely command the troops to meet the enemy. Fortunately, he was using a piece from the Lord of Cadia, and while not a famous general, he possessed basic command abilities. His tactical deployments weren't brilliant, but at least they were by the book. Defensive lines advanced in layers, firing points provided overlapping coverage, and fortifications were built sturdy enough. Though this fighting style appeared rigid, even somewhat clumsy, it was precisely what the Imperial Astra Militarum excelled at. The Astra Militarum was certainly mocked for its outdated tactics, like fighting a space-age war with World War I trench warfare. But one had to admit, the Imperium had endured 10,000 years of war precisely by relying on this seemingly backward tactical system. When enemies had to directly assault the Astra Militarum's defensive lines, they would discover that behind these rigid tactics lay an iron bulwark forged from countless lives. Hai Tu was currently employing this very method, relying on the outer fortifications of the Dome City to construct a deep defense. Automated turrets, lasgun arrays, and heavy machine gun firing points were all meticulously arranged according to standard tactical manuals. For the green-skinned orcs to break through such a defense, they would have to pave the way with their corpses. And what the Astra Militarum feared least was this kind of head-on war of attrition. It was true when facing the Necrons, and it was true when facing these green-skinned orcs emerging from the ice. Of course, the green-skinned orcs had enough troops to fill the Astra Militarum's defensive lines, which was precisely why Hai Tu felt so overwhelmed. On the ice plain outside the dome, the number of green-skinned orcs was increasing at a visible rate. They crawled out of ice fissures, surging towards the human defenses like a green tide. The ammunition consumption of the automated turrets far exceeded expectations, and the soldiers' gun barrels glowed red from continuous firing, yet they still couldn't stop the advance of these barbaric creatures. The green-skinned orcs of the Warhammer world are not like the orcs in other fantasy works, who need to be born or reproduce in other ways. These war machines, created by the old ones for the war in heaven, are a special kind of semi-plant, semi-animal organism that reproduces through spores, and every living green-skinned orc is a massive source of spores. Hai-Tu stood before the observation window of the command center, watching the green-skinned orcs continuously spread spores during combat. When they scratched their bodies, tiny green particles drifted with the wind. When they were wounded and bled, their splattered bodily fluids also contained countless spores. Even after they died, their corpses would rapidly decompose, releasing the last batch of spores. Just as a mushroom can produce a large number of fungal spores, a green-skinned orc, by simply scratching his crotch or head, will spread countless fungal spores, which then multiply into a vast number of green-skinned orcs. How fast is their reproduction rate? They can engage the Tyranid swarm in human wave tactics, and fight them to a standstill. On Hai-Tu's tactical display, the curve representing the number of green-skinned orcs was almost vertical. Areas cleared yesterday would see new green-skinned orc tribes emerge today. Even more terrifying, these newly spawned green-skinned orcs seemed to inherit the combat experience of the slain green-skinned orcs. Each attack was more cunning than the last. Therefore, even though Chen Xi had already dispatched Blood Knights and a portion of the Astra Militarum regiments to reinforce, the Imperial defenders still suffered heavy losses. The defensive line was shrinking daily, and casualty reports piled up on Hai-Tu's desk. Though the Blood Knights were brave, facing the endless tide of green-skinned orcs, they too began to suffer casualties. And those ordinary Astra Militarum soldiers, often a squad holding a position, would have only 2 or 3 left when they withdrew. Fortunately, the dome itself was established for medical purposes, and it had sufficiently complete medical facilities. As long as soldiers weren't killed on the spot, the medical standards here could generally bring them back. It was precisely for this reason that Hai-Tu had been able to hold out until now. But looking at the dwindling numbers on the supply reserve table, he knew this situation wouldn't last much longer. Reinforcements had to arrive quickly, otherwise, when the last painkiller ran out, it would be the beginning of the defensive line's collapse. The Blood Knights had attempted decapitation strikes, a common tactic used by the Imperium when facing orc attacks. Elite Astartes combat teams would eliminate the green-skinned orc warboss, causing their morale to collapse. The reason for such a tactic is that the green-skinned orcs themselves possess something called a war field, which is speculated to be some kind of psychic technology left behind by the old ones. As long as enough green-skinned orcs gather together, the war field will take effect. It will not only cause the biggest and strongest among this group of green-skinned orcs to grow rapidly and become larger, but also make the various weapons cobbled together by green-skinned orcs from junk work as they intend. For example, if he welds a steel pipe, and I reckon it's a gun that goes bang, it will go bang, even without needing bullets. Commissar Yerrick, one of the Imperium's 3 legendary commissars, famously heard that the orcs reckoned his eyes could shoot red lasers that killed anyone he glared at, so he replaced his eye with a bionic one that could shoot red lasers. Then, this bionic eye, which originally could only emit a laser to light cigarettes, became a powerful contraption, even more potent than a standard Astra Militarum lasgun, truly capable of killing a green-skinned orc boy with a single glare. It seemed quite idealistic. And because of this, the green-skinned orcs' weapons all look like they were assembled from a junk pile, and when enough of them gather, a warboss who commands all the green-skinned orcs will always emerge, becoming bigger and stronger, as well as more cunning and treacherous, with the warfield's blessing. Of course, if the warboss dies, the gathered green-skinned orcs will quickly lose the warfield's blessing, and their morale will plummet, becoming easily routed. The Imperium has repeatedly used this point to execute decapitation strikes. Although often suffering heavy losses, it can achieve miraculous results. But now, the Blood Knights had tried several times but failed to find a warboss among the green-skinned orc forces, so a decapitation strike was out of the question. After all, Hai-Tu had limited forces and no ability to conduct reconnaissance by fire to locate the warboss. However, the Blood Knights' several raids were not without gain. Besides eliminating several warlords, they also discovered that this group of green-skinned orcs was excavating an ancient ruin beneath the ice, which seemed to have a considerably important function. Chapter 319, Croak in the Ice. The ice plains of Helsin 3 trembled, as if the entire planet was quivering within the belly of some ancient beast. Chapter Master Yorl of the Blood Knights chapter stood within the makeshift command post, his crimson power armor covered in frost, the ice condensed at its joints flaking off with his movements. Behind his faceplate, his eyes were fixed on the constantly expanding red area on the holographic tactical map that represented the intensifying green-skinned orcs' offensive, like a surging, murky flood, eroding the last weak points of the human defense line. Even more unsettling was that the orcs' attack routes were not chaotic. Their objective seemed to be not merely to breach the human defenses, but to converge on a specific coordinate deep within the ice plains. What are they excavating? Yorl's voice was low and hoarse, like 2 rusted pieces of metal grinding against each other. His calloused fingers swiped across the data slate, pulling up images sent back by a reconnaissance team at great risk. Deep within the ice, an ancient metal structure, frozen for 10 millennia, was being crudely excavated by the green-skinned orcs. Meat boys wielded welding torches and drills, and rusted runes flickered with an eerie green light under the searchlights, as if responding to the orcs' savage hammering. An old one relic. Hai-Tu stood to the side, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. He was not a military expert, but even he understood that allowing these natural war machines to gain any form of technological enhancement would be a catastrophe. Those killing machines, cobbled together from scrap metal and insane I think so logic, if they were to gain the blessings of ancient technology. No, worse than that. Ural suddenly gripped the data slate, and his armor's servo system emitted a dangerous hum. He violently zoomed in on a corner of the image deep within the ice fissure. A massive green body was vaguely visible, frozen within the thick ice wall like a prehistoric insect in amber. Its size far exceeded that of a normal orc, its muscular arms were almost as thick as an Astartes warrior's waist, and its tusks protruded from its lower jaw like power axes, maintaining a skyward roaring posture even while frozen. At the same time, it was clad in a suit of power armor that looked incredibly advanced at first glance, and in its hand, it held a hammer that appeared as large as a family car. Croak's concept art, possibly fan-made, not guaranteed to be authentic. The air in the command post instantly solidified. Croak, Hai-Tu's throat tightened. The legendary old orc, a monster capable of wrestling with a primarch. Do you know what this is? Chapter Master Ural's gaze was fixed on Hai-Tu, demanding to know what the seemingly unimaginable giant beast before him was. Chapter Master Ural had initially thought it was one of the beasts that had appeared in the Beast Wars recorded in Imperial history, but now he heard a name from Hai-Tu's mouth that he had never heard before. Croak, a name Ural was certain had never appeared in any official Imperial records. Inquisitor Chen Xi once mentioned it, in the era when the Necrons were still active, they waged war against a race called the Old Ones, a war known as the War in Heaven. Hai-Tu had no sense of secrecy at this moment. In his eyes, this was not a secret. The Necrons received help from reality-bending gods called C'tan, wantonly twisting physical laws, folding or changing cosmic dimensions, and the war that erupted between them and the Old Ones, who mastered psychic technology and the webway, even tore the galaxy apart. To contend with the Necrons and the C'tan, the Old Ones modified the Orcs and Eldar to serve as their vassals in this galaxy-tearing war. And Croak was the war weapon created by the Old Ones at that time to fight against the Necrons and the C'tan. They are also the ancestors or origin of the current green-skinned Orcs. They are the ancestors of the green-skinned Orcs? Are they very powerful? Ural watched Hai-Tu, asking the question he cared about most: if the Orcs dig it out, what will be the consequences? Facing Ural's question, Hai-Tu looked into his bloodshot eyes and asked in a faint voice, how much impact would the return of a Primarch have on the Astartes? Croak is to the green-skinned Orcs what a Primarch is to a space marine. Upon hearing this, Ural instinctively wanted to rage. How could this monster before him compare to the noble Primarches? But then he felt a chilling dread that made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Because Hai-Tu added, the beast from the Beast Wars that could fight Lord Vulcan one-on-one did not reach Croak's level of size, and its strength was even far inferior. We must stop their excavation. Chapter Master Ural's emotions suddenly calmed down, for he knew that the Blood Knights had found a mission worthy of their everything. They would cleanse their dishonor in the name of Sanguinius. Assemble all Blood Knights who can still fight. We will raid the relic and destroy that device. Hai-Tu instinctively tried to stop him. Chapter Master Ural, we must inform Inquisitor Chen Xi about this. We need reinforcements, our forces are insufficient now, you. Mortal, this is not a request, but a notification. Before Hai-Tu could finish, Ural interrupted him, his voice as cold as iron. Honor cannot be stained. Even if we die in battle, we must stop them from awakening that monster. 300 Blood Knights charged through the howling blizzard, their red power armor covered in frost, their jump packs spewing fiery blue exhaust, carving countless dazzling streaks of light across the dark night sky. The hum of chainswords intertwined with the frenzied war cries of the green-skinned Orcs, playing a symphony of death. However, when they rushed into the ancient relic's perimeter, what awaited them was not only the warlord's meticulously laid ambush, but also more ancient green-skinned Orcs awakening from deep within the ice. These monsters, frozen for untold centuries, were larger than modern Orcs. Their muscular bodies were covered in armor that looked crude but could easily withstand bolter fire, and their tusks protruded like scimitars. The weapons in their hands were not crudely made scrap, but exquisitely forged killing tools. Sharp battle axes, heavy power hammers, and even some strange firearms suspected of being ancient technology. They were not Croak, but no one knew what era they belonged to. Their fighting style was brutal and efficient, each charge was like the trampling of an ancient behemoth. It even made the battle-hardened Blood Knights feel a delusion, as if they were fighting the terrifying Orcs from the Beast Wars period recorded in Imperial history. Casualties rapidly mounted. One Blood Knight was struck head-on by an ancient green-skinned Orc's power hammer, his chest plate instantly caved in, and he was hurled into the ice like a cannonball. Another warrior's chainswords had just severed an Orc's head when a battle axe from the side cleaved open his shoulder plate, his blood instantly freezing in the extreme cold. Hold the line. The Blood Knight's captain roared in the comms channel, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the deafening war cries of the ancient green-skinned Orcs. Chapter 320, Bitter Battle on the Ice Plain. The transport ship on orbit finally broke through the atmosphere, its hull burning violently from friction, dark red molten metal flowing like lava, cutting scorching trails across the pitch-black night sky. The thick armor plates twisted and deformed from the extreme heat, emitting a grating metallic groan, but the million warriors inside the ship had no time to spare. They were about to step into hell. As the hatch roared open, the hydraulic system shrieked shrilly, and an icy blizzard instantly poured into the cabin, lashing against every taut face. 500,000 new recruits and 500,000 Holy War Army soldiers surged out like a tide, their heavy military boots crushing the ice, a steel torrent pouring onto this war-torn ice plain. Their breaths condensed into white mist in the extreme cold, only to be torn apart by the howling gunfire. This was a peculiar mixed unit, female new recruits fresh from training camp, their brand new uniforms strikingly visible in the snow, their frost-bitten fingers tightly gripping lasguns, fanatical and devout Holy War Army soldiers, shouting the Emperor's name, their golden holy seals gleaming on their battle robes in the firelight, and those grizzled veterans, silently checking their weapons, their calloused fingers skillfully manipulating the bolt, as if they had never left the battlefield. However, the battlefield did not care about their origins. The biting cold wind, laden with artillery fire, howled past, shrapnel and ice crystals intertwining into a deadly net in the air. A white-haired RIfxFe veteran knelt on one knee on the frozen ground, his heavy cold weather cloak flapping in the wind. His scarred face contorted behind the scope, his cloudy single eye locked onto a charging green-skinned orc. Remember. The orcs' heads are their weakness. His roar pierced through the explosions, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Amidst the roar of the heavy bolter, a string of bolts precisely tore through the orc's skull, and green brains sizzled into the snow, leaving smoking craters. Aim true, girls, he roared, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing, aim true if you don't want to become minced meat. The female new recruits initially scattered in disarray amidst the deafening artillery fire, some knelt on the ice, vomiting, their light gold braids stained with stomach acid, some trembled, repeatedly pulling the safety catch but unable to fire, even more stood rooted to the spot, their pupils reflecting the distant shadows of comrades vaporized by plasma cannons. Until they witnessed with their own eyes the young girl who had taught them military songs on the transport ship, being diagonally cleaved in half from the shoulder blade by a green-skinned barbarian with a rusty cleaver. Her severed body traced a 10-meter-long crimson trail on the snow, her unclosed eyes still looking in the direction of her sisters. For her. For the Emperor. That roar erupted from the center of the battlefield, like a blunt knife cutting through the wind and snow. No one saw who shouted it first, perhaps it was the blonde girl who always secretly mended her sister's uniforms in the barracks, or perhaps it was the short-haired girl who had silently carried an extra box of ammunition for a tired companion during training. Now her voice was raspy as if sanded, her crying laced with burning hatred, as if to tear her vocal cords apart. The next second, a combat instinct sleeping deep in their bloodline awakened. The female soldiers' pupils suddenly contracted, their knuckles turning white from excessive force. They formed groups of 3, backs against ice fissures, boot heels pressed firmly into the frozen ground, lasgun stocks against their shoulders, just as their fathers and grandfathers had practiced thousands of times. Crossfire. 30 crimson beams pierced through the blizzard, precisely converging on the fuel tank of that green-skinned war machine. The monster was charging, spewing black smoke, crude pipes exposed beneath its rivet-sprung armor plates, as if mocking humanity's weakness. But the next second, the ignited fuel blew it into scattered scrap metal, the giant fiery claw tearing open the snow curtain, vaporized ice crystals hissing and dissipating in the high temperature. The towering flames illuminated their faces, frostbitten cheekbones stained with comrades' blood, eyelashes encrusted with frost, but their gazes had been forged into steel. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Holy War Army's fanaticism transformed into a bloody hurricane. A tattooed zealot lunged directly at the orc boy in front of him, his teeth sinking deep into the opponent's neck, tearing out half a windpipe. Another warrior who had lost his right arm clamped a thermo-meltdown bomb with his stump, his maniacal laughter even overpowering the green-skinned orc's war cries, then turned into a spectacular explosion. Under the Emperor's banner, they were all blades. On the other side, the assault team led by Ural, the Blood Knight's chapter master, was embroiled in a bitter battle on the outskirts of the ancient ruins. Those ancient green-skinned orcs that had awakened from the ice were more troublesome than expected. They not only possessed larger and more robust physiques but also had powerful weapons and equipment, and combat experience that modern green-skinned orcs lacked. Can you believe that 2 green-skinned orcs would execute a precise coordinated attack? This completely overturned the Empire's previous understanding of orcs as merely savage and crude. Ural's chainswords chopped off one orc head after another, but more green-skinned orcs crawled out of the ice fissures, seemingly endless. Chapter Master. Their numbers are too great, a Blood Knight's roared in the comms channel. His power armor had been cleaved open by a green-skinned orc's axe blade, blood seeping from the cracks and freezing into ice in the extreme cold. Ural did not answer, his gaze fixed on the depths of the ruins there. Green-skinned meat boys were frantically chiseling at the ice, encasing Croak with crude welding tools and ancient Xenos devices dug up from who knows where. With each strike, a crack appeared in the ice, and an eerie green light seeped from the fissure, as if some sleeping wolf was awakening. It must be destroyed, it must. Ural gritted his teeth, but the warlord in front of him blocked his path. It was a behemoth comparable in size to a dreadnought, clad in rusty metal plates, with crackling electricity coiling around the power hammer in its hand. It grinned, roaring in broken Gothic, "Human shrimp, die." At the same time, the mixed force of new recruits and the Holy War Army stabilized their position on the main battlefield. The RIfxFe veterans played a crucial role, shouting the Valhalla war cry, directing the female soldiers and the Holy War Army to construct crossfire points together. The terrain of the ice plain was cleverly utilized, every ice fissure becoming a natural cover, every ice mound equipped with heavy weapons. The green-skinned orcs' charges were torn apart by precise bolts and lasguns, and the snow was piled high with green corpses. Maintain suppressive fire. Don't let them breathe, a one-eyed veteran roared, his heavy bolter spitting fire. Beside him, a young female soldier trembled as she pulled the trigger, the laser beam grazing the orc's shoulder, failing to be lethal. The veteran cursed, but still pulled her by her collar close to him, aim for the head. Don't waste ammunition. The female soldier bit her lip and nodded, her second shot finally piercing the green-skinned orc's brow. Her gaze gradually hardened, as if she had finally understood the brutality of the battlefield. Chapter 321, A dreamed-of ending. In orbit, Chen Xi's flagship slowly entered low Earth orbit, its massive hull gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Inside the bridge, a holographic tactical map unfolded in the center of the command console, revealing the situation on Curson 3 at a glance. Red enemy attack markers spread across the ice plain like a plague, while the blue light points representing the Blood Knights were gradually being swallowed. Croak. Chen Xi's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the command console, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. He had originally thought this was just an ordinary greenskin disturbance, but now it seemed the situation was far more severe than imagined. On the tactical map, the prominently marked ice-sealed ruin pulsed with a dazzling red light, like a ticking time bomb about to explode. The staff officers stood by, holding their breath, having never seen the governor display such a solemn expression. Chen Xi's gaze was fixed on the blurry giant shadow in the holographic image. Even through thick layers of ice, the oppressive aura emanating from that green body sent shivers down one's spine. Give the order. Chen Xi suddenly roared, his voice cutting through the silence of the bridge like a drawn sword. All fleet firepower, concentrate bombardment on the ruin coordinates. His order caused a stir on the bridge, but it was quickly drowned out by more urgent commands. The gunnery officer swiftly operated the control panel, the macro cannon arrays began adjusting their firing angles, and the hum of torpedo tubes charging echoed through the deck. The staff officer hesitated before stepping forward. Governor, the bombardment might accidentally harm the Blood Knights. Chapter Master Ural knows what to do. Chen Xi's voice was as cold as the polar winds of Curson 3, for the Emperor, sacrifice is inevitable. These words struck everyone like a heavy hammer. They all knew that when an inquisitor uttered such words, it meant the situation was so critical that a painful price had to be paid. And this was also what the Blood Knights desired. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the blood-soaked red markers on the tactical map, those proud warriors who would never accept a shameful retreat. What they craved was a glorious sacrifice grand enough to cleanse their dishonor, and now, fate had given them that chance. On the ice plain, a blizzard howled, carrying the embers of plasma cannons. The Blood Knights had suffered over 50% casualties. Chapter Master Ural's power armor was extensively damaged, its servo systems emitting a strained whine, and blood dripped from the seams of his faceplate, instantly freezing into blood crystals in the low temperature. But he still stood on the front line, the banner of Sanguinius flapping behind him, its blood-stained wing decorations trembling violently in the fierce wind. Chapter Master. The eastern defense line has collapsed. A hoarse roar came through the communicator, immediately cut off by an explosion. Ural looked up and saw 5 Blood Knights being engulfed by a tide of ancient greenskins. Their chainswords were still making their final slashes, and the roar of their bolters sounded like the wails of dying beasts. Suddenly, the sky lit up with dazzling fire. It was not the dawn, but the prelude to death. The orbital bombardment had begun. Ural's pupils behind his faceplate abruptly contracted, the bombardment warning flashing on his tactical HUD almost scorched his retina. He looked up and saw countless burning meteors piercing through the clouds, tearing through the dark night sky. Those were the flames generated by the fleet's macro cannon shells frictioning in the atmosphere, raining down like divine punishment. The incandescent white trails dragged by each shell illuminated the blizzard as bright as day. Everyone, find cover. Ural roared into the comms channel, his voice like thunder. But he himself charged towards the warlord, his power armor joints groaning under the strain. The 3-meter-tall monster was swinging a crackling power claw, the electricity coiling around its head ionizing the surrounding snow into an eerie blue mist. Foul breath spewed from its tusks, and its yellow-green skin was covered with battle scars, each telling of countless bloody massacres. Someone had to stop it. Otherwise, this beast would tie down all the Blood Knights, leaving them to be obliterated in the orbital bombardment. The Blood Knights craved sacrifice, but never meaningless annihilation. Ural gripped his chainswords tightly with both hands, the high-speed whirring of the saw teeth intertwined with the crackling of the power claw's electricity. The moment the two weapons collided, the bursting energy shockwave instantly vaporized the snow for 100 meters around, revealing the permafrost below. The shockwave even knocked over several nearby green-skinned boys who were fighting, their bodies thrown into the air like rags. Waik! The warlord roared, bringing its power claw down again. Ural dodged sideways, the claw grazing his shoulder plate, sparks erupting on his ceramite armor. He seized the opportunity to counter with a backhand swing, the chainsword's teeth bit savagely into the orc's thick arm, green flesh and metal fragments splattering everywhere. But the warlord's brute strength far exceeded imagination. It roared and delivered a knee strike, directly hitting Ural's chest plate. The power armor's internal cushioning layers instantly deformed, Ural felt the excruciating pain of fractured ribs, and blood seeped from his clenched jaw. Human runt. Die. The warlord grinned, raising its power claw again. Ural did not flinch. He sharply lowered his center of gravity, his power pack jetting out a blazing blue exhaust, and he slammed into the orc like a cannonball. The chainsword slashed upwards diagonally, its teeth tearing through the greenskin's thick chest plate. Foul blood splattered onto Ural's faceplate, staining his tactical display blood red. For Sanguinius! Ural's roar, mixed with blood, burst from between his teeth. The warlord staggered backward, looking incredulously at the massive wound on its chest. It tried to raise its power claw for a final strike, but then heard a deathly shriek from the sky. The first macro cannon shell was already upon them. The next second, orbital bombardment covered the entire ruin. Incandescent fireballs engulfed Ural and the warlord together, and the explosion's shockwave threw up dozens of meters of earth from the permafrost. The ice within several kilometers vaporized in the high temperature, and the ancient ruins' metal structures melted like wax. The first shell directly hit the warlord's back, engulfing it and Ural in a blazing white fireball. Immediately after, hundreds of more shells rained down like divine punishment, the permafrost, frozen for millennia, vaporized in the high temperature, and the ancient ruins' metal structures melted like wax. The shockwave of the explosion even overturned Chimera armored vehicles several kilometers away. The entire world trembled in the roar of destruction. Before his last consciousness faded, Ural seemed to see Sanguinius reaching out to him in the firelight. The chapter master closed his eyes contentedly, allowing the flames to consume him and his archenemy together. This was precisely the ending a Blood Knight dreamed of. Chapter 322, Silent Sister Squad. Although the flames of the orbital bombardment briefly cleansed the surface, they failed to eradicate the orcish threat deeply hidden beneath the ice. These stubborn spore creatures, like an unending plague, continuously spewed forth from the ice fissures torn open by the bombardment, trampling over the charred corpses of their comrades, letting out deafening war cries amidst the steaming mist. Not only that, the human fleet's saturation strike on the ancient ruins instead tore open more deadly wounds. The power of Croak, originally sealed by thick layers of ice, was now gushing out through crisscrossing ice cracks, with an eerie green light pulsating deep within the glacier. Inspired by this primal force, orc tribes within hundreds of miles fell into a berserk state, converging on the ruins from all directions like sharks scenting blood. The ice plain trembled under the stomping of countless orcish feet. From afar, the entire snowfield seemed to ride a denser green tide than before the bombardment was forming. On the bridge, Chen Xi gazed at the tactical holographic projection, his face ashen. The blue light of the bridge illuminated his taut features, deepening the furrows between his brows. His recently issued orbital bombardment order had been carried out, scattering the orcish tide on the ice plain, but at a cost. The ice fissures had further expanded, and Croak's power was accelerating its leakage. The orcs surging from the ice cracks were more berserk than before, their muscular bodies entwined with an eerie green light, as if dominated by some ancient will. We can't delay any longer, Chen Xi muttered to himself, tapping his fingers on the command console, pondering a countermeasure. He knew, of course, that committing a large army to storm the ruins was the safest method, but the reality was the surface of Helsin III had become a meat grinder. The number and combat power of the orcs far exceeded expectations. Ordinary Astra Militarum regiments simply couldn't stop them, and the Blood Knights chapter had just suffered heavy losses in the bombardment, unable to organize an effective offense in the short term. Unless he could mobilize 10 million Astra Militarum or several thousand Astartes warriors to fill the gaps with lives, a frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. Although orbital bombardment will accelerate the leakage of Croak's power, it can at least delay its awakening. Chen Xi calmly weighed the pros and cons. The lessons from the Beast War were vivid. A single beast forced the Imperium to send the Primarch Vulcan to counter it, and Croak was even more terrifying than a beast. If it truly broke free from the ice, the entire subsector would become the starting point of its Waaic tide. By then, let alone the entire Mariupol sector, even the entire solar system, or even the entire Imperium of Man, would likely be engulfed by the green tide. After all, that was the ancient Croak. No one knew how terrifying the combat power of these creatures, whose size rivaled knight armor, truly was. Do I really have to go to the Terra Imperial Palace and drag that old jerky who's been sitting on the toilet for 10,000 years to fight? Chen Xi sneered and shook his head. The Emperor could not make a move, and he himself did not possess Primarch-level combat power. His current authority was only V-level, and all the points for deploying pieces had been used to deploy the Psyker War Master Titan. Now, Chen Xi had no external tricks left. To solve an enemy of Croak's level, his authority would need to increase by at least 2 more levels, allowing him to drop a Gene Seed Primarch. So, at present, if Croak truly awakened, the only option would be Exterminatus. Chen Xi's gaze was cold as he looked at the planetary model of Helsin III. If it truly came to that, he would not hesitate to activate Exterminatus, burning the entire planet into glass. Or even, more extremely, directly activate the warp engine and warp Helsin III above the Necron's throne world, letting Croak and the Necron dynasty fight each other. But it hasn't come to that yet. Chen Xi took a deep breath and looked back at the tactical projection. Currently, the orbital bombardment had temporarily curbed the orcish offensive, but they had to be stopped from continuing to excavate the ruins. Order. He suddenly looked up, his voice cold and resolute. All fleet firepower to lock onto the ice plain fissures, saturation bombardment. At the same time, gather all available forces to construct a defensive line around the ruins. The orcs must not be allowed to get any closer. Although with Chen Xi's current power and status, issuing an Exterminatus order on a death world was not a big deal, and no one would hold him accountable afterward. Exterminatus was not something that could be simply issued. For one, the ground forces would have to be withdrawn first, and High 2's dome would need to be properly handled, right? All of these required time, and what humanity lacked most at the moment was time. The green tide surged, and the ancient Croak's power continued to leak. If Chen Xi wanted to buy time, he had to first find a way to seal or sever the connection between the orcs and Croak. That is, to sever the warp field connection between the two. Fortunately, this was not impossible. During the Beast War, the Imperium had relied on the power of the Silent Sisters to sever the connection between the beast and the warp field, thereby causing it to lose the warp field blessing of its vast orc army. And coincidentally, Chen Xi happened to have a small squad of Silent Sisters at hand. Although initially there were only 2 Silent Sisters who came with this black ship, one of whom was an apprentice who had not yet completed her training after several years of management, this special unit had begun to take shape. The original Silent Sister, through her secret connections with other Silent Sisters and the excavation and recruitment of untouchables in the Rostov subsector, successfully expanded this special force into a complete squad. In addition to this official 5-person squad, several apprentices were undergoing rigorous training. They were taught how to control their blank nature and how to become a deadly weapon against psyker threats on the battlefield. All in all, Chen Xi now commanded over 10 untouchables. Although the number was still not large, it was a force not to be underestimated. If this force were deployed in a frontal battle, Chen Xi might as well send in a squad of battle sisters, as silent sisters were not significantly more combat effective than battle sisters. Their primary role lay in their powerful suppressive ability against psychers. If a dozen or so untouchables were to engage together, let alone ordinary psychers, even powerful psychers like Mephisto would have to stand still obediently. So Chen Xi quickly arrived at the designated area on the black ship and found the silent sisters who were training. I need your strength, Chen Xi said without pleasantries, directly stating his purpose. We have anticipated this moment, and we will fight for you, the leading silent sister signed to Chen Xi, while an apprentice beside her provided simultaneous interpretation. Chapter 323, Repelling the Green Tide. Waik. Deafening war cries tore through the icy winds of the tundra, as countless green-skinned orcs surged like a wild tide towards the Imperial Army's defensive line. They were clad in tattered rags and rusty iron plates, crudely bound with rivets and scrap metal, wielding firearms cobbled together from junk. Crude weld seams still steamed, and the barrels were crooked, yet they eerily erupted with dazzling green light. Opposite them, the Imperial Army's defensive line was already poised for battle. On the steel ramparts constructed by millions of reinforcements, heavy bolters, lasgun arrays, and automated turrets fired in unison, their scorching barrages weaving a net of death that tore the charging green-skinned orcs to shreds. But these orcs were no longer what they once were. Under the radiation of the ancient Croak's power, their equipment had undergone terrifying mutations. Those originally fragile iron plates, twisted by the Waik field, had strangely evolved into crude yet indestructible power armor. Lasguns only sparked against them, and bolter impacts left only shallow dents. Even more terrifying, the junk weapons in the green-skinned orcs' hands were also rapidly transforming. Iron pipe guns, which could originally only fire wildly based on RIfxFe, now shot plasma clusters capable of piercing a chimera's armor. Those big badabooms cobbled together from scrap metal and tires fired shells that could even blow up half a bunker. The Astra Militarum soldiers gritted their teeth, their defensive line shrinking under the green-skinned orcs' furious assault. New recruits discovered with horror that orc bosses were appearing with increasing frequency. These powerful orc warriors, much larger than typical orcs, wielded big choppas and big shudas, easily crushing entire squads of soldiers. Only Astartes could contend with them. However, the number of Astartes along the entire defensive line was dwindling. The remaining forces of the Blood Knights were insufficient to maintain the defense of the entire line. Even more despairing, the massive figures of kilogons began to emerge from the green tide. They advanced with heavy steps, using modified super big shudas to blast the Imperial Army's positions into scorched earth. The sky was no longer safe either, accompanied by the piercing roar of engines. Red-painted orc fighter jets screamed overhead, dropping a series of explosive scrap metal chunks that blew up anti-aircraft positions in a blaze of fire. The battle was spiraling out of control. Croak's power spread like a plague. Every single moment, the green-skinned orcs grew stronger, crazier, and more Waik. Orc bosses, beings between a war boss and a regular orc boy. Kilogons. The most aerodynamic orc MiG in all of Warhammer. Orc Terminator power armor. Perturabo, the orc. Orc Lemon Russ. On the blizzard-swept battlefield, the Imperial Army's defensive line tottered under the impact of the green-skinned orc tide. Soldiers gripped their hot lasguns, sweat and blood freezing into ice crystals on their eyelashes and beards in the extreme cold. Communication channels were filled with desperate shouts and dying gasps. The defensive line could collapse at any moment. Just at this critical juncture, a strange change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The terrifying green light enveloping the green-skinned orcs abruptly vanished, like a flame extinguished by an invisible hand. The orc boys, who had originally glowed with Waik energy, still roared as they charged, but the suffocating sense of oppression had noticeably weakened. A blood-stained veteran was the first to notice the anomaly. He suddenly looked up and found that the green-skinned orcs charging towards him were moving significantly slower. Those choppas that could originally tear through flak armor with ease now only left shallow marks on the ceramite plates. The crude shudas fired bullets that no longer easily penetrated cover as before. They're weaker. Someone in the trench shouted first, and the cry spread like a plague across the position. Company commanders initially thought this was a sign that decapitation tactics had worked according to the Imperial infantryman's uplifting primer. Green-skinned orcs without Waik field support should crumble like invertebrates with their spines removed. But the scene before them defied common sense. Although these orcs had lost their green light enhancement, they still maintained a terrifying fighting will. They bared their fangs and continued to charge, their shattered limbs still twitching, attempting to grasp weapons, as if the Waik field was still driving them. Orbital Imperial Fleet auger operators were the first to detect the battlefield anomaly. On the holographic tactical map, the green-skinned orcs' combat intensity had clearly decreased. Although their Waik field was still strong, it was undeniable that they had indeed weakened. This crucial intelligence, like a wildfire, quickly spread across the entire battlefield. Encrypted command hummed through communication channels, and data streams surged through the tactical network, delivering news of the turning tide to every waiting unit. Armored unit commanders received the attack order almost simultaneously. On the holographic tactical map, green light points representing the counterattack opportunity lit up like stars. The already poised Lemon Russ tank formations roared deafeningly, their diesel engines spewing thick black exhaust, and their wide tracks rolled over the frozen earth, leaving deep furrows in the tundra. The main guns roared one after another. Amidst the shrieking of armor-piercing shells tearing through the air, the green-skinned orcs, stripped of their energy shields, fell in swathes like wheat reaped by a scythe. The blast waves lifted a sky full of blood mist, and green severed limbs flew through the air, then heavily crashed onto the frozen ground. The Chimera armored vehicle formations advanced like a steel torrent, their heavy bolters on the turrets spewing fire, weaving a dense crossfire net. The vehicle-mounted automated turrets continuously adjusted their angles, tearing apart any orc boys attempting to regroup. Infantry advanced steadily under the cover of the armored vehicles, their las gun volleys like crimson raindrops, precisely picking off stragglers. In the sky, lightning fighter squadrons seized the opportunity and dived, their wing-mounted missile pods spewing a deadly rain. Precisely guided missiles, as if with eyes, burrowed into the crevices of the green-skinned orc war machines. These steel behemoths, which once could withstand lasgun bombardments, now turned into burning scrap metal in the face of modern weaponry. The explosion's firelight reddened the entire sky, and thick smoke rose like giant pillars. With the addition of the orbital fleet's macro cannons, this counterattack reached its climax. Artillery fire raining from the sky like divine punishment completely engulfed the orc vanguard in a tide of flames and steel. The massive shockwaves even altered the local terrain, creating several hundred-meter diameter craters on the tundra, filled with twisted metal and charred corpses. Seeing their vanguard completely annihilated, the subsequent green-skinned orcs surprisingly chose to retreat, a rare occurrence in orc combat records. They threw down their weapons and pushed each other as they fled backward, the green tide showing signs of retreat for the first time. Chapter 324, Orcs like a tsunami. On the ice plain, the retreating figures of the green-skinned orcs made the Imperial soldiers rub their eyes in disbelief. These insane war machines would actually retreat on their own? This was even more unbelievable than if the orcs suddenly started studying philosophy. The commander stood inside the makeshift command post, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the tactical display. On the holographic projection, the red markers representing the green-skinned orcs were shrinking back at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only metallic wreckage and smoking green corpses. Sir, should we pursue? The adjutant's voice was hoarse and tired, his uniform still stained with congealed blood. The commander shook his head, his chapped lips uttering a few words. No, let the lads and lasses catch their breath. He knew the condition of his troops all too well. Ammunition was almost depleted, soldiers were exhausted, and even the heat sinks of their lasguns were deformed from overuse. To make matters worse, the medical tents were already overflowing, and the wails of the seriously wounded even drowned out the howling cold wind. Pass down the order, consolidate the defenses, count the casualties, and prioritize treating the wounded. The commander rubbed his temples. Have the sapper company lay mines at the front lines. God knows when those green-skinned orcs will come back. The troop losses were far greater than expected, and the commander did not want his forces to collapse in morale. Not only did the defenses need to be consolidated, but these lads and lasses also needed time to rest. Sir! Urgent order! Just then, a communications soldier stumbled into the command post, his data pad flashing with a crimson marker of highest priority. Inquisitor requests us to immediately organize a mobile unit and launch a feint attack towards the ancient ruins. What? The commander snatched the data pad, repeatedly confirming the order's content. This was completely illogical. His troops had just gone through a bloody battle, how could they have any strength left to attack? Especially towards that death zone heavily defended by the green-skinned orcs? But the encrypted mark at the bottom of the order was genuine, it was Chen Xi's personal electronic signature. Damn it! The commander cursed, but still immediately turned to his operations staff. Gather all Chimera armored vehicles that can still move, and then draw 20 regiments that can still move. Tell the lads we only have 30 minutes to prepare. While the commander was urgently redeploying frontline troops and reorganizing forces for the next offensive, in his direction of attack, the orc army was launching a fierce assault on the ancient ruins. At the other end of the smoke-filled battlefield, a dense orc army surged like a tide towards the ancient ruins, their crude war machines spewing black smoke, and deafening Warhammer. Roars echoed across the entire battlefield. Those green-skinned orcs were completely in a state of madness, their veins bulged under their coarse skin, their eyeballs were bloodshot, and foamy, foul-smelling spittle frothed from their mouths. They no longer charged chaotically as usual, but formed some kind of primitive battle formation. The foremost orcs held up crude metal shields, while the green-skinned orcs behind them set up modified heavy weapons. The Adeptus Mechanicus Adeptus Militaris defense line was under unprecedented pressure. The Knight family's war machines formed a steel wall at the front lines, and their ion shields flickered with unstable blue light under intense firepower. For the Emperor. Hold the line. A Knight pilot roared in the comms channel, his meltagun spewing scorching white flames, vaporizing charging orcs into green mist. But more green-skinned orcs continued to charge over the charred corpses of their comrades, their crude weapons, empowered by the Warhammer energy field, were actually able to cause substantial damage to the Knight armor. A War Knight armor's shield suddenly overloaded and was immediately hit by dozens of orc rockets, leaving a charred indentation on its adamantium armor. They're insane. These beasts aren't afraid of death at all. A Knight pilot roared in the comms channel. His war machine had just vaporized an entire squad of green-skinned orcs with its meltagun, but more orcs had already charged over the charred corpses of their comrades. On the ice plain battlefield, the orcs' madness had reached a chilling degree. Their charge was no longer a chaotic, savage ramming, but like precise war machines controlled by some ancient will. In the direction of the dome, although the green-skinned orcs were astonishing in number, their fighting was more like a chaotic carnival. They reveled in the battle itself, wielding crude weapons and letting out deafening Warhammer cries, but lacked a clear objective. Their attacks were without method, they simply enjoyed the thrill of slaughter. But here, the situation was completely different. In the eyes of every green-skinned orc, a fervent battle spirit burned, their pupils reflecting the outline of the ancient ruins, as if a sacred relic they must reclaim was hidden there. Their actions were no longer aimless, but as if driven by some higher power, forming an organized army of slaughter. These green-skinned orcs completely disregarded casualties, some orcs even threw their bodies at the meltagun muzzles of the knight armor just to buy their comrades a few seconds of charging time. Their spirit of sacrifice was shocking, their green bodies instantly vaporized in the high heat, but more orcs charged over the charred remains of their comrades, as if death to them was merely a step towards victory. Most unsettling, the warlords began to personally join the fray. These massive monsters wielded power weapons, each swing tearing Adeptus Militaris combat robots to shreds. Their muscular bodies steamed in the cold wind, and foul-smelling breath spewed from between their tusks. Their much larger size compared to ordinary orcs, combined with the finest weapons of the entire orc tribe, made every warlord a terrifying killing machine. And behind them, a more terrifying shadow appeared on the battlefield's horizon: the Gorkanauts. These colossal war machines, cobbled together from scrap metal and insane I think it works logic, advanced with heavy steps, each stride shaking the ice plane. Their crude exterior armor was covered in rivets and weld marks, but their destructive power was undiminished. Giant power claws easily tore open human defenses, while the super-duper big shuddas mounted on their arms blasted entire positions into scorched earth. However, this was not the most terrifying. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, an iceberg was directly blown open. Amidst the flying ice crystals and steam, a colossal entity composed of metallic junk and ancient technological remnants slowly rose. That was the Orc's Titan class unit, the Stompa. Warboss, also called Warlord. Warlord, Orc Warlord. Pain Boss, Mad Dog. Big Mech. Meat Boy Junka. Gorkanaut. Morkanaut, yes, Gorkanaut and Morkanaut are two different things. Stompa. Stompa 2. Chapter 325, Stompa, Gargant. Watching those behemoths continuously burst forth from beneath the ice, Chen Xi felt his brain buzzing and his temples throbbing. He gripped the edge of the command console tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. How was this planet sealed back then? The ice layer below was a damn orc armory. Chen Xi glared, gritting his teeth, at the orc war machines constantly emerging on the holographic projection from more Gorkanauts to Stompas. These monsters, which should only exist in apocalyptic level battle reports, were now appearing one after another before his eyes. What enraged him even more was the dereliction of duty by those tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, such massive energy signatures and metal structures, yet their previous scans had completely overlooked them. This was no longer something that could be explained by negligence, it was an outright betrayal of the Emperor. A heavy hand must be dealt. Chen Xi's breathing grew heavy, and his eyes had turned a lightning-filled blue-white from the overflowing psychic energy. If he had known there were so many deadly mushrooms buried under the ice, he would have rather built the medical dome on a Necron's throne world than choose this accursed frozen world. But regret was useless now. He forcibly suppressed the boiling rage back into his heart. The most urgent task was to control the situation. Croak was simply too dangerous. Chen Xi absolutely would not allow him to fall into the hands of these orcs, or truly awaken. My command. Chen Xi's voice was as chilling as ice. Silent sister squads, maintain the void field at full power. Croak's psychic emissions must be completely isolated. The Adeptus Mechanicus must present a complete relic excavation plan within 12 standard hours. His gaze swept over the trembling tech priests, his tone brimming with killing intent, whether by anti-gravity engines or warp teleportation. Even if you have to cut the entire ice sheet into pieces, I only want results. On the holographic sandbox, the crimson dot representing Croak was pulsating violently. Chen Xi knew that this ancient monster must not be awakened by the greenskins, nor fall into the hands of the orcs. He had to race against time, before the situation spiraled completely out of control, to transfer this ticking time bomb to a safe location. Even if it meant throwing it into a stellar furnace for complete destruction, that would be better than letting it become the spark for a greenskin rampage across the galaxy. But right now, besides having the Silent Sister continue to shroud Croak with the void field, Chen Xi had to find a way to block the orcs' overwhelming mechanical army. He stood on the command bridge, staring intently at the holographic projection of the Stompa that was awakening. This steel behemoth, cobbled together from scrap metal and insane orc finken, stood over 30 meters tall, its rusty outer armor covered in crude weld marks and orc graffiti. The super cannon mounted on its right arm was charging, its muzzle flickering with an ominous green light, each charge ionizing the surrounding air with a pungent ozone smell. Although Chen Xi had brought 3 Knight family war machines, and a battle group of the Adeptus Militarum of the Adeptus Mechanicus was arrayed and waiting, these forces could at most only deal with the Kilogons and Death Dreads. Even when facing a giant war machine like a Gorkanaut, the Knight armor could still contend, even if it meant risking their lives. But to directly confront a Stompa? That was simply a pipe dream. Chen Xi clearly remembered that during the Beast Arises, the Primarch Vulcan faced a megagargant that was the size of a city, and the Imperium had to deploy thousands of space marines to accompany the Primarch in a boarding action to destroy it. The largest Stompa, the megagargant class. Chen Xi was now sincerely grateful that he wasn't facing something so absurd, although the Stompa he was currently facing, while not as exaggerated in size, was still comparable to a moving small mountain, and the sheer power of its steps shattering the ice sheet was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Or, to be precise, the one he was facing now could also be called a gargant, a true gargant. This steel behemoth, cobbled together from scrap metal and insane orc finken, stood dozens of meters tall, its crude outer armor covered in orc graffiti and rusty rivets, and its 2 massive mechanical legs left enormous footprints on the frozen ground with every step. Its head was shaped into the ferocious visages of Gork and Mork, its blood-red single eye flickering with an ominous light, and its large mouth, welded from old spaceship armor plates, spewed black smoke and sparks. Stompas are the Orcs' largest ground combat units. These towering war machines are comparable in both size and power to Imperial Titans. Its junk-piled body was laden with various deadly weapons. Its right arm was a supercannon as thick as a lemon rust tank's barrel, emitting an ear-splitting hum every time it charged. Its left arm was fitted with a massive power claw, its sharp metal teeth still bearing the remnants of some unfortunate soul, and its back was bristling with several rocket launcher pods and auto turrets, ready to unleash death in all directions. This thing had no fixed design. Expecting a bunch of greenskins to build two identical things was itself a luxury. Their construction method, which was essentially piling up junk and then orc thinking it could move, made every Stompa unique. Some had huge horns on their heads, some carried flaming boilers on their backs, and some even had green smoke-spewing exhaust pipes hanging from their rear. Even the orcs themselves couldn't precisely explain the differences between these supersized behemoths, only knowing that they were all very warlike. But one thing was beyond doubt: their main weapon, once fired, was enough to wipe out an entire unit. Chen Xi personally saw the green energy beam fired by the supercannon sweep across the battlefield, instantly vaporizing half a company of Astra Militarum soldiers, along with 3 Chimera armored vehicles, turning them into charred wreckage. Only Imperial Titans, their direct counterparts, could confront them head-on and destroy them. And now, Chen Xi's only Titan Legion was still far away in Kharkov. He had to use the flesh and blood of mortals to block the advance of the steel behemoth. 1990s Gargant. However, just as Chen Xi thought he would have to use lives and sacrifices to stop this thing, a certain possibility suddenly occurred to him, a flash of inspiration. The Emperor protect. If it can be done, Chen Xi thought of a certain possibility. If it could be done, he would be able to use a Titan to stop this Stompa, without needing to use lives to stop its continued advance. With his mind made up, Chen Xi quickly withdrew his consciousness from the 40K world. Chapter 326 Titan initiates teleportation. Chen Xi, whose consciousness had been withdrawn, quickly returned to reality. He took a deep breath, his gaze like a torch as he looked at the Emperor's military chest before him. The double-headed eagle emblem on the chest's surface glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, as if responding to his gaze. He unhesitatingly lifted the lid, and golden energy flowed like water within the chest, reflecting the neatly arranged chess pieces on the board. These pieces were divided into 3 main categories, each representing different strategic values. The first category was naturally the Astartes, represented by the Ash Knights, who constituted the majority of the pieces in his hand. The second category consisted of Battle Sisters, Inquisitors, and a squad of Kasrkin, whose numbers were small but were crucial for Chen Xi to control the other Battle Sisters on Rostov. As for the third category, there was only one piece, yet it accounted for all the points Chen Xi had gained from upgrading his authorization from level 3 to level V, and that single piece was the Warlord class Psi Titan. Chen Xi's gaze rapidly swept over the pieces, and a daring plan formed in his mind. He reached out and precisely picked up an Ash Knight's piece. The piece trembled slightly in his fingertips, as if it could sense the life force contained within it. This was an Ash Knight stationed at the Rostov 4 base, and he would now become the key to his experiment. He gently picked up the piece, then quickly placed it back on the military chest's platform, simultaneously adjusting the deployment coordinates to the location of the 3 commanders at the Kharkov front line. The moment the piece touched the platform, a golden light flashed. In just an instant, this Astartes piece crossed the star sea, traveling from one star system to another. The only price Chen Xi paid was the redeployment cost of this piece, which was equivalent to 1/10 of its initial deployment cost in points. This discovery meant he could flexibly deploy elite forces across different battlefields without being limited by traditional troop transport methods. Does the Emperor allow this? This is great. Seeing his idea come to fruition, Chen Xi was overjoyed, and after paying another redeployment fee, he sent the piece back to Rostov 4. After confirming the system was running correctly, his gaze turned to the Warlord class Psi Titan piece, his eyes gleaming with determination. Inside the forge factory on Rostov 3, the busy figures of the Adeptus Mechanicus sages appeared exceptionally devout under the dim lights. 32 stood beside the massive foot armor of the Warlord class Psi Titan, gazing up at the towering war machine. Archmagos Call's mechanical tendrils glided rapidly across the data slate, recording every sacred data set transmitted from the Titan's external scanners. Truly an astonishing construct, 32 whispered, her gaze sweeping over the psychic runes on the Titan's armor. Although she clearly knew the Titan's origin, the shock of witnessing this behemoth standing in reality was far beyond what a model piece could convey. The surrounding priests were performing routine maintenance with the utmost reverence, their servitor skulls flying around the Titan's joint areas, chanting binary hymns praising the divine machine. Several low-ranking priests knelt at the Titan's feet, reciting binary prayers while using the most precise scanners to record every detail of the armor. Because this Psyker Titan was so rare that it was the only one in the entire galaxy, the sages dared not perform any disassembly or in-depth research, fearing that they might inadvertently displease the divine machine's machine spirit. Not to mention breaking it, even if a piece of the Titan's paint was scratched, these tech priests would be as distraught as if their parents had died. The sages could only satisfy their thirst for knowledge through non-invasive scanning. Besides that, they could only prostrate themselves around the Titan. Praise the Omniscia. Call's mechanical tendril gently stroked the casing of the psychic combustion chamber, data streams rapidly scrolling across his visual interface. This energy conduction method has a 92.7% similarity to the ominous Cull technology recorded in the Martian Holy Scripture, but the psychic conversion efficiency has increased by at least. Before he could finish, the entire Titan suddenly vibrated violently. 32 stumbled, almost hitting the combustion chamber's protective shield. Inside the repair passage, all lighting systems instantly switched to a blinding blood red, and alarm bells immediately blared through every corner of the entire Titan. Servitor skulls flew around in a panic, two even colliding with each other. The Adeptus Militaris instinctively raised their weapons, then put them down in horror when they realized who the target was. The most devout tech priests had already fallen to their knees, beginning to recite scriptures in binary code to appease the machine spirit. The entire research station instantly descended into chaos, as if someone had thrown a cyclone torpedo into the tech priest's holy sanctuary. Warning! Divine machine activating. All personnel evacuate immediately. The machine spirit's electronic voice boomed in every tech priest's auditory receiver, and their data slates were simultaneously flooded with emergency evacuation orders. This is impossible. We clearly didn't activate any startup procedures. Call's mechanical eye flickered wildly, but his body had already instinctively begun to retreat. The data cables connected to the Titan's surface twisted violently like living things, and several restraining steel cables snapped with a teeth-grinding metallic tearing sound. Call's processor ran at high speed, his logic core instantly arriving at the optimal solution: evacuate immediately. Prioritize the preservation of research data. With that, he activated the thrusters on his back, his mechanical tendrils coiling up the nearest data storage units and rushing out. The assembled tech priests immediately fell into disarray, stumbling and surging towards the exit. Several low-ranking priests even activated emergency detachment protocols, directly severing their mechanical arms connected to the Titan. The pneumatic doors in the repair passage automatically closed one after another, terrifying the priests who were lagging behind. When the last tech priest scrambled out of the Titan, the hatch behind him slammed shut with a thud. Immediately after, all inspection ports and maintenance passages on the entire Titan's surface lit up with red indicator lights, signifying complete lockdown. Omnissiah be praised, Kristen and Call, along with the other sages, fell to the ground, their mechanical vocal cords distorted from overload. Under his horrified gaze, every rune on the Warlord-class Psi Titan's surface began to glow with dazzling blue light. The intricate psychic circuits lit up like blood vessels, and the air in the entire forge hall twisted due to psychic overload. With a deafening explosion, a blinding flash of light engulfed the entire forge factory. When the tech priest's visual sensors resumed operation, the 40-meter-tall steel giant had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few traces of high-temperature melted metal on the ground, and a group of dumbfounded Adeptus Mechanicus believers. Chapter 327, Titan Unrivaled. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the colossal War Master-class Titan, like a god descending, roared as it shattered the ice sheet on the surface of Helsin 3. The 40-meter-tall steel giant revealed its majestic form amidst the swirling ice crystals, its armor shimmering with psyker runes that emitted a faint blue glow in the polar winds. The divine machine emerged, striding forward, destroying everything in its path. Each heavy metallic footfall of the Titan caused an earthquake-like tremor, and the ice plane beneath its feet cracked into a spiderweb of fissures. The moment this war machine from ancient technology appeared, the entire battlefield trembled. Upon its initial appearance, this super war machine, with an unstoppable momentum, used the twin-linked laser cannons on its knees to directly pinpoint and destroy several kilogons that were charging towards the Imperial Army's position. Precise high-energy beams, like the fingertips of death, each accurately struck the core parts of the Orc war machines, blowing them into balls of burning scrap metal. Immediately after, the War Master class's shoulder missile launchers roared, and dozens of missiles, trailing exhaust, whistled out, flipping over Orc vehicles and Death Dreads rampaging across the battlefield. The explosions merged into a single blaze, illuminating the ice plain as if it were daytime, and shattered Orc parts splattered like rain. But that wasn't all. With two plumes of thick smoke from the War Master class's head, two Apocalypse-class missiles were launched with a destructive shriek, directly smashing into the Stompa that was advancing towards the Imperial Army's position. These city-destroying superweapons arced deadly lines through the air, aiming directly at the vital points of the Orc war behemoth. It was only then that the War Master class's left arm-mounted Dominus Plasma Annihilator completed its charge, the blue energy gathered at its muzzle resembling an imminent supernova. With a sky-shattering roar, a brilliant blue plasma beam tore through the air, slamming with overwhelming force into the Stompa, which was even larger than the War Master class itself. The explosion of the two Apocalypse-class missiles knocked out the Stompa's void shield. Although the Greenskins had installed more than one set of void shields on this thing, the power of the Apocalypse-class missiles still overloaded the Stompa's void shield, creating a gap of several seconds before a new void shield could activate. This brief window of time was the crucial moment that would decide the battle. And this War Master class seized this precious and critical opportunity, its Plasma Annihilator accurately striking the Stompa's frontal armor. The searing plasma stream instantly melted through the crude Orc metal armor, leaving a shocking molten crater on the Stompa's massive body. It seems that for long-range combat, the plasma cannon is still more powerful. Fortunately, I changed weapons, Chen Xi observed from his warship in orbit, overlooking the entire battlefield. This time, he did not personally control the Titan, but allowed the crew to operate it themselves. Before redeploying the War Master class, Chen Xi had specifically adjusted the weapon systems. He removed the right arm power claw, which had originally been fitted with a graviton blast cannon, and replaced it with a Dominus Plasma Annihilator. This decision now seemed incredibly wise. A brilliant blue plasma beam struck, leaving a shocking molten scar on the Stompa's hideous body. From the effect, it indeed caused more damage to the Stompa than the graviton cannon. While the plasma cannon's armor-piercing capability was slightly inferior to grav weapons, for targets like the Stompa, which are cobbled together from miscellaneous metals, the continuous high-temperature ablation effect was even more significant. On the Stompa's body, welded together from discarded starship armor plates. The massive crater melted by the plasma was spewing thick smoke. Boiling plasma flowed along the edges of the pit, burning the surrounding metal red hot and shiny, yet this steel behemoth still stood firm. What a tenacious creation! Chen Xi narrowed his eyes, noticing that beneath the Stampa's melted armor, thick energy conduits and the casing of a green glowing reactor were faintly visible. Although the plasma cannon caused considerable damage, it was still far from a fatal blow. Despite the Stampa appearing to be a monstrosity cobbled together from scrap metal, junk, and orcs insane I think it works philosophy, with its crude outer armor covered in rust and crooked weld marks, its defensive capabilities far exceeded the impression its appearance gave. Beneath those seemingly haphazardly piled metal plates lay energy distribution systems meticulously designed by orc mechs, and the pervasive Warhammer field throughout its body provided it with extraordinary protective capabilities. Under the bombardment of the War Master class Titan's plasma annihilator, the brilliant blue plasma beam, powerful enough to vaporize an armored company, struck the Stampa's frontal armor, yet only melted a huge dent into its body, which was made of discarded starship armor plates. Boiling plasma flowed across the Stampa's surface, scorching it with dazzling orange-red marks, but it failed to penetrate its core structure. This orc war behemoth merely shook its boiler-converted head, letting out a deafening roar, clearly indicating that the damage it sustained was far less severe than it appeared. Just at this critical moment, the War Master class's right-arm psyker cannon finally completed its charge. Accompanied by a bone-chilling energy hum, a dark energy beam sliced across the battlefield, directly tearing open a warp rift on the Stampa's face, which was cobbled together from scrap metal. This rift, like a demonic maw, twisted and writhed, frantically devouring all matter around it. The last time the War Master class used this weapon, the Necron's meticulously arranged Doomside formation was instantly swallowed by the warp rift. However, the Orc Stampa displayed astonishing resilience. Their innate psychic affinity made the Warhammer field particularly effective in countering warp incursions. Although the rift tore apart half of the Stampa's body, ripped off one of its mechanical arms, and even sheared off most of its head, this steel behemoth still stood firm. Even more terrifying, the Stampa, with only one arm remaining, continued to fight with its damaged body. Its scrap metal body emitted a grating metallic screech, and broken cables and hydraulic pipes sprayed black oil, yet it stubbornly maintained its combat stance. The insane I think it works power of the orc mechs allowed this war machine to break through physical limits. Its sole remaining mechanical arm made a teeth-grinding metallic twisting sound, as it forcefully aimed the Super Gatling cannon, modified from a ship cannon, at the War Master class Titan. This colossal weapon, which should have required a complete power supply system to operate, miraculously completed its charge despite being damaged. Green electrical arcs flickered unstably at the muzzle, and an energy overload hum emanated from within, yet it still fired an astonishingly thick green energy beam at the War Master class. This attack, imbued with Warhammer energy, sliced across the battlefield, accurately striking the Titan's frontal armor, causing its multi-layered void shield to flicker violently, and energy readings instantly surged into the danger zone. The shield generators emitted shrill alarms, and several secondary shields even temporarily failed due to overload. This orc war machine proved with its actions that even with only half a body, it remained the most dangerous killing machine on the battlefield. Its single eye glowed with insane green light, and its broken metal jaw opened and closed, as if emitting a silent mockery. But everything ended there. The void shield on the Stampa, having lost half its body, had already failed, and the energy distribution systems meticulously designed by the mechs had long since been destroyed in the previous battle. And without the protection of the void shield, it was merely a large target for the Warlord class Psi Titan, a steel wreck about to be completely destroyed. Chapter 328, Battle Moon. Although the Stampa was successfully dealt with by the Titanfall, the battle situation on Helsin 3 was still unfavorable for the Imperium. On the ice-field battlefield, more and more green-skinned orcs units were swarming out of the ice cracks, their crude war machines crushing the ancient ice and turning the entire frozen land into a boiling green ocean. Especially as the ice continued to crack, more dormant green-skinned orcs legions awakened one after another. Chen Xi stood on the orbital bridge, looking at the constantly refreshing enemy markers on the holographic projection, and could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This planet was like a green-skinned orc's armory deliberately sealed, and the number of orcs buried beneath the permafrost was far beyond expectations. Could this be a green-skinned orc's battle moon? Why are there so many green-skinned orcs? He muttered to himself, staring at the green markers on the tactical map that had spread to the continental shelf. The killer cans and megadreads crawling out of the ice caves were self-assembling at an astonishing speed, and the number of newly appearing Morkanauts even exceeded the total of the Imperium's existing armored forces. Wait, could it really be a damn battle moon? Chen Xi's pupils suddenly constricted. As the ice shell continued to collapse, the images transmitted back from the orbital observation station were shocking. The originally blue and white glacial continent was being visibly encroached upon by green, spreading rapidly like ink dropped into clear water. Millions of green-skinned orcs boys converged into a surging tide on the ice field, their crude war engines spewing black smoke, staining the entire sky a murky gray-green. These insane war machines let out deafening Warhammer roars, impacting the Imperial Army's defenses like a tidal wave. Their rough skin was covered in frost, white mist billowed from between their tusks, and their eyes burned with bloodthirsty battle intent. This could be said to be a truly terrifying scene. The entire ice field seemed to come alive, every inch of permafrost trembling, every iceberg collapsing. The sheer number of green-skinned orcs was so great that even the orbital observation station could not accurately count them. They were like a green plague erupting from the depths of the planet's core, devouring the planet at a visible rate. And this also intensified Chen Xi's suspicion that this planet was a green-skinned orc's battle moon. He stood on the command bridge, staring intently at the constantly spreading green markers on the holographic projection, his hand unconsciously clenching the control panel. Battle moons, those space fortresses built by orcs, theoretically capable of housing such a vast army. But the question was, why would this battle moon be frozen in the Curson system? After all, if anything could hide so many green-skinned orcs, Chen Xi's first thought was a battle moon. These space fortresses, cobbled together by orc meat boys from scrap metal and insane I think it works logic, were often larger than a planet, or rather, they were themselves planets that had been converted. Beneath their crude exteriors, countless war machines and green-skinned orcs were hidden, capable of unleashing astonishing combat power in a short period of time. It had only been a few months since the green-skinned orcs were discovered on Helsin 3, yet now, not only ordinary green-skinned orcs but even stompas were starting to emerge. To say that this planet had no problems was something even an Ogryn would not believe. Chen Xi's temples throbbed. He recalled the Adeptus Mechanicus's initial reconnaissance reports. The data claiming the planet's surface is safe now seemed utterly absurd. The number of green-skinned orcs buried beneath the ice was far beyond expectations, and their awakening speed was increasing exponentially. However, this still did not explain why Croak would be on this planet, because if Croak were on this planet, these green-skinned orcs would have long evolved into ancient orcs and swept across the entire galaxy. Chen Xi's brows furrowed. Croak's existence and the green-skinned orcs' abnormal behavior formed an inexplicable contradiction. Under normal circumstances, Croak's psyker radiation should accelerate the green-skinned orcs' evolution, allowing them to transform from ordinary orcs to ancient orcs in a short period of time. The Orc Empire Emperor faced by the Emperor and Horus during the Great Crusade did not reach Croak's level. If there truly was a Croak, let alone Rostov, even the entire Mariupol sector should have long been conquered by the green-skinned orcs. Were they sealed by the Necrons? Chen Xi was not sure, but one thing he was certain of was that this planet truly had a problem. He noticed the regular metal structures beneath the ice and the abnormal energy readings released when the green-skinned orcs awakened. All these signs indicated that Helsin 3 was far more than just an ordinary frozen planet. It was more like a meticulously designed prison, and the prisoners within were breaking free. But now, Chen Xi had no time to think so much. He contacted the Adeptus Mechanicus priests, ignoring their various inquiries and protests about the sudden teleportation of the warlord-class Psi Titan, and directly made a request to them, push Helsin 3 towards the Necron's throne world. Chen Xi knew the consequences of doing so, but he had to do it now. Otherwise, once all the green-skinned orcs on this planet were unfrozen from beneath the ice, even if this planet wasn't a battle moon, they would transform it into one. Those insane green-skinned orcs meat boys would use the metal remnants and ancient technology beneath the ice to arm the entire planet into a mobile war fortress in an extremely short time. Chen Xi could even imagine the terrifying scene of those orc warlords standing on the transformed battle moon, letting out deafening Wadaik roars at the galaxy. If they were to get Croak, then these green-skinned orcs would truly be able to take to the skies in a physical sense. The awakening of this ancient orc would grant the green-skinned orcs unprecedented combat intelligence and organizational ability, allowing the previously scattered orc tribes to quickly evolve into a war torrent capable of sweeping across the entire galaxy. They would devour one star system after another like a tide, and the Rostov subsector would become the first casualty of this disaster. With not much time left until the Great Rift opened, Chen Xi did not want to have a showdown with the green-skinned orcs before the Great Rift opened. He needed to conserve every ounce of strength to deal with the impending chaos invasion, rather than squandering precious troops on these damned fungal organisms. Moreover, he was not Commissar Yerrick. He did not have the ability to withstand the onslaught of the green-skinned orcs army. That legendary commissar could fight a bloody battle against the green-skinned orcs in the steel jungles of Armageddon, but Chen Xi was well aware that he neither possessed such command talent nor the corresponding military resources. Are you kidding me? Armageddon, as an important industrial world of the Imperium, had tanks and artillery on its planet, and even a Titan Legion equipped with Emperor-class Titans. What could Rostov compare to Armageddon? Chapter 329, Retreat and Attack. As the dense green-skinned orcs beneath the ice continuously awakened, the entire planet began to tremble. These savage creatures surged out from the glacial fissures like a tide, their numbers despair-inducing. The situation had deteriorated to a critical point. Chen Xi stood on the command bridge, looking through the porthole at the green tide spreading across the surface, his face so grim it could drip water. At this moment, Chen Xi had completely abandoned the idea of holding this planet. Facing a green-skinned orc tide of such magnitude, even the most elite Imperial Defense Force would struggle to resist, let alone his own forces, which had already suffered more than half their casualties. But retreating in such a disheartened manner was absolutely out of the question because Croak was still on this cursed planet. Chen Xi stood before the command console, his gaze fixed on the ancient ruin coordinates, which flickered red on the holographic projection. A terrifying existence capable of destroying an entire sector slumbered there, and he absolutely could not just leave it behind. Croak in the ancient ruins was like a ticking time bomb. Once it fell into the hands of the green-skinned orcs, these insane war machines, led by the ancient orcs, would sweep across the entire sector. Chen Xi's temples throbbed. He seemed to already see the terrifying scene of those green-skinned orcs, enhanced by Croak's power, driving modified war machines to sweep across human colonies. The Wadaik they unleashed would spread like a plague, and even the Necrons dynasties would struggle to resist wherever it went. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xi finally came up with a solution that could be called insane. First, get Croak out at all costs, and then find a way to directly hurl this planet, which was suspected to be an orc battle moon, towards the Necrons' throne world. Let these two cursed alien races fight among themselves. While doing so might very likely lead to the orcs continuously evolving in their war with the Necrons, eventually raising a terrifying Goo King, it was still better than letting his own forces directly face this catastrophe now. Having made his decision, Chen Xi wearily rubbed his brow. He clearly knew that confronting the green-skinned orc army with his current forces was tantamount to suicide. The war machines continuously emerging from beneath the ice were enough to crush the entire Rostov defense force into dust. But if he were given time to develop, and once he leveled up twice more and could deploy a Primarch, even if these orcs gained improvements from their battles with the Necrons, it wouldn't be an insurmountable problem for Chen Xi. At worst, he would stage a Primarch's return. Chen Xi believed the Emperor would have no objections. After all, compared to the green-skinned orcs getting croak, the return of a Gene Seed Primarch was truly nothing to the Imperium. Thinking of this, he immediately adjusted the Imperial Army's combat strategy on Helsin III, instructing the Imperial Army on the dome side to contract their defenses and prepare for retreat. The sounds of various commanders confirming orders came through the communication channel, interspersed with the painful moans of the wounded and the roar of armored vehicle engines. Meanwhile, at the ancient ruins on the other side, more troops were committed to holding the line. Chen Xi looked at the redeployed Imperial Army markers on the holographic sand table, knowing that every reinforcement meant more soldiers would sacrifice their lives in this frozen hell. At the same time, Chen Xi strictly ordered the Adeptus Mechanicus to transfer Croak from the planet's surface as quickly as possible. This monster absolutely could not be left behind. As for the planet itself, the Adeptus Mechanicus was to find a way to push it towards the Necron's throne world. Chen Xi looked out the porthole at the icebound planet gradually being consumed by green, his eyes as cold as knives since it couldn't be saved, then let it become a weapon to destroy the enemy. Under Chen Xi's command, the Imperial Army on the planet's surface quickly moved, and the entire icefield battlefield immediately became a scene of intense activity. Confirmation orders from various units echoed one after another through the communication channels, with the roar of armored vehicle engines intertwining with the footsteps of soldiers. The Astra Militarum soldiers who had just emerged from the orbital drop pods looked at each other, their faces beneath their helmets filled with confusion. "We just landed and we're already retreating," a young soldier whispered, only to be glared at by the veteran beside him. Although dissatisfied, military orders were absolute, and they quickly gathered their equipment and began to move towards the designated rendezvous point. At the same time, a steel torrent composed of Chimera armored vehicles and Lemon Rust tanks was assembling on the ice field. The roar of engines shattered the polar silence, and ice crystals condensed on the cannon barrels rattled down with the vibration. The commanders of these heavy units stood on their turrets, confirming their attack routes via holographic projections. The projectors flickered intermittently in the extreme polar cold, reflecting the grim faces of the commanders. The armored crew meticulously checked the loading status of the main guns, and the white mist exhaled by the loaders condensed into tiny ice beads on the inner walls of the gun barrels. The tank commanders repeatedly verified the coordinate data of the ancient ruins, and hoarse confirmation sounds occasionally echoed through the communication channel. The gunner of a Vanquisher Lemon Rust was adjusting the laser rangefinder, and the distant, blurry figures of moving green-skinned orc war machines were reflected in its lens. In the hastily constructed frontline command post, staff officers were nervously adjusting the battle plan. Inside the command post, assembled from prefabricated armor plates, heaters struggled against the -40-degree severe cold. The tactical staff officer's electronic tablet was sluggish due to the low temperature, forcing him to repeatedly tap the valuable device. On the holographic sand table, green arrows representing the armored units slowly pointed towards the location of the ancient ruins. At the edge of the sand table, red markers symbolizing the green-skinned orc legions were continuously proliferating, spreading like a plague. "Have the 7th Armored Regiment lead the charge," the commander said, pointing at the sand table, his voice hoarse from days of battle. "Their Lemon Rust Vanquishers are best suited to deal with those green-skinned orc war machines." The staff officers nodded in silence. Everyone understood what this decision meant. The 7th Regiment would directly face the wrath of the Stompa and the Gorkonauts. But Imperial Army soldiers feared nothing. Armored troops fight every enemy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, inside the ancient ruins, 5 silent sisters stood around Croak. Their silver-grey power armor was covered in fine frost, and each had deployed her void field, enveloping Croak and the surrounding instruments and equipment within the void field. The power of the void field cut off the transmission of the Wadaik field, firmly imprisoning Croak's power and preventing it from affecting the green-skinned orcs outside. The Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests were busy inside the ruins, with high priests directing low-ranking priests, servitors, and thralls. Servitor skulls hovered overhead, emitting piercing binary chants. They meticulously dismantled Croak's binding devices, mechanical tentacles operating the ancient containment mechanisms with millimeter precision. They knew that even a slight mistake could awaken this slumbering ancient monster. The hydraulic systems of the servo-arms groaned under the strain in the low temperature, but the dismantling work could not stop. Anti-gravity platforms were already in place, their surfaces flickering with unstable electrical light, awaiting only the final transfer order. Chapter 330 Oakland Dragon. The entire battlefield presented a bizarre dual rhythm. Biting cold winds, laden with gunpowder smoke, raged across the ice plain, as retreating Astra Militarum forces and advancing armored columns intertwined amidst the swirling snow. Wounded soldiers, dragging their broken bodies, supported each other, stumbling through the frozen ground towards the transport ships, their blood-stained bandages congealing into dark red ice crystals in the low temperature. Fully armed armor soldiers, however, were moving against the flow of people towards the front lines. The Lemon Rust tanks' treads rolled over the corpses of orcs and the bones of fallen comrades on the battlefield, pressing fractured skulls and frozen severed limbs deep into the permafrost, with ice shards mixed with blood constantly falling from the tread gaps. The retreating Astra Militarum and the steel torrent briefly converged in the blizzard, their soldiers silently gazing at each other through frosted visors. The new recruits saw the scar on the tank crew's oil-stained face, running from eyebrow to jaw, while the armor soldiers saw the young girl in the transport convoy weeping while holding a comrade's severed limb. Everyone's chapped lips trembled, yet they all understood the tempered resolve in each other's eyes. For a moment, the entire ice plain was left with only the low rumble of engines and the dull crunch of treads grinding bones and flesh, a sound more invigorating than any pre-battle pep talk. When the vanguard company of the 7th Armored Regiment broke through the snow curtain, the slaughter on the outskirts of the ruins was unfolding like a hellish tableau. The knight armor's meltaguns carved searing white trails in the blizzard, melting charging kilogons into molten iron, but more green-skinned war machines were pouring out of the ice fissures. Suddenly, the entire ice plain trembled violently, and the lead annihilator tank of the vanguard company slammed to an emergency halt, its gunner hitting the targeting scope from the inertia. 300 meters away, the ice shattered with a roar, and a mountain-sized, supergiant squig burst forth, its warty skin covered in metallic armor, each of its sharp claws comparable to a power sword in an Astartes hand. This behemoth casually lifted a foot and crushed a kiloton into scrap metal, and its spewing acid corroded the ice into boiling, massive pits. All the greenskins instantly went into a frenzy, their eyes glowing crimson, and while letting out a unified wa'ak, they also charged the Imperial Army's defensive line with greater ferocity, simultaneously cheering a name in Orc. The knight armor's ion shields flickered violently amidst the roar of the squig, while the gunners of the armored company tremblingly pushed armor-piercing rounds into the breaches. The might brought by this giant beast was simply too strong, making everyone's resolve waver. Large squig beast, comparable in size to a lemon russ, the smallest of the squig beasts. Stompa squig, a squig comparable to small titans like warhounds. Squig beast versus regular orc unit size comparison. Upon the back of the supergiant squig, comparable to a stompa, stood a terrifying figure that struck fear into the hearts of all Imperial soldiers. Its height approached 7 meters, more than twice that of a regular orc warrior, its bulging muscles rippled beneath crude orc power armor, and every armor plate was covered in grotesque spikes and rivets. Its left arm was equipped with a massive power claw, its jagged metal claw still bearing fresh bloodstains, occasionally erupting with dazzling electrical arcs. Its right arm held a terrifying combined big gun, a dozen crude barrels roughly welded together, the muzzle flickering with unstable green light, as if ready to overload and explode at any moment. When it let out a deafening roar while standing on the squig's back, the surrounding orc boys instantly went mad, raising their crude weapons and letting out earth-shattering wa'ak roars, their eyes burning with fanatical battle intent. From the commotion it caused upon its appearance and the absolute obedience of the surrounding orcs to it, this behemoth was undoubtedly the ruler of all greenskins on this planet, the warboss of this planet. And when the battlefield images were relayed back to the warships in orbit, Chen Xi couldn't help but curse, damn it. The Oakland Dragon is out now, what other monstrous things are on this planet? Oakland Dragon, the Orc's Titan class beast. Oakland Dragon vs. Squig Beast. The so-called Oakland Dragon is the largest and most terrifying subspecies of squig in Orc society, a living war fortress. These monsters, meticulously bred by savage Orc pain boys, far exceed the size of ordinary squig beasts, their shoulder height alone is comparable to an Imperial Titan, and their weight is measured in thousands of tons. Their rough skin is covered with a thick layer of keratin, and their surface is also inlaid with rusty metal armor plates, which are less for protection and more to make the behemoth more destructive when charging. These terrifying beasts are by no means natural products, but rather war monsters cultivated by the strange boys known as pain boys in savage greenskin society using insane technology. These behemoths serve as both mobile fortresses for the tribe, carrying the entire tribe's weaponry and equipment, and as the most formidable heavy war beasts, capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Their rough skin is covered with heavy metal armor plates, each plate covered with spikes and rivets, emitting a deafening roar as they move. Orc meat boys have constructed crude war platforms on their backs, mounting various crude but astonishingly powerful artillery pieces to provide fire support for the charging greenskin boys. On the battlefield, an Oakland Dragon is like a moving mountain, each colossal footfall can crush an entire squad of infantry into paste, and its tusks, curved like scimitars, can easily pierce the side armor of armored vehicles. The shockwaves they generate when charging can even overturn light vehicles, and the battlefield is littered with the wreckage of Imperial Army equipment crushed by them. Soldiers who tried to stop them were often crushed into bloody paste before they could even scream. Yet now, such a beast, carrying a seemingly incredibly powerful warboss, was charging towards the Imperial Army's positions. That Orc warlord, whose size was comparable to a dreadnought, stood on the Oakland Dragon's back, brandishing a massive power claw and letting out a deafening war cry. He was clad in heavy armor cobbled together from scrap metal and armor plates, each metal plate painted with a red livery symbolizing slaughter. The countless Orc boys followed him, roaring their wa'ak like a tsunami, their crude weapons glinting in the sunlight, their war cries shaking the very ice plain. At this moment, the Imperial Army's defensive line was precarious, as if it would be swallowed by the green tide at any moment. The soldiers gripped their weapons, looking at the approaching green tide, their faces filled with despair. But just at this critical juncture, the Imperial Knights stationed outside the ancient ruins quickly formed ranks, and they actually launched a countercharge against the green tide. These noble war machines deployed their ion shields, and their meltaguns and battle cannons fired simultaneously, blasting searing gaps in the green tide. The Knight family's banners flapped in the cold wind, and they shouted their oaths to the Emperor, charging fearlessly towards that terrifying Oakland Dragon. Chapter 331 Night Charge. The ice plain trembled, and the millennia-old frost cracked amidst the roar of steel and thunder. Huge cracks, like lightning, burst open under the iron hooves of the Imperial Knights, and splattering ice crystals refracted dazzling cold light in the sunlight. The Imperial Knight's charge was like a scorching power sword, piercing into the surging green tide with an unstoppable force. Every knight armor transformed into a burning soul of vengeance, carving wild trajectories across the battlefield. Ion shields flickered violently in the rain of orc bullets, each energy ripple accompanied by the painful roar of the machine spirit within the cockpit. The shriek of overloaded shields rose and fell, intertwining with the roaring battle cries of the Imperial Knights to form a symphony of death. One Imperial Knight's shield collapsed under continuous bombardment, but it still staggered forward, charging. Every roar of its meltagun tore through the air, and the searing white energy torrent vaporized swathes of green skins. The smell of burning instantly condensed in the extreme cold, transforming into green ice crystals scattering everywhere, shooting out like blades in the impact wave of explosions. For the Emperor. The Imperial Knight leading the charge let out a heart-wrenching roar over the comms channel. This war cry ignited the fury of all the Imperial Knights, their machine spirits roared deafeningly in resonance, even shaking the steel framework of the cockpits. The Imperial Knights no longer maintained formation but transformed into burning lightning bolts, pouncing on the enemy with the most savage ferocity. The hydraulic joints of the knight armor wailed with metallic distortion in the extreme cold, an overloaded servo system spewed hot steam. Ion shields flickered on and off in the sub-zero temperatures, like the last gasps of a dying warrior, but this did not hinder their advance in the slightest. Sparks flew from the leg joint of one Imperial Knight, it knelt on one knee but continued to bombard with its meltagun. The warboss on the Oakland Dragon's back let out a deafening laugh, and with a sweep of its thick arm, dozens of super big shootas simultaneously spat out destructive fire. These crudely made giant cannons fired burning metal fragments, tracing deadly trajectories through the air. In the rain of shells, one Imperial Knight was directly hit. Its ion shield collapsed in a blinding arc, and its adamantium armor twisted and deformed under subsequent artillery fire. Hot hydraulic fluid gushed from ruptured lines, steaming into a foul-smelling green mist on the snow. But the Imperial Knight did not fall, it dragged its broken body forward, its chainsword still burning in its hand. The other Imperial Knights charged with even greater ferocity, like wounded beasts. The teeth of the chainswords sparked brilliantly as they tore through enemy armor, and every swing of the power claw sent metal fragments flying everywhere. When the orc war machine, cut in half, exploded, the impact wave instantly vaporized the surrounding snow, forming a brief steam storm. The knight armor's feet crushed the battlefield, each step accompanied by the immense sound of twisting metal and the screams of orc boys. What splattered was not blood and mud, but green ice shards instantly frozen by the extreme cold. Just as the greenskins were frantically assaulting the knight armor, the 7th Armored Regiment's Lemon Rust destroyers suddenly burst out from the flank of the ice-cracked valley. The tracks of these steel behemoths crushed the ancient permafrost, and the black smoke from their engines trailed long behind them in the cold wind. The electronic hum of gun calibration was completely drowned out by the roar of the engines, as the main cannons of over 20 Lemon Rust simultaneously spat out deadly fire. The volley of armor-piercing shells was like the scythe of death, precisely striking the Oakland Dragon's left leg joint. When the first wave of shells hit, dazzling sparks erupted from the rusted armor plates. Multiple tungsten core armor-piercing shells successively hit the same spot, carving spiderweb-like cracks in the heavy armor. With a piercing shriek of tearing metal, the giant beast's leg armor plate finally gave way under the immense pressure, exploding like shattered glass, exposing the writhing muscle bundles and thick, cable-like tendons within. Foul-smelling green blood gushed from the wound, instantly solidifying into sharp blood crystals in the extreme cold. The Oakland Dragon let out a deafening roar of pain, the intense agony caused the massive creature to completely lose its balance, and it stumbled, kneeling on the ice, sending shattered ice sweeping around like shrapnel. Dozens of orc boys, unable to dodge in time, were riddled with holes by the splattering ice crystals, their severed limbs tracing crimson arcs in the air. Well done. The armored company commander excitedly slammed his fist against the inside of the turret, making the targeting scope hum. He saw the target fall through the oil-splattered observation window and immediately roared into the comms, "Load meltagun shells. Aim for that bastard on its back." But the cunning warboss had already leaped off the giant beast. Its rivet-studded steel boots sparked on the ice, and its power claw tore open the armor of a scout vehicle the moment it landed. It used its power claw to stab into the ice to steady itself, and the arc-enveloped metal claws plowed 3 scorched furrows in the permafrost. The combined big shoota on its right arm hummed with overload, and a dozen gun barrels simultaneously rotated, spitting out death. 3 Chimera armored vehicles exploded in a burst of overloaded green beams, the blazing fireballs illuminating the entire snowfield. Melting metal fragments and debris scattered everywhere, leaving scorched marks on the pristine white snow. And at this moment, the War Master-class Titan stationed at the defensive line let out a deafening war horn. The divine machine enters the fray. Heavy steel feet left deep scorch marks on the ice plain, and the melting snow vaporized into white mist beneath the 40-meter-tall Titan. Its shoulder missile pods suddenly opened, and 24 armor-piercing missiles whistled skyward, their exhaust trails carving fiery red trajectories in the dim sky, like meteors tearing through the heavens. The impact wave of the explosion blew off large sections of the giant beast's dorsal armor, revealing the knotted flesh and stark white bones beneath. The Oakland Dragon let out a painful roar, struggling to get up, but its head was held firmly by the Titan's left arm's plasma annihilator. In the Emperor's name, exterminate. A blinding torrent of plasma poured into the giant beast's eye socket, superheated plasma raged within its cranial cavity. The Oakland Dragon's body convulsed violently, and a molten-like red glow emanated from beneath its skin. The next second, its body exploded with a roar, acidic blood splattering, then solidifying into emerald green ice crystals in the cold wind. The surrounding orcs, witnessing the giant beast fall, let out desperate wails, some scattered and fled, others charged madly. But their struggles were meaningless. The Titan's right arm's psychic cannon roared again, and the warp rift suction swept across the battlefield, dragging both the orcs and the giant beasts' remains into it. When the light faded, only scorched marks remained on the snow. In the smoke, the dismounted warboss tore open the cockpit of a sentinel walker with its power claw. A cunning glint flashed in its single eye, it grabbed 2 orc corpses and hurled them at the pursuing Imperial Knights, then leaped into an ice crevice under the cover of the explosion. Pursue. A Dominus Imperial Knight had just given the order when Chen Xi's cold command came through the comms channel, abandon pursuit, all units immediately withdraw to the ruins defense line. On the holographic sand table, more red dots were emerging from beneath the ice. Chapter 332, Relic Ascent. Under Chen Xi's repeated urging, the red-robed tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus dared not delay any longer. They manipulated precise mechanical arms, swiftly completing the cutting of the entire relic amidst dazzling plasma sparks. Several anti-gravity platforms were carefully installed at the base of the relic, shimmering with a faint blue energy glow. Bring it up immediately. Chen Xi's voice echoed through the communicator across the entire area. At the same time, the ancient relic's defenders, reinforced by armored units, had re-established their defensive line. The Imperial Army soldiers, while suppressing the greenskin advance with a dense curtain of fire, systematically recovered damaged knight armor and the remains of fallen comrades. According to standard operating procedures, they had to ensure no materials or technology were left behind for the enemy to exploit. This was because Chen Xi's second order had been relayed to every combat unit. The Imperial Army was about to begin withdrawal operations. However, the retreat was not a sudden act but a meticulously planned echelon transfer, with transport ships and shuttles ferrying troops in batches to warships in orbit. Most astonishing was the plan the Adeptus Mechanicus was deploying. They intended to install a gigantic teleportation device on the planet's surface, directly teleporting the entire planet above the Necron's throne world. When Chen Xi first heard this proposal, he could barely believe his ears. These tech priests can actually teleport a planet. Chen Xi mused to himself, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He had originally thought the Adeptus Mechanicus would adopt more conventional methods, such as installing planetary scale thrusters or gravitic tow arrays. This discovery forced him to reevaluate the technological prowess the Adeptus Mechanicus had unearthed from the dark age of technology. But now was not the time to delve into such matters. Chen Xi's gaze shifted to the ancient relic that had been completely cut away. 5 silent sisters remained stationed within it, using their void field to seal Croak's every movement. The entire relic now resembled a colossal block of metal frozen in time, its architectural style resembling neither the crude creations of the greenskins nor the architectural style of the Necrons. Chen Xi did not have the spare energy to ascertain whether this was a lost old one relic or a container built by some long-vanished civilization that had inadvertently acquired Croak. At this moment, he had only one firm thought: this dangerous relic along with Croak sealed inside must be thrown into the nearest star as quickly as possible, eliminating future troubles forever. But this decision met with furious opposition from the Adeptus Mechanicus. The red-robed priests swarmed around him like vultures drawn to carrion, their bionic eyes flickering with greedy data streams, their binary prayers interspersed with a yearning for ancient technology. They eagerly hoped to obtain Croak as a research sample. Even if they had to destroy him, they wanted to get some spores or body tissue for study. Several high-ranking priests even immediately unfurled holographic projections, demonstrating methods for preserving samples with stasis fields. There was even a crazy tech priest who told Chen Xi that he should strip off Croak's armor, which clearly looked highly advanced. This priest's mechanical tendrils twitched excitedly, claiming that the armor's technological content might surpass all existing technology on Mars. His voice was distorted by excitement, and harsh static noise erupted from his electronic throat. However, Chen Xi ignored them, simply calling for 32 from Rostov. Although it took some time during which the priests buzzed incessantly like servitor skulls in his ear, 32's identity as a tech priestess inquisitor of the prefecture magisterium silenced these noisy tech priests and made them obediently return to work. She simply displayed the Inquisition's rosette seal, and the priests' mechanical vocal cords instantly fell silent as if choked, each scurrying back to their workstations. There was no other way. The tech priestess conclave was a conclave within the Inquisition specifically targeting the Adeptus Mechanicus, and 32 was also from the prefecture magisterium, which was a decisive blow against the tech priests. By the way, besides logistical construction, are there any combat missions for us? 32 asked, cradling her mechanical cat, with several kittens crawling on her, meowing. She leaned against the command console, looking somewhat bored. Chen Xi's gaze lifted from the tactical holographic map, the projected blue light casting a shadow on his stern face. As for combat missions, Chen Xi pondered for a moment, then asked very seriously, how many Adeptus Militaris do you have? 32's mechanical tendrils traced several arcs in the air, bringing up a troop roster, 1 macro branch of the Adeptus Militaris, plus 3 squads of Cognis Servitors. What, is the front line tight? Chen Xi's gaze swept over the shrinking defensive lines marked on the holographic map. The blue markers representing the Imperial Army were systematically retreating, but every node on the retreat path flashed with fortification indicators. If you have enough forces, he pointed to a crucial pass, you can go down and participate in the ground operations. Although the main force is retreating, this defensive line must be maintained until the tech priests complete the installation of the teleportation device. 32's bionic eyes rapidly zoomed in and out, analyzing the battlefield data stream. Suddenly, her expression became playful. Wait, you just said if you have enough forces. Does that mean if not enough? If not enough, Chen Xi pulled up an encrypted file from his datapad, and the holographic projection immediately turned a dazzling crimson. I suggest you, Gutierrez, and my go to the star sector capital. Ariman might need help there. Ariman. 32 showed a curious expression, clearly more interested in investigating cults than ganking greenskins. Haven't the cults in the Star Sector capital already been dealt with by him? According to Ahriman's investigation, the Blood Oath Society has indeed been mostly purged, and all related issues have been cleared up, but he discovered traces of another cult organization, and this might involve a greater daemon. Chen Xi produced a secret document and handed it to 32. You should know what a greater daemon is. If it really involves a greater daemon, the problem will be very serious. 32's mechanical tendrils suddenly straightened, and data streams flashed wildly in her eyes. A greater daemon? Are you sure? I'm not sure, but since Ahriman said so, it's better to investigate. Chen Xi sent the file to 32, indicating that the specific situation still needed investigation. 32's mechanical fingers deftly flipped the data chip, a hint of excited blue light flashing in her bionic eye. Understood. I'll go find Mai and the others now. With that, she turned and left, her feline companions following suit. Chapter 333 Fierce Confrontation. 32 took Gutierrez and his kill team, and also brought along Titus's team. Under Chen Xi's specific instructions, they also brought Hai Tu. The group boarded Mai and Twilight's Huichong Shihao, quietly departing the front lines for the Star Sector capital. Their departure had almost no impact on the battlefield situation, as it was only 2 Space Marine teams and a light warship, and the front line currently had no shortage of such combat power. The true storm continued to rage on Helsin 3 ever since Chen Xi ordered the ancient ruins, which had croak frozen within, to be pulled from the surface. The greenskins became enraged as if their ancestral graves had been desecrated, launching wave after wave of frenzied assaults on the Imperial Army positions. The Orc offensive was extremely fierce, and the entire front line was under immense pressure. However, Chen Xi was well prepared. He kept the War Master class Titan continuously stationed on the defensive line, relying on its overwhelming firepower and shields to forcefully block the greenskin tide. As long as the Orcs could not deploy a stronger Stompa, the Imperial Army's defense would not collapse for the time being. But the higher UPS of the Adeptus Mechanicus were almost driven mad. This War Master class Titan was an invaluable treasure to them, especially since it could perform psychic teleportation. This was nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Such a precious technological creation should have been carefully enshrined and studied in a forge temple, but now it was forced to fight the filthy greenskins on the battlefield. This is blasphemy against the Omnissiah, the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests roared in fury. The high-ranking tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus were almost in a state of delirium, their data streams constantly bombarding Chen Xi's communication terminal every minute. These fanatical binary curses, mixed with threatening mechanical code, stirred up an electronic storm in the data space. As for the fate of the mortal soldiers on Helsin 3, in the eyes of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the value of these flesh and blood bodies was not even comparable to a spare part of a Titan. Even if the entire sector's Imperial Army turned to ash, these red-robed mechanical believers would not shed a single drop of oil for it. But if that precious War Master class Titan suffered even the slightest damage, this thought caused a temporary malfunction in the logical circuits of all the tech priests. Even sacrificing the Imperial Army of an entire star system would not compensate for such a significant loss. Faced with this hysterical data bombardment, Chen Xi's reaction was remarkably cold. He casually marked all Adeptus Mechanicus communications as junk information, letting the servitor skull filter these noisy binary sounds to a secondary processor. When he had no choice but to respond, his reply was brief and cold. Instead of wasting energy complaining, expedite the installation of the teleportation device. This cold reply, when transmitted back to the Adeptus Mechanicus Forge Arc, caused a disturbance no less than a minor data disaster. In Chen Xi's view, as long as the Adeptus Mechanicus could complete the planetary-scale teleportation as quickly as possible and directly hurl the greenskin-infested planet onto the Necron's throne world, all problems would be solved. The cooling systems of several high-ranking tech priests instantly overloaded, and their servo motors hummed under the strain. Some even activated their forge axes, and if they hadn't been restrained by their more rational colleagues with mechanical tentacles, they probably would have piloted shuttles to reason with Chen Xi. Ultimately, they could only release a series of ear-splitting binary shrieks through full-spectrum broadcast, a sound so unpleasant that even the servitor skull voluntarily cut off its audio receiver. At the same time, Croak's fate also underwent a subtle change. This ancient, icebound threat was not thrown into a star but was secretly transferred to the deepest part of the black ship. There, a special cell constructed of black stone was ready, surrounded by the merciless gaze of the Silent Sisters. Chen Xi's unexpected decision left everyone puzzled, only he knew the potential role this dangerous trophy might play in his future plans. The Adeptus Mechanicus, intimidated by Chen Xi's unyielding attitude, ultimately chose to compromise, although their data streams still flickered with dissatisfied binary curses. In the near orbit of Helsin 3, a group of tech priests brought their respective forge arcs. These massive vessels slowly adjusted their positions, aiming their cannons at the planet's surface, ready to provide orbital support to ground forces at any moment. Meanwhile, on the ground, the tech priests were setting up teleportation devices with almost insane efficiency, the clatter of gears and the hum of plasma cutters echoing across the entire landing zone. Through the observation window, one could see organized Adeptus Militaris units being thrown into the battle without hesitation. These expensive elite troops were being consumed like cheap cannon fodder, with dozens of mechanical bodies turning into scrap metal in explosions every second. Inside the command bridge, red-robed tech priests watched it all with indifference. Their mechanical eyes constantly zoomed in and out, precisely calculating casualty ratios and advance speeds, yet no ripple of compassion appeared in their logical circuits. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, as long as their sacred machines were safe, Any price was acceptable even if it meant sacrificing the entire sector's Adeptus Militaris. Even more insane, the high-ranking tech priests even attempted to mobilize the Rustblade Legion, a Titan Legion. Fortunately, Chen Xi intercepted their orders in time. He directly cut off the Adeptus Mechanicus's data link with the Rustblade Legion, ensuring that this powerful Titan Legion remained on the Kharkov front lines, preventing any destabilization of the defensive line. He knew all too well what reckless foolishness these Adeptus Mechanicus fanatics were capable of to protect their so-called sacred machines. Although the fighting there was nearing its end, with Imperial Army forces clearing out remaining rebels, rashly withdrawing a Titan Legion could still lead to vulnerabilities in the defensive line. Even though the conflict in Kharkov seemed to be winding down and a Titan Legion might not be critically needed to hold the line there, the battle on Kherson was not yet so dire as to require a Titan Legion's deployment. After several rounds of intense data confrontation between various factions, the final compromise reached was, apart from the Rustblade Legion continuing to hold its original defensive line, several other Titans, including Khal's mysterious autonomous war machine and Chen Xi's own warhounds, were permitted to reinforce the Kherson battlefield. This decision grudgingly satisfied the Adeptus Mechanicus, although their binary prayers still contained questions about the logic of Chen Xi's decisions. However, Chen Xi was too lazy to explain to them, or rather, he knew such explanations would be futile. Unless he withdrew the War Master class Titan from combat, the Adeptus Mechanicus would inevitably disagree with him. In a situation where their fundamental principles were in conflict, instead of wasting time explaining, it was better to find a way to solve the problem first. Chapter 334, Stars Collide. When the teleportation runes lit up on the surface of Helsin 3, the entire planet let out a wail that tore through the void. The frozen continental plates twisted and deformed like a parchment scroll ravaged by gods under the tearing force of dimensional power. Violet-purple warp currents transformed into billions of hungry tendrils, coiling around this frozen world, which had been dormant for 1,000 years on the edge of the galaxy, brutally ripping apart the veil of physical laws. The great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus's final binary prayer stamped a sacred seal on this death sentence that spanned across the star sea. The frozen prison carrying billions of green-skinned orcs, along with the colossal war beasts forged from madness, scrap metal, and Wadaic energy, was hurled entirely towards the Necron's throne world Kiev star. The destinies of the two planets traced a brilliant trajectory of destruction across the dark canvas of the galaxy. When Helsin 3 tore through the barrier of the real universe, the frozen planet transformed into a spear thrown by gods, dragging a warp tail flame that spanned half a galaxy, piercing towards the Necron dynasty's eternal throne with the force of a falling star. In the observation crystals of the orbital array, the light burst forth at the moment of impact, plunging the entire observation station into blinding panic. Tens of thousands of black stone obelisks on Kiev star's surface simultaneously emitted a dying shriek, forming a defensive matrix strong enough to withstand a stellar explosion, yet it crumbled like a sandcastle upon contact. When the two planets collided, the shockwave from the explosion hurled tens of thousands of square miles of tomb cities into the sky, and the Earth's core magma, under extreme compression, turned into a sky full of fiery rain, like a bloody fireworks display offered by the galaxy for this war. When the chaotic energy storm subsided slightly, the truth that made all witnesses tremble finally appeared beneath the shattered ice shell of Helsin 3. An orc clan emblem large enough to cover all of Australia was revealed. The true identity of this frozen planet was actually an orc battle moon. As the planet's structure collapsed, the green-skinned orcs' legions, confined by the low temperatures, swept across the land like a broken dam. Their frost-covered muscle fibers crackled in the air, and the white mist exhaled from their tusks was instantly ignited by their war cries. The collision between the Wadaic field and the black stone matrix tore apart the spatio-temporal structure, turning the entire battlefield into a nightmare painting interwoven with reality and illusion. Some Necron warriors' phase blades suddenly dissipated mid-slash, while some orc war vehicles, during a charge, traveled back in time 10 minutes. In the vortex of the subspace storm, the phantoms of ancient warlords and Necron pharaohs were reenacting their fated duel from millions of years ago. This green tide, born from fungal spores, swept across the Kiev star continent with overwhelming force. Billions of orc boys let out deafening Wadaic war cries, their crude choppas striking the Necron warriors' living metal bodies, emitting dazzling sparks. The mech's energy weapons, cobbled together from scrap metal, spewed unstable green arcs, blasting the blackstone-constructed tomb defense nodes into a sky full of flying metal fragments. When the orcs' primitive Wadaic field collided with the anti-psychic waves released by the Necron obelisks, the entire battlefield instantly twisted and deformed. The subspace storm tore reality like a broken prism. Gravity fields began to fluctuate chaotically, the air in some areas suddenly crystallized, while in others, anti-gravity floating islands appeared, defying physical laws. Warriors caught in it sometimes floated like feathers, and sometimes were crushed into paste by 100 times gravity. An orc warlord, riding a mechanically modified Oakland dragon, let out an earth-shattering roar. This iron beast, cobbled together from corpses and scrap metal, left burning footprints on the frozen ground with every step. Behind him, dozens of stompas of various forms advanced with ground-shaking steps. Their crude armor plates were covered in bloody totems, and the ammunition sprayed from their back rocket pods left dense trails in the sky. Wherever this steel tide passed, Necron outposts were crushed into dust like toys made of paper. However, the Necron overlord, seated within the tomb world, had long foreseen this invasion. His glowing green metal finger tapped lightly on the control interface, and the eternal orb buried deep underground awakened. The torrent of stellar fragments released by this ancient artifact swept across the battlefield like a divine whip, vaporizing tens of thousands of green-skinned orcs' war machines in pure white light, even their metal skeletons being decomposed into fundamental particles. The shockwave from the explosion instantly vitrified tens of thousands of square miles of frozen ground, reflecting distorted warp light and shadows. On this surreal battlefield, the tug-of-war between the two sides had lasted for 3 full stellar cycles. The orc warlords constantly cobbled together new war machines from scrap heaps, while Necron technomancers activated temporal traps, banishing entire green-skinned orcs assault teams into temporal rifts. The tens of kilometers wide molten crater in the center of the battlefield had now become a chaotic vortex connecting different dimensions, with strange, kaleidoscope-like light flickering at its bottom, as if some mad deity was creating a crazy abstract masterpiece using the universe as a canvas. Through the information transmitted back by the Imperial Navy's reconnaissance ships, sent at great risk, Chen Xi and the high-ranking officials of the Expeditionary Force were able to glimpse the results of this insane operation. A holographic projection unfolded in the center of the command hall, with shattered planetary debris slowly rotating in the void, and distorted gravitational waves and warp rifts clearly visible. The orc battle moon directly shattered the polar cap of the Necron's throne world. A staff officer stood before the star map, his voice low and solemn. Both planets suffered severe structural disintegration. The orc battle moon shattered by a quarter, while the Necron's throne world lost a fifth of its mass. Even more terrifying, the energy generated by the collision disrupted local spacetime, with gravitational fields in disarray, spatial distortion, and even abnormal time flow. Now, these two Xenos races are fighting furiously on the shattered planetary debris, completely unable to spare any attention for the Imperium for the time being. The command hall was silent, with only the low hum of servitor skulls and the whirring of cogitator engines echoing in the air. In my opinion, let these two Xenos races fight each other like dogs. The Navy Lord General slammed his hand on the table, producing a dull thud. The Expeditionary Force can take this time to consolidate the conquered planets, reorganize the fleet, and then deal with the remaining one after they are both severely weakened. His voice carried a long-suppressed weariness and anger. During this period, the Imperial Navy had borne almost all the direct pressure from the initial orbital bombardment to the later fleet decisive battles, and finally to the planetary defense battles. Every fierce battle caused the fleet's casualty numbers to continuously climb. The Lord General's proposal quickly gained the approval of most commanders. Although the Expeditionary Force had successfully occupied several planets and expanded the Imperium's territory, the cost had been equally heavy. The lengthening supply lines, troop losses, ship repair needs, and the soldiers' growing war weariness all became problems facing the high-ranking officials of the Expeditionary Force. Chapter 335 Strategic Adjustment. However, facing everyone's suggestions, Chen Xi shook his head, his voice echoing in the command hall. We cannot wait for these two Xenos races to decide a victor. As soon as Chen Xi spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The blue light of the holographic projection illuminated his stern face, his eyes, flickering with psychic energy, swept over every senior officer present. Someone asked in confusion, Commander, why? The Expeditionary Force has been fighting until now, and the soldiers are exhausted. We need to rest. Furthermore, we need to re-establish medical worlds in the rear to treat the wounded. We are unable to launch an offensive in a short period. The staff officers whispered among themselves. The casualty figures on their data slates were shocking. Over 60% of Astra Militarum companies were severely under strength, armored units had lost 1/3 of their vehicles, and even the Astartes chapter had suffered considerable casualties. The data streams of the Adeptus Mechanicus representative constantly flashed warnings of supply shortages, and the medical ships were packed with wounded soldiers missing limbs. Chen Xi, of course, understood this. Allowing the Necrons and Orcs to fight and consume each other's strength, there's no problem with that. It was also the strategy I had previously devised. He looked at the questioning officer and replied in a steady voice. The Expeditionary Force can take this opportunity to rest and recover its strength, and there's no problem with that either. But then his tone suddenly turned cold, but waiting until they decide a victor before dealing with the remaining one, that is not appropriate. Chen Xi brought up real-time battlefield footage. On the shattered planetary debris, the Orcs were rapidly evolving. Their armor became thicker, their weapon power significantly increased, and even their body size was growing at a visible rate. If the Necrons win, it's fine. Chen Xi pointed to the Necron technology in the footage, which had been grotesquely modified by Orc meat boys, but if the Orcs win, what we will have to face will be even more terrifying Orcs than now. His voice carried an undeniable certainty. You should be aware that the characteristic of Orcs is that they grow stronger the more they fight. Then, Commander, what is your intention? The Astra Militarum Lord General stood up, his metals glinting in the light. He looked at Chen Xi with a probing gaze, subtly revealing his dissatisfaction. As a highly decorated Astra Militarum commander, he knew all too well what continuing the offensive would mean. It would be filling a bottomless pit with the lives of countless Astra Militarum soldiers. The atmosphere in the command hall immediately became heavy. Although the high command of the Expeditionary Force understood Chen Xi's meaning, Orcs indeed grow stronger the more they fight. Continuing the offensive would mean the deaths of Astra Militarum and other ground forces. As the Astra Militarum Lord General, he naturally harbored some resentment. Chen Xi sensed this emotion, but he did not back down. The Expeditionary Force will undergo rest and reorganization. Replenish personnel where needed, reorganize units where necessary, and restore the troops' combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. His finger traced a line across the star map, drawing a circle around the shattered planetary debris. But rest is not retreat. We need to eliminate both of these Xenos races together before they decide a victor. This bold plan caused an uproar in the command hall. Chen Xi did not wait for anyone to object and continued. I have already contacted the Ecclesiarchy, and they will dispatch more battle sisters to assist. At the same time, the Adeptus Mechanicus has promised to complete the emergency deployment of 2 Warhound-class Titans within 3 weeks. His gaze swept over every commander. This is not a request, but an order. By the Emperor, we must prevent the orcs from evolving and expanding through this war, no matter the cost. The Astra Militarum Lord General's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, under Chen Xi's determined gaze, he slowly raised his right hand and performed a standard military salute. Yes, Commander. For the Emperor. The moment he spoke these words, it was as if all his strength was drained, but at the same time, it carried the unique resolve of a soldier. Dash. Chen Xi's orders spread like thunder throughout the entire expeditionary force system. As the directives were issued layer by layer, the intense artillery fire on the front lines gradually ceased, and various units began to withdraw in an orderly fashion for rest. After repeated reconnaissance, the General Staff finally selected a temperate ecological planet as the new medical center. Within just 3 days, hundreds of transport ships transferred tens of thousands of wounded from various battlefields to this location. Newly constructed medical domes rose from the planetary surface, equipped with the most advanced medical equipment and ample medical supplies. Thousands of hospitalers and medical officers worked day and night to treat the wounded soldiers. In the rear reorganization areas, units whose structures had been broken down were undergoing large-scale restructuring. Chen Xi personally signed orders to dismantle and reorganize the elite units of the Holy War Army and the Rostov Defense Force. These experienced veterans, organized into squads and platoons, were used to replenish the heavily depleted Astra Militarum regiments. Although this practice of inter-regiment mixed unit formation severely violated the relevant regulations of the Astra Militarum, in this special period of urgent war, officers at all levels could only turn a blind eye. For Astra Militarum units that had lost more than half of their personnel, being able to receive reinforcements was already a blessing, they dared not ask for more. Not to mention that these reinforcements were all veterans who had already experienced the fires of war, making them quite valuable even for the Astra Militarum. On the Adeptus Mechanicus side, the Rustblade Legion was now officially integrated into the Expeditionary Forces operational sequence. Under Chen Xi's command, they were dispersed into 3 battle groups, each strengthening one of the 3 commanders. They reorganized their respective forces in Kharkov, forming 3 attack spearheads in preparation for the next round of offensive. Meanwhile, transport fleets from Mars brought exciting reinforcements. 2 brand new Warhound-class Titans were delivered to Rostov, their gleaming armor shining brightly under the stellar light. Even more surprisingly, the accompanying Great Sage also brought a permit bearing the Holy Seal of the Mars Council, approval to establish a brand new Titan Legion in Rostov. These 2 Warhound-class Titans, along with the several Warhound-class Titans Chen Xi originally possessed, formed the backbone of this nascent legion. As for the other Titans of this new legion, they would need to wait for Mars to allocate them. Evidently, Mars also knew that there was currently 1 Titan Legion serving under Chen Xi, and they would not give him a second legion. This new legion was currently just a designation. Until the Rustblade Legion withdrew from combat, the new legion would not receive sufficient reinforcements. Although Chen Xi and the Adeptus Mechanicus had not reached a consensus or communicated on this point, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Of course, apart from the Titan war machines, the other accompanying components of the Titan Legion were not in short supply. The corresponding Titan Guard and noble houses of princeps were also assigned to Rostov. Chapter 336, The Frugal Governor. It's finally over. This war has left me numb. Chen Xi sighed, dragging his exhausted body back to the Rostov governor's office. He was too lazy to even take off his uniform, collapsing in a very undignified posture onto the luxurious bed that could fit 10 people rolling around, burying his face deep into the velvet pillow with a satisfied sigh. Although Chen Xi considered himself quite frugal as a governor, under the extravagant imperial system, no amount of frugality could change the fact that he held a high position. This bedroom had been completely renovated since his last return. Not only had its area expanded significantly, but even the architectural structure had been adjusted, with the ceiling raised by 2 meters, making the entire space appear more open. The exquisite solid wood furniture had all been replaced with top-grade ebony from an ecological world, and the walls no longer displayed simple decorative paintings, but rather master oil paintings framed with gold leaf. Even the carpet had been replaced with rare animal fur woven from the planet Palladia, so soft underfoot it felt like walking on clouds. Chen Xi had specifically inquired about this with Chamberlain Rachel, and the reply he received was, "This is a matter of the governor's prestige, my lord. If your governor's office is not renovated annually, it will become a laughingstock among other imperial nobles." This answer left Chen Xi both helpless and amused. While the cost of renovating the governor's office was indeed negligible to him, this annual extravagance still felt like excessive waste. However, in the imperial noble circles, Chen Xi's frugality was practically an anomaly. His bedroom neither housed exotic beasts from alien worlds nor displayed priceless Xeno artifacts. The only few decorations were ordinary wood carvings and a small number of precious metal items, with even gold plating used sparingly. One must know that in prosperous worlds like Scintilla, nobles even regularly replace the stone carvings in their estates just to keep up with the latest artistic trends. Of course, if one were to discuss the quality of his collection, the finely crafted weapons and power armor displayed in Chen Xi's bedroom, along with the various Xeno war trophies acquired on the battlefield, were incomparable to those of the decadent nobles. But Chen Xi had no interest in such superficial luxuries. If Rachel hadn't insisted that it was a necessary expense to maintain the governor's dignity, and that the cost was indeed small, he would have considered even this much renovation superfluous. After all, in his opinion, rather than spending money on these flashy and impractical decorations, it would be more practical to acquire a few more sets of power armor. Though the cost of renovating the governor's office was barely enough to purchase 2 standard model power armor suits. It is worth mentioning that Chen Xi's governor's office was ridiculously modest compared to the luxurious palaces of other planetary governors, which were situated at the spires of hive cities and equipped with private spaceports and ecological domes. Even as the expedition progressed and nearly half of the Rostov subsector's star systems were brought under imperial control, and Chen Xi was promoted from planetary governor to de facto subsector governor, fully qualified to build a luxurious palace befitting his status, he consistently showed little interest. What if I built a palace like the Imperial Palace on Terra? Chen Xi rolled over, looking at the exquisite carvings on the ceiling, and thought to himself with self-deprecation, sleeping still only requires the space of one bed, and eating doesn't necessarily mean eating 2 more bowls than others. These basic needs would not change due to a life of extravagance. Besides, if he truly wanted to pursue ultimate enjoyment, wouldn't it be better to return to Earth in the 3K era? Seeking pleasure in the dark and cruel universe of 40K era was practically inviting Slaanesh to a party. Thinking this, Chen Xi felt he should take a vacation and go back to the 3K era to get some good rest. In particular, he was very curious about the reaction to the rejuvenation potion he had given out last time. If their attitude was one of secrecy and hoarding, then Chen Xi felt he wouldn't think of them for good things in the future, and some collaborations could also be cut off. But if their attitude was one of wanting to popularize it among the general public, then Chen Xi felt he could bring back something even better to accelerate technological development and allow humanity to enter the space age. After all, in the dark universe of the 40th millennium, space travel had long become a commonplace daily occurrence. Even the most basic shuttle technology, in the eyes of 3rd millennium Earth civilization, would be considered a dimension-shattering strike of zenith star technology. This technological gap spanning 10,000 years could not be easily bridged by simple technological accumulation. And in this era of severe technological degradation, the standard template construct, STC, system was the imperium of man's greatest legacy. This intelligent construction system, designed by the sages of the Golden Age, was originally intended to ensure that the flame of human civilization would never be extinguished. It also allowed users to construct anything recorded on the STC, regardless of the circumstances, as long as raw materials were provided. Even on a primitive, savage planet, as long as it was built according to the STC template's requirements, products could be manufactured. Don't find it exaggerated, a planetary governor of a savage world in the Imperium once did it, making the local savage tribes offer ores, and it took 10 years to churn out a moon class in low orbit. Imagine if an STC template for a shuttle were given to 3rd millennium Earth civilization. With the industrial foundation of the 21st century, humanity could fully construct true spacecraft in a short period. Even more frightening, Earth scientists could also reverse engineer the STC template, deciphering black technologies like anti-gravity principles and plasma propulsion technology from it, thereby triggering a series of technological revolutions. The speed of such a technological leap would probably be unimaginable even to the most optimistic futurists. So, after checking that his points were sufficient to redeem a sword-class frigate STC template, Chen Xi unhesitatingly returned to the 3K era. Back in the 3K era, Chen Xi rested well for 2 days, and even specially drove to a famous hot spring resort in Chenbei Mountain, where he completely relaxed his taut nerves in the misty warmth. He leaned back against the edge of the natural hot spring pool, letting the mineral-rich spring water caress his entire body. The fatigue of recent days seemed to be carried away by the steaming heat. After soaking in the hot spring, he also enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the resort's specialty restaurant before returning home contentedly. However, when he turned on the TV to watch the news, the sight before him nearly made him drop the teacup in his hand. Almost all news channels were continuously broadcasting the same major news: our country's scientists have achieved a brand new breakthrough in the field of life genetics. A new type of potion can effectively slow down human aging. Life-extending medicine may become a reality. On screen, the head of a national-level laboratory was speaking eloquently to the camera, stating that this groundbreaking research had already passed the animal experiment stage and was about to enter clinical trials. Chen Xi was surprised to find that the rejuvenation potion technology he brought back from the 40K era had been digested and absorbed to such an extent by the domestic research team in just a few days. The experimental data displayed in the news clearly showed that the physiological age of the treated mice was significantly younger, with all indicators superior to the control group. Even more unexpectedly, official media had even begun discussing the potential social changes this technology might bring, including a series of forward-looking topics such as extending retirement age and adjusting medical insurance policies. Chapter 337, Reactions from All Sides. Chen Xi turned off the TV, walked into his study, and casually pressed the power button of his computer. The screen lit up, reflecting his slightly thoughtful expression. While TV news was authoritative, it was ultimately one-way information output controlled by the state, and the true public reaction was often not reflected in official reports. The internet, however, was different. There was no filtering, no embellishment, only the most direct, most naked clash of emotions. He clicked on Weibo, and the top 10 trending topics were almost entirely occupied by rejuvenation potion-related discussions. Number longevity potion number, explosive. Number human lifespan breakthrough number, hot. Number aging crisis number, hot. Number will 90 skits were kuntal 100 number, new. In the comment section, public opinion was polarized. Some cheered, humanity has finally defeated death. Long life scientists. Others were worried, who will feed the population explosion? Will housing prices become a 70-year lease renewal system? There were also cynical remarks, it's just another scam by capital, waiting to see the leaks harvested. But what concerned Chen Xi the most were a few posts that appeared briefly before being quickly deleted. The CEO of a certain international pharmaceutical giant has secretly arrived in Beijing and is staying at a certain 5-star hotel. The science counselor of the XX country's embassy has appeared at the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Biology for 3 consecutive days. They're moving fast, he sneered, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Meanwhile, influenced by the bombshell dropped by a certain major Eastern power, the international stage was already in an uproar. Global stock markets fluctuated violently, governments worldwide held emergency closed-door meetings, librarians worked overnight to write analytical reports, and news media frantically speculated on the far-reaching implications behind this technological breakthrough. In the White House in the D.C. area, a high-level closed-door meeting was underway. The heavy oak doors were tightly shut, and the night outside the bulletproof glass was deep, with only the cool-toned lights in the conference room illuminating the grave faces. Around the oval conference table, the National Security Advisor, high-ranking Ministry of Defense officials, core CIA members, and secret representatives from several top pharmaceutical groups were seated, the atmosphere so oppressive it was almost suffocating. The CIA's Director of Far East Affairs tapped the table, and the projector displayed the publicly released official experimental data from a certain major Eastern power. It was a shocking set of charts: senescent cell reversal, telomere extension, and an average lifespan increase of over 10% in the experimental group. He took a deep breath, his fingertip pressing heavily on the data, his voice low and urgent. Gentlemen, we cannot sit idly by any longer. Once this technology is popularized, their social stability will far exceed ours, and we haven't even mastered controllable nuclear fusion yet. The Ministry of Defense representative's face was grim. He pulled up a blurry satellite image, showing a military base in a certain major Eastern power, where several sci-fi-looking laser tanks and walking mechs were conducting coordinated drills. Intelligence shows their laser tanks and walking mechs have been deployed, and now there's longevity technology. His voice was hoarse, his eyes revealing deep concern. This is no longer a matter of technological gap, but a civilization gap. In the corner, a representative from a certain pharmaceutical giant leaned slightly forward, his fingers interlocked beneath his chin. His voice was very soft, but it seemed to drop the temperature of the entire room by a few more degrees. We need to find a way to get samples. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and added, by any means necessary. A brief silence fell over the conference room, broken only by the hum of the air conditioning and the rustling of papers. Finally, the National Security Advisor spoke slowly, his eyes cold and resolute. Then let's activate the Prometheus plan. Since they won't share the fire, we'll take it ourselves. And in a country across the sea from a certain major Eastern power, a certain conglomerate was also holding an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the air was so thick it could almost be wrung out. On the projection screen, the stock market K-line chart plummeted, and dazzling red numbers constantly updated the decline record. President. Our anti-aging drug stock has hit its daily limit down, and the market is in a panic sell-off. The CFO's voice was almost trembling. On his tablet, the real-time market showed that the company's market value had evaporated by nearly 100 billion yen in just 1 hour. The president's face was ashen, his fingers clenching the edge of the conference table, his knuckles white from the effort. He stared at the screen, his eyes sinister, as if he wanted to burn through the plummeting curve. Contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he suddenly said, his voice low and hard. Tell them to exert pressure, demanding technology sharing. The conference room was dead silent, only the hum of the air conditioning vent reverberated. The assistant swallowed, cautiously speaking, but... President, they don't even care about the UN Security Council, will they listen to us? The president suddenly looked up, his gaze like a knife piercing the assistant. The assistant instinctively shrinking his neck, but the president ultimately just sneered. Of course they won't listen. He slowly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the night view of Tokyo. But what we need to do is to let the whole world see they refuse to cooperate. He turned around, his eyes cold. Go contact the people on Wall Street and tell them that a certain major Eastern power is monopolizing eternal life. The assistant's pupils contracted, instantly understanding the president's intention. Since they couldn't get the technology, they would let the whole world pressure them. Yes, President. He immediately bowed his head in response and quickly exited the conference room. The president looked out the window again, the neon lights reflecting on his face, outlining a sinister shadow. Eastern power, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are technologically advanced? And in the neighbor to the north of the Eastern power, their attitude was worth pondering. In the president's office, the heavy curtains were half drawn. The president sat behind a large desk, holding a newly delivered intelligence brief, his brow slightly furrowed. He slowly put down the document, looked up at his chief of staff standing beside him, his voice low and steady. The Easterners have made a big move this time. The chief of staff nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the brief on the table. It detailed the official experimental data of the rejuvenation potion released by China, as well as the intense reactions from various Western countries. He pondered for a moment, cautiously responding, they are willing to share agricultural technology, but longevity technology. I'm afraid they won't easily concede. The president's fingers tapped lightly on the table, a slow and powerful rhythm. His gaze passed through the window, looking at the still unthawed floating ice on the distant Moskva River, as if weighing some profound strategic consideration. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded slightly, making a decision. Let's observe first. But then, his eyes suddenly sharpened, like a drawn saber, gleaming with cold light. But remember, his voice was even lower, yet carried an undeniable authority. If the West makes a move, we must not fall behind. The chief of staff's expression hardened, and he immediately straightened his back. He understood the weight of these words. This was not a simple technological competition, but a strategic layout concerning the nation's future for decades, even centuries. Yes, Mr. President. He responded in a deep voice, then added, I have already instructed the intelligence department to strengthen monitoring of related developments, especially, the movements of certain old friends. The president's lips curved into a meaningful, cold smile. Very good. Chapter 338, Chen Xi's parents. International events were constantly changing, but they had little to do with Chen Xi. Although the source of all this was just a few garbage bags, he casually tossed out the core formula of the rejuvenation potion, the ecological circulation system of the hydroponic farm, and even the laser tanks and walking mechs newly equipped by the military all originated from the 40K black technology he brought back. But ultimately, he was merely a technology provider. As for how these technologies would be applied and promoted, and how to deal with the shock to the international community, those were issues that high-level decision-makers needed to weigh. Since they made their choice, they naturally had to bear the corresponding consequences. Chen Xi took a very detached view of this. From his experience as a star district governor in the 40K world, he had come to understand a principle: do not meddle in affairs that are not your responsibility. Matters for which someone else is responsible should be left to them to handle. Unless there is a clear subordinate relationship, whether the outcome is good or bad is none of your concern. As for his mistakes will implicate you? That is a question to consider only after the fact. Any interjection before things are messed up is superfluous. What's more, in the 40K world, he was at least a subsector governor, commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, and Lord Inquisitor of the Pacification Order. If he were to intervene in any matter, he would at least have a legitimate reason. But in this era? Although he now had some wealth and a certain influence in some fields, if he were to intervene in matters at those levels, it was indeed not his turn yet. Instead of worrying about these things, it would be better to arrange for his parents to undergo rejuvenation surgery first. Chen Xi picked up his phone and called his father. Dad, are you and Mom free recently? I've contacted a top medical center that can do a comprehensive anti-aging health assessment. On the other end of the phone, his father's voice was hesitant. Anti-aging physical examination? Do hospitals even have such a program now? Yes, the latest anti-aging technology reported on TV recently. I have a friend who participated in the project research and got 2 examination slots, Chen Xi said lightly, as if just discussing a routine checkup. I've already made the appointment, you two just need to find time to go. His father was silent for a moment, but finally just replied, okay, I'll discuss it with your mom. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xi let out a long sigh. He understood that parents of their generation inevitably harbored reservations about extending life. In their view, birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws, and forced intervention may not be a blessing. But Chen Xi didn't care about that. Since I can let them live for decades, even hundreds of years longer, why not? He opened the safe and took out 4 strictly sealed vials. These were high-grade rejuvenation potions personally prepared by Avilia, far more effective than the common version. Next, it's up to the medical team's performance. Chen Xi dialed another number and confirmed the relevant procedures with the other party. Chen Xi's parents were typical retired state-owned enterprise employees, diligent and conscientious their entire lives. After retirement, they returned to their small hometown, living a simple but fulfilling life. On weekdays, the old couple enjoyed strolling in their community and occasionally planned trips, living a relaxed and comfortable pace of life. However, time spares no one, and various ailments gradually appeared with age, reminding them that they were no longer as they once were. When Chen Xi called that day, his mother was preparing dinner in the kitchen, and her hand stopped halfway through slicing green peppers on the cutting board. When did this child get to know such connections? She wiped her hands and walked into the living room, her voice full of doubt. His father took off his reading glasses and carefully wiped the lenses with the corner of his clothes. Young people, they have a wide social circle. Despite saying so, his brows unconsciously furrowed into a frown. The old couple exchanged glances, both seeing the same worry in each other's eyes. Could their son have been tricked by some pyramid scheme organization? But in the end, they decided to go and see. Firstly, they didn't want to let down their son's good intentions, and secondly, they truly missed their son, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Although Chen Xi always said his work was going well on the phone, how could parents truly be at ease? On the high-speed train, his father looked at the scenery rushing past outside the window and suddenly spoke. I wonder how Chen Xi is doing recently. He always says he's doing very well, but young people nowadays are under a lot of pressure. Yes. His mother paused upon hearing this. I just don't know if this physical examination is reliable. Didn't the news say that many high-tech things now are scams? Just treat it as a regular checkup. His father patted her hand, comforting her. It's enough that the child has this intention. When the train arrived at the station, Chen Xi was already waiting eagerly at the exit. Seeing his parents walking towards him with their luggage from afar, he quickly went to meet them. His father's gaze scrutinized his son's face, trying to find clues in that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face, but in the end, he just asked in a deep voice, that physical examination you mentioned on the phone, what exactly is it about? It's the latest technology reported in the news. Chen Xi took the luggage and led them to the parking lot with ease. I have a friend in that project team, and he helped me get 2 experience slots. Friend? His father suddenly stopped and questioned, when did you get to know such a friend? Is he reliable? Chen Xi was about to answer when his mother tugged at his father's sleeve. The child means well, don't ask so many questions. His father sighed and didn't press further, but his tense shoulders didn't relax until they were in the car. When Chen Xi skillfully started the engine, he suddenly asked again, "When did you buy this car? You didn't take out a bank loan, did you? I told you not to take out a bank loan. I partnered with a friend to do some business a while ago and made a little money." Chen Xi looked straight ahead, steering the wheel, and simply replied, without much explanation. But this clearly couldn't put his parents at ease. Chen Xi's mother quickly pressed, "What kind of business are you doing? Don't get scammed by others. You've never done business before, how do you have this kind of experience?" "Mom, don't worry, the friend I'm cooperating with is from a government agency. This is a technology project supported by the state, and it's in the agricultural field, focused on ecological agriculture. The factory buildings have already been built, so there's no problem." Chen Xi responded to his parents' concerns, while also trying his best to dispel their doubts, "And I don't participate in the operation, I just get a fixed dividend. If the project loses money, I won't lose anything. This physical examination slot was obtained through a friend I met through business. You two don't need to worry." Chen Xi's explanation couldn't completely dispel his parents' doubts, but the old couple wisely didn't press further. Instead, they decided to wait and see, and make plans after understanding the situation clearly. Thus, in a slightly silent atmosphere, Chen Xi drove back to his new home, which again caused his parents quite a surprise. Chapter 339 Sanatorium. Chen Xi's large house and new car undoubtedly made his parents seriously suspect that he had done something illegal. When the old couple stood in front of their son's exquisitely decorated new home, the expression on his mother's face involuntarily tightened. His father, on the other hand, frowned as he surveyed the gleaming marble floor in the hallway, and the shiny elevator doors reflected his slightly uneasy figure. This was a world apart from the old, dilapidated neighborhood where they remembered their son renting. "How much does this house cost?" His mother's concerned question was laced with unconcealed worry. She clearly remembered Chen Xi was still renting last year, so how did he move into such a high-end residential area in the blink of an eye? His father's face darkened even more directly, and he grabbed Chen Xi, who was changing into slippers. "Tell Dad the truth, where did all this money come from?" He lowered his voice, his gaze sharp. "The economic investigation is strict now, those online loans, virtual currencies, and so on." When his father was young, he worked for a state-owned enterprise for most of his life and had seen too many cases of overnight riches ending in imprisonment. At this moment, various news headlines about illegal fundraising and online fraud flashed through his mind, and even the new car parked downstairs felt glaring to him. They knew their son too well. Chen Xi had never been a particularly clever child since he was young, changing 4 or 5 jobs after graduating from university, and every call was always filled with complaints about overtime and his boss. His mother still remembered her son worrying about rent last year. If he had the ability to make a lot of money, it should have shown by now. His father remembered even more clearly that last spring festival his son was still worried about the company possibly laying off staff, so how did he, in the blink of an eye? "Dad, Mom, don't worry yet." Chen Xi smiled wryly, ushering the old couple into the living room, and retrieved the documents he had prepared from his study. He knew his parents too well. His father was always cautious, and his mother was prone to worrying. For this, he specifically prepared a complete set of supporting materials, red-headed project approval documents from the municipal government, various equity documents stamped with official seals, and even the bank statements for the past 6 months were clearly printed. This is an ecological agriculture project in cooperation with the municipal government, with national support behind it. Chen Xi opened the documents, pointing to the middle-aged man standing beside him in the group photo folder in it. "This is Mayor Li of our city. He specially came for the ribbon cutting that day, and it was reported on TV. If you are worried, you can check it on the government website." In the photo, Mayor Li cordially shook Chen Xi's hand, and behind them was the ecological planting garden already in use. Facing the red-headed documents with government seals and various proofs that Chen Xi presented, they finally believed that Chen Xi had indeed started a government project with someone and made a lot of money. His father put on his reading glasses and checked the project approval document, which had the municipal government's steel seal, page by page. His tense shoulders finally relaxed. However, Chen Xi's father still habitually nagged a few words. He took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and his tone had softened a lot. "Money that comes quickly needs even more caution. Don't be like those nouveau riche, save money for a rainy day." His mother's thoughts had already turned elsewhere. While Chen Xi went to the kitchen to pour tea, she quickly followed him, mysteriously pulling out a bulging envelope from her handbag. "This is the betrothal money Mom saved for you, I originally thought." Her voice dropped even lower. "Now that conditions are better, Mom asked Aunt Wang to introduce someone to you. She said last time there's a girl who works in a public institution, and she's very pretty." "Mom." Chen Xi interrupted her, exasperated, as he carried the tea set towards the living room. But the old woman followed closely, step by step, relentlessly. "You're 30. It was hard to find someone before without a house, but now you have a house and a car, and Aunt Zhang's grandson downstairs can already buy soy sauce." Her voice suddenly rose, causing her old partner, who was looking at the documents, to look up. His father took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and suddenly asked, "Is your project stable?" The harshness from before was gone from his tone, replaced by a hint of pride. After receiving his son's affirmative answer, he nodded and turned to his wife, saying, "The child's career is just starting now, what's the rush with finding a partner?" Although his tone was still serious, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. After settling his parents, Chen Xi waited for the old couple to rest for a day, then drove them to the hospital he had already contacted. Originally, Chen Xi wanted to perform rejuvenation surgery for his parents at the People's Hospital. Putting aside other things, Hai Tu was a doctor at this hospital, and this hospital was also a public tertiary hospital, so its standards in all aspects were trustworthy. However, relevant parties reminded Chen Xi that this matter should not be carried out in a place with many people and prying eyes, as it could easily expose more information. They coordinated and arranged a hospital with fewer people and a higher safety factor. Where is this? It doesn't look like a hospital. Chen Xi's mother got out of the car, looking at the quiet surroundings with a puzzled expression. Hospitals in China are basically overcrowded daily, so one that looks uncrowded and very quiet indeed doesn't resemble a hospital. It was Chen Xi's father who looked around and then asked Chen Xi, "Is this a Cotter sanatorium?" "It's the old Cotter sanatorium in this city. This project hasn't been widely promoted yet, so it's placed here first." Chen Xi didn't explain much and led the old couple into the sanatorium. Someone was already waiting at the sanatorium. After a brief greeting with Chen Xi, they took his parents for a physical examination, while Chen Xi found a place to sit down casually. As soon as Chen Xi sat down, someone immediately brought him hot tea, and soon after, someone seemingly casually sat beside him. This person first chatted about the weather for a couple of sentences, then asked if Chen Xi was accompanying his parents. After receiving an affirmative reply, he started conversing with him. In his words, he mentioned the recent hot news about various national high-tech advancements, asking Chen Xi's opinion, especially mentioning other countries' dissatisfaction with China possessing these high technologies and their demands for sharing. In response, Chen Xi gave only one answer: "When we were poor and had nothing, we didn't see them sharing technology with us. Now that we are leading, they have the nerve to shamelessly demand sharing? If it were me, I'd simply form an aerospace force and conduct an orbital airborne exercise to let these foreign politicians who constantly nag know that we can carry out decapitation strikes against them at any time. Make them shut their mouths. Listen to us, cooperate with us, and we don't mind sharing benefits and leading all of humanity to progress together. But if they oppose us, insist on attacking and suppressing us, and don't allow us to develop, then there's no need for them to exist." After speaking, Chen Xi got up to get water, leaving a plastic bag on his seat. Chapter 340 Remote Command. The rejuvenation surgery itself wasn't particularly difficult, especially with the detailed operational manual and special rejuvenation potion provided by Chen Xi. Any qualified professional physician could follow the steps to complete the entire procedure. However, considering the subjects of this surgery were Chen Xi's parents, the medical team was exceptionally cautious. Relevant authorities specially assembled a luxurious expert consultation group, comprising top domestic minimally invasive surgery specialists, endocrinology authorities, and professors in anti-aging research. These experts, who were usually incredibly difficult to consult, were now intently guarding inside and outside the operating room, ensuring the smooth progress of this special surgery. With such a powerful medical lineup supporting it, the entire surgical process went exceptionally smoothly. What was even more ingenious was that the medical team perfectly integrated the rejuvenation surgery into a routine physical examination process. Chen Xi's parents thought they were only undergoing a comprehensive health checkup the entire time. Aside from being slightly puzzled by a few examination items that required injections, they didn't notice anything unusual at all. After the surgery, Chen Xi cleverly arranged follow-up anti-aging monitoring projects, using the excuse that their physical examination report indicated his parents needed conditioning. He gently persuaded his parents to temporarily stay for observation in a beautiful sanatorium, while he returned home first to prepare for subsequent matters. The professional medical team and comfortable environment in the sanatorium prevented the two elders from suspecting anything. Instead, they felt it was a display of their child's filial piety. Because of his parents, Chen Xi did not spend much time in 40K during their recuperation period. He basically only ensured he checked in once a day, arranged work, and then returned. Others were also affected, but the problem was not significant. After all, Chen Xi's parents were both staying in the sanatorium, and he just needed to pay more attention to the elders, so he didn't have as much time to go to 40K. As for the others, if they wanted to go, Chen Xi naturally wouldn't stop them. However, even though he didn't go to 40K much, Chen Xi was still extremely concerned about what was happening. During this period, the overall war situation in the Rostov subsector was relatively calm, with no major changes. As the orc forces attracted the primary attention of the Necrons, the fighting across the entire subsector largely remained stable. Frontline reports indicated no major battles worthy of special attention had erupted recently. Marshal Sigismund and Commander Loken successfully constructed a strong new defensive line with Kharkov as a strategic fulcrum. This defensive line consisted of multiple layers of fortifications, equipped with powerful firing points and newly organized Astra Militarum, becoming an important barrier against the Necrons. Although there were still sporadic military skirmishes between the two sides, the overall war situation showed a clear trend of easing. With the Imperial Army maintaining restraint and not actively attacking, the Necrons correspondingly reduced their military operations. Observation post reports indicated that the Necrons not only reduced their patrol frequency, but their actual control areas even showed signs of shrinking. However, the Imperial military was not deceived by the superficial calm. Under Chen Xi's strict requirements, all units were diligently preparing for war. Commanders Sigismund and Loken were secretly planning a new large-scale offensive, and the relevant operational plans were in their final stages of refinement. At the same time, Ventanus in Kherson was also fully supporting the frontline preparations. In addition to continuously stockpiling various strategic materials, he was also accelerating the training of new legions. The training grounds echoed day and night with the shouts of new recruits, and the furnaces of the military factories remained red-hot, continuously producing weapons and equipment. Chen Xi cleverly utilized a special clause in the Codex Astartes. When a chapter is on an expedition, it can temporarily expand its forces without being restricted by the usual 1,000-man limit. Based on this, he ordered all Astartes chapters participating in the Rostov expedition to immediately launch large-scale recruitment drives. Although the various chapters had some concerns about such an order, the brutal battles with the Necrons had caused them to lose a large number of elite warriors. Now that they had the opportunity to replenish their forces, they naturally wouldn't refuse. However, doubts still lingered in their minds. How long would it take for the newly recruited warriors to complete gene modification and combat training and truly become effective fighting forces? More importantly, would such a military expansion attract interference from the Terra High Lords Council and the Inquisition? After all, Astartes chapters had always been objects of vigilance for the High Lords of Terra, and the Inquisition constantly monitored their movements. Large-scale recruitment could easily be seen as an overreach, or even interpreted as a signal of some form of military centralization. However, Chen Xi was unaware of the High Lords of Terra's attitude, and the Inquisition did not interfere much due to his strong stance. Or rather, the Inquisitors did try to obstruct him, but Chen Xi directly pushed back. His reasoning was simple: the expeditionary force needed sufficient troops, and the various chapters had suffered heavy losses, so they had to replenish their combat strength to continue fighting. Although this excuse was barely plausible, to those with discerning eyes, it was clearly just a facade. However, the Star Sector Tribunal knew how terrifying the enemy Chen Xi faced was, so after a brief warning, they did not delve deeper, merely reminding him to know when to stop and then tacitly approved the action. Chen Xi had no intention of infinitely expanding the chapter's size. He strictly controlled the scale of the expansion, immediately halting this large-scale replenishment operation once all participating chapters of the expeditionary force had been replenished to a size of 1,500 men. This number ensured the effective recovery of the chapter's combat strength without overly irritating the sensitive nerves of the High Lords of Terra. For the remaining candidates who had been rigorously screened, Chen Xi also made proper arrangements. He sent all these candidates who failed to be selected for the regular chapters, along with those disqualified in the final stage, to the Ashes Knights chapter. As Chen Xi secretly cultivated direct force, the Ash Knights chapter was not bound by the strictures of the Codex. This hidden force maintained great flexibility in terms of organizational structure, tactical application, and troop replenishment. Chapter Master Shidong was very satisfied when he received this batch of over 3,000 candidates. It is worth mentioning that these transferred candidates had all completed the basic Primaris Space Marines modification surgery. Although they belonged to the rapidly conscripted rapid recruitment force, after gene seed implantation and intensive training, their combat qualities were no less than those of regularly recruited new soldiers. Chen Xi also secretly arranged for these new recruits to perform various combat missions on the front lines. Under the coordination of the three commanders, they quickly accumulated rich combat experience. Given time, they would be able to grow into qualified space marines. Chapter 341, Busy on Both Sides. Chen Xi's life was full and busy. Every day, he had to look after his parents, who had just undergone rejuvenation surgery, ensuring they adapted to the changes of their bodies becoming younger, and also deal with the government affairs of the 40K universe. His parents were easy to handle. The sanatorium had dedicated staff taking care of them. He mainly just showed up daily to sit and chat with the elderly couple. As for the 40K side, with the Secretariat and Rachel, he didn't need to worry about internal affairs, and the three commanders' performance in military matters was also outstanding, meaning there was almost nothing that required his special attention or concern. However, as a governor, Chen Xi could choose not to care about many things, but he still needed to be aware, at least knowing how far things had progressed and what his subordinates were busy with, lest he be hollowed out without realizing it. So, although he spent much less time in 40K during this period, the matters he needed to handle did not decrease. In fact, there was a tendency for him to be even busier, having to juggle both ends. However, while he was busy on both fronts, the international situation in the 3K era was turbulent, even gradually escalating into an international storm. Led by several countries that habitually lectured the East, a multinational group jointly pressured the East to disclose the formula for the longevity serum, grandiosely claiming that this technology should belong to all humankind. Their diplomatic rhetoric was impassioned, as if the East's refusal to disclose the formula was hindering the progress of human civilization. However, the East's foreign ministry's response was extremely brief, even carrying a hint of disdainful indifference nonsensical. Yes, there was no formal refutation or explanation, only these four characters. The reason was simple: when the foreign ministry held this press conference, they directly brought in a squad of old LU, fully armed, standing behind the press spokesperson. But these were not ordinary soldiers, they were old LU equipped with the latest power armor. These power armors had sharp angles, their dark composite armor surfaces gleaming with a cold luster, the hydraulic devices at the joints hummed softly, and the helmet visors flashed with pale blue scanning lights. They were not holding conventional rifles either, but the laser weapons announced earlier, with energy indicators on the gun bodies glowing with dangerous red light. When these steel giants stood silently behind the spokesperson, the atmosphere of the entire press conference instantly solidified. Reporters from various countries exchanged glances, and all the sharp questions they had prepared were stuck in their throats. This was no longer a battle of diplomatic rhetoric, but a naked display of strength. The East's ability to respond with nonsensical was already giving enough face. Or rather, in the face of such deterrence, the East's willingness to respond verbally already fully expressed its respect for the international community. The East had previously only low-key announced the preliminary success of laser weapons and power armor trials, and at the time, the international community generally believed these were merely conceptual equipment, at least another 10 to 8 years away from actual deployment. Who knew that after such a short time, these sci-fi-like equipments had already silently completed combat tests and begun official deployment to the troops? At the press conference, a team of fully armed army soldiers, clad in the latest power armor, stood directly behind the Foreign Ministry spokesperson. If this wasn't naked military deterrence, then what was military deterrence? Many foreign reporters at the scene, who had been harboring ill intentions and preparing to challenge the spokesperson, instantly cleared their eyes upon seeing this team of steel warriors. Someone subconsciously swallowed, while others quietly crossed out the sharp questions they had prepared in their notebooks. Even more ironically, reporters who were accustomed to asking questions in English now obediently switched to Chinese, fearing that they might not express themselves clearly and provoke a misunderstanding from those power armor warriors. This scene made Chen Xi, who was watching the live broadcast of the press conference, laugh so hard he was bent over, clutching his stomach on the sofa, almost dropping his phone. These people change their faces faster than flipping a book, he muttered to himself between laughs. However, although the East showed a tough stance at the Foreign Ministry's press conference, it did not completely refuse cooperation. After responding to the queries, the spokesperson changed the subject and announced that the East would selectively engage in technical cooperation with some friendly countries. At this, the reporters' eyes at the scene became even clearer, some even frantically taking notes, afraid of missing any keyword. They eagerly wanted to know which countries were included in this selectively friendly country. Which lucky ones would be able to ride the East's technology express. Meanwhile, the representatives of certain countries who had previously lectured the East now had extremely interesting expressions. Some feigned composure, adjusting their ties, some lowered their heads, pretending to check their phones, and others secretly wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. The atmosphere of the entire press conference became subtle and thought-provoking at this moment. Seeing this, Chen Xi stopped focusing on the press conference, put his phone aside, and began to ponder the current situation of Rostov. Under Chen Xi's governance, the Rostov subsector, though still having to deal with continuous harassment from the Necrons and Orcs, had largely stabilized, showing considerable development momentum. Under Chen Xi's governance, the Rostov subsector, though still having to deal with occasional raids from the Space Necron fleet and the threat of the Orc battle moons, had largely stabilized, entering a rare period of development opportunity. The population was steadily growing, manufacturing and agricultural output continued to climb, and trade routes had become active again. Within the subsector, new colony planets had also increased, and the Empire had achieved effective control over nearly half of the star systems. As long as the Space Necron dynasty entrenched there could be completely resolved in the upcoming campaign, and that Orc battle moon destroyed, then in the period before the Great Rift opened, the Rostov subsector would usher in an unprecedented era of peaceful development. As for the greater daemon lurking in the star sector capital and the increasingly rampant chaos cult, while these threats certainly existed, they were ranked lower on Chen Xi's list of priorities. As the saying goes, one does not meddle in affairs outside one's purview. After all, each fulfilling their own duties is the fundamental principle of the Empire's operation, and such matters involving chaos inherently fall within the purview of the Star Sector Tribunal. He had already sent Ahriman to assist once before, he couldn't possibly be expected to handle all problems by himself. Of course, after 32 and Mai rushed over, Chen Xi cared even less. If 4 of them plus Ahriman couldn't handle something, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem either. At most, he could summon the Titan to flip the table. Chapter 342 Participating in the Airshow. The recovery speed of the rejuvenation surgery far exceeded Chen Xi's expectations, and he was even more pleasantly surprised by the excellent post-operative results. This mysterious surgery seemed to possess the magical power to reverse time, showing astonishing effectiveness in just a few days. Chen Xi's parents were both over 60 years old, and their physical functions had inevitably shown signs of aging. However, after undergoing the rejuvenation surgery, their physical condition improved at a visible rate, and all physiological indicators returned to the level of around 40 years old. His father's originally grey hair turned black and thick again, and his skin regained its elasticity. His mother's crow's feet almost completely disappeared, and her face glowed with the radiance of her youth. This immediate rejuvenating effect made Chen Xi feel incredibly relieved. Watching his parents regain their youthful appearance and increasingly lighter steps, a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. The two elders were even more shocked by the treatment results. They repeatedly looked in the mirror, incredulously seeing themselves 20 years younger. This tangible transformation into a younger state was far more real and effective than the exaggerated health product advertisements on TV, making the two elders sigh that the development of modern technology had exceeded their comprehension. However, amidst their joy, a faint worry also arose in Chen Xi's parents' hearts. They keenly realized that such high-tech medical means capable of reversing aging were definitely not ordinary physical examination items. The two elders guessed that this was likely a national-level high-precision scientific research project, and they couldn't help but worry about how their son came into contact with such cutting-edge technology. Facing his parents' doubts, Chen Xi only meaningfully stated that his life trajectory had changed, and many things were no longer as simple as before. He didn't explain much, but the determination in his eyes made his parents understand that he had indeed embarked on a life path completely different from what they had envisioned. Afterward, he told his parents not to worry too much and to enjoy traveling, arranging a high-quality tour group for them. Well, it was a tour group where the entire group was there to accompany just the two of them, but they didn't know it. As for Chen Xi himself, he received a formal invitation to the biennial International Aerospace Exhibition. Chen Xi was no stranger to this airshow. He remembered that 3 years ago, he was still an ordinary aviation enthusiast, queuing up to buy audience tickets and squeezing into the crowd to gaze from afar at those captivating aircraft. But now, his identity was different. The gilded invitation card from the organizing committee clearly bore the words special guest, along with a full set of VIP passes. As a VIP, Chen Xi enjoyed unimaginable treatment. A dedicated aisle allowed him to avoid the crowded flow of people, and he could enter any exhibition hall at any time. Major exhibitors had already prepared limited edition models and collectible merchandise, which were respectfully delivered to him by staff. Even more enviable was that those advanced fighter jets and army equipment, which he could usually only view from afar, he could now not only get close to but also personally experience operating under the guidance of professionals. On the first day of the exhibition, Chen Xi appeared in the VIP area in casual attire, standing out among the uniformly dressed military uniforms and business suits. Several Air Force generals from a certain country, who were negotiating procurement matters, occasionally cast puzzled glances, exchanging whispers. And when they saw Chen Xi excitedly climb into the cockpit of the latest fighter jet like a child, touching and looking at the instrument panel, representatives from several military-industrial enterprises looked at each other in dismay. Whose young master is this? A procurement representative with a cloth on his head couldn't help but ask his assistant. The data shows he's just an ordinary visitor. The assistant flipped through the list, equally confused. However, these unusual glances and speculations were irrelevant to Chen Xi. At this moment, he was fully focused on admiring the avant-garde new weapons and equipment on display, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As a seasoned Warhammer 40K enthusiast, he couldn't help but compare these modern military-industrial products with the equipment in the 40K universe in his mind. From the appearance design alone, the fighter jets, armored vehicles, and individual weapons in front of him undoubtedly conformed more to modern aesthetics: streamlined fuselages, futuristic coatings, and precise electronic displays, all showcasing the perfect combination of technology and aesthetics. In contrast, 40K equipment often appeared crude, heavy, and even somewhat barbaric. But in terms of true power and technical content, these modern weapons were like primitive people's wooden sticks and stones in the face of 40K technology. To say nothing else, the power armor letter opener Chen Xi currently had in his pocket, the technical principles contained within it were enough to make the top scientists of the 21st century scratch their heads bald without understanding. This letter opener was specially customized by him through Avilia, made of adamantium, with a built-in miniature plasma engine and a molecular disruption field. He gave one to each of his good friends, and one was even sent to number 14 Chang'an Street, with a few remaining unsold. Chen Xi casually brought one with him this time, just for self-defense. Although it looked like an ordinary small knife on the outside, if Chen Xi wished, any equipment exhibited on site, whether it was the most advanced main battle tank or the newly developed stealth fighter jet, would be as fragile as paper in front of this letter opener. After all, this was something that could easily cut through space marine power armor. Of course, Chen Xi wasn't so hot-headed as to actually pull out the letter opener and scratch the equipment on the display stand. He was there to enjoy the airshow, not to cause destruction. Besides, if he really cut the exhibits, he would probably be put on the key surveillance list by intelligence agencies of various countries the next second. That would be too much trouble. Among the dazzling array of exhibits, the most eye-catching were the Army's newly unveiled laser tank and armored vehicles, as well as the futuristic bipedal walking mechs. These behemoths exuded a cold metallic luster on the display stand, and the surrounding spotlights illuminated every detail of them brilliantly. In contrast, the several demonstrators wearing exoskeleton power armor next to them were like models at a car show. Although equally eye-catching, they were significantly less imposing in front of these true war machines. Chen Xi observed the laser tank with great interest. From the chassis, it still adopted the basic configuration of an active main battle tank, but the power system and weapon system had been completely revolutionized. The technical parameters on the display board showed that this tank adopted a revolutionary plasma reactor as its power source, combined with a new electric drive system, achieving astonishing power output. Although in Chen Xi's view, this power output was only similar to that of a Space Marine's power armor. The most striking was the sci-fi looking turret. Although the designers had made some modifications to its appearance to make it look more like a product of modern technology, Chen Xi, observing it up close, recognized its essence at a glance. Wasn't this just the lasgun standard for the Imperial Guard in the 40K universe? That standard weapon, jokingly called a flashlight, was just scaled up to the size of a tank's main gun. However, the power of this magnified flashlight should not be underestimated. In the live fire demonstration that morning, this laser tank main gun, with just one shot, directly melted a target vehicle modified from an old Type 59 tank into a puddle of molten iron. Xi noticed that the moment the laser beam hit the target vehicle's armor was as helpless as butter meeting a hot knife. This scene made military observers from various countries involuntarily gasp. Chen Xi strolled around the laser tank with his hands in his pockets, noticing a very interesting detail. The laser main gun, capable of instantly melting a main battle tank, was not directly connected to the roaring plasma reactor inside the vehicle. Instead, there was a set of uniquely designed energy cells. They were meticulously crafted into the shape of 120mm shells and neatly arranged in a magazine similar to an autoloader at the rear of the turret. The tail of each cell flickered with a blue indicator light, showing its current energy status. Interesting, Chen Xi climbed into the turret, carefully observing the design. According to the on-site explanation, after the main gun fired 8 to 10 times, the gunner would need to open the magazine and replace the energy cells, just like loading traditional tank shells. This operational procedure almost perfectly replicated the loading process of traditional tanks, only replacing shells with energy units. He frowned, contemplating the purpose of this design. Logically, with the power output of a plasma reactor, it could directly power the laser tank via cables. But then he thought, the experts in the military equipment department must have considered it more thoroughly than him. Safety redundancy. Chen Xi muttered softly. Indeed, physically isolating the weapon system from the power system was a wise choice. In case the laser gun overloaded or short-circuited, it would at least not affect the vehicle's entire power system. Moreover, modular design is easier to maintain on the battlefield. Damaged cells can be quickly replaced without needing to tow the entire tank back to the repair shop. In fact, this design concept is not uncommon in modern military equipment. Just like the electromagnetic catapults on aircraft carriers, although nuclear reactors can provide almost infinite energy, they still rely on supercapacitor banks for instantaneous high power output during catapulting. After all, the peak power required when energy weapons fire often far exceeds the continuous output capability of the power system. Having figured this out, Chen Xi climbed out of the tank. He actually felt that the items displayed in the Land Equipment Exhibition Hall were just so-so. After all, he was an Inquisitor and Subsector Governor in the 40K era, he could access various military equipment if he wanted to. Especially since he had already driven a Titan in 40K, these current pieces of equipment were just novelties to him, not something that truly impressed him. So, after experiencing Old Lou's personal laser weapon, he strolled to the Aerospace Museum, wanting to see if there was anything eye-catching there. When Chen Xi walked into the Air Force exhibition area, he clearly felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from other exhibition areas. The surrounding audience walked in small groups, with slight disappointment on their faces. After all, compared to the awe-inspiring laser tanks and bipedal mechs in the Army exhibition area, the Air Force side indeed seemed a bit deserted. It seems the Air Force didn't get any new technology this time. Chen Xi heard an aviation enthusiast beside him whispering to his companion, "There isn't even a decent new model." Just then, a broadcast suddenly echoed through the exhibition hall, "Attention, everyone, a special demonstration will soon take place in the runway area." Chen Xi looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the White Emperor aerospace fighter, which had been displayed as a concept model in previous airshows, was now slowly being pushed onto the runway. Its silver-gray fuselage reflected the dazzling sunlight, and its streamlined shape was full of futuristic appeal. "Oh my god! Can the White Emperor really fly?" A young man wearing a press pass suddenly exclaimed. This exclamation was like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, and the entire exhibition area instantly erupted. Reporters rushed towards the photography area like mad, some even accidentally knocking over display signs without bothering to pick them up. Chen Xi saw an elderly photographer with white hair frantically adjusting his tripod, muttering continuously, "Oh my heavens, I can actually photograph the White Emperor's maiden flight in my lifetime." Not far away, several foreign military observers' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately pulled out satellite phones and began whispering reports. One man wearing sunglasses stared intently at the runway, oblivious to his tilted coffee cup, as coffee dripped onto his shiny leather shoes. "This is impossible." Chen Xi heard someone behind him gasp, "They really broke through aerospace engine technology." On the runway, the White Emperor fighter's engine began to emit a peculiar hum. Unlike the sound of any active fighter jet, it sounded more like some kind of energy field resonating. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. It seemed the Air Force wasn't without new equipment, they had been holding back a big move. The White Emperor fighter, a conceptual product born from a network cultural and creative IP, had been a popular meme in military fan circles for the past few years. Whenever an airshow opened, netizens would always post playful comments like, "You don't believe me, but I really built it," but everyone knew it was just a joke. After all, the design parameters of this fighter were ridiculously exaggerated, with performance indicators like Mach 5 cruising within the atmosphere and integrated aerospace combat, which looked like something out of a science fiction novel. This thing's power system would at least require controllable nuclear fusion-level energy. Chen Xi remembered a technical guru on a military forum once analyzing, "Just the design of that aerospace engine violates existing laws of physics." The comment section was uniformly filled with replies like, "Just watch it as a sci-fi movie and don't take cultural products too seriously." Even the most fervent military enthusiasts believed that the White Emperor was, at most, a concept car showcasing future aviation ideas. However, at this moment, this fighter, once regarded by everyone as a high-end collectible, was being carefully pushed onto the main runway by ground crew. Even more astonishingly, through the open cockpit canopy, it was clearly visible that a pilot in a new flight suit was performing the final pre-flight checks inside. His unhurried movements were as if he were piloting an ordinary active fighter jet. "Holy crap! Are they serious?" A young man holding a selfie stick suddenly blurted out a curse. This sentence seemed to flip a switch, and the entire viewing area instantly erupted into a frenzy. Some people frantically rubbed their eyes, others fumbled with their camera settings, and a few military enthusiasts were so excited they hugged each other. When the White Emperor fighter's engine emitted a peculiar hum unlike any active fighter jet, the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the silver-white fighter. As the engine sound gradually intensified, the fighter began to taxi slowly, and a deafening cheer suddenly erupted from the viewing stand. "This is more magical than magic!" A man in a baseball cap shouted, his voice hoarse with excitement. Several foreign reporters watched the scene dumbfounded, their camera shutters clicking in a continuous stream. And the technical guru who had once asserted on the forum that the White Emperor could absolutely not fly was now standing in the front row of the viewing stand, his expression as if he had simultaneously seen a UFO and won the lottery. Chen Xi looked at the accelerating White Emperor on the runway and suddenly remembered that long circulating joke, when everyone thought it was just a cultural and creative IP, it was built anyway. The plasma exhaust flame from the fighter's tail drew a dazzling blue light on the runway, and with a deafening sonic boom, this aerospace fighter shot straight into the sky at a nearly vertical angle, leaving countless dropped jaws and a ground littered with shattered sunglasses on the viewing stand. Chapter 344, Orbital Airdrop. The White Emperor fighter, like a silver sword, continuously pierced the sky under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The audience on site had long forgotten the stiffness in their necks, each straining their heads back, their necks almost bending into right angles, their gaze tightly following the increasingly small silver speck. Everyone was like watching a rocket launch, raising their necks higher and higher until the small silver grey dot completely disappeared from view. As there was no aerial performance scheduled, a giant LED screen quickly lit up on site, beginning to transmit real-time footage captured by the fighter's onboard camera. This arrangement brought a sense of relief to the photographers who had already tilted their lenses to the limit and could no longer continue tracking. They immediately turned their long and short guns, focusing them on the large screen. For a moment, the sound of shutters clicking rose and fell in the exhibition area. On the large screen, the initial footage was just ordinary blue skies and white clouds, but as the fighter accelerated, a strange red glow began to appear at the edges of the screen. This red glow spread rapidly across the screen, like ink dripping into clear water. Soon, the entire screen was dominated by a fiery orange-red, as if the fighter was passing through a burning ocean. This kind of scene is usually only seen when watching the launch of a carrier rocket, and it is a characteristic phenomenon of plasma effect generated by intense friction with the air when an aircraft breaks through the atmosphere at extremely high speed. A fighter jet can actually achieve this effect. A foreign reporter stared at the screen, dumbfounded, forgetting to pick up the voice recorder that had fallen to the ground. His colleague beside him was already incoherent, stammering in his native language as he reported live to headquarters. The atmosphere on site was instantly ignited, with cheers rising in waves. Some young people jumped up excitedly, spilling their drinks on the audience in the front row without realizing it. Several white-haired old aviation veterans were in tears, supporting each other to stand steadily. Even the security personnel maintaining order forgot their duties, gazing up at the large screen with wide-open mouths. Chen Xi noticed that a few European and American military observers in suits not far away had ashen faces, one of them frantically pressing his phone, clearly reporting this shocking scene to his home country at the first opportunity. Behind them, several Russian experts had already pulled out the strong liquor they carried with them, raising their glasses in salute to the large screen. The appearance of this fighter completely rewrote the rules of modern aerial combat. As the fighter flew higher and faster, the images it captured gradually darkened, quickly becoming pitch black. The White Emperor fighter had broken through the atmosphere and entered space. As the White Emperor fighter continued to accelerate and climb, the image on the large screen was gradually swallowed by the deep darkness. The moment the flight altitude broke through the Kármán line, the entire exhibition area fell into a brief silence. The first aerospace fighter in human history had thus broken through the shackles of the atmosphere before their eyes, officially entering the realm of space. Flight speed Mach 15. Altitude 120 km. The trembling voice of the live commentator came through the broadcast system, instantly igniting the passion of the entire venue. Deafening cheers erupted in the stands, some excitedly throwing their hats into the air, while others embraced and wept. A white-haired old aerospace expert leaned on the railing, his fingers trembling incessantly, muttering to himself, "I never thought I would live to see this day." Although some still didn't believe that an aerospace fighter had truly appeared, and a version that could take off directly from the ground at that, the footage captured by the aerospace fighter on the large screen could not be faked. At this moment, the large screen image suddenly rotated, and then a breathtaking sight appeared before everyone. The arc of the blue Earth occupied half the screen, emitting a soft glow against the pitch-black background of space. It turned out that the pilot had received an instruction to specifically flip the fighter 180 degrees, aiming the camera towards the Earth. The following scene left everyone even more dumbfounded. As the fighter began its global flight, the Earth's surface on the large screen moved backward at an astonishing speed. First, the outline of the Japanese archipelago flashed by, then the vast Pacific Ocean, and then the west coast of the North American continent. Each flashing landmark geographical feature would trigger a gasp of surprise on sight. On the viewing platform, the faces of military observers from various countries grew increasingly grim. Members of the Eagle Land delegation continuously wiped cold sweat from their foreheads, officials from the Little Sun's Ministry of Defense were ashen-faced, several NATO officers exchanged glances, seeing deep worry in each other's eyes. When, more than 2 hours later, the silver-white fighter reappeared over the airshow and gracefully landed on the runway, the most enthusiastic applause and cheers of the day erupted on site. Meanwhile, the foreign military observers on the viewing platform were frozen in place like statues. They knew that what they witnessed today was not just a flight demonstration, but the dawn of a new era. The aerospace hegemony that once existed only in science fiction had thus unexpectedly become a reality. However, it seemed as if Dongda intended to reveal all its cards today, or perhaps they planned to completely crush foreign military hegemony today, as the broadcast on the large screen did not turn off with the landing of the White Emperor fighter. The footage it broadcast switched to the cabin of a large transport aircraft, and seated in the cabin was a group of paratroopers wearing power armor. Perhaps because this footage was not as shocking as the aerospace fighter's global flight just now, the reaction on site was somewhat unremarkable, as if seeing the J-20's falling leaf maneuver, the J-16's performance was just so-so. After all, it is well known that military enthusiasts are fickle and quickly grow tired of new things. But today seemed a bit different. because the red light in the cabin on the screen quickly lit up, and the paratroopers also stood up from their seats, seemingly ready to begin their airdrop. Then the cabin door opened, and the camera in the footage also rotated, presenting to the audience on site and the paratroopers preparing for the airdrop the horizon they had just seen. "Are you going to make me orbital airdrop, you son of a turtle?" Someone cursed a very vulgar Sichuan-flavored national curse, but then immediately aimed his camera at the large screen, looking so excited that he seemed to wish he could take their place. Subsequently, the camera switched to the perspective of a certain paratrooper, and with a jolt, this paratrooper leaped out of the cabin, plunging towards the ground with the others. As the outline of the ground gradually became clear, everyone could see that their target was a certain coastal city in the country, because the coastline of the motherland was still very recognizable. At this point, someone couldn't help but murmur, if they landed on that small island opposite, wouldn't it be liberated today? Chapter 345, The Key to the Stars and the Sea. The world fell into a strange silence. On the surface, there were still people on the internet clamoring for the Eastern Great Power to publicize the rejuvenation potion formula, and some politicians were still spouting nonsense on TV programs, threatening to give the Eastern threat a taste of its own medicine. However, the governments, mainstream media, and librarian institutions of various countries, which truly held the power of speech, all unsettlingly remained silent. During the routine meeting of the UN Security Council, the usual verbal sparring was nowhere to be seen. At the White House press conference, the spokesperson uncharacteristically avoided all sensitive topics involving the Eastern Great Power. Even the usually boisterous Western mainstream media suddenly learned what speaking and acting cautiously meant. All provocative headlines and comments vanished without a trace. This silence was not surrender, but an unspoken understanding. It was like the calm before a storm, or the solemn quiet as officials held their breath, awaiting the new king's ascension. Political leaders of various countries were cautiously observing and waiting for that Eastern Queen, who already possessed absolute power but had not yet officially declared her hegemony, to issue her first royal decree. "When spring comes, if I don't open my mouth first, which insect dares to chirp?" This jest, circulated on Eastern networks, now became the truest reflection of international politics. Facing a military force capable of deploying paratroopers from low Earth orbit at any time, and deploying to any corner of the globe within 2 hours using aerospace fighters, any rational politician knew that rash actions would only bring humiliation. The former world hegemon, America, was now caught in an unprecedented strategic dilemma. Its once proud aircraft carrier fleet could now barely assemble a complete formation for combat readiness missions. The superpower that used to casually display 5 or 6 aircraft carriers at others' doorsteps now struggled to maintain its presence even in its own backyard. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon's top-secret conference room, staff members stared blankly at the silver-white aerospace fighter in the satellite images. They knew better than anyone that when the Eastern Great Power's fighter jets could reach any target globally within 2 hours, the so-called Global Rapid Strike System had become a joke. Even more terrifying, they couldn't even determine how many similar black technologies the other side still had hidden. The wheels of history thus rolled silently forward. There was no declaration of war, no manifesto, not even a formal ceremony of power transfer. But when that aerospace fighter completed its global flight and landed steadily on the runway, everyone knew an old era had ended, and a new one had begun. The world at this moment was like the silence in a theater when the lights dim. The audience held their breath, waiting for the new protagonist's first line after taking the stage. Yet, the figure standing center stage remained in meaningful silence, as if savoring the most poignant tranquility of this power transition. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, scattering dappled light and shadow across the small courtyard of the sanatorium. Chen Xi squinted, leaning back in a wicker chair, idly playing with a fallen leaf, bathed entirely in the warm sunshine. "You are a young man, so you probably understand the thoughts of young people better." The old man beside him took a small sip of tea, then spat out a few tea leaves that had stuck to his lips before asking Chen Xi, "I'd like to hear what you would do, if it were you, facing the current international situation." Chen Xi stretched languidly, the sunlight dancing on his young face. A half-smile played on his lips. "Don't the higher UPS already have a direction? Why ask a humble citizen like me?" "Hey, you rascal!" The old man laughed, scolding him with a Sichuan Chongqing accent. "Our country is a people's democratic dictatorship, the will of the people is the will of the nation. Besides, we're just chatting and bragging, it's not that serious." The wrinkles around his eyes smoothed out, making him look just like those old tea drinkers in his hometown's tea houses who loved to gossip. Chen Xi did not answer immediately. He tilted his head back, his gaze passing through the gaps in the leaves, towards the vast blue sky. The sunlight gilded his face, and a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of osmanthus from afar. "Old man," he finally spoke, his voice as soft as if he were talking to himself, "you said half a century ago, when humanity had just ended the golden age of the Cold War, what was people's most beautiful vision for the 21st century when they looked up at the sky?" The old man put down his teacup, his gaze also becoming distant. He seemed to see that hopeful era, with Star Trek playing on televisions, Apollo program feats published in newspapers, and every child dreaming of becoming an astronaut. It should have been that humanity could colonize outer space in the 21st century, right? The old man said softly, his expression revealing a hint of nostalgia and yearning. "In your young people's words, it's heading towards the stars and the sea." Chen Xi suddenly smiled. He stood up, patting away non-existent dust from his backside. "Since the goal is the stars and the sea," he said, as he turned, the sunlight outlining a golden silhouette behind him, "why not go? The key has already been given to you, hasn't it?" With that, he casually waved his hand, said "see you around," and walked with light steps towards the courtyard gate. His back quickly disappeared through the ivy-covered archway, leaving the old man sitting thoughtfully in place. The sun was still warm, the breeze still gentle. Only, on the wicker chair where Chen Xi had just sat, an inconspicuous plastic bag had appeared at some point. Chatting with old men like him is really stressful. Pretending to be profound is more tiring than commanding a war. Chen Xi rolled his eyes at himself in the rearview mirror as he turned the steering wheel. He rubbed the steering wheel, muttering to himself, "You've got the SDCs for the Avelis shuttle and the Thunderhawk transporter. If you still can't reach the stars and the sea, then I'll really have to summon a sword class for orbital bombardment, that would be too damn embarrassing." However, Chen Xi knew in his heart that he wouldn't actually summon a sword class frigate to perform orbital bombardment, not out of concern for international impact or moral constraints, but purely because the sword class's orbital bombardment efficiency was simply too low. The sword class was merely a frigate, although it could do orbital bombardment, compared to a moon class or larger warships, it inevitably seemed inefficient. When the Rostov Expeditionary Force conducted orbital bombardments, Chen Xi usually used a moon class, or multiple light cruisers to compensate for insufficient firepower with sheer numbers. The car drove into the underground garage. After turning off the engine, Chen Xi leaned back in his seat, recalling their conversation. He clearly saw the expectation and ambition in the old man's eyes. Now humanity finally had the technological key to reach the stars, the rest was up to their own choices. Chapter 346, Ancient Settings. On the day before his next crossing, Chen Xi enthusiastically shared photos from the airshow in the group. "Look, this is the interior of a laser tank's turret. This is the cockpit of a bipedal mech." Although no details were discernible in the photos, each one still elicited gasps of surprise. Especially the photo of him sitting in the cockpit of a White Emperor fighter, flashing a V sign, which directly caused an uproar in the group. "Holy crap! You actually got into the cockpit." Alien sent a series of collapse emojis. "I work in Yangcheng. But the company happened to be rushing a project that week, so I could only buy a regular ticket on the last day and didn't even get to touch the White Emperor fighter." Chen Xi replied smugly, "VIP treatment means you can do whatever you want." He even sent a cheeky meme. He knew Alien was a hardcore military enthusiast, and missing this airshow must have filled him with regret. Others in the group also expressed envy, jealousy, and hatred. Someone wailed, "I was there, but that broken fence was 10 meters away, and I couldn't even get a clear photo." Another person said sourly, "Brother Chen, what kind of backdoor did you use?" Even 32 and the other side, "If only we had known this year's airshow was so exciting, we would have gone no matter what." It turned out that Chen Xi had specifically invited them before, but 32 and the others said they couldn't leave due to matters in the Mariupol sector and also thought airshows are pretty much the same every year, so they declined the invitation. "You didn't see the scene when the White Emperor fighter took off?" Chen Xi deliberately described in an exaggerated tone. The necks of the entire audience were almost broken from looking up, like watching a rocket launch. Later, during the global flight, the expressions of those foreign military attaches, tisk tisk. 32 immediately wailed in annoyance again, "Stop, stop. We're already regretting it. Who knew this year's airshow would be so grand? Those videos online are simply not enough." What could be released online was obviously vastly different from what could be seen on site, just as the things Chen Xi could photograph were absolutely not available online. Even though he deliberately avoided a lot of sensitive content when taking photos, it was still considered exclusive. Chen Xi smirked and sent a few more exclusive angle photos, causing another wave of lamentations in the group. Watching his friends' envious reactions, he contentedly turned off his phone. This kind of joy, only VIPs could enjoy, truly had to be experienced personally to understand. However, after the laughter, Chen Xi also asked 32 and the others, "What exactly is the situation at the Mariupol sector capital?" Currently, the cult problem has been suppressed, but according to Ariman's investigation, there is also an organization called the Unseen Brotherhood operating. It is said to be a cult organization formed by a daemon prince named Zanesti. My informed Chen Xi of the situation. But just this simple sentence made him frown. The Unseen Brotherhood? A cult organization formed by daemon prince Zanesti, how are they connected? Chen Xi, you know about this organization? Twilight showed a curious expression. After all, they were also senior Warhammer fans, but they had never heard of this daemon prince's name. Not only that, they spent a lot of time investigating in the Mariupol sector capital, and only knew the name of the Unseen Brotherhood, not who was behind them at all. Chen Xi nodded in response to this question, then explained, the Unseen Brotherhood and Daemon Prince Zanesti are both from the old version of the role-playing game books, specifically from the 1995 Old World Warhammer role-playing game book, The Dying of the Light. For general Warhammer players, it's unlikely they've heard of this one, especially since I remember, according to the setting, this guy should be in the old world. He was once one of Kern, the blood god's most powerful servants, but Zanesti and his brother Musweg tried to usurp their master's power through betrayal and magic. But these two brothers obviously didn't succeed. Kern stripped them of their power and promised that if they killed each other, they could return to Kern's daemon realm and regain their former power. Zanesti was a bit more tragic. Kern destroyed his form, leaving only a single tooth. If that tooth were destroyed, he would completely perish, but with only a single tooth, he didn't have much power, so he formed the Unseen Brotherhood to try and create a vessel for himself, thereby regaining his form as a daemon host. According to the records in the role-playing game book, he seemed to be close to success. During an eclipse, the leader of the Unseen Brotherhood gave birth to a daughter blessed by chaos and demons, whose body was sufficient to contain Zanesti. Speaking of which, Chen Xi paused before continuing to add, oh, by the way, according to the setting in the role-playing game book, the organization Zanesti established in the old world should be called the Brotherhood of the Forgotten, and his brother Musewag, whom he needed to destroy, was called the Serene Messenger, Zanesti's brother and former attendant. He retained his physical body and some power and wandered the world as an immortal. But he was also cursed by Kern, meaning he could not directly or indirectly kill any mortal. If he did so, or if his actions caused a mortal's death, he would immediately be utterly destroyed. This guy is from the Kern faction, right? Can't kill people? That's a bit too tragic, Gutierrez almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Hai Tu, who was beside them, also spoke. According to investigations, the Blood Oath Society incident in the Mariupol sector capital this time was orchestrated by an organization called the Unseen Brotherhood. According to what you said, is Zanesti behind this? Chen Xi nodded affirmatively, then analyzed the information they provided. Even if the Unseen Brotherhood isn't directly backed by Zanesti, it must be related to him, or the Brotherhood of the Forgotten influenced the Unseen Brotherhood. In short, it won't deviate from this nested relationship. As for the mysterious man Ahriman encountered, whom you mentioned, it's most likely Musewag, only he would do such a thing. So what do we do next? Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi and asked him. It's hard to say. If we can dig out the Unseen Brotherhood, then things will be much simpler, but if they keep hiding behind the scenes, then it will be difficult. Chen Xi shook his head, he didn't have any good methods for this either. However, he still said to the others, you guys first investigate along the line of the Unseen Brotherhood. Let me know if you have any news, and shout if you need support. I can't guarantee anything else on my side, but I can send over canned goods and a living saint. Okay, we understand. The others nodded, then all prepared themselves, and everyone collectively projected their consciousness into 40K. Chapter 347, Eldar Farser. Returning to the 40K era, Chen Xi's mind was still preoccupied with the abnormalities in the star sector capital that 32 and Mai had mentioned to him earlier. Although the Mariupol sector appeared to have quelled the Chaos Cult rebellion and restored its former order, Chen Xi keenly sensed that unsettling undercurrents still lurked beneath a seemingly calm surface. To thoroughly uncover the truth, Chen Xi decided to take proactive measures. He personally drafted an encrypted official letter and dispatched his black ship specifically to the Inquisition headquarters in the star sector capital. In this letter, acting as an inquisitor, he formally requested access to all classified archives related to the recent rebellion, specifically emphasizing the need for detailed intelligence concerning the Daemon Prince Zanesti and the Unseen Brotherhood. Chen Xi knew full well that the Inquisition's internal hierarchy was rigid, and much critical information was classified as top secret, but he still hoped to obtain some valuable clues through his special authority. While 32 and Mai could timely inform him of the situation in the star sector capital, they lacked formal Inquisition status and thus could not access many core secrets. Even if they negotiated with the Inquisition under Chen Xi's name, the information they could obtain was limited to publicly available data. Those truly important secrets such as prophecies about the Daemon Prince, details of ancient chaos rituals, or infiltration plans of high-level heretical organizations were often accessible only to a select few senior inquisitors. Chen Xi was well aware that to uncover the deeper conspiracy behind the sector rebellion, he had to personally intervene in the investigation. After sending the official letter, Chen Xi did not hold much hope. He understood that the Inquisition's response might be indefinitely delayed, or perhaps even no response at all. But he still believed this action was necessary, at least to make the Inquisition aware of his high level of concern for the matter, thereby subtly exerting pressure and urging them to accelerate their investigation. At the same time, Chen Xi's attention quickly returned to the war on the Rostov front. During the period he was busy with 3K-era affairs, the subsector's development continued steadily. The construction plan for Rostov II was nearing completion, the third section of the orbital ring framework was about to be finished, and planetary-scale forge factories were operating at full capacity, continuously supplying the front lines with various materials. However, the expeditionary forces' combat situation became increasingly complex. The chaotic battle between the Necrons and the Orcs was still ongoing, and what was more concerning was that the Orcs were rapidly evolving in combat. Chen Xi knew that a new strategic plan had to be formulated quickly, otherwise, once the Orcs fully absorbed Necrons' technology, the entire battle situation would completely spiral out of control. These barbaric Orcs already constantly evolved in combat. If they were to gain the advanced technology of a Necron dynasty, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he had already arranged for a new combat plan to be drawn up earlier. During this time, the three commanders, Sigismund, Loken, and Ventanus, had worked together to complete the preliminary preparations. The expeditionary forces troops had been reorganized and resupplied, and new tactical deployments were in place, ready to launch an attack at any moment. But just before Chen Xi was about to issue the attack order, an unexpected visitor stopped him. Looking at the Eldar Farser, who was 2 heads taller than him and almost the same height as an Astartes warrior, Chen Xi slightly frowned. A faint psychic fluctuation emanated from her, and an elusive light shimmered in her narrow eyes. You mean, Chen Xi asked noncommittally, his voice calm but with scrutiny, if I launch an attack now, the Necrons will release their imprisoned star god shard, then crush the Orcs and overturn the entire subsector. Yes, human governor. The Eldar Farsa replied in fluent High Gothic. To Chen Xi's surprise, she did not display the usual arrogance common among the Eldar, instead, she looked at him with a gaze that held scrutiny mixed with a hint of reverence. Even more noteworthy, Chen Xi keenly noticed a subtle, hard to detect curiosity hidden deep within those alien eyes. This puzzled him. He didn't understand why an Eldar Farser he had never met would look at him with such an expression. However, at present, her warning was clearly more important than exploring her attitude. I need more detailed intelligence. Chen Xi said directly, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness, regarding the specific situation of this Star God Shard. Of course, that is precisely why I am here. The Eldar Farser nodded affirmatively, then extended a hand towards Chen Xi. Pale blue psychic glow began to emerge on her palm, outlining mysterious runic trajectories in the air. As if fearing Chen Xi's misunderstanding, she specifically explained, I will use my psychic powers to show you the prophecies my race has seen, please do not misunderstand. Her tone contained a rare hint of caution, which was unusual for the typically proud Eldar. Chen Xi nodded, relaxed his mental defenses, and allowed the Farser to proceed. The next second, fragmented yet shocking images surged into his consciousness like a tide. Although these images were fragmented, the information conveyed was exceptionally clear. A colossal humanoid creature, burning, broke free from the confines of a hyperdimensional labyrinth, manifesting above Kiev Star, incinerating everything in its path. Kiev Star and the Orc battle moon shattered in a violent collision, and from the dust of destruction, a brilliant star comparable to a supernova was born. Planets across the entire Rostov subsector were ignited one after another, as a star god in the void summoned its torn fragments, gradually restoring itself to completeness. There was even the terrifying scene of Rostov 2 being burned to scorched earth, with Chen Xi himself standing in the ruins, roaring at the monstrous entity in the sky. Such a massive amount of information made Chen Xi feel dizzy. He had to press his temples and shake his head to recover from the prophetic impact. When he spoke again, his voice had become hoarse. Why is this Star God Shard released by the Necron dynasty so terrifying? It's almost as if the Burning One has directly resurrected. Chen Xi could, of course, recognize what that Star God was, and he could understand what the images he saw meant, but he couldn't comprehend why things had become this way. The Eldar Farser's gaze became exceptionally complex. She hesitated for a moment before replying, the specific reasons are very complicated. She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. To explain it in your human language, your appearance has interfered with the trajectory of destiny, causing everything to change. At this point, her voice became even lower, almost squeezed out between her teeth for the latter half of the sentence. Even the destiny of my race has been affected. As an Eldar who walked the path of the seer, Valis Moore always held a sense of sorrow for the fate of her people. For the Eldar, ever since the collapse of the former Eldari Empire and the fall of all the gods they worshipped, the destiny of the entire Eldar race had long been sealed. All Eldar souls belonged to the Dark Prince. Once they died, their souls would be devoured by the Dark Prince. Furthermore, due to the decadence and depravity of the former Eldari Empire, most Eldar, if unprotected and unaided, could have their souls directly siphoned away by the Dark Prince even while alive. This was most thoroughly demonstrated by the Dark Eldar entrenched in Kumarak. This faction of Eldar styled themselves as the most legitimate heirs of the ancient Eldari Empire, fully inheriting the lifestyle of the ancient Eldar corrupt and depraved, and even escalating their excesses. The original ancient Eldar merely indulged in unrestrained debauchery and pleasure, but these Dark Eldar developed it into the torture of other species. They needed to generate endless suffering from the souls of other species through this method, and they could absorb these emotions to protect their own souls, using them to fill the damage caused by the Dark Prince siphoning their souls. This is also why Kumarak has so many arenas, and why the Dark Eldar capture slaves across the galaxy. They need to fill the arenas with these slaves, then draw emotions and the souls of sacrificed slaves from their duels and killings, thereby replenishing their own souls. This practice has made the Dark Eldar's reputation in the galaxy utterly infamous. Coupled with the fact that other races cannot distinguish between the Dark Eldar and the Craft World Eldar, it has also dragged down the reputation of the Craft World Eldar. Whenever Valis Moore thought of these things, a wave of sorrow surged from within her, but the path followed by the Craft World Eldar required her to restrain her emotions, whether sorrow or pain, or joy and happiness. No emotion could produce strong fluctuations. Because only in this way can the Craft World Eldar find a glimmer of hope for survival in this cursed galaxy, allowing Slaanish's hungry gaze to shift away from them, if only slightly. However, even with their cautious existence, the souls of the Eldar remained like candles flickering in a gale, liable to be snatched by the Dark Prince's unseen tendrils at the slightest carelessness, becoming a delicacy in his eternal feast. Fortunately, during the Golden Age when the ancient Eldari Empire had not yet fallen, the Eldar gods bestowed upon them their last refuge spirit stone technology. These translucent gems could contain the souls of the Eldar, serving as their final sanctuary after death. When a Craft World Eldar warrior falls in battle outside, as long as his spirit stone is not destroyed, his soul will not immediately fall into Slaanish's gaping maw. But this is ultimately only a temporary measure. The souls within the spirit stone must be swiftly returned to the Craft World and, through ancient rituals, integrated into the Infinity Circuit, the spirit bone network that permeates the Craft World, to find true peace. Although occasionally some spirit bones are placed in wraith bone constructs, allowing those heroic spirits with remaining courage to continue fighting for their kin, the vast majority of souls are ultimately carefully placed deep within the Infinity Circuit. This is their last line of defense, and the hope for the entire race's continuation. Valis had read in ancient temple texts that in the era before the fall of the Eldar gods, the souls of the dead could peacefully return to the Sea of Souls, awaiting reincarnation. At that time, the Sea of Souls had not yet devolved into the hell of slaughter, conspiracy, and stench it is today. Under the gods' protection, Eldar souls enjoyed eternal peace. However, this eternal guarantee fostered the arrogance and depravity of the entire race. The ancient Eldar gradually lost their reverence for life and death. The former Eldari Empire, though lauded as a paragon of civilization, fell into a suffocating boredom due to its excessive perfection. No suffering, no conflict, only an eternal, maddening tranquility. The Eldar frantically extended their lifespans, yearning to live longer than stars, yet in their eternal lives, they were tormented by boredom. Gradually, they began to indulge in the pursuit of extreme sensory stimulation. Initially, it was merely ordinary basketball games, but by the end of the season, the rules had evolved to 1 point for shooting with severed limbs, 2 points for a beheading shot, and 3 points if violence was committed before the beheading. Since they wouldn't truly die, they naturally sought pleasure to the point of death. When other races said play to death, it might have been an exaggeration, but for the ancient Eldar, it was literal. They could indeed play people to death and then easily resurrect them. To this day, the homunculi of Kumarak still possess this art. However, as the warp became unsafe, the art of resurrection became heavily restricted. Originally, Valis thought that the fate of the Eldar would simply be this: in the future, all Eldar would perhaps be devoured by the Dark Prince, and then the Eldar god of the dead would be born from the corpse of the last Eldar, killing the Dark Prince to complete the revenge. But an unexpected revelation changed everything. Valis glimpsed a brand new prophecy in her meditation. The Great One worshipped by humanity had found a fulcrum to leverage destiny. His actions were like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples in the tapestry of fate, not only rewriting humanity's trajectory but also shaking the foundations of chaos's schemes, and even bringing a glimmer of hope to the Eldar. On this rewritten path of destiny, the future became chaotic and unpredictable. But Valis caught an unprecedented possibility from it: the Eldar might be able to break free from Slaanesh's eternal hunger and escape the fate of being gradually devoured by the Dark Prince. Although hope was slim, this was an opportunity unseen in 10 millennia. Thus, she resolutely abandoned the path of the Howling Banshee and embarked on the path of the Seer. She traversed the webway, crossed star systems, and finally arrived at the place indicated by the prophecy. There, she met a human who shocked her. The Eldar had always been full of arrogance towards humans. After all, when humanity's ancestors were still primitive creatures huddled in caves, the Eldar's craft worlds were already sailing among the stars. Ancient Eldar seers had predicted humanity's dual potential, either becoming a catalyst for chaos sweeping across the galaxy, or becoming key to resisting the darkness. Ultimately, the ancient Eldar chose to let humanity develop on its own, and over the long centuries, humans remained nothing more than uncivilized monkeys in the eyes of the Eldar. But the person before her was completely different. Valis gazed at him, her pupils slightly contracting. She saw the mark of the Great One upon him. That radiance was as brilliant as a star, yet chillingly cold, without a trace of warmth. It was neither a blessing nor a curse, but a transcendent existence. Chapter 349, Seizing Territory. The intelligence brought by Valis plunged Chen Xi into deep thought. After careful consideration, he decided to immediately convene the Expeditionary Force's highest military conference. In the heavily guarded operations room, a holographic projector displayed the strategic situation map of the sector. Chen Xi surveyed the commanders present and said in a deep voice, "According to reliable intelligence, the Necrons possess a strategic level weapon capable of destroying the entire sector, its destructive power far exceeding any of our previous estimates." The 2 Lord Generals of the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum exchanged knowing glances. For them, this was just another routine operational meeting. After all, in the Imperial Army's combat system, no matter how powerful the enemy, the Imperial Navy was always responsible for maintaining the front lines, while the Astra Militarum was destined to suffer heavy casualties. If the battle went well, they would live to receive medals; if the situation deteriorated, they would either await Astartes reinforcements or prepare to sacrifice themselves for the Emperor. As for such unconventional weapons, they were always an issue for the Space Marines to worry about. All eyes in the conference room turned simultaneously to the representatives of the 3 Astartes chapters. Facing everyone's gaze, Loken was the first to break the silence. "Commander, can you provide more specific intelligence about this weapon? Its operational principle? Deployment location? Activation status?" Chen Xi pulled up a set of encrypted data and displayed it in the holographic projection, confirmed to be a Star God shard. "As I previously informed you all, this time we have obtained conclusive evidence." He presented the detailed intelligence obtained from Valis, some of which even a seasoned Warhammer fan like himself hadn't known. It's worth noting that while Valis showed rare goodwill towards humans, having an Eldar appear at a high-level Imperial military conference was clearly inappropriate. Chen Xi adopted a compromise, fully incorporating her intelligence but not inviting her to attend in person. This not only conformed to Imperial tradition but also avoided potential political disputes. "The Eldar lady's legs are longer than my life." Facing the intelligence regarding the Star God shard displayed by Chen Xi, Loken's face turned ashen, his brows furrowed tightly into a river character. Sigismund, sitting beside him, suddenly straightened up, his voice unconsciously rising by an octave. "This thing is terrifyingly powerful. Even your Psyker Titan, Commander, might not be able to deal with it, so how are we going to solve it?" This question weighed like a giant stone on everyone's hearts. The power of the Star God shard had been described in sufficient detail in the intelligence. This existence, which overturned cognition, could easily tear apart planetary crusts, turning entire planets into a sea of fire. Through the intelligence before them, they all gained a more intuitive understanding of this super entity. "Before it is released, ensure it is not released." Chen Xi's voice was calm to the point of coldness, an answer that was both unexpected and logical. A collective gasp filled the conference room, but it quickly turned into sounds of realization. The Star God shard was indeed powerful to the point of despair. Even the Necrons who imprisoned it, once they released this monster, could hardly guarantee they could put it back in its cage. In fact, there was an astonishing number of star god shards in the galaxy not under Necron control. Besides the most famous dragon of Mars, one star god shard even became a human planetary governor. These star god shards all escaped from Necron control, so the wise course of action was to never let them see the light of day again. But this meant that the Imperial Army had to not only completely defeat the Necrons but also ensure that this world-ending weapon was not activated. Ventanus couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, his face filled with worry. Does this mean we need to intervene in the war between the Necrons and the Orcs? With all due respect, this is tantamount to playing with fire for the Imperium. Yes, playing with fire, and the most dangerous kind. Chen Xi's fingertip tapped lightly on the holographic sandbox, and the three-dimensional image of Kiev Star immediately magnified. One wrong move could trigger a volcanic eruption. At this point, Chen Xi paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the conference room. The holographic projection switched to a real-time combat situation. The Necrons' living metal legions were battling the Orcs' war machines on the surface of Kiev Star, with tens of thousands of combat units turning into scrap metal every minute. But we have no choice. His voice suddenly became powerful and resonant. If we let the war continue, the Necrons will sooner or later use this super weapon to end the war. Chen Xi's fist slammed heavily on the table, emitting a dull metallic thud. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Chen Xi's sharp gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces, until everyone was awed by the resolute fire burning in his eyes. He stared at everyone present, saying in an almost cold voice, according to reliable intelligence, once the Necrons release this weapon, there is a high probability that it will go out of control and completely devour both the Necrons and the Orcs. And after devouring the Orcs and the Necrons, it will become incredibly powerful, powerful enough to incinerate the entire sector. We have no choice. We must find this weapon before it is released and prevent it from being unleashed. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent once again. Everyone looked at each other, seeing hesitation, doubt, and worry in each other's eyes. But in the end, the only answer everyone could give was, for the Emperor. The entire Rostov subsector once again operated at high speed, with massive war resources and armies mobilized, and warships and transport ships constantly shuttling through the navigation channels. The Imperial Army, like an efficient war machine, had been oiled, its engines ignited, all its gears lubricated, and it began to operate at high speed, and everything in its path would be crushed by this terrifying war machine. Everyone firmly believed this, because this time, their offensive not only included the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum but also organized Astartes and Titan legions. Even the Knight families formed a massive array, accompanying the Titan legions and the Imperial Army in charging into battle. However, this roaring war machine did not directly crush the enemies of the Imperium but spread out like a net across the entire Rostov subsector, occupying planets that were not controlled by the Necrons. Even if a star system contained planets controlled by the Necrons, as long as other planets were unoccupied, they would not hesitate to drop pods and begin occupation and construction. They presented an image of seizing territory while the Necrons and Orcs were locked in a deadly struggle. Chapter 350 The Corpse Guild. After careful consideration, Chen Xi decided to make significant adjustments to the Imperial Army's original offensive strategy. He abandoned the radical plan of simultaneously eradicating two major Xenos factions, opting instead for a more cautious tactical deployment, first, ordering the Imperial Army to feign territorial expansion, launching a series of diversionary attacks in surrounding star systems, meticulously creating the illusion that the Imperial Army intended to seize strategic strongholds. When the time was ripe, he would then assemble elite forces to launch a decisive strike against the Necrons' throne world. The core intention of this strategic adjustment was very clear: to avoid overprovoking the Necrons and preventing them from being pushed into a fight to the death. Chen Xi hoped to use this strategy of feigning weakness to make the Necrons misjudge the Imperial Army's true strength and strategic intent. When the Necrons determined that conventional war offered no chance of victory, they would likely take a desperate gamble and release their imprisoned Star God Shard as a final trump card, and this was precisely Chen Xi's carefully designed strategic objective. However, Chen Xi was not entirely confident in the actual effectiveness of this strategic adjustment. He deeply understood the paradoxical nature of Eldar prophecies. Prophecies often became self-fulfilling curses. The Eldar would always foresee a disaster, then take various preventive measures, and as a result, it was precisely these preventive measures that led to the prophecy's fulfillment. This fated paradox made Chen Xi wonder if his strategic adjustment would backfire, becoming the direct catalyst for the Necrons to release the Star God Shard. To verify the correctness of his decision, Chen Xi decided to personally perform a psyker prophecy. When he concentrated on peering into the future, what he saw was a chaotic and unclear picture. The trajectory of the future was shrouded in thick mist, difficult to discern. But this prophecy was not without gain. Chen Xi clearly perceived that each of his choices was shaping different possibilities for the future. This crucial revelation gave him enough confidence, ultimately prompting him to adopt Valis's prophetic advice and make significant adjustments to the Imperial Army's strategy. At the same time, Valis was also closely monitoring the changing situation. Like Chen Xi, she was well aware of the characteristics of Eldar prophecy, and thus could not be certain if the future she had foreseen had already changed. But based on the belief that the future has changed, and the Eldar have a glimmer of hope, Valis still did her utmost to improve the situation according to the prophecy's guidance. When Chen Xi adjusted the battle plan, she immediately set about verifying the impact of this change on the trajectory of fate. In the Warhammer 40K universe, while prophetic ability is not entirely out of reach, differences in talent determine how much of fate's true face a psyker can glimpse. Some psykers can only capture fleeting fragments of the future, their foresight is often limited to a few seconds. Sometimes, they barely perceive danger before the enemy is already upon them. Such seers can at most issue hurried warnings, but find it difficult to make effective responses. As for those truly powerful psychers, predicting the future is as natural as breathing. Take Ezekiel of the Dark Angels chapter, for example. He can accurately foresee battlefield changes and, based on these, command the First Legion's warriors, allowing them to preemptively dismantle enemy offensives. His prophetic ability ensures the Dark Angels always seize the initiative, even laying deadly traps before the enemy acts. However, even the most outstanding human prophets are mere toddlers compared to the Eldar. As an ancient race naturally endowed with psyker abilities and having researched psyker technology for 60 million years, the Eldar's prophetic artistry has reached its peak, capable of discerning the most subtle ripples in the river of time. Therefore, for an Eldar farser like Valis, confirming whether her intervention had changed the future was incredibly easy. She only needed to concentrate slightly to capture traces of change within the intricate web of fate. When she finally confirmed that the future had indeed changed due to Chen Xi's strategic adjustment, a long-lost sense of hope welled up within her. Perhaps the seemingly irreversible tragic fate of the Eldar truly had room for reversal. This discovery strengthened her conviction, making her determined to continue pushing the gears of fate to secure a final chance for her people. While Chen Xi was busy dealing with the Eldar farsa and the Star God Shard, 32 and Mai, among others, were delving deep into the hive city of the Mariupol sector capital, attempting to find clues about the unseen Brotherhood. All of them had their own kill teams, so they certainly weren't lacking in firepower. However, with several kill teams squeezed together, the group appeared somewhat unwieldy, and with too many targets to investigate, they decided to split into several teams, each choosing a direction for investigation and reporting findings promptly. After all, they were all using proxies, so even if they were truly wiped out, it would just mean shouting outside and redeploying new proxies. And the enemy would be completely exposed to them. Unless the enemy managed to kill them by creating accidents, leaving them with no discernible clues. But that would be somewhat difficult. After all, this group included an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, an Astartes Forge master, a rogue trader, and a navy captain, as well as a Krieg fortress commander. Hoping to silently kill them was perhaps a bit much to ask. Even when split into 5 groups, each with their kill team, they still appeared numerous and powerful. 32 only had 1 tech priest engine seer and 2 cast LR robots by her side, while seemingly few in number. If the 2 robots were allowed to dismantle freely, just these 2 robots could cut through the entire lower levels of the hive city. The target she wanted to investigate was precisely the corpse guild located in the lower levels of the hive city. Although corpse starch is not essentially made of corpses but is a synthetic food produced by the Adeptus Mechanicus through promethium extract, this does not mean that the corpse starch you eat contains no corpses. The reason is simple: the Imperial Army has too many corpses to process. Taking the hive city of the Mariupol sector capital, which 32 and her team are currently investigating, as an example, approximately 80 billion residents live within this massive artificial mountain. Although it cannot compare to some giant hive cities with over 100 billion residents, the population is still considered quite dense. And with such a dense population, even if the mortality rate is only 1,000th, the corpses generated could literally pile up into a mountain. After all, 1,000th of 100 million people is 100,000, and 1,000th of 80 billion is 80 million. Such a large number of deceased people obviously cannot all be perfectly embalmed and buried. Even if the Imperial Army had tomb worlds, using an entire planet as a graveyard would be completely insufficient. Moreover, in the Imperial Army, no one would waste resources like that. Not to mention that ordinary people are not even qualified to be buried. But so many corpses must be dealt with, and thus the Corpse Guild came into being. They process the collected corpses into corpse starch, which is then made into synthetic nutrient paste to feed the hive city residents, thereby both disposing of corpses and feeding the vast population a perfect solution to a dilemma. This is, of course, a good thing, but the problem is that the Corpse Guild is prone to cults. Chapter 351, The Imperial Corpse Eater. Within the towering hive cities of the Empire, millions of lives are born and perish daily amidst the roar of machinery. Most of these ant-like, insignificant lives are destined for the same end after death, to become yet another cog in the machine that sustains the Empire. Few deceased individuals are granted the right to a complete burial. This requires the deceased to have held a prominent identity, a lofty status, and most crucially ample wealth during their lifetime. In this empire built upon countless corpses, every corpse is a valuable resource. For ordinary citizens to find a resting place after death is harder than seeing sunlight in the bottom nest of a hive city. Nobles construct lavish family cemeteries on their private estates, where generations of family members rest in tombs adorned with exquisite statues. Some particularly favored retainers might even find a resting place in a corner of their master's cemetery. But for the common populace, such treatment remains an unattainable dream. When an ordinary person's life comes to an end, they often face only 2 choices. Either they are transformed into semi-mechanical servitors, continuing to serve the Empire in another form. Or they are dragged away by the Pale Guild's recovery vehicles, turning into grayish-white powder in roaring crushers, ultimately becoming corpse starch on the plates of hive city residents. This is the most common fate for Imperial citizens to labor for the Empire in life, and to contribute their last value to the Empire even after death. Miss Corpse Guild, when you see her, you will most likely be dragged away to be made into corpse starch. Pale Guild. When 32 arrived at the Pale Guild in the hive city, a fully loaded transport vehicle had just pulled up to the guild's main gate. The heavy metal doors slowly opened, and several workers in stained protective suits were busily unloading. She watched with cold eyes as hundreds of corpses were roughly dragged out of the vehicle, piled onto trolleys like discarded goods, and then quickly transported to the processing workshop. Dark red bloodstains remained on the ground, the dragging trails extending deep into the factory building. Among those corpses, a few seemed to be weakly twitching, their fingers unconsciously scratching the ground, their throats emitting dying groans. However, the Pale Guild staff paid no heed, skillfully grabbing their limbs and throwing them into the processing line without hesitation. Those people aren't dead yet, are they? 32 frowned, asking in a calm tone. The head of the Pale Guild, standing beside her, immediately put on a fawning smile and explained in a low voice, "Respected sage, those are Bottom Nest gang thugs. Their injuries are beyond saving. In a place like the Bottom Nest, severe injury is equivalent to death, no one would waste medical resources to save them." While his words were somewhat exaggerated, they accurately reflected the brutal reality of the Bottom Nest. There, injured people either relied on their own vitality to pull through, or they slowly rotted away in dark corners. To ensure a stable supply of raw materials, the Corpse Guild would even actively intervene in gang wars, taking corpses recovered after battles as payment. However, they were not always willing to wait until the fighting ended. After all, the losing side might not even leave behind corpses, and winners sometimes hacked enemies into pieces, resulting in poor quality raw materials for recovery. Therefore, the Pale Guild staff preferred to enter directly during the most intense fighting, dragging away those dying injured individuals, and after a simple assessment, sending them directly to the processing workshop to ensure freshness. 32 merely shook her head slightly at this explanation, saying nothing more. She knew very well that this was how the Empire operated: cold, efficient, and cruel. Even if she forcefully ordered these people to spare those half-dead gang members, it wouldn't change anything. The laws of the Bottom Nest would not waver due to her momentary pity. Moreover, she had more important things to do than this. "Take me inside to see," 32 said coldly. The head of the Corpse Guild dared not delay, quickly leading 32 into the guild. 2 Caslin intellect-controlled mechs followed closely behind her, protecting her safety under the control of an intellect control artisan. 32 had originally intended to bring Death Annihilation mechs, but their size was simply too large. Using them within the Hive City would result in excessive power and many terrains being impassable. After all, a single Death Annihilation mech was almost as large as a knight armor, and even bigger than a retainer mech. Relatively, the smaller Caslin mechs were much more agile. Within the Hive City, although 32 wasn't worried about encountering trouble herself, if she did uncover something, these intellect-controlled mechs could protect her, eliminate enemies, or buy time. The internal operations of the Corpse Guild revolved entirely around corpse processing. The dim factory buildings were lined with various rusty cutting machinery and grinding devices. The recently delivered corpses were being skillfully segmented and processed by workers wearing decorative respiratory filters. Sharp saw blades cut through stiff limbs, internal organs were sorted and removed, and bones and muscle tissue were sent to different processing lines. The entire workshop was filled with a strong smell of blood, dark red liquid flowed in the drainage troughs on the ground, and the air was thick with the sticky sound of flesh being crushed by machinery. This environment naturally fostered cult beliefs: the pervasive smell of blood, mountains of piled corpses, the oppressive atmosphere of death, and even illegal executions secretly carried out by some workers, all could become bloody sacrifices to chaos gods. Once cultists secretly performed corruption rituals during the processing stage, the consequences would be terrifying. Because these processed corpses would undergo high-temperature grinding and purification, ultimately transforming into grayish-white corpse starch, which became the primary source of protein for the Bottom Nest. They were pressed into synthetic food blocks or high-calorie energy bars, distributed through the rationing system to various social strata, sustaining the lives of billions of Hive City residents. If raw materials contaminated by chaos were mixed in, the toxins would quickly spread through the food chain, ranging from triggering large-scale mutant plagues to directly plunging the entire Hive City into the abyss of chaos corruption. For this reason, both the Ecclesiarchy's purification priests and the Hive City Governor's Department of Justice strictly monitored the Corpse Guild, regularly inspecting production lines and testing finished product purity. As for those Hive Cities that neglected oversight, when a Hive City began to see Nurgle zombies, or when cults started large-scale sacrifices, the rulers would understand the price of their dereliction of duty. However, perhaps because this Hive City was the Star Sector capital, or because a previous cult rebellion had already been purified by the Inquisition and the Department of Justice, 32 found no traces of corruption here. The entire Pale Guild was very clean, and even the workers who processed the corpses were devout followers of the Ecclesiarchy. However, while speaking with the Corpse Guild staff responsible for collecting corpses, she obtained a clue: the number of corpses produced in the Bottom Nest recently had decreased by about 5% compared to before. Chapter 352, Heading to the Bottom Nest. 5%. This seemingly insignificant proportion was shockingly large when applied to the behemoth that was the Hive City. It's important to note that the Corpse Guild collected thousands of bodies daily. Over a year, millions, even tens of millions, of bodies flowed through the processing lines. A 5% deficit meant that tens, or even hundreds, of thousands of bodies vanished without a trace each year, a quantity sufficient for certain malevolent individuals to perform a terrifying chaos sacrificial ritual, potentially even summoning entities powerful enough to destroy the entire Hive City. Upon realizing the gravity of the problem, 32 immediately reported this anomaly to the Hive City's Department of Justice, demanding an immediate and comprehensive investigation. Concurrently, she quickly rendezvoused with Gutierrez, deciding to personally delve into the Bottom Nest to investigate and uncover the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of the bodies. The Department of Justice dared not delay in the slightest, immediately dispatching an elite martial squad to the Bottom Nest to commence the investigation. These black-armored enforcers, armed with bolters, swiftly disappeared into the lift platform leading to the lower hive, prepared to uncover the truth through violence and ironclad law. While the Department of Justice was in action, the Inquisition's informants had already detected this anomaly. An inquisitor from the pursuit Ordo, accompanied by his meticulously trained acolyte squad, also quietly set out. They chose a different route from the Department of Justice to infiltrate the bottom nest, intending to thoroughly investigate the matter in the Inquisition's unique manner. If necessary, they would not hesitate to purify the entire area. 2 investigation teams, one overt and one covert, simultaneously advanced into the darkest depths of the Hive City. As 32 and Gutierrez, leading their respective kill teams, stepped into the rust-pitted transport elevator, 4 Kasrican automaton sentinels and 10 Primaris Astartes in Phobos power armor packed the secret elevator, hidden within the building's interlayers, to capacity. The legal department special agent nervously wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his fingers rapidly manipulating the control panel. The metallic bodies of the 4 fully armed automaton sentinels occupied most of the elevator's space, their weight far exceeded expectations. Coupled with the heavy power armor and weapons of the 10 Astartes monks, this elevator, originally designed to carry 50 ordinary people, was now emitting dangerous metallic groans. The special agent uneasily glanced at the flashing red light of the overload alarm, praying that this perilous journey would end safely. This was a secret passage meticulously designed by the Department of Justice, deeply hidden within the intricate structural interlayers of the Hive City. Normally, this route was used to secretly transport high-priority criminals from the lower Hive or to convey certain unsavory special goods. This time, it was only due to 32 and Gutierrez's special identities that the Department of Justice granted them access to the secret route. With a piercing metallic screech, the elevator began its high-speed descent. Outside the elevator shaft, a chilling sound of twisting metal emanated, as if the entire passage was under immense pressure. This steel behemoth, buried deep within the Hive City's armored layers, was plummeting downwards at an astonishing speed of 80 km per hour, the violent vibrations causing the elevator's lights to flicker on and off. Through the reinforced glass of the observation window, one could see that the specially treated alloy walls were covered in grotesque claw marks and dense bullet holes, with suspicious organic residue even congealing in certain areas. Clearly, the Department of Justice transported far more than just ordinary prisoners through this passage. When the elevator finally stopped at the lowest level of the lower Hive's abandoned loading bay, accompanied by a piercing braking sound, the gate slowly opened, propelled by the hydraulic system. This sudden noise startled the creatures dwelling in the darkness, and swarms of glowing bats flapped their wings, scattering and fleeing. The eerie green light emitted by these mutated creatures traced chaotic paths in the darkness before vanishing into the endless blackness. This place had clearly been abandoned for many years, a deathly silence permeated the surroundings, and even the most basic lighting facilities had failed. 32 immediately signaled the nearby automaton artisan to activate the lighting system, and the searchlights on the chests of the 4 automaton sentinels simultaneously illuminated, their blinding beams tearing through the heavy darkness. In the pallid light, the scene before them was nauseating. 15-centimeter thick black grease covered every inch of the walls like a living thing, and rotting oil pipes continuously seeped viscous liquid, accumulating in the corners to form puddles with an eerie sheen. Lethal mixed gases hung in the air, the pungent odor, a cross between hydrogen sulfide and decaying flesh, could be faintly detected even through the filtration system. The Bloodfinger gang controls the nearest secret passage, they have some cooperation with our Department of Justice. No sooner had the accompanying legal department special agent finished speaking than 6 tattooed brutes, armed with makeshift lasguns, leaped down from a ventilation shaft. But their ambush formation instantly collapsed. The weapon in the hand of the leading gang member clattered to the ground. This thug, who had fought in the lower Hive for years, was now staring intently at the Astartes before him, his knees trembling uncontrollably. Demigods, another gang member mumbled, slumping into the grease. To these ants living in the darkness, the Astartes were sacred beings existing only in the Ecclesiarchy's murals. For these gang members living in the lower echelons of the Hive City, they usually only engaged in acts of violence. Perhaps they could kill a mutant without batting an eye, but a fully armed Hive City marshal could make them wet their pants. Not to mention the Astartes, who, in their perception, only existed in fairy tales. Especially now, the Primaris Astartes appearing before them were even larger than regular Astartes, further increasing the sense of oppression and the feeling of a myth descending, causing these gang members to lose all hope. The legal department special agent took out his shock baton and struck the gang members, explaining their purpose, and 30 minutes later, the Bloodfinger gang leader was summoned before everyone. This was a man with a low-quality prosthetic eye in his right socket, wearing clothes made from the hides of mutated rats, but one arm had been replaced with a prosthesis. 32 merely glanced at it and determined that the thing was likely something someone had crudely made themselves. It was truly shoddily constructed. "We're going to the bottom nest, don't play any tricks, Gross." The legal department special agent naturally knew this gang leader, briefly explained their purpose to him, and then threw him a credit voucher. That was a currency issued by the Hive City itself, circulating fairly well in the Mariupol sector capital, and its purchasing power remained strong. For entities like the lower Hive gangs, this was absolute hard currency. "Please rest assured, noble sirs, the Bloodfinger gang controls 3 smuggling routes to the bottom nest and can safely deliver all of you noble sirs to the bottom nest." The gang leader named Gross bowed deeply, looking utterly obsequious. Chapter 353, Bottom Nest Settlement. Led by Gross and the Bloodfinger gang, 32 and Gutierrez finally arrived at the bottom nest through the complex pipes and underground passages. This area was already outside the architectural structure of the Hive City, but because it was located at the bottom of the Hive City, it was called the bottom nest. For most Hive cities, the existence of the bottom nest was more akin to a city's underground sewage pipes or landfill, and even some areas of the bottom nest were simply spaces hollowed out from the bottom of the hive city, or located on the outer layer of the hive city's foundation. This area was mainly composed of abandoned industrial zones, collapsed pipelines, rusted metal frameworks, and illegally expanded slums left over from the early construction of the hive city or before its completion. After all, the Imperium never directly started a planetary-level super project like a hive city on a planet. In most cases, a hive city would only begin to be built on a planet after it had developed to a certain extent and could afford the cost and burden of constructing one. Generally speaking, because hive cities are too large, their bottom parts will cover original industrial facilities, mining areas, and even the city itself. For example, Rostov. If Chen Xi were to build a hive city on Rostov 2, without reselecting the site, he would expand on the basis of the existing city. And the current city might be partially demolished, but more often it would simply be buried directly under the hive city. If some people who have been left behind utilize this part of the building, which is buried in the deepest part of the bottom layer of the hive city, it will gradually form a bottom nest settlement. The living conditions here are extremely harsh. Not seeing the sun all year round is a minor issue, because due to its location at the bottom of the hive city, one can basically bid farewell to things like fresh air and clean water. The food and water that can flow down from the hive city are waste products that have been recycled countless times. Moreover, because the bottom nest strictly speaking does not fall within the scope of the hive city, it does not even have air purification and water purification facilities like the lower hive. In other words, here you can't even drink the most basic filtered water, nor can you breathe air that has undergone at least basic filtration. All that exists here is severely polluted industrial exhaust and toxic wastewater, as well as almost ubiquitous radiation leaks. At least after 32 stepped into this area, her reform counter never stopped, the only difference being from high-frequency short beeps to continuous long beeps. So she simply turned it off. Anyway, for a tech priest, radiation was not a problem at all. And for the Astartes that Gutierrez brought, it was even less of a problem. Although their Phobos pattern power armor was lightweight, it still had complete protective capabilities. It just wasn't as exaggerated as the Gravis pattern heavy armor, which was comparable to Terminator armor in defense, but it had no problem at all with resisting the harsh environment and radiation of the bottom nest. As for the legal department special agent who came down with them, he was also wearing a completely sealed power armor, which could effectively isolate radiation and air pollution. Respected sirs, this bottom nest settlement is jointly controlled by 3 gangs. Our Bloodfinger gang only controls a part of this settlement, but if you have any needs, please feel free to speak up. As long as our Bloodfinger gang can do it, there will be no second thoughts. Gros fawned over 32 and Gutierrez, having already seen that these two were the key figures. 32 and Gutierrez exchanged glances, and after discussing in their communication channel, 32 spoke to Gros, "Find a place. We need to settle down first and not alarm anyone else." "I understand. The Bloodfinger gang has a warehouse nearby that can provide a hiding place for you for a while." Gros immediately understood, explaining the situation to 32 while quickly leading the way. The other members of the Bloodfinger gang quickly scattered to drive away the mutants and other bottom nest residents living nearby. You obviously can't expect the humans living in the bottom layer of the hive city to look like people. Those who can fall to the bottom nest are either aggressive gang members or citizens who have been exploited by the Imperium to the point of being unable to survive, but still have some ability to escape to the bottom nest. None of these people are simple, because ordinary people cannot survive in a place like the bottom nest for more than 12 hours. They are either taken away to be made into raw materials for rejuvenation potion, or they become a source of corpse starch after all their value has been squeezed out. Of course, this also includes mutants who are not accepted or tolerated by the official laws of the Imperium. Although Imperial law stipulates that mutants with a moderate degree of mutation can have legal status in the Imperium, they are usually highly discriminated against. Even psychers are discriminated against within the Imperium, let alone ordinary mutants. Although Imperial law allows them to exist, and some who meet the standards can even join the Astra Militarum, this does not obscure the fact that they are only second-class citizens in the Imperium. So many mutants fled to the bottom nest, forming mutant settlements here. Although life was a bit difficult, without the heavy tithe and discrimination of the Imperium, mutants could at least survive. This kind of mutant is already considered to be of a relatively mild degree, at least they still look human. The bottom nest settlement where 32 and his group were located had already developed into a town of considerable size, and most of the people living on the streets were mutants with varying degrees of mutation. "How many people live in this town?" 32 asked Gros. They had already arrived at the warehouse Gros mentioned. Several Astartes proactively took control of the high ground and key positions around the warehouse, concealing themselves in the shadows and monitoring every movement in the surroundings. "Respected sir, there are about 30,000 people in the town, a quarter of whom are mutants. There is a mutant settlement nearby, and some of them come here to make a living." Gros explained in detail, and then smiled bitterly at 32 with a hint of helplessness. Living in the bottom nest, most people don't really care about mutants. As long as the mutation isn't too severe, generally no one cares. After all, making a living in a place like the bottom nest, caring about such things usually doesn't mean much. Although Gross's answer was somewhat understated, 32 could still feel a kind of bitter helplessness in his words. "What is the strength of your Bloodfinger gang? What do you do for a living?" 32 looked at Gros, intending to start with this hive gang. "The Bloodfinger gang mainly relies on smuggling. We get energy bars and nutrient paste from the lower hive, transport them down, and sell them to others, which earns us a lot." Gros didn't mind revealing these operations of the Bloodfinger gang to 32, in addition, "We also mine some ghost crystals from the bottom nest. This stuff is truly top-tier valuable goods. Chapter 354, A Slip of the Tongue. The so-called gloom crystal ore is not the crystal ore found in some real-time strategy games, rather, it's not a natural ore at all, but a type of fungal deposit. It originated from the initial organic recomposition of the hive city, and over thousands of years, through continuous iteration and transmutation of fungal strains, it eventually became a fungal mineral that recycled and accumulated a large amount of human recombinant protein. This fungus is also known as gloom. After professional extraction and purification, the resulting agents can greatly enhance the probability of an unawakened psyker awakening their psychic powers, or even directly connect them to the warp, granting them unimaginably powerful abilities. The Escher family of the famous hive world Necromunda made a fortune through this business, known as the gloom trade. The effect of this agent is also very potent. After the Great Rift opened, it could even allow an Ogryn to awaken psychic powers. Gloom is not exclusive to Necromunda, it is produced in some of the ancient hive worlds of the Imperium. It's just that the Escher family of Necromunda is most adept at refining and synthesizing this substance, and their gloom agents are simply the most effective. Although the hive city of the Mariupol sector capital is not as ancient, several hundred years ago, a gang leader with great strategic foresight spent a large sum of money to acquire gloom fungal strains and began cultivating this fungus in the bottom nest. Although this gang leader did not get rich from this business and become the second Escher family. However, he opened up a new industry for the bottom nest, and also provided many people with an additional means of livelihood. The Bloodfinger gang was originally just a small smuggling gang, and this kind of business would not have normally fallen to them. But the previous generation's gang leader was very shrewd. In addition to smuggling, he collaborated with a mutant settlement, having this mutant settlement cultivate gloom fungus, and then exchanging it for smuggled daily necessities and food. As for the subsequent processing and purification, that was handled by their financial backer. Thus, the Bloodfinger gang earned a lot of money and gradually grew stronger, even successfully passing into Gross's hands, becoming a gang with a certain degree of influence in the bottom nest. So, who is your financial backer? 32 showed a slightly curious expression. Gross looked a bit awkward and, after glancing at the legal department special agent beside him, explained with some difficulty, the previous gang boss had a younger brother. He didn't let this brother join the gang, instead, he sent him to study, and then he joined the Department of Justice. Gross did not continue, but 32 already understood that the financial backer behind the Bloodfinger gang was the Department of Justice. Otherwise, the Department of Justice's secret elevator wouldn't be located within the Bloodfinger gang's territory, and Gross wouldn't have eagerly cooperated the moment the special agent spoke. Although this was partly due to the special status of the Mechanical Sage and the Astartes themselves, for such hive gangs, the first reaction upon encountering important figures should be to quickly send them away to avoid trouble. And this eager-to-please attitude could only mean that either Gross wanted to gamble big, or he had connections with the Department of Justice. We received news from the Pale Guild that their recent recycling business has been greatly affected, with the number of bodies decreasing by 5%. Have you heard anything? Now that it was known that the Bloodfinger gang was supported by the Department of Justice, some questions could naturally be asked directly. Gross's expression changed at this question, and then he replied, the Bloodfinger gang hasn't received any news, and the Pale Guild's main area of activity is in the lower hive. Sir, why are you investigating the bottom nest? The lower hive is being investigated by the Department of Justice and the Inquisition. I am more concerned with the bottom nest. 32 directly interrupted Gross and pressed a mechanical tentacle against his neck. To speak like that, it seems you know something. If he didn't know, he wouldn't know. How could a gang member eager to curry favor with important figures ask, why are you investigating the bottom nest? Sir. Gross was lifted directly by his neck. Although it was only a seemingly slender mechanical tentacle that held him, a mechanical tentacle attached to a mechanical sage could even lift an Astartes if serious, so a mere hive gang member was certainly nothing. Will you confess now, or shall I transform you into a servitors before you speak? The robot cats around 32 all revealed their sharp claws and various small tools installed on their bodies, even their eyes glowed red. Don't think you can keep a secret. The Adeptus Mechanicus has plenty of ways to extract information and data from your brain tissue. If you speak now, I'll save some effort, and you'll have a quick end. But if you don't speak, then I might have to let you experience how the Adeptus Mechanicus version of the pain engine is made. Suspended by the neck by 32, Gross quickly turned purple. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, 32 released him, let him catch his breath, and then immediately hoisted him up again. And the robot cats around her had already begun to wield various curious small tools, fixing Gross's limbs, then drawing lines and preparing for cutting. Gross was still struggling, but 32 did not hesitate or waver. The robot cats immediately shaved all his hair, then drew the cutting lines on his pale scalp, and a delicate, small circular bone saw rotated at high speed, buzzing as it approached Gross's scalp. I'll tell you. Get it away. Gross struggled to speak, indicating his willingness to cooperate. But 32 still didn't stop, only letting the robot cats not saw open his skull, but instead start cutting and processing his limbs first. Cutting open fingers and toes without anesthesia is an unbearable pain for a normal person. Although hive gangs are often brave and fierce, and many times not afraid of death, their tolerance for pain is actually not high. At least in 32's opinion, it wasn't high. She only cut open 3 of Gross's fingers, and had the robot cats use delicate small tweezers and sharp small blades to separate his finger bones, nerves, and flesh, and he screamed as miserably as if he had been anally penetrated by a boar. But under 32's precise control, he neither lost consciousness from the pain nor was he unable to speak from the pain. So, in order to suffer less, he quickly spilled everything he knew like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Sounds like a lot of trouble. After extracting the confession, 32 was too lazy to torment this gang member. After confirming with the legal department special agent that they could still control the Bloodfinger gang even if he was killed, she decisively had the robot cats perform a prefrontal lobotomy on him. The reason for not directly killing him was because Gross confessed that the mastermind secretly controlling all of this could control their souls. No matter who died, the other party would know immediately and take away the deceased's soul. To prevent leakage of information, 32 did not directly kill Gross. Chapter 355, Corruption Spreads. According to Gross's interrogation records, the abnormal decrease in the supply of corpses in the lower hive area was directly linked to a rapidly rising gang in the bottom nest called the Hand of Redemption. The rise of this mysterious organization was quite legendary. They initially had some secret connection with the infamous Blood Oath Society, and Blood Oath sisters were often seen in the slums under their control. These sisters not only provided medical services to the residents of the bottom nest but, even more astonishingly, they displayed extraordinary abilities to reverse mutations. According to eyewitness testimonies, many mutants contaminated by radiation began to gradually return to normal after receiving treatment, their deformed tissues recovering. This almost miraculous healing ability earned the Hand of Redemption an almost fanatical following among the mutants. Large numbers of mutant warriors voluntarily joined, quickly becoming the core armed force of the organization. With the covert support of the Blood Oath Society and the combat power of the mutants, the Hand of Redemption's influence spread like wildfire from the bottom nest upwards, eventually impacting the power dynamics of the lower hive. However, strange things began to happen. All gangs that came into conflict with them inexplicably turned from enemies to friends, joining the gang alliance they established. This bizarre spread of peace led to a sharp decrease in gang warfare, and coupled with the medical intervention of the Blood Oath Society, battle casualties plummeted. This was the key reason for the shortage in the Pale Guild's corpse supply chain. While natural deaths remained stable, the death rate of gang members, their primary source of goods, significantly decreased. After the Blood Oath Society's rebellion erupted, the Inquisition's swift crackdown did indeed cripple the Hand of Redemption's network in the lower hive. However, this organization maintained its complete structure in the labyrinthine bottom nest. Its intricate tunnel systems and harsh environment made the Department of Justice's clean-up operations extremely difficult. Even more ironically, when the Inquisitors finally had time to investigate the bottom nest, they discovered that this dark area, marked as unregulated territory on official maps, had already developed a disturbing new order. And their current deep dive into the bottom nest was merely a belated attempt to mend the fold after receiving Arbitrator 32's alert about abnormalities in the corpse black market. Things seem clear now, so our next target is this gang. Gutierrez had not interfered with 32's interrogation, and only after she reached her conclusion did he ask about her next steps. No, you go investigate the other matter, I'll stay here and investigate this gang. 32 quickly divided the tasks with Gutierrez, showing great interest in the Bloodfinger gang. The Bloodfinger gang has also been affected by that gang connected to the Blood Oath Society. I want to see exactly what kind of influence they've been subjected to. Moreover, by controlling this gang, we'll at least have a base of operations in the bottom nest. Although these people are just gang members, they are still a fighting force. Hearing 32's words, Gutierrez simply nodded silently, not asking further questions. He understood the capabilities of 32, the mechanical sage, too well. If 32 truly got serious, everyone in the Bloodfinger gang would likely be converted into combat servitors, their combat power even rivaling a squad of defense force. Since 32 had taken over the investigation, he saw no need to interfere further, so he left the scene with his kill team. The legal department special agent stood aside, his expression shifting between light and shadow. On one hand, he felt deeply humiliated. A gang that should have been firmly controlled by the Department of Justice had quietly slipped from oversight, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the authority of the law enforcement agency. On the other hand, he was full of confusion. Why had these gangs suddenly become so abnormal? According to Department of Justice intelligence, although the lower hive was somewhat affected by the Blood Oath Society's rebellion, overall order did not collapse. The special agent tried to keep his tone professional and calm, but his gaze couldn't help but glance at Gross, whom 32 was dissecting. Gang conflicts are still ongoing, and casualty figures haven't shown any abnormal fluctuations. We truly haven't discovered any obvious anomalies. However, 32 ignored his explanation. Her mechanical bionic eye gleamed coldly, and her scalpel precisely cut open Gross's chest. She responded nonchalantly, the corruption of chaos is never ostentatious, it silently erodes hearts, especially these dregs living in the bottom nest with no faith. They don't even realize they've been contaminated, only perceiving those deformities as ordinary mutation symptoms. As the dissection deepened, 32 quickly found traces of chaos corruption within Gross's body. She examined his internal organs and bones, muttering softly, the corruption starts from the blood. Despite having lived in a radiation and pollution-filled environment for a long time, Gross's body was already riddled with mutated tissues, but 32 still keenly discerned the characteristics of chaos erosion. After confirming Gross's corrupted state, 32 skillfully restitched him, then placed him into a specially made black stone containment box. Such boxes were typically used to imprison dangerous psychers and contain stasis fields capable of suppressing any abnormal activity. However, before completely sealing Gross, 32 still extracted a blood sample for research. These blood samples, after leaving the host's body, still maintained a strange vitality, slowly wriggling and aggregating like some independent life form. 32 stared at the wriggling blood threads in the test tube, showing a very interested expression. This was clearly not an ordinary mutation, but corruption from chaos. However, she also couldn't determine which faction's corruption it was. If it were Tsianch, then this person should have grown bird feathers. But it's hard to say if the Tsianch faction wouldn't set up a trap to ensnare other factions, just for the sake of a grand scheme. If it were Nurgle, he should have rotted by now. Father Nurgle is the god of life, but Nurgle's plagues will equally corrupt everyone into a putrid mess of flesh and excrement. The remaining two factions are both possible, but Slaanesh likely wouldn't be interested in the trash of the bottom nest. The Dark Prince prefers the pleasure-seeking nobles of the upper hive. Because the extreme emotions produced by nobles are far greater than those of ordinary people in the bottom nest. As for Kern, in everyone's eyes, Kern is more focused on brute force, but for veteran Warhammer fans, Kern simply dislikes schemes and chaos sorcery, which doesn't mean the Kern faction won't use them. It's still the same principle. If you personally chop off heads and offer them to Kern, Kern is naturally very pleased, but if you blood sacrifice the blood god by tricking people into donating blood, the dog-headed ones won't refuse. So is Kern behind this? According to the clues provided by Chen Xi and Ahriman's investigation, everything points to Kern. 32 fell into thought, unsure if this was the answer. Chapter 356 Discussion among group members. Based on the clues you've gathered, I think it's a greater daemon of Kern, Chen Xi said in the club, his hands clasped under his chin. After listening to the consolidated clues from 32, Gutierrez, Mai, and Twilight's investigations, he still stuck to his original judgment. He scanned everyone's faces, seemingly observing their reactions. The others actually agreed with this assessment. 32 nodded silently, his fingers unconsciously stroking the cat. Mai flipped through her investigation notes, drawing a thick line under the words blood sacrifice ritual, her pen making a soft rustling sound on the paper. Only Gutierrez spoke with some concern. We also know that it should be a greater daemon of Kern behind this. After all, the two daemon princes that the Unseen Brotherhood pointed to are from Kern's faction, and the greater daemon of Kern summoned by the Blood Oath Society earlier was also from Kern. He spoke with his hands crossed, looking somewhat anxious. The way the skulls are piled at the blood sacrifice sites, and the method by which the victims were torn apart, are all too characteristic of Kern. Gutierrez paused, his brows furrowed. But who can guarantee that there isn't a shadow of Tsianch behind this? If it really is Tsianch causing trouble, anything is possible, right? This is the characteristic of the Warhammer world. No matter what happens, it's always right to blame Tsianch for bad things first. Twilight couldn't help but laugh when she heard this, then quickly covered her mouth, afraid of interrupting Gutierrez's train of thought. Chen Xi merely shrugged, then said, if you deliberately presuppose the existence of a Tsianch daemon, then all clues will point to that result. Just like I am now prejudiced into believing it must be a greater daemon of Kern. His tone was calm, but his eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. At this point, Chen Xi looked around and saw a few other group members chatting about something nearby, so an idea came to him. This kind of judgment can easily lead to problems, Chen Xi said, looking at his friends in front of him. But from the current situation, what we're saying isn't wrong. Why don't we find someone who's not in the know to judge? Listen to other people's opinions. Chen Xi's suggestion intrigued the other four, and since they were already in the club with other group members around, the suggestion was approved. Mai had already gotten up to call over a few acquaintances from the next table. Mai quickly brought over a few group members who were chatting, and everyone sat in a circle. Chen Xi concisely explained the clues they had investigated, deliberately omitting the true situation, only saying that it was for designing a story background for a Warhammer role-playing game. I don't think Tsianch has anything to do with it, right? Lao Meng said nonchalantly after listening, twirling his explosion-like curly hair with his fingers. All the clues you are providing now are too Kern-like, blood sacrifices, skulls, violent slaughter. If those Tsianch cultists were really causing trouble, they'd at least leave behind some strange runes or contradictory information, right? He stretched and yawned, crunching the soda can on the table. Besides, Tsianch followers aren't so straightforward, don't they all prefer to hide in the background and play dirty tricks? A ripple of laughter went around, and several group members nodded in agreement. Although they usually loved to say it's all Tsianch's fault when chatting, when it came to actual analysis, everyone knew that a Tsianch daemon wouldn't act so simply and brutally. That's not entirely true, another group member with black-rimmed glasses disagreed, shaking his head as he analyzed. If Tsianch really wanted to cause trouble from behind the scenes, it would be normal for it not to let you discover it. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with thought. If it's a Tsianch daemon causing trouble, manipulating a greater daemon of Kern from behind the scenes, or those two daemon princes you mentioned, it's not impossible. His words also drew a lot of agreement. After all, Tsianch's domain is schemes and tricks. The god of cunning might not have been involved, but it's unlikely that those involved were not the god of cunning. The discussion grew louder, some began flipping through books for corroboration, while others pulled out their phones to search for relevant information. I think you seem to have fallen into a misconception, Lu Yi interjected at this point, interrupting their debate. The key now isn't to determine whether a Tsianch daemon is involved, but rather to find the mastermind, to find evidence. Only with evidence can a judgment be made. His voice was steady and strong, and his perspective and judgment seemed different from the others. Hearing Lu Yi say this, Chen Xi suddenly became interested, turning to him and asking, what you said makes a lot of sense. Can you tell me how you see this problem? He leaned slightly forward, adopting a posture of focused listening. I don't know much about this issue, Lu Yi shook his head slightly, his tone calm. But when I was in the military, we also encountered situations where we didn't know where the enemy was or who the enemy was. In such times, the most taboo thing is to make hasty judgments or take action. He paused, seemingly recalling something, then continued, instead of locking onto a target too early, it's better to gather enough intelligence first. Hearing Lu Yi say this, Chen Xi pondered for a moment, then said, your approach is indeed safer, but what if the enemy misleads you? For example, deliberately leaving false clues. That requires the commander to make the judgment. Lu Yi's answer remained steady. How to extract effective intelligence from incorrect information, and thus make the correct judgment. Lu Yi did not directly provide a specific course of action but instead emphasized the commander's core position in intelligence analysis. His tone was steady, and his eyes revealed a deep understanding of the military command system, clearly having first-hand experience of the importance of command decisions during his time in the military. Chen Xi merely nodded slightly at this answer, neither expressing agreement nor raising objections. He remained silent, his gaze thoughtfully directed out the window, as if weighing something. Ultimately, he chose not to press further. Chen Xi knew very well why Lu Yi would give such an answer after all. Lu Yi's position during his military service was only that of an ordinary soldier. This realization caused a flash of understanding in Chen Xi's eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. In the military system, the division of responsibilities between soldiers and officers has always been clear. Soldiers are required to obey and execute, while officers must bear the heavy responsibility of judgment and decision-making. Subsequently, Chen Xi turned to the other group members, continuing to solicit their opinions. Although everyone expressed their views and offered many valuable insights and suggestions, and the discussion atmosphere was quite lively, Chen Xi's gaze gradually became firm. Amidst the diverse voices of discussion, his mind had already reached a clear conclusion and made the final decision. Chapter 357, Buying GW. Although the group members' discussion was lively, the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. Have you guys heard? Some dude in Australia got into GW's warehouse and snagged a box of unreleased Saturn pattern Terminators and Dreadnought miniatures, selling them online for $500. Someone shared the latest news. Hearing this, Chen Xi also showed curiosity and asked them, Saturn pattern? That 1,000-year-old rumor. Saturn pattern isn't a 1,000-year-old rumor, is it? I remember this thing had ancient miniatures released before. The group member who spread the news shook his head, then searched on his phone for a moment before showing Chen Xi, look, this is what was rumored to be Saturn pattern back then, more accurately, it should be called Mk1 Terminator armor. This thing is really cool. After GW redesigned it, the old model still has a lot of character, Gutierrez couldn't help but praise. Chen Xi also nodded in agreement, then scoffed at GW, speaking of these ancient designs, they're enough for GW to milk 2 more versions, right? Who's to say? What new things has GW released these years? Besides Primaris for 40K and resetting those old models from the HH line, what else new has he released? At this, the group members were clearly indignant. After all, GW is truly good at fleecing people, a few small plastic figures cost hundreds. To actually play a proper game, an investment of less than 1 or 2,000 yuan isn't even considered entry level. And true big spenders invest 5 figures, even 6 figures, in this area. At this point, someone suddenly said, it's a pity we don't have money, otherwise, we'd buy GW and whip them daily to release new miniatures. Wouldn't that be awesome? If that's the case, you might as well directly buy the copyright and then establish a studio in China to produce miniatures. The efficiency of Chinese teams is much faster than those dawdling Westerners. If they don't release 10 or 8 big packs a year, I'd even think they don't know how to fleece money, Gutierrez interjected. For Warhammer fans, the problem is never not having money to buy new miniatures, but rather GW not releasing new things, or releasing another huge pile of garbage. However, while everyone was discussing this matter, a new idea suddenly popped into Chen Xi's mind. Since even his custom Psi Titan War Master could be integrated into the 40K world, then having GW produce miniatures according to his wishes should also be usable in the 40K world, right? Anyway, for Huang Laohan himself, he certainly wouldn't mind such a situation occurring. As long as it could save the Imperium, even if you truly made him sell himself, he would actually do it. After all, he was once the Roman she-wolf, the Emperor has never hidden his history of selling himself. As for how to buy GW, or rather, how to make GW produce miniatures according to his wishes, Chen Xi felt that he didn't need to worry about such matters. Instead of thinking about how to buy GW, it would be better to first consider how to make miniatures for himself after buying GW. Although the Saturn Terminator as a new series of miniatures was indeed cool, it did not meet Chen Xi's expectations. If Chen Xi were to design a Terminator armor, he would emphasize defensive capabilities while integrating flexibility, along with a modular weapon system. In the Warhammer world, due to the prevalence of various monsters and demons, ranged weapons often do not play a very good role. Although from a realistic perspective, ranged weapons lack the epic feel of a space opera, and everyone prefers close combat, in the context of the Warhammer world's actual existence, the Imperium typically faces enemies that cannot be easily resolved with ranged weapons. After all, not everyone is like Chen Xi, who calls for orbital bombardment to solve problems when encountering tough enemies. This undoubtedly gave rise to the demand for close combat weapons. Fortunately, the Imperium's force field technology is very advanced, and the power weapons spawned by the disintegration force fields are outstanding in their variety and choice. From power fists to power swords, power halberds, power axes, and even exotic weapons like power hammers, power flails, and power scepters, basically, if there's a need, the Imperium's power weapon technology can actually make it. And changing power weapons is simple, aside from the power fist possibly being a bit troublesome, changing other power weapons mostly just requires putting down the current weapon and picking up a new one. In contrast, ranged weapons are more troublesome. First, considering the versatility of the armor and the carrying capacity, a Terminator armor certainly cannot carry a large number of missiles. Although Indomitus pattern Terminators have missile launchers, the size of that thing is very exaggerated, it can only be an optional accessory for when heavy firepower is needed, not standard equipment. However, for heavy weapons, conventional Space Marine heavy weapons like Heavy Plasma, Melta, Flamer, and Gatling can be very well equipped. From these requirements, it seems that the Gravis pattern power armor later developed by Call fits Chen Xi's requirements very well. The only point is that the Gravis pattern cannot be teleported, and in this regard, it still cannot replace Terminator armor. However, if only defense is considered, the Gravis pattern is actually not inferior to the Indomitus pattern Terminator, and it is more flexible. Not only is it flexible in terms of mobility, but it also includes flexibility in executing missions and flexibility in switching modular designs. It should be known that Mk10 power armor can be freely switched between Phobos, Gravis, and standard patterns according to mission requirements. Although this design cannot be reflected in miniatures and is more of a background setting, it must be admitted that this design is actually very practical. The only problem might be that Chen Xi doesn't want the Gravis pattern, but rather to truly develop a set of Terminator armor based on the Gravis pattern. It doesn't need to be able to change modules freely like the Gravis pattern, it can be a single model of Terminator armor. But its weapon system and other attachments must be flexibly switchable, preferably capable of carrying both melee and ranged weapons simultaneously, while also being able to mount a shield to enhance defense. Chen Xi's ideas were not fully formed, scattered as they were with only some vague requirements. However, he is not a designer, so he doesn't need to delve deeply into these issues. Chen Xi is now the client, he only needs to demand everything, and leave the rest to the designers to solve. And most importantly, this is not designing a set of Terminator armor in reality, which would require considering various rationalities. This is designing equipment in a fictional sci-fi world, even with many irrationalities, when placed within the magical Warhammer 40K worldview, it can become logically consistent. And a design that demands everything, if it can be made, would undoubtedly be a perfect piece of equipment for the truly existing Warhammer world. As for now, let's just buy GW first. Chapter 358, Prophecy and Divination. The group members chatted animatedly, and the topic unconsciously shifted to Chen Xi's previous experience at the airshow. Hey, do you guys still remember those airshow photos Chen Xi posted last time? The White Emperor fighter breaking through the atmosphere alone was so cool. Someone excitedly brought up. Needless to say, this airshow was directly deified, okay. Another person chimed in, those videos online have gone viral, and seeing it live would definitely be even more shocking. As the only one in the group who had personally attended, and even enjoyed VIP treatment, Chen Xi naturally became the target of everyone's siege. Siege is not in the glossary, so I will translate it as siege as it is a common term in web novels meaning siege. Boss Chen, next time bring your brother along. Someone wailed jokingly. Exactly, did the VIP channel even save you from queuing? And you could even touch the real machine? So jealous, so jealous. Chen Xi waved his hand with a smile, it's not that exaggerated. It was just a better spot, and a young lady specifically acted as a tour guide. Just as everyone was chattering and teasing, Lu Yi, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke, are you very interested in this kind of military exhibition? Of course. Lao Meng immediately replied, it's a man's romance, isn't it? Lu Yi nodded, there's also an Air Force Open Day this year. I heard it will be closer to actual combat equipment than the airshow. If you want to go, I can ask my comrades. Maybe I can arrange for you to visit some new equipment that offers open experiences. As soon as he said this, the club instantly erupted. Whoa. I didn't realize Lu Yi had such connections. Lao Meng slapped his thigh, his voice rising 8 octaves, count me in. I regretted missing the last airshow so much, I must make up for it this time. His shout seemed to open the floodgates, and others scrambled to sign up. I'm signing up too. Take me with you. You can't miss an opportunity like this. Several other group members were also very interested in this, and even 32, Gutierrez, Mai, and others actively signed up. Chen Xi was also very interested in this and simply suggested, how about we make an announcement in the group? Then everyone can form a group to go together. It'll be livelier with more people. Good idea. Lao Meng immediately perked up, we'll wear unified uniforms then, and we'll definitely be the most eye-catching bunch there. However, Lu Yi quickly poured cold water on them, the Air Force Open Day is more formal. If you want to experience some active equipment, it's best not to be too conspicuous. That way, you're less likely to be. He trailed off, but his meaning was clear, being too flashy might draw unwanted attention from security. Don't worry. Chen Xi interrupted with a smile, the unified uniforms they're talking about are just white t-shirts, at most with a print. It won't be too exaggerated. Lu Yi then relaxed and nodded, if that's the case, then there's no problem. It's also good to wear easily identifiable clothes. There are many people on the open day, so it's not easy to get separated. Then it's settled. Lao Meng declared, white t-shirts with the group logo, low-key with a touch of swagger, perfect. The group immediately burst into cheers, as if they could already see themselves dominating the Air Force Open Day. Back home, Chen Xi re-examined the intelligence collected by 32 and his team. After careful consideration, he once again entered the 40K world. When Chen Xi stepped into the governor's office, Valis was studying an ancient star map. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her eyes, sparkling with psychic energy, narrowed slightly. Human, you bring trouble. Indeed. Chen Xi didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. I received an internal tip from the Inquisition that chaos cult activity has appeared in the bottom nest of the Hive City in the Mariupol sector capital. They not only successfully summoned a greater daemon of Kern, but existing evidence also indicates that at least 2 Kern demon princes are involved. He paused, his voice becoming more solemn. I want to ask you to perform a divination to confirm if there are any traces of Psianch daemon involvement in this matter, and to predict the possible direction of the situation's development. Chaos archenemy. A sarcastic smile appeared on Valis's lips. It seems this sector is truly not peaceful. There are only a few major powers in the galaxy, and now, they've all gathered in this sector. She counted on her fingers. The orcs and necrons are reenacting the war in heaven, humans and the chaos archenemy are going back and forth, plus me, an Eldar. Valis shook her head. The major races of the galaxy have all arrived. Although she teased him, Valis did not refuse Chen Xi's request. She rose and motioned for Chen Xi to follow, leading him to the governor's office's psychic chamber, which she had modified. The walls were covered with Eldar runes, and the air was filled with a faint scent of spices. As an experienced Eldar seer, Valis did not need complex rituals to aid her divination. Normally, she only needed a thought, and the required information would flood her mind like a tide. But for this prophecy involving the chaos archenemy, she cautiously took out a set of spirit bone runes and arranged them in a precise circle in the center of the room. Predicting the future is not difficult for us, the real challenge lies in discerning what is inevitable and what is merely possible. Valis explained as she set up the ritual, her fingers tracing above the runes, leaving a trail of psychic sparks. Especially when Psianch daemon might be involved, the vision of the future becomes exceptionally complex. Valis gracefully knelt in the center of the rune circle. Her slender fingers were slightly parted, her palms pressing down virtually above the spirit bone runes that emitted a faint blue light. As she gradually entered a meditative state, the ancient runes began to flicker like stars, casting shifting light and shadows in the dim room. The air in the room suddenly became viscous, as if solidified by some invisible force. Chen Xi could feel each breath becoming unusually heavy, and a peculiar static electricity permeated the air, making his skin tingle slightly. Valis's silver-white long hair moved without wind, slowly floating behind her, with tiny psychic sparks dancing among the strands. A faint purple halo gradually formed around the seer. At first, it was just a thin layer, but it quickly expanded into a translucent energy barrier. Strange runes and patterns continuously flowed on the surface of the halo, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, as if displaying countless possible future fragments. Chen Xi noticed Valis's brows slightly furrowing. Her eyes, sparkling with psychic energy, had completely turned into a brilliant purple, reflecting rapidly flashing images in her pupils. The temperature of the entire room seemed to be slowly dropping. Chen Xi could see his own breath forming white mist. The psychic candles placed around the rune circle suddenly burned fiercely, but their flames strangely appeared an eerie blue, and they didn't flicker at all, as if frozen in time and space. Valis's lips began to tremble slightly, as if she was silently chanting some ancient prophetic incantation. Chen Xi felt his temples throbbing, and an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the entire room. He did not disturb Valis's ritual, but simply stood quietly at the edge of the room, waiting for the truth revealed by this divination. Chapter 359, Divination Results. While Chen Xi was using the ancient rituals of the Eldar Seer to uncover the truth, 32 and his group were still continuing their dangerous investigation in the gloomy underground world of the Star Sector capital Hive City. Lu Yi's analysis opened up new avenues for the team. He proposed that whether the mastermind was Psianch or Kern, their actions would inevitably leave tangible traces in the material world. This perspective allowed the team to stop dwelling on guessing the identities of the Chaos Gods and instead focus all their energy on collecting practical clues, significantly improving their efficiency. 32 and Gutierrez were leading their respective teams in a meticulous sweep of the bottom nest. As a mechanical sage, 32 had completely taken control of the entire Bloodfinger gang and its territory with the assistance of a legal department special agent. The Department of Justice Commissioner had also specifically dispatched a squad of elite Hive City enforcers to assist in the operation. They secretly conducted a meticulous sweep of various areas within the Bloodfinger gang's sphere of influence, with particular focus on areas where frequent disappearances had recently occurred. Through secret interrogations of several Bloodfinger gang mid-level leaders and touts active in the black market, 32 gradually pieced together fragmented intelligence clues. Despite the limited effective information obtained, 32 successfully clarified the internal situation of the Bloodfinger gang and purged the controlled gang members, ensuring the Bloodfinger gang was completely under his control. At the same time, Gutierrez led the Astartes warriors through the intricate alleys of the bottom nest. These battle-hardened warriors, following the clues previously provided by Gross, launched lightning-fast raids on several suspicious gathering places and hidden strongholds. They confiscated a large number of heretical documents and discovered traces of what appeared to be chaos rituals in an abandoned factory. On the other side, Mai and Twilight took a completely different investigative path. They chose to gradually advance upwards from the lower hive, following the trail of gang activities and tracking every trace left by the Blood Oath Society. This seemingly abnormal investigative direction was actually well thought out. They keenly observed that lower hive gangs often maintained intricate connections with upper nest dignitaries through smuggling, bribery, and other means, some were even simply black hands cultivated by upper nest nobles, and this kind of grey link between levels was highly likely to be a channel for infiltration by the forces behind the scenes. Although the Inquisition's intelligence clearly indicated that the Hand of Redemption was controlled by the Blood Oath Society, and Twilight discovered many discrepancies after cross-referencing multiple sources of information. As a branch of the ecclesiarchy, the Blood Oath Society already possessed well-established religious facilities, a large number of loyal followers, and even directly governed certain districts through religious judicial power in the lower hive. They could have obtained the mutants and criminal samples needed for their experiments through legitimate channels such as sermons, shelters, or religious trials, and there was no need to risk supporting a gang organization. Moreover, according to informant testimonies and financial transaction records, the interaction pattern between the two was more like an equal partnership of resource sharing, rather than a simple superior-subordinate relationship. Based on these findings, Twilight and Mai decided to conduct a reverse investigation along the Blood Oath Society's original activity trajectory. They first visited the districts the society once controlled, cautiously conversing with local residents and low-ranking clergy to gather verbal testimonies, then they reviewed case files sealed by the Department of Justice, searching for abnormal cases related to the society in those blood-stained dossiers. Finally, they even risked infiltrating several sealed society facilities, using portable scanners to search for possible data fragments and hidden documents in dusty secret rooms. As the investigation deepened, a faint chain of clues gradually emerged. Their gaze pierced through the mists of the lower hive, finally settling on the glamorous areas of the upper nest, attempting to uncover the true manipulator hidden behind the Blood Oath Society. Some evidence suggested that this mastermind might be lurking within the planetary governor's court circles. While his companions were making progress, Chen Xi also received new prophetic revelations from Valis' divination. According to the divination results, there is no trace of Xianch daemon involvement. Valis first confirmed the question Chen Xi was most concerned about. Hearing this answer, Chen Xi breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then, Valis added, however, your speculation is correct, 2 Kern demon princes are indeed involved behind this. The vessel cultivated by the Unseen Brotherhood is already sufficient to contain Zanazdi's power. He is actively seeking reincarnation to restore his full power. She paused, her tone becoming even more solemn. If no one stops him, then during the next eclipse in the Mariupol sector capital, he will complete his reincarnation, fully recover his Daemon Prince power, and descend into the material universe once more. That sounds like a bad situation. Chen Xi took this result very seriously, but his expression remained calm, seemingly not surprised. After all, this largely aligned with his judgment based on Ahriman's investigation, only lacking conclusive evidence before. And now, Valis's prophecy just confirmed his speculation. Valis was not surprised by his reaction, she merely nodded and continued, as you expected, Zanazdi's brother and mortal enemy the Daemon Prince Musweg is also currently active in the Star Sector capital. Your acolyte will discover his whereabouts and reach an agreement with him. Musweg's goal is to eliminate Zanazdi, and Zanazdi also wants to get rid of him. Valis's voice deepened, and your choice will determine which of these 2 Daemon Princes survives. My decision? So, I can eliminate one of them. A glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. If he could take this opportunity to get rid of a Daemon Prince, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Your choice not only determines who survives, but more importantly, the one who survives, will be dominated by you. When Valis said this, her body involuntarily trembled, as if the prophecy she had just seen had shown her some extremely terrifying images, leaving her still with lingering fear. However, Chen Xi seemed oblivious to her unusual reaction, merely continuing to ask calmly, besides that, anything else? Also, Valis took a deep breath, you will use the one who survives to completely end this war and destroy those 2 colliding planets. The prophecy ended, and Chen Xi fell into contemplation. He needed to carefully weigh the possibilities brought by Valis's prophecy and consider how to utilize the key information mentioned within it to achieve his goals. However, he still asked Valis one last question, how do I use the surviving Daemon Prince to solve the Necrons and Orcs problem? Chapter 360, Daemon Prince. Did that bean sprout seer really say that? In Chen Xi's living room, Mai asked Chen Xi while chugging a can of cola. Chen Xi had just informed everyone of Valis's divination results, and everyone was somewhat surprised by them. If this divination result is true, then things are pretty much as we deduced before. It's all those 2 Kern demon princes causing trouble. Gutierrez analyzed the current situation, then asked the others, so, what should we do next? Chen Xi looked at his friends, thought for a moment, and said, according to the prophecy, you will encounter Muswag, then cooperate with him, ultimately leading to a duel between the 2 Daemon princes. And it looks like Zanazdi will successfully reincarnate, at which point 2 Daemon princes will appear simultaneously in the Star Sector capital, which is not a good thing. A Daemon prince might not cause an entire planet to fall just by appearing, like a greater daemon, but there is no doubt that in the Chaos faction, a Daemon Prince is in existence on the same level as a Chaos Greater Daemon. However, Greater Demons are native species of the Warp, essentially more akin to avatars or fragments of the Chaos Gods. Their power comes from the Chaos Gods, and the Chaos Gods can reclaim their power at any time. In fact, if the Chaos Gods wished, they could easily kill a Greater Daemon. But even if the Chaos Gods can easily create a new Greater Daemon, it is very difficult to obtain a powerful and high-quality Greater Daemon. The most representative example is undoubtedly Kern. Ever since Scarbrand was incited by Xianch, ambushed Kern with an axe from behind, and then chickened out, being driven out of the Blood God's domain by Kern, Kern has not had any particularly useful Greater Demons under him. This is also why jokes about Kern coveting the great angel and wanting to drain the gotcha pool started circulating. After all, honestly speaking, the pure holy essence, comparable to the butcher's nails wetware, simply cannot compare to the primarches obtained by the other 3 chaos gods. In fact, even this thing was forced upon Kern by others, rather than something Kern desired himself. Also, because Kern's primary preference is for warriors, most of the daemon princes under Kern are master killers, without many outstanding abilities. And the only one who seems capable, Karn, for various reasons, can only remain a Kern champion and cannot ascend to become a daemon prince. A daemon prince is a process by which ordinary mortals, by pleasing the chaos gods, receive their blessings, ascending from a mere mortal to an immortal warp creature. Generally speaking, as long as your actions align with the respective domains represented by the chaos gods, and you offer enough sacrifices to please the chaos gods, you can receive blessings and become an immortal daemon prince. However, for various reasons, Typhus, Ahriman, Lucius, and Karn, these 4 chosen champions of the chaos gods, can never ascend to become daemon princes. No matter how many deeds they accomplish for the chaos gods, or how many worlds and beings they sacrifice, they will always be confined to the position of chosen champion, unable to ascend to become a daemon prince. But I digress, back to the main topic. If a daemon prince truly descends upon a planet, and no force can stop him, then the fate of that planet will be incredibly tragic. All living beings will be slaughtered, their souls sacrificed to the chaos gods, becoming a feast for the ruinous powers. Even more terrifying, under the continuous erosion of chaos energy, even the planet itself will gradually be swallowed by the warp. And if 2 daemon princes descend simultaneously, then the situation becomes even more desperate. Unless these 2 daemon princes happen to belong to different factions, for example, one is Kern's favorite, and the other is Nurgle's messenger, and they also have irreconcilable conflicts, then perhaps the living beings on the planet might get a moment of respite. Otherwise, 2 daemon princes working together are enough to completely destroy a prosperous imperial world in a short time. Their destructive power is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but rather increases exponentially. One must know that the reason these daemon princes are able to gain the favor of the ruinous powers and ascend is built upon countless piles of bones. Taking the bloodthirsty Kern as an example, to gain the approval of the blood god, you must prove your worth with endless slaughter. If you cannot personally chop off the heads of tens of billions of beings on a planet and stain the entire land with blood, you don't even have the qualifications to be looked at by Kern. Although everyone says the blood god is generous as long as you kill fiercely and ruthlessly enough, he will bestow blessings whether you want them or not. But to ascend to a true daemon prince, a mere few million lives are far from enough. Destroying a planet is merely the most basic pledge of allegiance. Fortunately, the 2 daemon princes Chen Xi and his group have to deal with are just 2 minor daemon princes, and both are in incomplete states and are hostile to each other, so solving them won't be as troublesome. Then which one do we choose? According to the prophecy, the one Chen Xi chooses will eliminate the other. 32 looked at Chen Xi, asking him what he planned to do. Of the 2 daemon princes, one has already lost its physical form and most of its power in the real world, leaving only a demon tooth, but is actively seeking reincarnation. Once the reincarnation succeeds, even if the opponent cannot exert the combat power a daemon prince should have, he will certainly not be an easy enemy to deal with. The other is relatively complete, maintaining a complete material form while also retaining most of a daemon prince's power. And when one of them kills the other, the one who survives will reclaim his power and return to Kern's domain, regaining the power a complete daemon prince should possess. Although the prophecy showed that Chen Xi ultimately successfully resolved all problems, it did not mention any losses or costs. No one could guarantee that after finally resolving all problems, the Mariupol sector capital would not suffer huge losses. Therefore, how to choose a cooperation partner is a matter that requires very careful consideration. However, Chen Xi had already made a decision regarding this question. Choose Musewag, he has been cursed by Kern, and anyone killed directly or indirectly because of him will lead to his failure, Chen Xi stated his decision. This is also the premise for cooperating with him. Prepare 1 or 2 mortals. If he doesn't agree to cooperate or intends to play tricks, just kill someone directly. Chapter 361, Deepening the Investigation. Upon receiving the prophetic intelligence, 32 and Gutierrez immediately initiated a cleansing operation. 32 commanded the modified Bloodfinger gang members via control chips, coordinating with the Marshal Squad to raid the cult's stronghold. The gang members, transformed into semi-mechanical warriors, their eyes glowing red, armed with welding torches and cutting saws, silently surged towards their first target, the cult stronghold located beneath an abandoned water purification plant. The Department of Justice Marshal Squad followed closely behind. As the vanguard crashed through the rusted metal door, they were met with a barrage of frantic lasgun fire. 5 cultists, their chests branded with the mark of a bloody hand, stubbornly resisted from behind piles of pipes. Purification protocol initiated, 32's mechanical voice echoed coldly through the comms channel. The modified warriors immediately raised their left arms, and flamethrowers mounted on their wrists spewed out scorching promerthium flames. Amidst screams, 2 cultists, engulfed in flames, stumbled out of cover, only to be precisely headshot by the marshal's bolters. The air was instantly filled with the smell of charred flesh and the pungent odor characteristic of burning promerthium. Suddenly, an unnatural tremor came from the ground. Almost simultaneously, the sewage pool in the center of the purification plant exploded, and a 3-meter-tall, crimson-skinned mutant roared as it leaped out. Its deformed right arm ended not in a hand, but in a massive axe grown from bone. "It's a mutant!" The marshal captain roared, ordering a retreat. But it was too late. With a single charge, the monster sent 3 modified warriors flying, their metal bodies twisting and deforming upon impact, electrical sparks and hydraulic fluid spewing from their ruptured joints. Just as the mutant raised its bone axe, preparing to strike, the ceiling suddenly burst open. The Astartes squad led by Gutierrez descended like a divine punishment, his great forging axe gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the dim light, its blade shimmering with electricity, as he slammed it down onto the mutant. 10 bolters fired simultaneously, and dense explosions erupted countless blood blossoms on the monster's body. The mutant let out a painful howl, turning to swing its axe at the nearest warrior. Gutierrez braced himself, and the servo systems of his power armor hummed lowly. He gripped the great forging axe with both hands, delivering a powerful horizontal slash at the mutant's waist. The axe blade collided with the monster's exoskeleton, instantly erupting in blinding sparks, and the heavy axe body forced the mutant to stumble backward. For the Emperor. Gutierrez stood his ground, the muscles in his arms bulging under the power armor's assistance. The great forging axe traced a deadly arc from bottom to top, colliding with the bone axe in midair. With a deafening explosion, the mutant's weapon was snapped in two. Gutierrez seized the opportunity, lunged forward, and the great axe, carrying immense force, slashed diagonally downward, directly cleaving the abominable creature in two from shoulder to waist. Filthy black blood gushed from the wound, staining the accumulated water a bizarre purplish black. Gutierrez shook the foul blood from his great forging axe, the electricity on its blade flashing briefly. 32 assessed the battle situation through images transmitted by the servitors, her mechanical eye constantly flickering as it analyzed data. Continue advancing. She commanded all units. According to intelligence, the main altar is on the lower level. At her command, the cleansing force reassembled, stepping over the corpses of cultists and mutants, pressing deeper into the darker reaches of the bottom nest. Meanwhile, Mai and Twilight, guided by the prophecy, began to investigate the power behind the Hand of Redemption. The two men sat opposite each other in an archive room piled with data slates, the blue light of holographic projections illuminating their grave faces. These archives have been tampered with, Twilight said, tapping the table with his knuckles, his metallic eye flickering. Key information has been cleverly dispersed across different dossiers. Mai looked up from a pile of holographic recorders, projecting several documents side by side, but all clues point in the same direction: the von Kleist family of the upper nest. The investigation revealed that this ancient noble family, outwardly engaged in the medical industry, had in fact long funded the Blood Oath Society's mutation reversal research. Twilight pulled up a fund flow chart, a complex network interwoven in the air. Twilight accessed the financial database and displayed a holographic projection of the von Kleist family's financial movements over the past 5 years. A complex network of companies shimmered in the air, like a meticulously woven spider web. Look here, Twilight zoomed in on one node, New Dawn Biotechnology, ostensibly a company developing new medical prosthetics, but in reality, its funds ultimately flowed to the Blood Oath Society's genetic restructuring project. Mai frowned, but the funding suddenly stopped 3 months ago. No, it didn't stop, it redirected. Twilight quickly manipulated the interface, pulling up a new data chain. The funds were reshuffled and injected into the Hand of Redemption's account through another shell company, Holy Scar Medical. Mai narrowed his eyes. Holy Scar Medical, that name sounds familiar. He pulled up recent news. Wait, this company was just exposed last month for an experimental accident where 3 researchers died, but the investigation report was vague. Coincidence? I don't believe it, Twilight sneered. Mai pulled up all accidental death cases related to the Hand of Redemption and began cross-referencing them. All the deceased have one thing in common: they all received special treatment from the von Kleist medical group. He pointed to the holographic archives. Some were genetic optimization treatments, some were neural enhancement surgeries, and a few even underwent psychological evaluations. Twilight flipped through one of the autopsy reports. The causes of death vary: cardiac arrest, cerebral hemorrhage, organ failure, but the autopsies all mentioned one detail: trace amounts of an unknown compound remained in the deceased's bodies. Like some kind of biological marker. Mai speculated. Or some kind of trigger. Twilight pulled up records of surveillance interference. Before each death, the surveillance would show static, as if some energy field interfered with electronic devices. These clues aren't difficult to find. Why has the Inquisition done nothing? Mai questioned. Twilight sneered. 2 possibilities: either they were misled, or someone internal deliberately suppressed the investigation. If it's the latter, then contacting the Inquisition directly would be walking into a trap. Mai pondered for a moment. Let's not tip them off yet, we'll investigate ourselves. The von Kleist family must have a breakthrough point. Twilight nodded. Start with their medical center. No, too obvious. Mai pulled up a file. Check this first. The surviving researcher from Holy Scar Medical, it said he had a mental breakdown after leaving and has been in a sanatorium in the lower hive. Twilight grinned. Looks like we'll have to visit this informant. Chapter 362 Chaos Spawn. 32 and Gutierrez led their respective kill teams, following Gross's clues, deep into the bottom nest's abandoned industrial zone. This place was once an important stronghold of the Hand of Redemption, but now only ruins and an eerie silence remained. The air was filled with the stench of decay and rusted metal, occasionally punctuated by the low growls of mutants, like beasts in the darkness preying on their victims. Psyker readings abnormal. 32's bionic eye glowed coldly as it scanned the surroundings. The warp fluctuations in this area are extremely unstable. There might be a psyker active. Gutierrez gripped his bolter, stating in a deep voice, "Proceed with caution, mutant psykers are more dangerous than ordinary enemies." The team continued forward, passing through rusted metal corridors and collapsed pipes, the air thick with the putrid smell of rotting flesh mixed with industrial waste. Suddenly, the path opened up. A modified mutant settlement came into view. Dozens of crude shacks were haphazardly built among the discarded mechanical wreckage, pieced together from rags, scrap metal, and mutated creature hides. In the center stood a twisted altar, piled with rusted metal and human bones, its surface carved with blasphemous runes, each incision oozing dark red blood. Around the altar lay scattered rotten meat and dried entrails, flies buzzing around, and a nauseatingly sweet, fishy smell hung in the air. The mutants prostrated themselves before the altar, their hunched bodies grotesquely twisted. Some had humped backs, others had extra joints growing from their arms, and their skin was covered in pustules and wriggling tumors. They chanted prayers to chaos in hoarse, frenzied voices, like a morbid chorus. When the spotlight beam swept over them, their eyes reflected a bestial red glow, like predators lurking in the darkness. Prepare for assault. Gutierrez's voice was low and hard in the comms channel. The Astartes warriors silently fanned out, like shadows taking up high ground. Broken beams, collapsed concrete blocks, rusted pipes. Behind every cover, a fully armed death angel lurked. 32's mechanical tentacles gently swayed as 4 automated combat drones, under her control, quietly took their positions, their cannons locked onto the altar, servo systems emitting a faint hum. The battle erupted instantly. The first roar of a bolter tore through the silence, and the upper body of a mutant kneeling on the outermost perimeter exploded into a bloody mist, shattered bones and flesh splattering onto the altar. Immediately after, a dense hail of bolts poured down like rain, tearing the mutants to shreds before they could even react. An Astartes warrior leaped down from above, his power sword flashing, cleaving a fleeing mutant in half at the waist, foul blood splashing onto the rusted ground. 32's automated combat drones opened fire, the roar of heavy bolters deafening, bullets piercing through the shack's rags and sheet metal, tearing apart the mutants hiding within. One drone raised its multi-barreled meltagun, and a searing white stream of plasma swept across, instantly vaporizing the bones and meat piled next to the altar, along with 2 screaming mutants, turning them into charcoal. However, the mutants' fanaticism was not broken by fear. The survivors let out inhuman howls, grabbing rusted knives, axes, and homemade lasguns, frantically charging at the invaders. Their movements were bizarre and swift, their deformed limbs bursting with incredible strength, but against the Astartes' steel tide, their resistance was like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gutierrez shattered the skull of an oncoming mutant with a single shot, then backhanded another enemy, caving in his chest. Blood and shattered bones splattered on his armor, staining his black power armor dark red. Within mere seconds, the settlement had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. However, just as the team was about to clear the settlement, a blinding psyker light erupted from behind the altar. A tall mutant psyker stepped forward, his arms mutated into twisted tentacles, and violent psyker lightning crackled around him. Foolish mortals! You dare disturb the sacred ritual! The psyker's voice was like grinding metal, harsh and distorted. He raised a hand, and a psyker storm swept forth, knocking 2 Astartes warriors flying, sending them crashing heavily into a wall. 32 immediately activated defensive protocols, her automated combat drones unleashing full firepower, attempting to suppress the psyker. However, the opponent's psyker shield was indestructible, bullets and energy beams were easily deflected. Gutierrez roared, swinging his power sword and charging forward, but he was repelled by the psyker's psyker blast, leaving a scorched mark on his chest plate. His power is increasing. 32 noticed the anomaly, psyker readings were skyrocketing, he's overdrawing his life force. The psyker's body began to convulse violently, his skin rippling and bulging like boiling wax, countless tumors wriggling madly beneath his skin, as if thousands of parasites were gnawing at his flesh. His bones emitted a horrifying cracking sound, his spine twisted and elongated, and his shoulder blades pierced through his skin, folding outwards like deformed wings. Inhuman shrieks squeezed from his throat, his vocal cords long since torn, leaving only the piercing hum of chaos energy reverberating in his vocal cavity. Suddenly, his eyeballs burst, black pus blood streaming down his cheeks, replaced by 2 burning orbs of psyker flame. Rifts in the warp tore open around him, purple-black energy coiling around his body like tentacles, dragging him little by little into the abyss. His flesh began to swell, merge, and reorganize, his arms split into several slimy tentacles, his lower limbs collapsed into thick columns of flesh, and sharp white bone spikes protruded from his back. Amidst a heart-wrenching scream, his head finally exploded, replaced by a massive maw filled with spiral teeth. His body completely disintegrated, then instantly reformed into a gigantic chaos spawn, a 3-meter-tall deformed mass of flesh embedded with eyeballs and fangs, with a dozen tentacles flailing wildly, each ending in claws or suckers. Corrosive mucus constantly seeped from its body, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground, emitting pungent yellow smoke. The chaos spawn let out a deafening roar, the sound wave carrying a psyker shockwave that blew away all nearby shacks. It swung its tentacles, slamming them violently into the ground, causing the entire area to tremble violently, cracks spreading like a spider web. One tentacle swept across, directly smashing an automated combat drone in half, sparks and hydraulic fluid spraying out. Another tentacle coiled around an Astartes warrior, flinging him hard against a wall, his power armor denting and deforming from the impact. 32's bolter roared, unleashing a torrent of fire, but when the bullets penetrated the chaos spawn's flesh, they were directly swallowed by the writhing tissue, leaving not even a scratch. Gutierrez swung his power sword and charged forward, the blade severing 2 tentacles, but more twisted fleshy growths instantly regenerated from the severed ends. The chaos spawn's massive maw suddenly opened, spewing a psyker storm. Gutierrez was thrown back by the impact, crashing heavily into the ruins, his helmet display flashing red damage warnings. The entire settlement was on the verge of collapse, the ceiling crumbling under the tearing force of the Psyker storm, steel bars and concrete blocks raining down. 32's mechanical tentacles rapidly calculated an escape route, but all directions were blocked by writhing flesh and Psyker turbulence. Every one of the Chaos Spawn's eyeballs was locked onto her, the mucus dripping from its huge maw corroding deep pits into the ground. In desperation, she gripped the plasma pistol in her hand, the humming sound of the energy core overloading ringing in her ears. This was her last resort. Chapter 363, The Lower Hive Sanatorium. Just as 32's plasma pistol was on the verge of overloading and exploding, the entire space suddenly solidified for an instant. Strange ripples appeared in the air, as if reality itself had been forcibly torn open by some power. A pale blue flame descended like a meteor, precisely striking the Chaos Spawn's head. The flame was not ordinary fire, but destructive energy composed purely of warp, instantly searing most of the monster's eyes and tentacles on its body. The Chaos Spawn let out a painful shriek, instinctively recoiling backward, and viscous black blood gushed from its wounds, only to be completely evaporated by the warp flame in midair. Space at the edge of the battlefield twisted and fluctuated, and Ahriman's figure suddenly appeared as if stepping out of a water curtain. He wore black and white power armor, with golden runes embedded on it flickering with his breath, shining like stars. Under the massive horned helmet, his eyes, burning with warp fire, gazed coldly at the Chaos Spawn before him. The staff in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, and the ancient script engraved on its shaft lit up one by one, as if chanting some language beyond the mundane. Stand back. Ahriman's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, exploding directly in everyone's mind. 32 felt her mechanical nerves tremble under this voice. She immediately controlled the remaining intelligent combat automatons to retreat, while simultaneously pulling up the fallen Gutierrez. Ahriman's hands rapidly formed seals, each gesture leaving a warp afterimage in the air, forming complex patterns. The incantations he recited were obscure and difficult to understand, yet they caused the surrounding air to resonate and vibrate. Warp energy furiously gathered in his palm, gradually solidifying into a 2-meter-long, dazzling spear of light. The spear's shaft was entwined with countless tiny runic chains, emitting a grating hum. The Chaos Spawn seemed to sense a fatal threat. It frantically flailed its remaining tentacles, wanting to escape, but Ahriman merely waved his hand, and the pale blue warp flames transformed into chains, firmly binding the monster in place. Return to nothingness, twisted abomination. As Ahriman's cold judgment was pronounced, the spear of light transformed into a streak of light, precisely piercing the Chaos Spawn's core. The moment it struck, countless tiny runic chains burst forth from the wound, rapidly growing and covering the monster's entire body in the blink of an eye. The Chaos Spawn let out one last heart-wrenching wail. Its body began to disintegrate from within, flesh and blood peeling off like weathered sand sculptures. The parts entwined by the runic chains were the first to turn to ash, followed by tentacles, eyeballs, fangs. Finally, this terrifying creation completely dissipated in the warp flames, leaving not even a speck of ash. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence, with only the runes on Ahriman's staff still emitting a faint glow. He slowly turned, his gaze briefly lingering on 32 and Gutierrez. There was neither concern nor disdain in his eyes, only unfathomable tranquility. Dash. The metal exterior walls of the Grey Dove Sanatorium glowed with an eerie dark red rust under the dim lights of the lower hive, like congealed bloodstains. This 6-story building outwardly appeared no different from other medical facilities in the lower hive. The words Grey Dove Rehabilitation Center were faintly discernible on the rusted sign, and even a faint light was on in the guard booth at the entrance. Move out. At Mai and Twilight's command, the two kill teams dispersed like shadows. They deliberately avoided the main entrance's surveillance, choosing to infiltrate separately through the side fire escape and ventilation shafts. Warp readings are abnormal. Mai's suppressed voice came through the communicator, accompanied by faint static. The entire building is enveloped by some kind of energy field. My Psyker's perception is severely interfered with. He raised his hand, signaling the team to stop, while the Psyker in the team carefully examined the surroundings. Twilight adjusted the multispectral vision device on her head, her mechanical eye emitting a faint hum. Surface temperature is normal, but... She switched to a special frequency, then suddenly gasped. Under the special frequency scan, the walls were covered with warp etchings invisible to the naked eye. The glowing patterns slowly wriggled on the walls like living things, forming dizzying, bizarre designs. This isn't an ordinary sanatorium. She warned in a low voice, her voice entering each team member's ear through the encrypted channel. This place has been transformed into some kind of ritual site. Stay vigilant, there might be. Before she finished speaking, a dull thud suddenly came from underground. The two teams immediately went into combat readiness, the click of weapon safeties being disengaged simultaneously echoing clearly in the silence. When Mai's team followed the stairs to the second basement level, the sight before them caused even these battle-hardened warriors to freeze. By the Emperor! A team member gasped, his gun-holding hands trembling uncontrollably. Dozens of corpses in patient gowns were neatly arranged along both sides of the corridor, each corpse's forehead marked with the same 8-pointed star symbol. Even more bizarrely, these corpses all maintained a standard kneeling posture, their withered fingers crossed over their chests, as if performing some devout prayer. Most chillingly, their mouths were frozen in perfectly identical smiles. Life signs detected. The team's medic suddenly shouted, the biological scanner emitting a rapid beep-beep sound. Third room on the right. Suddenly, a piercing static came through the communicator, like some inhuman shriek. When the signal returned, Mai's voice became unusually urgent, survivor found. Karl Veen is alive. But his condition isn't right. In the dim ward, they found Karl restrained on a specialized medical bed. The former researcher was now skin and bones, but what was most unsettling were his eyes. His irises had completely turned dark red, and his pupils had constricted into thin slits. When the flashlight beam hit his face, his lips slowly parted, revealing the same eerie smile as the corpses in the corridor. When Twilight arrived, the sight before her made her grip her plasma pistol tightly. The former researcher, Karl Veen, was restrained on a specialized operating table. His skin was covered with wriggling black patterns, which formed dizzying chaos runes. They planted a seed inside me. Karl suddenly opened his eyes, his once blue pupils now glowing with an eerie red light. When the eclipse comes, he will. The entire building suddenly shook violently. All the emergency lights on the walls exploded, replaced by blood-red warp flames. Karl's body began to twist unnaturally, the black patterns rapidly covering his entire body like living things. Retreat! Retreat immediately! My roared, this is a trap. Chapter 364, Various Factions in Action. In the study of the von Kleist family's manor in the upper nest, Count Hermann von Kleist leaned elegantly against his ancestral oak desk. A vintage brass desk lamp cast a warm glow on the dark red velvet tablecloth, illuminating the antique regicide chess piece he was toying with in his hand. The chess piece was exquisitely carved from black marble, with every detail of the king's statue rendered lifelike. What a perfect layout! Hermann said in his elegant high Gothic accent, his slender fingers gently placing the chess piece on the edge of the holographic projection. The projection displayed a three-dimensional map of the entire Hive City, and the chess piece corresponded precisely to the location of the Grey Dove Sanatorium. My dear Inquisitor Craig probably hasn't realized yet, he took a sip of the amber liquor in his crystal glass, that every step he takes is within the chess game that the von Kleist family has been planning for generations. Old consultant Stephen, dressed in a traditional butler's uniform, bowed slightly, his silver-grey temples gleaming softly under the light. Master, we just received news. His voice was low and restrained. The Hive City Department of Justice has mobilized 3 elite enforcer squads, and the Inquisition's armed forces are also assembling. Upon hearing this news, Hermann raised his hand and pressed the chess piece firmly onto the ivory-inlaid chessboard, making a crisp sound. Let them go. His voice maintained the composure typical of a noble, but every word was as sharp as an ice pick. When the eclipse is complete. He elegantly pushed the chess piece across the entire board. This 300-year-long game of chess will usher in its grandest endgame. A hint of worry flashed in old butler Stephen's eyes, but it quickly returned to professional calm. Those subordinate organizations of the family. They are merely chess pieces to be captured on the board. Hermann gently swirled the crystal glass, watching the liquor form a perfect vortex within it. Just as my grandfather used to say, to win a game of chess, one must be willing to sacrifice a few good pieces. The second basement level of the Grey Dove Sanatorium was permeated with decaying dampness. The rust on the walls gleamed dark red under the beam of a tactical flashlight, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of rust mixed with blood. As My and Twilight's team stepped into the corridor, their tactical boots made a squelching echo on the waterlogged floor. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the shadows, like countless claws scraping on metal surfaces, sending shivers down their spines. Dozens of Kern cultists poured out from ventilation shafts and wall cracks, their bodies covered in dark red war paint, their throats emitting bestial growls, wielding jagged cleavers and crude chain axes. Their eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty fanaticism, as if they could not wait to offer blood sacrifices to their god. It's a trap, as expected. My's cold laugh echoed in the confined space, his finger lightly pressing the trigger of his plasma pistol. The gun hummed and glowed with a ghostly blue light, illuminating the cultists' hideous faces opposite him. No wonder someone was eager for us to stop. They were afraid we'd overturn the chessboard. Twilight did not respond. His multispectral vision device glowed coldly in the darkness, and the muzzle of his modified bolter adjusted slightly as his gaze locked on. The cultists at the forefront of the encirclement suddenly let out a war cry, waving their weapons and charging madly. Their charge was disorganized but filled with pure murderous intent. Fire, he roared, and gunshots erupted almost simultaneously. The heads of 3 cultists exploded in response, dark red blood splattering like fountains on the walls, staining the rust an even deeper color. However, more fanatics trampled over their comrades' corpses, continuing their charge, their roars echoing in the narrow corridor as if endlessly. Execute fallback plan. Twilight suddenly raised his voice, pressing the button on his waist heavily. The entire building plunged into a deathly silence, the emergency lighting system instantly cut off, leaving only the muzzle flashes of bolters and the blue light of plasma weapons flickering in the darkness. The cultists' war cries were torn apart by the roar of bolters as soon as they began, and crimson trajectories wove a net of fire in the pitch black, tearing the charging enemies to shreds. My's team had already set up interference devices around the building, and now piercing shrieks penetrated the walls, causing a brief disruption in the cultists' charge. Their war cries turned into angry roars, but they could not stop the deadly curtain of fire from continuing to reap. Get out with the people! Twilight roared amidst the hail of bullets. 2 team members propped up the unconscious researcher and rushed towards the emergency exit. The fanatics' blades had just grazed their shoulder armor when they were incinerated into molten metal by plasma beams. My fired as he retreated, the blue light spewing from his gun tracing deadly arcs in the darkness. Tell your master, he grinned at a surveillance camera somewhere on the ceiling, the blue light from his gun flaring, it's time for someone else to take the pieces in this game. The blast wave from the explosion knocked over the last few charging cultists, and the shockwave shattered the glass on both sides of the corridor, scattering fragments like rain. When the smoke cleared, the corridor was left with only scattered broken weapons and charred remains, as well as a huge hole in the wall melted through by a plasma beam, with cold wind howling in from outside. In a secret stronghold of the Inquisition in the upper nest, dozens of holographic projection screens flickered beneath a dimly lit dome. Inquisitor Craig stood before the central control console, gazing at the main projection in front of him, which clearly displayed everything happening inside the Grey Dove Sanatorium. The von Kleist family is too confident. Inquisitor Craig's voice held a cold laugh, the projection's light casting shifting shadows on his sharply defined face. They thought they could hold us back with a few cultists, thought they controlled everything. He suddenly paused, his gaze shifting to the other side of the command room. There, a large orrery was operating automatically, displaying the countdown to the impending eclipse. Acolyte Algernon hurried over, the information on his data pad constantly refreshing. Inquisitor, the von Kleist family's private guard is assembling at the manor. As expected, Inquisitor Craig sneered, but they don't know that we've already pinpointed the true ritual location. He raised his hand and enlarged the projection, the entire three-dimensional model rotated and unfolded, revealing the structural map of deeper underground. Algernon hesitated, those two investigators, won't they alert the enemy? After all, it's such a big commotion. They did very well. Inquisitor Craig's gaze fell on Mai's back in the projection, the young rogue trader precisely firing to open a retreat path for his teammates. They are indeed elite acolytes personally trained by Inquisitor Chen Xi, a rare hint of admiration surfaced in his tone. Sometimes, the most effective cover is a grand feigned attack. The Inquisitor suddenly turned and walked towards the communication console. When he spoke again, his voice abruptly became like ice. Notify all standby units to act immediately when the eclipse begins. Code name, Purifying Flame. Inquisitor Craig's lips curved into a dangerous arc. Remember, our target isn't those small fry, but the big fish hiding behind the scenes. Chapter 365, Ritual activated. In front of the von Kleist family mansion in the upper nest, Mai's chain swords buzzed shrilly as its serrated blade bit into the gilded main gate. With a harsh tearing sound of metal, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ornate gate panel. Mai roared, her power armor's servo system operating at full capacity, and with a fierce flick of her chain swords, the 3-meter-high gilded gate crashed down, heavily striking the marble steps and raising a cloud of dust mixed with metal fragments. Before the dust could settle, the crisp sound of lasguns being cocked came from inside the mansion. More than 20 private soldiers, clad in dark red bulletproof armor, swiftly emerged from behind the fountain and between the columns, their family crests glinting coldly in the sunlight. For the glory of the von Kleist family, the leading private soldier captain roared, raising his chain swords, and the private soldiers behind him immediately formed 3 ranks. The first knelt and aimed their lasguns, the second stood and aimed, and the chain swordsman in the third rank adopted a charging stance. Mai reacted even faster. He rolled sideways, taking cover behind the fallen gate panel, and simultaneously yelled into his communicator, disperse. Before he finished speaking, dozens of laser beams whistled in, burning charred holes into the gate panel remnants. Twilight led the other members of the kill team to quickly scatter, using the statues and fountains in the mansion's front yard as cover, and the roar of bolters immediately echoed through the courtyard. Department of Justice reinforcements have arrived, a team member's voice came through the communicator. 3 black-painted enforcer armored vehicles crashed through the mansion's exquisite wrought iron fence, their heavy treads crushing the meticulously trimmed bushes. The heavy bolter turrets on top of the armored vehicles began to rotate, their muzzles spitting deadly tongues of fire. Fully armed enforcers leaped from the rear of the vehicles, quickly deploying into combat formations in the mansion's front yard. Mai seized this opportunity, leaping out from behind cover. His chain swords violently collided with a private soldier's chain axe, sparks flying from where the teeth interlocked. Leveraging the advantage of her power armor, Mai exerted force, pushing the opponent back several steps, then delivered a sweeping blow, her chain swords directly slicing through the private soldier's bulletproof chest armor, and blood immediately splattered onto the marble sculpture. Twilight, meanwhile, led a team to flank from the side. His plasma pistol, with each shot, detonated a blue fireball within the private soldier formation, and the searing heat instantly turned the exquisite garden plants into charcoal. The Department of Justice enforcers steadily advanced, their heavy weapons quickly suppressing the private soldiers' gunfire. However, just as the battle seemed to be turning, the carved oak main door of the mansion's main building suddenly burst open with a muffled thud. A squad of elite private soldiers surged out like a tide, their weapons glinting with dangerous cold light. Even more unsettling, the group was mixed with several abnormally large warriors. These monsters' muscles were gnarled and twisted, straining their bulletproof armor with creaks, and their exposed skin was covered in bizarre blood-red patterns. Watch out for those big guys. Mai sharply warned over the communicator, while sidestepping a powerful, heavy swing of a chain axe. His chain swords clashed with an elite private soldier's weapon, sparks flying. Twilight, meanwhile, led the Department of Justice enforcers in forming a crossfire net, and amidst the roar of bolters, they steadily pushed deeper into the main building. But all of this was within Count Hermann's careful calculations. For 300 years, the von Kleist family, under the guise of hosting gladiatorial shows, operated a bloody gladiator arena beneath their mansion. Those carefully selected gladiators didn't know that every life or death struggle was a sacrificial ritual, and every fallen warrior, their blood and souls, were secretly offered to Kern. When Mai and the others rushed into the main hall, they found the ground suddenly beginning to sink. Accompanied by the roar of machinery, the entire hall floor slowly descended, revealing a vast underground space below. A heavy smell of blood and rust wafted up, and the ancient stone walls around were covered with layers of dried bloodstains, appearing eerily dark brown in the dim light. The ground was edged with blasphemous chaos runes, which glowed faintly red in the darkness, slowly pulsating as if alive. Welcome to the von Kleist family's gladiator arena, Count Hermann's voice came from above. He stood on an ornate viewing platform, holding a ritual dagger inlaid with rubies. With a gesture from him, the surrounding braziers suddenly ignited with blood-red flames, illuminating the entire underground space. These flames burned eerily still, emitting no heat whatsoever, but instead caused the temperature of the entire arena to plummet. My could see his breath condensing in front of him, and the bloodstains on the ground slowly writhed under the glow of these strange flames, flowing like living things towards the central altar. You will become the perfect sacrifices. The Count's voice suddenly became extraordinarily loud, and then he used the ritual dagger in his hand to cut his own palm, beginning to chant blasphemous incantations. As his incantations grew faster and faster, the shadows around him began to twist and deform. 8 gladiators slowly emerged from the dark passage, their figures nearly half again as tall as a normal person, their exposed skin covered with writhing blood vessels. Most terrifying were their eyes completely blood-red, their pupils contracted into thin slits, staring fixedly at their prey like beasts. Their weapons were no longer ordinary steel, but covered in a layer of dark red energy, each swing leaving a blood-red trail in the air. The ground suddenly cracked in several places, and 8 blood letters crawled out of the warp rifts. They let out piercing shrieks, brandishing their executioner greatswords and charging towards everyone, a bloody stench assailing them. The battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Though well-trained, the Department of Justice enforcers appeared so fragile before these monsters. One enforcer had just blown apart a gladiator's head with a bolter when he was cut in half at the waist by another gladiator's chain swords. The blood letters, meanwhile, weaved back and forth across the battlefield, their executioner greatswords easily tearing through the enforcer's bulletproof armor, each attack raising a spray of blood. My noticed that with each fallen warrior, the runes on the central altar would brighten a little. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, the gladiator arena's main gate was blown open. Inquisitor Craig led 20 Inquisitor elites clad in power armor, rushing in. Their weapons spat deadly tongues of fire, temporarily curbing the enemy's offensive. We've been tricked! Craig shouted to My amidst the hail of gunfire, look up. My looked up, and through the skylight, he saw 8 blood-red pillars of light shooting up from different directions across the entire sky of the upper nest. These light pillars intertwined in the sky, forming a Chaos 8-pointed star that covered the entire firmament. Most terrifyingly, with the appearance of the Chaos 8-pointed star, a shadow in the sky was devouring the sun, the eclipse had begun. We must break through! Twilight shouted while firing. But the defensive line formed by the gladiators and bloodletters was like an impenetrable fortress, every charge was repelled, and casualties were constantly mounting. Just as My was about to call Chen Xi for support, the entire gladiator arena suddenly shook violently. All the torches on the walls extinguished, and the light from the altar flickered erratically. The gladiators suddenly knelt down in pain, while the bloodletters let out angry roars. Now's our chance. Go. Craig seized the opportunity, leading the remaining forces towards the exit. When they finally rushed out of the gladiator arena, the passage behind them collapsed with a loud bang. But looking up, the 8-pointed star in the sky was still slowly rotating, and the eclipse was mostly complete. We lost this battle, My said hoarsely, wiping the blood from his face. In the distance, the first wave of birds corrupted by chaos energy had already begun to attack the civilian areas of the upper nest, the true disaster had only just begun. Chapter 366, all according to plan. Having escaped the von Kleist family estate, the group stopped in disarray on the dark streets, using collapsed walls and abandoned vehicles as cover for a brief respite. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the scorching scent of energy weapon residue, while the sounds of fighting and the soaring blood-red light from afar reminded them that things were getting worse. The Department of Justice's enforcers were almost completely wiped out, the survivors either leaning against walls bandaging wounds or silently checking their dwindling ammunition, their morale at rock bottom. Many of them had lost comrades who fought alongside them, their eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. My and Twilight's kill team also suffered losses, with several members falling in the fierce firefight. However, they still maintained a certain level of morale at this point, silently passing water bottles and power cells to each other, awaiting new orders. Inquisitor Craig's troops, on the other hand, suffered minimal losses because they were the last to enter the scene. His subordinates were cautiously spread out, maintaining their combat formation, clearly still wary of their surroundings. Craig himself stood beside a abandoned armored vehicle, calmly observing the changing enemy situation on his holographic map. Facing My and Twilight, who were frustrated by the failed attempt to stop the ritual, Inquisitor Craig put away his holographic projection, slowly walked towards them, and said, "You two did well. Don't be so discouraged, everything is according to plan." According to plan. My and Twilight exchanged glances, both reading the same doubt and wariness in each other's eyes. They recalled the various obstacles they had encountered during their previous investigations, the inexplicable archival lockdowns and operational interferences. My unhesitatingly raised her plasma pistol, the blue-white energy flickering slightly at the muzzle, pointing directly at Inquisitor Craig's chest. "Inquisitor, could you please explain what you mean by everything is according to plan?" Her voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet street. "When we were investigating the heretics before, we were constantly obstructed by the Inquisition. That must have been your doing, too, right?" The air seemed to freeze, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Twilight also quietly rested her hand on her bolter, her sharp gaze fixed on Craig. "I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I can only assume you have betrayed the Imperium." Mai's action immediately triggered a chain reaction. Craig's guards swiftly raised their weapons, and the members of the kill team immediately entered combat readiness. The two sides stood in tense confrontation, the mechanical sounds of weapons being cocked rising and falling, and the cold clanging of metal echoing in the narrow street. The hum of plasma weapons and the charging sound of bolters intertwined, every finger pressed tightly against a trigger, waiting for a single signal to erupt into a bloody shootout. The atmosphere on the street instantly became tense, the air seeming to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. The kill team warriors slightly lowered their stances, seeking cover, while the Inquisitor's guards maintained standard firing postures, their eyes locked on their opponents. A new conflict seemed imminent, needing only a spark to ignite this fatal misunderstanding. Put down your guns. Craig suddenly barked, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. His subordinates hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered their muzzles, but their wary gazes remained fixed on Mai and Twilight's people. The Inquisitor himself took a step forward, spreading his hands slightly, signaling he had no hostile intent. I imagine you didn't just investigate the von Kleist family, did you? His gaze swept between Mai and Twilight, his tone low and calm. How much do you know about the forces behind them? The Unseen Brotherhood? Or Zanesti? Mai asked, her question also an answer, but her muzzle was only slightly lowered, not completely disarmed. Twilight's finger still rested on the trigger guard, ready to raise her weapon again at any moment. Craig's lips curved slightly, seemingly unsurprised by their answer. It seems you two do know quite a bit. He nodded, his tone even carrying a hint of admiration. Acolytes under Inquisitor Chen Xi all possess such skill. I'm increasingly curious about what kind of person this Inquisitor Governor truly is. Then, his expression became serious again as he began to explain the whole story. In fact, as early as 300 years ago, when the Unseen Brotherhood began to lay out their entire plan, the Inquisition had already noticed their unusual activities. And at that time, the one responsible for this matter was Inquisitor Craig's teacher's teacher, a deeply experienced Inquisitor. That senior had uncovered secret information about the Unseen Brotherhood and Zanesti, and successfully thwarted their first attempt. That eclipse 300 years ago, Craig slowly said, his gaze seemingly piercing through time, the Unseen Brotherhood's ritual was successfully disrupted, and Zanesti's conspiracy to reincarnate was thoroughly destroyed. He paused, his eyes deepening, but clearly, they haven't given up. The neon lights above the street flickered with unstable light, casting shifting shadows on Inquisitor Craig's grim face. By the time of the second eclipse 200 years ago, Craig continued, his voice low and heavy, my Grandmaster realized a terrible truth after again disrupting the ritual. If the Daemon Prince Zanesti could not be completely annihilated, then the Mariupol sector would forever be trapped in this terrifying cycle, facing his reincarnation attempts every 100 years. Twilight unconsciously tightened her grip on her weapon, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Mai narrowed her eyes, quickly calculating the terrible consequences brought by this time span. Perhaps the Inquisition could stop him once, twice. Craig slowly shook his head, his eyes flickering slightly, but no one can guarantee that we will always succeed. Every failure means the destruction of a world, the damnation of billions of souls. The Inquisitor raised his hand, and a holographic projection unfolded in the air, displaying a series of shocking historical data. So 200 years ago, that wise Inquisitor made a bold decision after once again thwarting the Unseen Brotherhood. He changed his strategy. Craig's voice carried a hint of reverence. He began to train his disciples, ordering him to find a way to permanently seal or destroy Zanesti. This mission has been passed down through generations, until today. Mai suddenly sneered, sounds very touching, but did you succeed? Craig's expression became even more serious. That's the problem. Zanesti has long since lost his physical form in the material universe. We can neither destroy him nor easily seal him. We can't even banish him back to the warp because we can't find his exact location at all, and can only passively target the Unseen Brotherhood. Twilight suddenly understood something, her face turning ugly. So you've been indulging them all along. Not indulgence, but strategy. Craig corrected, his eyes sharpening. As long as Zanesti exists, the Unseen Brotherhood is merely a pawn he can cultivate at will. It's like cutting off the leaves of a poisonous tree, its roots still spread in the darkness. So destroying a cult is meaningless. What we need is to cut the roots. Mai coldly finished his sentence, her plasma pistol finally completely lowered, but the vigilance in her eyes remained undiminished. Twilight nodded thoughtfully, her finger still gently tapping the bolter's casing. Craig showed an approving expression. Precisely. He waved his hand, bringing up new holographic images, displaying research data from past Inquisitors. So 100 years ago, my teacher came up with a bold plan. Instead of always playing defense, it would be better to let the Unseen Brotherhood successfully complete Zanesti's reincarnation ritual. Craig's voice carried a hint of fanaticism. Let him regain a material form, so we can seal him and then find a way to completely destroy him. After all, when Zanesti regains a physical form, his greatest reliance, his intangible and formless nature, will disappear. Mai suddenly sneered, so you deliberately held back? Allowing a Daemon Prince to manifest in reality? This is simply crazy. Craig interrupted him, but it's the only feasible solution. Dealing with a tangible Daemon Prince is much simpler than fighting an intangible chaos entity. He brought up a blurry video record. So during the last eclipse 100 years ago, my teacher deliberately arrived a step late, allowing the daughter of the Unseen Brotherhood's leader to be successfully born and receive the blessings of a chaos demon, becoming a perfect vessel. The image showed a female infant surrounded by chaos runes, with fanatical cultists kneeling around her. Twilight couldn't help but shiver. You're playing with fire. Now. Craig suddenly raised his voice, the holographic image switching to the current astrological chart, showing the eclipse about to reach its peak. The eclipse has returned, and the opportunity my teacher and I have waited for centuries has finally arrived. I will eradicate this scourge threatening the Mariupol sector once and for all. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his bionic arm unconsciously clenched into a fist. However, Mai and Twilight exchanged glances, both frowning simultaneously. Mai calmly asked, "Then do you know the exact location of Zanesti's reincarnation ritual?" He pointed to the intermittent explosions and fire in the Upper Nest district. Looking at the situation in the Upper Nest, it's clear this isn't the true ritual site. Craig's expression suddenly became meaningful. He closed the holographic projection, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Of course I know. It's in the deepest part of the bottom nest, and your colleagues have already led a team there." He straightened the collar of his Inquisitor robe. "That's why I said, everything is according to plan." Chapter 367, Another Craig. Deep within the bottom nest's grotto, the damp, cold air was thick with the mixed scent of rotten blood and sulfur. 8,888 specially treated human and mutant skulls were meticulously piled into a tiered altar, its surface covered in blasphemous runes that were gradually turning from dark red to a blinding crimson as the ritual progressed. The black-robed cultists of the Unseen Brotherhood lay prostrate on the ground, their tattered robes revealing limbs twisted by mutation. Some had extra claws growing from the ends of their arms, while others had sharp bone spikes protruding from their spines. Their decaying faces were hidden in the shadows of their hoods, with only their yellowed teeth and cloudy eyes occasionally glinting in the firelight. Accompanied by piercing chants, the cultists cut open their palms with daggers, allowing their turbid blood to seep through the gaps between the skulls into the altar's core. The daggers tore at flesh, yet no one cried out in pain, only fervent whispers echoed through the grotto, "Blood as guide, bones as bridge." There, Aaliyah, the leader's daughter, floated like a sleeping beauty, her pale skin covered in writhing black veins, and half a crimson Daemon Prince's tooth embedded in the center of her forehead. That was the last remaining fragment of the Daemon Prince Zanesti in the real world, now pulsating with evil light as it was permeated by the blood. Aaliyah was tightly embraced by a demonic skeleton pieced together from countless shattered bones, each bone from a sacrifice of past generations, inscribed with blasphemous incantations. The demon tooth was embedded in the skeleton's heart, beating rhythmically like some evil pacemaker, channeling dark energy to every joint of the skeleton. With each beat, the skeleton became more complete, its previously loose fragments fusing and reorganizing under the influence of some dark power. Dark red flames began to burn in the skeleton's hollow eye sockets, and its mandible slowly opened, revealing jagged teeth. The blood sacrifice is complete. The hunched priest raised a scepter made of human spines and 8 intertwined skulls, its trident tip piercing a captive's chest. The captive's scream was cut short as all his blood was drained by the scepter, turning him into a desiccated corpse. "The throne of skulls shall awaken our lord's true vessel." As the priest roared, all the runes on the altar lit up simultaneously, and the entire grotto began to tremble violently. When Gutierrez, following Ahriman, navigated the intricate tunnels of the bottom nest and found this place, the ritual had already entered an irreversible, critical stage. Thick blood gushed from the eye sockets of every skull, converging like a living entity on the altar's surface, quickly submerging the entire altar base. The blood formed a vortex around the altar, with a column of blood rising from its center, reaching the grotto's ceiling. Countless twisted faces of suffering appeared on the blood column's surface, screaming silently before dissolving back into the blood. Even more terrifying, large numbers of mutants and gang members, ensnared and controlled by the hand of redemption, were savagely fighting around the altar, their twisted faces bearing eerie smiles, as if slaughter was the greatest redemption. Aaliyah's body suddenly convulsed violently, and the demonic skeleton encasing her emitted a chilling cracking sound. The bones began to writhe like living things, each bone stretching and deforming, like a tightening net of death. The skeleton's ribs contracted inwards like a cage, and sharp bone spikes pierced Aaliyah's pale skin. Her skin began to crack, but no blood flowed instead, thick black substance, like asphalt, oozed from the wounds, coating the embedded bone spikes. The demonic skeleton's spine coiled around her body like a giant snake, each vertebra opening tiny bone spikes that deeply embedded themselves into her flesh. "No, don't." Aaliyah's remaining consciousness emitted a faint resistance, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the sound of grinding bones. The demonic skeleton's head slowly lowered, its hollow eye sockets aligning with her face, its mandible opening to an exaggerated 180 degrees, then snapping shut, swallowing her entire head into its bony maw. At the same time, the blood gushing from the altar transformed into countless tendrils, clinging to every crevice of the skeleton. These tendrils wove into crimson muscle tissue on the skeleton, and dark red granulation spread across the bone surface at a visible rate. The newly formed demonic flesh continuously expanded, soon completely enveloping Aaliyah's body. The skeleton's limbs began to twist and deform, its forearm bones splitting and rejoining to form longer, more slender demonic arms. Its leg bones bent backward, reshaping into demonic lower limbs suitable for leaping, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of fracturing. Most terrifying was the back. 2 thick bone spikes broke through the skin, rapidly growing while encased in flesh, finally unfolding into leathery membrane wings covered in veins. Accompanied by a blood-curdling shriek, a completely new demonic form had replaced Aaliyah. Its head vaguely retained Aaliyah's outline, but the demon tooth on its forehead had completely merged into the skull, forming a blood-red third eye. When it opened its mouth, a triple-layered voice echoed through the grotto, "I am Zanesti, reborn." The newborn demon stretched its body covered in black scales, its membrane wings unfurling with a grating sound like rubbing leather. The shadows cast by its massive wings writhed like living things, engulfing the entire bloody altar in suffocating darkness. 3 dark yellow vertical pupils rotated simultaneously, reflecting the blood-soaked battlefield around the altar, revealing a chilling expression of satisfaction after centuries of planning. This perfect vessel was finally complete. Open fire! For the Omnissiah! 32's roar cut through the din of the battlefield. He and Gutierrez gave the attack order almost simultaneously, and 2 distinct forces, like 2 sharp knives, plunged towards the altar where the demon stood. The Bloodfinger gang members, transformed into combat servitors, let out inhuman howls. These pathetic creations were driven to the front lines by Department of Justice enforcers with electric whips, their crude mining lasers firing erratic energy beams, and spinning industrial saw blades cutting lethal shrieks through the air. They wildly attacked the mutants and cultists who were slaughtering each other with these crude gang weapons, further escalating the chaos on the battlefield. 4 Castellar robots followed closely with precise strides. These 2-meter-tall killing machines spewed flames from their shoulder-mounted heavy flamers, turning swathes of enemies into human torches. They easily tore through the mixture of flesh and metal with their mechanical arms, plowing 4 blood-paved paths through the enemy lines. Gutierrez's eyes sharpened, and seizing the moment the robots tore through the enemy lines, he waved his hand, signaling his kill team to advance. His kill team, like a poisoned dagger, pushed forward in a perfect wedge formation. The roar of bolters was continuous, precise bursts blasting blocking mutants and cultists into shredded meat. A Chaos Priest in blood-red robes tried to block them but was vaporized from the waist up by a single shot from the kill team's heavy weapons specialist's meltagun. His charred remains swaying before falling. The demonic runes in the center of the altar were visibly brightening, and dark green light flowed across the stone surface. Zanazdi's whispers grew clearer, like countless tiny insects crawling in the ear canals, making one's scalp tingle. The kill team members immediately spread out, skillfully placing thermo-meltdown bombs on the altar's key support points. These bombs were enough to turn the entire altar into slag. Ahriman remained kneeling on one knee, his hands tracing complex psychic runes in the void. Each rune, as it formed, erupted with blinding blue light, leaving a brief afterimage in the air. The psychic staff embedded in the ground trembled violently, and within the gem at its top, a storm seemed to be brewing. The surrounding air twisted and distorted, and the fabric of reality hummed under the strain of his incantations. The forbidden spell, Dimensional Annihilation, was gradually taking shape. Once completed, the spatial structure within the target area would be completely torn apart, whether flesh and blood, metal constructs, or demonic essence, all would be mercilessly pulverized and devoured by this rift. But the risk of casting this spell was equally immense. Ahriman could feel the psychic backlash already scorching his nerves, and a slight misstep could drag him into this dimensional collapse himself. Sweat constantly rolled down Ahriman's forehead, his pupils completely unnatural silver white, a clear sign of psychic overload. He had to continue, the demon within Aaliyah had to be utterly destroyed. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a reinforcement unit suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The Sisters of Battle's bolter shots precisely targeted every exposed enemy, never missing. Under their covering fire, an Inquisitor in pitch-black power armor steadily advanced. The eye insignia on his shoulder guard gleamed with a cold light in the fire, and each swing of his power sword split enemies in two, the energy field on the blade instantly carbonizing the cuts. However, when the flash of a bolter briefly illuminated his face, that stern yet familiar countenance sent a jolt through one's heart. Inquisitor Craig. But this was illogical. Because at this moment, another Inquisitor Craig was still in the upper nest, clearing out corrupt nobles with Mai and Twilight. The chasm between the bottom nest and the upper nest was by no means something human power could cross in such a short time, not to mention that Mai and Twilight, who should have been with him, were nowhere to be seen. Was he Inquisitor Craig's twin brother? Or was the other a decoy, and this was the real Inquisitor Craig? Or was it some kind of disguise? Some demonic trick? Or did the Inquisition's archives hold certain unknown secrets? But at this moment, the battle raged on, and the demon's roar was deafening. Whether this Craig was real or fake, his gun and sword were unhesitatingly pointed at the common enemy. Chapter 368, Destroying the Ritual, First Update. Despite receiving support from Inquisitor Craig and the Battle Sister Squad, Zanazdi's reincarnation ritual still inexorably reached its final stage. Deep within the cavern, the altar, constructed from 8,888 human skulls, suddenly trembled in unison. Scarlet incantations emerged on the surface of the greenish-black skulls, and blinding crimson light burst forth from their hollow eye sockets, as if countless vengeful spirits were shrieking within the craniums. Viscous blood spewed from the skull's eye sockets, converging on the altar's surface into a churning pool of blood, emitting a putrid stench mixed with sulfur. Aaliyah's pale body convulsed violently in the center of the blood pool, her once beautiful face was now twisted into an inhuman visage. With a horrifying crack, her body was completely enveloped by demonic flesh, and the surging blood wrapped around her as if alive, each drop corroding the last vestiges of her humanity. When the last bone completed its mutation, the reincarnated Daemon Prince fully awakened amidst the blasphemous energy. Dark red scales, like living armor, erupted from beneath his skin, gleaming with a metallic luster in the crimson light. At the ends of his slender limbs, sharp bone claws easily cut through hard rock, and his tail swept through the blood pool like a steel whip, stirring up waves of putrid blood. Two spiral demonic horns slowly grew on his forehead, and his incomplete bone wings constantly dripped scarlet blood. Zanazdi proclaimed his rebirth with a roar, that terrifying demonic sound filled with the exhilaration of successful reincarnation. The sound was like a rusty saw scraping against a skull, and the sound waves, mixed with warp energy, formed visible crimson ripples. Ancient stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling shattered under this power, and sharp stone spikes poured down like rain, only to be pulverized into dust by an invisible force field as they approached the newborn demon. The entire cavern trembled violently, and dark red liquid seeped from the rock walls, as if the whole mountain was bleeding for the demon's birth. Defensive formation, the Battle Sister Squad leader's roar exploded in the comms channel, almost drowning out the demonic roar echoing within the cavern. The well-trained sisters reacted instantly. Amidst the clang of metal, they quickly tightened their formation, their master-crafted rose-emblazoned shields interlocked to form an unbreakable steel barrier. Falling rocks rained down, striking the shield surfaces and sparking blinding flashes, each impact accompanied by a heavy metallic tremor. Boom! A stalactite fragment the size of a millstone slammed heavily into the frontmost shield wall, and the sister holding the shield grunted. The servo joints of her armored arms emitted a metallic groan of protest, and the power armor's hydraulic system whirred frantically, attempting to offset the terrifying impact. Her combat boots plowed 2 deep furrows into the rocky ground, but her stance remained steady, her faith supporting her unyielding position. However, the true threat had only just arrived. The demon's unfurled dark red membrane wings stirred up a putrid hurricane, bringing with it the stench of sulfur and corrupt blood. The 3 battle sisters closest to him didn't even have time to adjust their posture before they were flung away by the violent airflow, like broken kites, smashing brutally into the rock wall. Bang! 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 Their heavy power armor left spiderweb cracks on the stone wall, and the shoulder plate of one sister was completely deformed. Beneath the shattered ceramite armor, the servo system continuously sparked blinding electrical discharges. Her spear flew from her grasp, arcing a silver gleam through the air, ultimately falling into the churning blood pool. The moment the adamantium spear tip touched the boiling, corrupt blood, it emitted a grating sizzle and was instantly corroded away, turning into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the crimson mist. Meanwhile, deep within the Gothic arcade of Clister Manor in the upper nest, Mai's Arbit's squad was advancing with overwhelming force. Plasma pistols carved several eerie blue trajectories through the dim corridor, precise like the scythe of death. 3 noble private guards in scarlet uniforms had just emerged from behind gilded pillars, and before they could even raise their lasguns, overloaded plasma blasts struck them head-on. Sizzle! The high-temperature plasma instantly melted through their ballistic chest armor, and the searing energy flow pierced their bodies, exploding into bowl-sized holes in their backs. Within their charred chests, still beating hearts were clearly visible among the burned and deformed ribs, and steaming blood mist mixed with the smell of roasted meat permeated the corridor. Left flank clear, a accompanying stormtrooper's sergeant reported loudly. Advance. Don't let any enemy escape. No mercy for the enemies of the Imperium. Mai's voice was as hard as iron as he heavily kicked the gilded door carved with a family crest. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal deforming, the heavy door slammed down, its gilded coating flaking and scattering upon impact, strewing a shower of shattered gold onto the dark red carpet. The arbitrators behind him wasted no time, 3 shock grenades arced into the hall. Boom! 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 The blinding light of the explosions erupted like miniature suns, illuminating the entire hall, adorned with crystal chandeliers, as if it were daytime. A dozen cultists who were drawing blood runes on the floor let out shrill screams, their bloodshot eyes were temporarily blinded by the intense light, and their filth-stained ritual daggers clattered to the ground. Mai gave them no chance to breathe. His bolt pistol spat deadly fire, while his plasma pistol, overheated from continuous firing, was swiftly holstered. Bang! 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 Precise single shots were like death's roll call, and 5 heads exploded one after another like ripe fruit. Red and white brains splattered radially, making the unfinished blasphemous runes even more grotesque, and viscous liquid slowly flowed along the twisted lines, as if offering the final sacrifice to this evil ritual. On the other side, Twilight's assault squad was quietly infiltrating along the west side sewage pipe. Foul sewage covered their combat boots, and suspicious chunks floated in the viscous liquid, each step stirring up nauseating gurgling sounds. Twilight's multispectral vision device flickered with red dots in the darkness, scanning the gloomy passage with perfect clarity. The iron grate blocking their way ahead appeared as a cold blue silhouette in thermal imaging, and wrist-thick iron bars were covered in rust. Prepare to breach, he ordered in a low voice, and the modified meltagun immediately hummed with stored energy. A searing white beam erupted, and the iron grate instantly melted into glowing red molten iron under thousands of degrees of heat, dripping into the sewage and stirring up pungent white smoke. The scout bent down and passed through without hesitation, scalding molten iron dripped onto his shoulder armor with a sizzle, but he didn't even flinch. Altar found, the scout's hoarse report came through the communicator a moment later, accompanied by heavy breathing. It's very large, requires fire support. Chapter 369, 10,000 words, second update, please give monthly votes. A heavy weapons team of stormtroopers immediately established a crossfire point at the corner of the passage. The heavy bolters they carried roared deafeningly, and the shockwaves from the explosions caused the concrete walls to shed dust, with tiny fragments raining down on their ballistic helmets, making a dense tapping sound. When the squad kicked open the last gate and rushed into the ritual hall, the scene before them made even these battle-hardened veterans hold their breath. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood, mixed with a strange, eerie spice scent that smelled like rotten roses steeped in rust. The Emperor above, the new recruit in the team's voice trembled, his bolter almost slipping from his grasp. On his tactical goggles, the vital signs monitor showed his heart rate instantly skyrocketing into the danger zone. Steady. Firm up your faith, soldiers. Twilight barked, her multispectral vision device rapidly scanning the entire hall. Maintain vigilance all around. She shouted loudly, forcefully stabilizing the wavering morale of the troops. But the sight before them was still shocking. 88 nobles in lavish attire were suspended upside down by chains, forming a ring of corpses. Their pale faces were frozen in terror, and ritual daggers in their chests were still dripping blood, collecting into small streams on the ground. The 8-pointed star array outlined with quicksilver on the ground was greedily devouring the flowing blood. 7 of the score had already lit up with an eerie blood-red glow, and the last one was slowly filling, as if some terrifying entity was about to awaken. Sir. The comms officer reported urgently, with clear tension in his voice, energy readings are still climbing. Chinook index has already breached the safety threshold. On Twilight's tactical display, Chinook alarms flashed wildly, the blinding red light making half of her bionic face appear like a demon. Only this one remains, it must be destroyed. Twilight ordered loudly, her voice filled with unquestionable resolve and determination, as well as rage at the blasphemous acts of the Emperor's enemies. The heavy weapons specialist immediately stepped forward, his meltagun spewing a dazzling beam. The black-robed priest presiding over the ritual didn't even have time to turn around before he, along with half of the obsidian altar, was vaporized into a distorted silhouette, his scream instantly evaporated by the high temperature. The scorching heat wave caused the surrounding blood runes to curl and blacken, and the air was filled with the foul stench of burnt flesh. Several team members couldn't help but cough, their tactical mask's filtration system issuing an overload warning, indicating toxic gas concentration exceeded limits. Purification team, act immediately. Twilight decisively ordered, not a single trace of chaos energy can remain. The defense force's flamethrowers immediately responded, the scorching promethium flames, like golden whips of judgment, completely incinerated the remaining blood-red runes into charcoal. In the flames, those twisted symbols emitted eerie shrieks, struggling as if alive before turning to ash. Reporting, sir. An NCO checked the scanner, his voice finally a bit relieved, all Chinook readings have dropped. Twilight let out a long breath, but her gaze remained alert. She noticed a few more bodies in the corner still twitching eerily and immediately added a few bolter shots. Don't relax, continue to search the entire area. She ordered, comms officer, immediately contact command and report the situation. Prepare purification agents, every inch of this ground needs to be disinfected. Yes, sir. The team members responded in unison, quickly dispersing to carry out subsequent actions. Illuminated by the promethium flames, their figures cast long shadows on the wall, like the Emperor's sword of judgment, forever pointing at the dark corners of chaos. At this moment, in the upper nest of the hive city, the 8-pointed star array, cut off from its energy supply, flickered violently like a dying beast struggling. The runes drawn with blood convulsed and twisted in the energy disorder, and the viscous blood began to boil and evaporate, forming a crimson mist in the air. Suddenly, a blinding blood-red light burst forth from the array's core, snapping with a clang like a string stretched to its limit. The sound was eerily shrill, like the desperate screams of millions of souls at once, shattering the glass windows of surrounding buildings. The energy connections between the runes broke one after another like dominoes, and the entire array disintegrated in a violent energy backlash. In the sky, the shadow that was about to completely obscure the stellar light began to fluctuate violently. The dark edge of the eclipse, as if pulled by an unseen hand, slowly contracted at a visible speed. Golden sunlight pierced through the thick clouds like a sharp sword, reflecting dazzling light spots on the metal surfaces of the hive city. The gloom of the entire upper nest lightened, and the birds corrupted by chaos energy suddenly fell into a collective frenzy. Their deformed wings twitched violently, black pus oozing from their feathers, emitting heart-wrenching wails. Hundreds of thousands of mutated birds fell from the sky like dumplings, splattering into smoking black sludge on the streets. Fetid black blood sizzled on the gilded pavement, corroding honeycomb-like holes into the meticulously laid floor tiles. The moment the upper nest ritual was destroyed, Zanesti in the bottom nest's grotto suddenly arched his body, trembling violently as if struck by lightning. His colossal daemon prince body convulsed and twisted in agony, his jagged spine protruding segment by segment, letting out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. This roar, mixed with warp energy fluctuations, caused the stalactites on the grotto ceiling to break off and fall. Viscous black blood continuously oozed from between the dark red scales of his nascent demon body, this putrid blood, reeking of sulfur, snaked down along the scale patterns. The flesh and blood of his right arm melted and peeled away like wax under high heat, revealing stark white bone. This was the energy backlash caused by the interruption of the upper nest ritual. The dripping putrid blood corroded hissing pits into the rocky ground, emitting plumes of black smoke with a pungent sulfurous smell, staining the surrounding air a sickly grayish black. Due to the eclipse not reaching its peak, which caused the ritual to be interrupted, Zanesti was unable to fully merge with Aaliyah's body. This fatal flaw created a violent rejection reaction between the Daemon Prince's soul and the host's physical body. Part of his power failed to completely integrate with the host, leading to a clear defect in his control over this new body, like a precise machine missing several crucial gears. This also caused this nascent Daemon Prince body to exhibit eerie feminine characteristics. The curves of the waist and hips still retained Aaliyah's graceful contours from life, and in her every movement, a hint of her former elegance was faintly visible, as if reminding him of who this body once belonged to. However, her face was completely twisted and deformed. 3 curved horns protruded from her forehead, like a distorted crown. Her lips were torn to her ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, each tooth inscribed with blasphemous runes. Most terrifying were her eyes. In the ink-black pupils, only 2 points of crimson light flickered, like windows to the abyss. However, his movements were sometimes as fluid as the wind, displaying the majesty befitting a Daemon Prince. At other times, he would suddenly freeze for several seconds, like an uncoordinated marionette tangled in strings. This unstable state made his every action dangerously unpredictable. This was clear evidence that Zanesti's possession was successful, but he had not gained complete control of the body. Even so, to mortal warriors, this incomplete daemon prince was still a despairingly powerful entity. Even incomplete demonic power had long surpassed the limits attainable by humans. A casual swing of his claws could tear through hardened steel armor, and a single gaze could cause an ordinary person's mind to collapse. In this dark grotto, he was the embodiment of death. Chapter 370, Sealing Ritual, 3rd Daily Update, Seeking Monthly Votes. It's still very weak. The priestess shouted to her comrades, her battle-scarred power armor gleaming in the blood-red light. Concentrate fire on its right side. Aim for those bleeding scales. Pathetic ants. Zanesti roared with a triple voice, a sound like a man, a woman, and a demon screaming simultaneously, filled with terrifying malice. Merely hearing it was enough to make the bravest warriors cower and fall to their knees. At this critical moment, the demon lord made an astonishing decision. He decisively abandoned 30% of the chaotic energy that had failed to merge with his body, transforming it into a thick blood mist expelled from his form. This crimson mist churned and twisted in the air, faintly revealing the distorted faces of countless victims the souls sacrificed in the upper nest ritual. Their twisted screams echoed through the grotto, even forming a chorus like singing, but this was by no means beautiful music, rather, it was a terrifying nightmare capable of soul-shattering despair. This dissipated power was immediately absorbed by the skull altar within the grotto, and after being refined through dark rituals, it fed him more purified killing energy. With a series of horrifying bone reconstruction sounds, the melted flesh of the demon's right arm began to squirm and regenerate, its injuries healing at a visible rate. The newly grown scales gleamed with a morbid luster, harder than before. It's regenerating itself. A young battle sister exclaimed, her hands clutching her bolter trembling with fear, her eyes behind the tactical goggles wide. This was her first time facing such a terrifying demonic entity. Priestess Marta gripped the holy spear in her hand, its adamantium tip pointed directly at the demon's heart. Her calloused fingers were white from gripping too tightly, yet her voice was as steady as a rock, do not flinch. Remember your vows. For the Emperor, fight to the death. Her roar ignited the fighting spirit of the Sisters of Battle, and the roar of bolters once again echoed through the grotto. Gutierrez and his kill team, with tactical support from 32, precisely placed thermal meltdown bombs at the altar's weakest support points. The Bloodfinger Gang Suicide Squad, transformed into battle servitors, let out inhuman roars, their mechanically replaced limbs exploding with astonishing strength, desperately blocking the cultists' advance. These insane cyborgs used their flesh and blood to buy precious detonation time for the Astartes monks, even as sparks flew from their mechanical joints due to overuse. Detonate. At 32's command, a violent explosion instantly melted the staircase composed of 8,888 skulls. The shockwave generated by the explosion created a terrifying tremor within the confined grotto, distorting even the air. Scorched bone fragments splattered like lava, and searing bone shards, propelled by the thermal meltdown bomb's impact, traced countless crimson arcs in the air. But these deadly fragments were blocked by an invisible force as they approached Zanesti. The newly formed demon merely contemptuously waved its claws, and the bone fragments, hot enough to melt power armor, instantly turned into wisps of smoke in the air, unable to even touch a single one of its scales. A laughable struggle. Zanesti's triple voice was clearly audible amidst the aftershocks of the explosion, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruel light through the smoke. Now! Activate the seal. Inquisitor Craig's voice boomed through the COMM channel, his voice like thunder, shaking hearts. The Sisters of Battle immediately sprang into action, their well-trained tactical coordination displayed to its fullest at this moment. The Flamer squad lined up neatly, their promethium fuel tanks hissing with pressure, then spewing forth sacred golden flames. These blessed flames, like whips of judgment, incinerated the blasphemous runes on the ground, the distorted symbols emitting piercing shrieks in the inferno. Icon-bearer Irene knelt on one knee, holding the heavy imperial icon high. The holy relics embedded in the icon's base began to glow, and a golden field of light spread out like a tide, forming a perfect spherical barrier within the grotto. The whispers of the warp instantly vanished within this sacred domain, those distorted whispers dissipating like shadows exposed to sunlight. Holy! Holy! The Sisters of Battle choir chanted the poem of the end in unison, their rigorously trained female voices perfectly synchronized and blended. The sound waves of the ancient hymn resonated within the grotto, each note transforming into a tangible psychic shock. The sound waves reflected back and forth between the rock walls, increasing in intensity exponentially. Zanesti twisted his body in agony, blood vessels beneath his scales bursting one after another, and viscous black blood oozing from the gaps in his scales. The blood immediately vaporized under the power of the hymn, emitting a piercing hiss. Bind it. The priestess's command was decisive. 13 elite Sisters of Battle simultaneously activated their flamer restraint launchers, these weapons, blessed by a tech priest, spewing forth incandescent chains. From different angles, they coiled around the demon's wings, the blessed adamantium chain scorching the scales with black marks under high temperatures, and sulphurous black smoke continuously rose. Zanesti let out a deafening roar of fury, his membranous wings thrashing wildly, stirring up a bloody storm. But the demon, weakened by the hymn, was temporarily unable to break free from this meticulously designed restraint. Each chain was connected to a temporarily driven anchor point, temporarily holding this terrifying demon in place. In the Emperor's name, now! The priestess seized the fleeting opportunity, gripping the holy spear, inlaid with the bones of a saint, with both hands. Her power armor's servo system hummed with overload, and the hydraulic mechanisms concentrated all her strength to the tip of the spear. A saint's finger bone embedded in the holy relic simultaneously glowed golden, and the scripture strips wrapped around the spear moved without wind. When the spear tip pierced the exposed corrupted muscle of the demon's right shoulder, the contact surface immediately churned violently like boiling water. Holy energy reacted violently with chaotic flesh, splattering foul pus and blood, each drop corroding a bowl-sized pit in the ground. The scriptures on the holy spear began to burn, golden flames spreading from the wound into the demon's body. Ah! Zanazdi's triple roar for the first time carried a tone of genuine pain. The sound was a terrifying superposition of a soprano, a bass, and a demon's shriek, creating a triple echo within the grotto. This scream, filled with chaotic energy, transformed into a visible purplish-black shockwave. 7 flamer restraints snapped in response, and fragments of adamantium chains splattered like rain. The icon bearer bled from her nose and mouth, the icon slipping from her powerless hands, and she fell heavily to the ground. Just as the ritual was severely disrupted, Zanazdi's left wing suddenly broke free from the remaining restraints, sweeping across with a whooshing sound. Isabel's spear was deflected by the membranous wing at the last moment. The fatal blow, originally aimed at the heart, only pierced the demon's right shoulder. The collision of the saint's remains and chaotic energy triggered a dazzling explosion. Golden holy light and crimson evil energy intertwined into a destructive shockwave, pulverizing all rocks within a 10-meter radius. The priestess was blasted more than 10 meters away like a broken kite, her power armor crashing against the rock wall, creating spider web-like cracks, and the servo system emitted a piercing malfunction alarm. Blood seeped from the helmet's seams, drawing shocking red streaks on the silver-white armor. But she still clutched the broken holy spear, its tip still deeply embedded in the demon's shoulder. Through her blurred vision, she saw Zanazdi painfully tearing at the remnants of the holy relic embedded in his shoulder. This battle was far from over. Chapter 371, Dimensional Annihilation, 4th update, please vote for monthly tickets. Hold on. Ahriman's roar exploded through the comms, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. The eyes of the powerful Thousand Suns Supreme Wizard gleamed with a dazzling silver light, and psychic flames danced within his pupils. The psychic staff in his hand vibrated violently, and within the crystal orb at its tip, chaotic warp energy surged, with tiny arcs of electricity crawling across its surface. As an ancient incantation escaped his lips, the runes on the staff lit up one by one, and the forbidden dimensional annihilation spell was finally complete. The air was thick with the smell of ionized ozone, and the psychic fluctuations made the hair of everyone nearby stand on end. In an instant, an impossibly dazzling azure light erupted from the tip of the staff. This light was as brilliant as a supernova, yet it carried an unnatural, icy quality, as if it were the light of judgment from the deepest reaches of the cosmos. Everyone who looked directly at the light was left with a burning afterimage on their retinas, causing them to instinctively cover their eyes and shed painful tears. Wherever this light touched, the fabric of reality disintegrated like fragile glass. Space began to contort into unnatural geometric shapes, straight lines twisted into impossible angles, and flat planes folded into bizarre curves. Countless web-like cracks appeared in the air, and behind each fissure, a strange purple void shimmered, with countless distorted warp creatures vaguely visible swimming within. These creatures had forms that defied logic, multi-jointed, amorphous, geometric, all greedily peering into the real world. But then, even the purple void shattered, and the distorted warp creatures shrieked and fled, their twisted limbs stretching and tearing in the dimensional collapse. Some tried to grasp the edge of the fissures with their tentacles, only to watch helplessly as their bodies were crushed and annihilated by an invisible force, turning into nothingness. Their shrieks echoed in the chasm between reality and void, forming a chilling polyphonic chorus. Fragments of space spun and danced like sharp mirrors, reflecting countless distorted images of Zanazdi. These mirror images were like a shattered kaleidoscope, each displaying a different terrifying form of the Daemon Prince, some with extra horns, some covered in eyes, others completely losing their humanoid shape. Where the mirror fragments sliced, even light was cut into pieces, forming streaks of rainbow-colored light bands that were instantly swallowed by darkness. The Daemon Prince let out an enraged roar, his triple voice echoing through the twisted space, but he could not stop the shattering of space and dimension. His tattered membranous wings flapped rapidly behind him, stirring up a foul-smelling hurricane, but this power seemed so futile in the shattered space. He tried to escape this fragmented space, but each step was like struggling through viscous tar. The spatial fissures pursued his figure like hungry beasts, emitting the sound of glass shattering piece by piece. Only it wasn't glass that was shattering, but space and dimension themselves, each crack representing another collapse of the laws of reality. Finally, a massive spatial rift, like a blade of judgment, sliced through his left side. This rift presented a perfect geometric straight line, its edges shimmering with an unnatural blue light, as if the universe itself was precisely cut by some supreme will at that moment. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. All the clamor on the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, even the roar of the bolter solidified in the air. Everyone held their breath, witnessing this supernatural scene. The Sisters of Battle's raised weapons froze in midair, their chanted hymns caught in their throats, and even the still burning flames stopped flickering. Even the dust particles floating in the air solidified in place, forming a hazy halo. Only the spatial rift slowly extended, like a greedy viper, elegantly and lethally devouring the Daemon Prince's body. Wherever the rift passed, the structure of reality was completely rewritten. His left arm, left wing, and part of his torso vanished into nothingness, like a pencil drawing erased by a rubber. The process of disappearance had no sound, no light effects, as if someone had suddenly turned off the switch for this part of existence. The flesh, bones, and scales that once belonged to the Daemon Prince simply vanished from reality, silently. There was no explosion, no flash, only a suffocating sense of non-existence. There was no blood, no gore, as if he had never existed. The cross-section of the wound was perfectly flat, so smooth that it reflected the horrified faces of those around him. This eerie erasure was more chilling than any bloody scene. It defied all natural laws, challenging the most basic perception of every witness as if the creator of the universe had personally wielded a brush, thoroughly wiping a mistaken existence from the canvas. Zanasti's mutilated body stiffened in place, an expression of disbelief on his hideous face. For the first time, his twisted visage revealed true fear, both eyes wide, staring fixedly at his vanished left half. No blood flowed from the wound's cross-section, instead, writhing chaotic energy pulsed. This dark purple energy surged and twisted like a living thing, forming a translucent membrane around the wound's edge. Countless tiny tendrils of flesh writhed madly at the wound, attempting to reconstruct the lost body. Each twitch of these tendrils emitted an unsettling squelching sound, like some viscous liquid being stirred. But whenever new tissue was about to form, the residual spatial annihilation energy would pulverize it again. Those tendrils would suddenly burst upon contact with the wound's edge, turning into putrid black mist. This process repeated, causing the Daemon Prince to let out a painful shriek. His voice no longer held its former majesty, only pure agony and rage, like a beast trapped in a snare. You will all die. The heavily wounded Zanasti roared in fury, his triple voice echoing through the cavern, each syllable imbued with chaotic energy from the warp. His broken demonic body trembled violently, his dark red scales vibrating at a high frequency, emitting a grating metallic friction sound. Black blood seeped from the gaps in his scales, writhing like living things as it dripped to the ground. The smell of sulfur grew stronger, and his remaining right claw plunged violently into the ground, the bone claw sinking deep into the rock, erupting in crimson sparks. The ground cracked in a web-like pattern centered on the claw tip, and dark red energy snaked through the fissures like hungry vipers. The mutants and gang members swept by the energy collectively convulsed, their eyeballs rolling back, and suffocating gurgles escaping their throats. Their bodies swelled and twisted, joints broke, and skin stretched transparent. Then, a series of explosions erupted, dozens of bodies simultaneously bursting into blood mist, shattered bones and internal organs raining down. Severed limbs still twitched after landing, and blood converged into whirlpools, forming dozens of crimson portals. More bloodletters and flesh hounds surged out, attacking living beings before their forms had even stabilized. Brass great swords swung, fangs dripped corrosive saliva, and bloodthirsty war cries shook the cavern. Chapter 372, Reinforcements arrive, 5 daily updates, seeking monthly votes. Bloodthirsty battle roars echoed throughout the cavern, sounding like a million rusty saws simultaneously cutting metal, shaking dust from the rock walls. Even the bravest warriors couldn't help but tremble, their tactical helmets' soundproofing system completely unable to block the soul-piercing screams. A battle sister's hands trembled uncontrollably, her bolter nearly slipping from her grasp. The sound contained pure murderous intent, capable of directly assaulting mortal minds and stirring up the deepest fears within their hearts. Several weaker-willed soldiers had already collapsed to the ground, hands clutched to their heads, groaning in pain. On their tactical visors, life sign monitors showed their heart rates instantly skyrocketing into the danger zone, pupils dilated to their limits. One of them even began violently banging his forehead against the ground, attempting to dispel the bloody hallucinations constantly flashing in his mind. The battle situation rapidly deteriorated, and the exhausted warriors were forced into a continuous retreat. Their formation was shattered, and the once tight network of fire was now reduced to sporadic counterattacks. Everyone was fighting for survival, and the comms channel was filled with chaotic shouts and agonizing screams. Ammunition was running low, armor was heavily damaged, but most terrifyingly, as the number of demons increased, the chaotic energy permeating the air was eroding their will. Unseen whispers lingered in their ears, tempting them to embrace chaos. Gutierrez's power armor was damaged in multiple places, a grotesque gash tore open his left shoulder guard, and coolant sprayed from broken lines, evaporating into wisps of white mist on the scorching rock floor. His rebreather mask had a crack, and each breath brought a spray of blood. 3 of 32's mechanical tentacles were broken, exposed wires crackling and occasionally spitting dangerous electrical arcs. His mechanical eye flickered with an unstable red light, and his visual sensors were covered in cracks. More than half of the Sisters of Battle had fallen, and the few remaining formed a final defensive circle back to back. Their robes were already soaked with blood, and their silver-white armor was covered in claw marks and bullet holes, yet they still clutched their weapons tightly. The Sister Superior's left arm hung limply, but her bolt pistol still fired precise bursts. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the pungent odor of burning promethium, each breath was like inhaling searing blades. The heavy smell of sulfur mixed with the putrid stench of entrails made even the toughest warriors gag. The tactical mask filters had long been overloaded, yet they still couldn't completely purify the foul air. Blood droplets and sweat condensed on everyone's masks, and warning messages flashing on tactical displays almost filled their entire field of vision: low ammo, decreasing armor integrity, life support system about to fail. But these numbers no longer mattered. In this purgatory of blood and fire, the only hope for survival was to hold out until reinforcements arrived, or to die gloriously. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, a not-so-dazzling blue-white Chinook beacon suddenly lit up in a corner of the battlefield, its dazzling light piercing through the heavy dark clouds like the first ray of dawn. Accompanying the flashing teleportation light, Mai and Twilight, who were supposed to be in the upper nest, along with another Inquisitor Craig and stormtroopers, arrived at the bottom nest battlefield just in time via the teleportation array. The timely arrival of reinforcements bought the defenders precious breathing room. The newly arrived warriors immediately filled the gaps in the defensive line, blocking the demons' assault with a dense network of firepower. This new strength was like a strong stimulant injected into a dying body, temporarily stabilizing the crumbling defensive line. The reinforcements quickly deployed into battle formations, the mechanical sounds of bolters reloading echoed one after another, bringing new hope to the desperate battlefield. Seeing this, the initially retreating defenders' morale soared, and they quickly reorganized their formations, forming a crossfire with the reinforcements. For the Emperor. The newly arrived Inquisitor Craig raised his power sword, its blade gleaming in the bloody mist. His voice was loud and firm, like a heavy hammer striking each warrior's heart, dispelling their inner cowardice and fear. The reinforcements he led charged into the enemy lines like a steel torrent, their intense firing making the roar of bolters resound across the battlefield once more. Each volley of las gunfire accurately tore apart several of the bloodhounds charging at the front, temporarily curbing the demons' momentum. However, Znezdi continued to summon reinforcements from the warp. Every second, new demons appeared from the blood mist. The crimson portals twisted violently, viscous blood oozing from their edges, as if the entire warp was boiling for this battle. These newly appeared demons were noticeably stronger, and the marks of chaos on them were more distinct. Glowing runes were branded on their skin, and each step left burning footprints on the ground. Most terrifyingly, they seemed to possess some tactical awareness, no longer blindly charging, but beginning to systematically outflank the human defensive line. The battle remained a stalemate, the advantage brought by the reinforcements was gradually being offset by the unending tide of demons. The previously stable front line began to waver again, and the warriors were forced to fight and retreat, forming several isolated defensive circles within the cavern. The two Inquisitor Craigs briefly exchanged glances across the bloody battlefield, their identical power armor bore different battle scars. They nodded in unspoken understanding. This simple gesture contained too much unsaid information, their assessment of the current battle situation and their determination to continue fighting. But then both immediately plunged back into the fight, as if they had long known of each other's existence. Their tacit cooperation quickly formed new firing points on the battlefield, buying time for other warriors to reorganize their defensive lines. Their coordination was so skilled, it was as if they had fought side by side for years. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ahriman was casting spells to counter Znezdi's summoning. His psychic staff traced complex runes in the air, each symbol shimmering with silver-blue light. He intended to seal this space with magic, severing its connection to the warp, and thereby cutting off Znezdi's summoning. But as the spell deepened, his brows furrowed tighter. The chaos corruption here was even more severe than he had anticipated. However, this did not stump Ahriman. As he cast his spell, the portals on the battlefield began to shrink. It was just that, at some unknown point, 1,000 Suns Supreme Wizard wearing Ash Knight's black and white power armor appeared beside Ahriman. The design uses the Archon as a base. Change to this staff. The appearance of this mysterious newcomer went unnoticed by anyone, as if he had always been standing there. Very good, as prophesied, everything is proceeding according to plan. The 1,000 Suns Supreme Wizard removed his helmet, revealing a face identical to Chen Xi's, and said as he gazed at the battlefield. Chapter 373, Chen Xi's Plan. Rewind to a bit earlier, when Ahriman was at the edge of the cavern, intently preparing the dimensional annihilation spell. In his apartment in the real world, Twilight logged out of the 40K world and informed him of what had happened in the hive city of the Star Sector capital. Damn it, I knew something would happen today, he cursed under his breath, quickly walking towards his study. On the desk, an exquisite Supreme Wizard chess piece glowed with a faint blue light. Chen Xi had indeed anticipated a major operation today. Therefore, he had deliberately avoided projecting his consciousness into the 40K world all day, just to maintain his ability to respond to emergencies in time. Now, this decision proved to be wise. Chen Xi instantly established a psychic connection with the battlefield through the Ahriman chess piece already deployed in the war chest. Through the wizard's eyes, he clearly saw the tragic scene inside the bottom nest cavern. Znezdi's twisted demonic body was completing its final transformation, the bodies of the Sisters of Battle lay haphazardly in pools of blood, and the few remaining sisters were still resisting stubbornly. Ahriman's dimensional annihilation spell had reached a critical moment, but still needed more time to complete the final rune construction. The situation is worse than I imagined, Chen Xi frowned, quickly dropping the Supreme Wizard chess piece, which glowed with a faint blue light, into the war chest. The chess piece landed precisely on a rock next to Ahriman, but Chen Xi did not intervene immediately. He cautiously maintained an observer's stance, gathering more battlefield intelligence through the chess piece. Only when he had a complete grasp of the situation did Chen Xi's consciousness officially project into the 40K world. Controlling the Supreme Wizard chess piece, he conveyed instructions to Ahriman through subtle psychic fluctuations. A hint of surprise flashed in the Red Demon Wizard's eyes, but he quickly understood, deliberately adjusting the spell's trajectory during the final casting moment. The dimensional rift, which would have been enough to completely annihilate Znezdi, shifted slightly, only engulfing half of the Daemon Prince's body. Twilight, listen, Chen Xi contacted Twilight, who was fighting in the upper nest, via psychic communication. I need you and my to immediately gather all available forces. When you see the blue beacon, do not hesitate, charge straight in. His voice was calm and firm, as if he had foreseen everything. After explaining the plan, Chen Xi focused all his attention on the Supreme Wizard chess piece. When the time was right, he and Ahriman simultaneously raised their staves, and two psychic beams converged in the air, forming a dazzling teleportation beacon. The blue and white light illuminated the entire cavern, opening a passage to the bottom nest battlefield for the reinforcements led by Twilight and Mai. They brought not only another Inquisitor Craig and reinforcements, but also a presence that Chen Xi had anticipated, but was unexpected by others. Another Daemon Prince, Musewag. Just as Chen Xi had already discerned through prophecy, the Daemon Prince Musweg's entire obsession was focused on the goal of destroying Zanesti. This fallen one, cursed by Kern, constantly yearned to reclaim his fragmented power and return to the Blood God's demonic realm. When he sensed signs of his archenemy preparing for reincarnation, he began to weave his web of conspiracy in the shadows. Initially, Musweg set his sights on the Inquisition. He cleverly used psychic whispers to implant suggestions in the dreams of Inquisitor Craig and his mentor. Those so-called brilliant ideas about sealing the Daemon Prince after he completes his reincarnation actually originated from this Daemon Prince's covered guidance. However, tragically, the Blood God's curse bound him like shackles. Any direct act of killing mortals would lead to his failure and prevent his return to Kern's demonic realm. Coupled with his innate contempt for humans, Musweg was always unwilling to cooperate openly, instead manipulating these self-proclaimed intelligent inquisitors as pathetic chess pieces. But when Zanesti truly completed his reincarnation ritual today, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Musweg realized that relying solely on the inquisitors he had fooled was no longer enough to turn the tide of battle. Left with no choice, this arrogant Daemon Prince finally decided to enter the fray himself. In the smoke of the upper nest, his gaze locked onto Mai Mai and Twilight's group, who were clearing out the unseen brotherhood. These battle-hardened warriors became his only and last choice. Mortals, Musweg's voice, like the scraping of a rusted blade, suddenly echoed in Twilight's mind. The power and victory you desire, I can bestow them all. The Daemon Prince's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the burning ruins, transforming into a mysterious man clad in a black robe. Ally with me, and you shall gain the glory of demon slaying, and I, only Zanesti's head. Twilight, who had already received Chen Xi's arrangements, responded to Musweg, agreeing to cooperate with him and telling him that she needed to contact Chen Xi. So, when others teleported from the upper nest into the battlefield, Musweg also sought out the supreme wizard controlled by Chen Xi, stating his intentions and proposing cooperation. Chen Xi, who already knew about this, immediately agreed to the cooperation. Everything was proceeding according to prophecy and his plan. However, he did not intend to simply help Musweg. In his negotiations with him, Chen Xi demanded that Musweg and Zanesti be teleported to another planet. And the target he had chosen was the Helsin 3 planet, that icebound orc battle moon, which had already collided with the Necron's throne world, Kiev Star. When Chen Xi smashed this planet into the Necron's throne world, he considered that he might need to destroy this planet and Kiev later, so he buried a chess piece that could serve as a coordinate on the planet, a servitor skull chess piece. It was directly frozen in the ice, and even all its functions were shut down, serving only as a teleportation coordinate, so as not to be discovered by the orcs. Originally, this coordinate was intended by Chen Xi to be used as a coordinate for inserting a decapitation force when he planned to attack these two colliding planets in the future, but now, it obviously served a more important purpose. Listen, Musweg, let's make a deal. I'll help you kill your archenemy, but I don't want you and him to settle your score on this planet, because the one who wins will inevitably become our enemy. Chen Xi directly spoke Musweg's name, and although it wasn't his true name, it still had a deterrent effect on Musweg, so I must teleport you and Zanesti to another planet to ensure that you won't immediately turn against us after killing Zanesti. Don't bargain with me. I know you cannot directly or indirectly kill any mortal. If you bargain with me, I will directly kill people, causing you to fail completely. Facing the conditions proposed by Chen Xi, although Musweg was very displeased at being threatened, he still chose to compromise and agreed to Chen Xi's demands. Chapter 374, Warp Teleportation. As time returned to the present, space-time solidified at this moment. Ahriman raised both arms high, and the runic crystal at the tip of his psychic staff burst forth with dazzling blue-white light, illuminating the entire cavern like a supernova. Silver-white energy ripples spread out from him in a perfect sphere. Wherever they passed, the spatial structure groaned under the strain, as if an invisible layer of ice was freezing reality. The ancient runes on the staff lit up one by one, and the silver-grey power armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster amidst the energy torrent. The crimson portals that were in the process of forming were extinguished abruptly, like candles snuffed out by an unseen hand, letting out a mournful wail before dying out. Several blood letters that had just emerged halfway let out piercing screeches. Their twisted faces froze between pain and fury, as they were forcibly severed within the warp rift. One of them still held its arm in a forward grasping motion, but it was neatly cut off at the boundary between reality and the void, with an ominous purplish black light flickering at the severance point. Space locked down, Ahriman's voice came through the psychic network, deep and authoritative. Ahriman subtly flicked his wrist, and the psychic staff traced a precise silver blue arc. Among the myriad possibilities revealed by psychic prescience, he had already foreseen the bloodletter attacking from the left when its claws were still an inch from his cloak. He shifted half a step just in time, the edge of his cloak barely missing the claw tips. The staff was thrust forward with the momentum, and a hair-thin psychic lightning bolt erupted from its tip, leaving a smoking, bloody hole in the demon's brow, precise as a surgical incision. His fingers rapidly formed seals, and 7 possible attack routes unfolded in his mind like holographic projections. He chose the most concise third option, his right thumb and ring finger interlocked, and a psychic pulse spread out in a fan shape. 3 charging flesh hounds were still in midair when their chaotic nodes were precisely struck, and blue flames erupted from their eye sockets and mouths, blossoming into 3 enchanting fire lotuses in the air. This battle, for Ahriman, was like playing a game of regicide. The attack trajectory of every demon was clearly visible in his psychic prescience, like pieces moving on a chessboard. When a Kern Berserker's chain axe was still raised overhead, Ahriman's staff had already touched the weak point of its elbow joint. Psychic energy seeped through the armor seams, and the entire arm instantly carbonized, turning into black powder that fell like time slipping through an hourglass. The entire battlefield transformed into a transparent holographic projection in Ahriman's eyes. He took a step forward and to the left, precisely avoiding 3 claw attacks that would have struck him in the future. The staff swept to the right, hitting the exact position a demon would move to, as if the demon had actively collided with his attack. When 12 demons charged simultaneously, his brain had already found the optimal solution, a helical psychic shockwave that pierced through all 12 demons at once. As the last demon crashed to the ground, Ahriman lightly shook his cloak, and scorched demon remnants fell, forming a layer of ash on the runic floor. Blurred numbers. Chen Xi's supreme wizard floated in midair, shrouded in a thin mist of azure psychic energy. Within the crystal at the tip of his staff, layers of runes progressively lit up, with each layer that illuminated, the surrounding air rippled with vibrations. Phase calibration nearing completion, Chen Xi's consciousness flowed between the 2 chess pieces. The chess piece in the bottom nest had its staff deeply embedded in the ground, with ancient script on its shaft faintly glowing, while the chess piece on the orc moon floated deep within the fortress, surrounded by a shimmering psychic barrier. Both staffs simultaneously erupted with a hazy blue light. The light intertwined in the void, weaving into a 3-dimensional network that enveloped the cavern. The magic array was composed of countless tiny, rotating runes, and Chen Xi could feel the reality structure bearing an invisible pressure. Node synchronization good, he murmured to himself. The crystal at the tip of the staff suddenly trembled, emitting a piercing hum. All the runes suspended in the air rapidly contracted as if drawn by a black hole, converging into a dazzling point of light at the staff's tip. Although this point of light was only the size of a needle tip, it contained enough power to tear reality apart. The surrounding air twisted and warped due to energy overload. Space began to twist and distort, the outlines of the rock walls wavering and blurring like reflections in water. The surface of the hard stone walls rippled strangely, and the ancient patterns flowed like liquid, as if the entire cavern had transformed into some viscous fluid. Even more bizarrely, on the orc combat moon several light years away, the same spatial distortion was occurring synchronously. Just then, Museweg shed his human disguise. His skin peeled off in flakes like cracked pottery, and his dark red demon true form suddenly appeared. Twisted horns pierced the void, forming a bloody crown above his head. His runic armor burst forth with blood light, each rune wriggling like a living thing. Museweg's twin-bladed battle axe clashed violently with Zanezdi's bone claws, erupting in blinding crimson sparks. 2 distinctly different chaotic energies fiercely collided at the point of impact, forming visible energy ripples that spread outwards. Traitor! Zanezdi's mutilated body squeezed out a triple-voiced roar. His remaining right claw suddenly elongated by several inches, carrying corrosive black mist directly towards Museweg's throat. Museweg anticipated it, turning his head to dodge. The spiked armor on his left shoulder instinctively flared upwards, carving a smoking black wound on the opponent's arm. You never learn, do you? He sneered, a pair of barbed membranous wings suddenly unfurling from his back, flapping violently to stir up a storm of blood and gore. The confrontation between the 2 Daemon princes created an energy storm on the battlefield. Shattered rocks, corpses, and even broken weapons were swept into the air, spinning wildly in the crimson whirlwind. A mutant corpse caught in the vortex suddenly exploded, its flesh reorganizing in the energy field into dozens of blood bats that lunged at Museweg. Zanezdi seized the opportunity, and his mutilated left half suddenly spewed out a viscous black mist, from which countless tiny bone spikes extended. I'm tired of your tricks. Museweg crossed his axes, the runes on their blades suddenly flaring to life. A fan-shaped bloodlight slash cut out, scattering the black mist and bone spikes alike. Museweg's battle axes chopped down like a furious storm, each blow forcing Zanezdi to parry with all his might. More smoking black wounds appeared on the Daemon prince's mutilated body, and he roared in fury, violent flames burning in his 3 eyes. Although he had already sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the surrounding space, under Museweg's relentless assault, he had no time to spare. Now! Chen Xi's thought exploded like thunder in the psychic network. In an instant, the teleportation array roared to life. The entire cavern's spatial structure collapsed instantly like fragile glass, the rock walls twisted and flowed like melting wax figures, and the runes on the stone walls disintegrated into particles of light one by one. The ground constantly shifted between solid and ethereal, one moment it was as hard as adamantium, the next it was as soft as quicksand. Several cultists who couldn't react in time fell directly into it, letting out desperate screams. Chapter 375, Intense Battle, 3rd Update. Spatial rifts spread like a spider web, and through the cracks, glimpses of the bizarre warp could be seen. Blinding blue-white light suddenly flared like a supernova, instantly engulfing everything on the battlefield. Within the light, everyone's figures became blurred silhouettes, their weapons and armor reduced to dark outlines in the intense glare. Then, in a dazzling flash, everything vanished. In this extremely violent energy vortex, all of the warriors' senses were completely shattered. Sight, hearing, and touch were all twisted and torn, consciousness felt like it had been thrown into the core of a supernova explosion. All that remained before their eyes was an extremely dazzling white light, a light thousands of times more blinding than a star's core, as if they were staring directly at the first ray of light at the universe's creation. Their ears were filled with piercing high-frequency noise, a sound like millions of chain swords simultaneously cutting metal, or the shrieking of countless pieces of glass being crushed, as if the entire universe had frozen at that moment. Even the sturdiest power armor groaned under the strain of such an energy storm. Only the intense feeling of weightlessness made everyone feel as though they were plummeting into an endless abyss, spinning uncontrollably. Their internal organs churned within their bodies, and their bones groaned in pain amidst the chaotic gravity. The sense of time was completely distorted, a second stretched into eternity, yet 1,000 years seemed to pass in an instant. When the astonishing light finally began to recede, the first thing that came into view was the orc's characteristic rusty red deck. The crude weld marks looked like scars from a giant beast's claws, the crooked rivets resembled festering pustules, and the ubiquitous orc graffiti depicted various scenes of violence with the wildest brush strokes, crude skulls, dripping choppas, exploding spacecraft, each one exuding primal savagery. The sound of a few pieces of scrap metal rolling on the deck was 100 times more grating than sandpaper. These metal fragments bounced and collided on the uneven deck, emitting a teeth-grinding screech, like the noise of fingernails scratching a blackboard amplified 1,000-fold. In the distance, the two berserkers were still fighting. Musweg and Zanesti were like two maddened beasts, dark red demon blood pouring down like rain. Each of their clashes erupted in dazzling blood-red light, and the sparks from claws colliding with axes traced deadly arcs in the air. Every drop of blood seared smoking pits into the metal deck, the pungent smell of sulfur so strong it could suffocate a giant beast. The smell was like rotten eggs mixed with burnt rubber, or molten asphalt blended with the stench of decaying corpses. Just inhaling it made their eyes burn and throats constrict. Rough orc structures loomed all around, their crooked metal supports like gnawed bones of giant beasts, and twisted steel beams hung with various trophies, rusty chain swords, bullet-riddled skulls, and the shattered remains of titans. Each trophy was covered in the orc's characteristic red markings, glowing with a blood-red sheen in the dim light. The air was filled with a mixture of machine oil and fungal spores, a smell more nauseating than a decaying swamp. The heavy machine oil vapor irritated their nasal passages, while the drifting green spores rooted and sprouted in their lungs, causing a stinging sensation with every breath. When water droplets condensed on the metal walls and dripped, they would carry down a sticky layer of green fungal growth. The most shocking thing was the duel between the two daemon princes. Every swing of Musweg's battle axe stirred up a storm of blood, the trajectory of the axe blade leaving a lingering crimson afterimage in the air. Zanesti's bone claws, meanwhile, left dark trails of death in the air, those claw marks seeming to tear reality itself. The sparks from each of their clashes were more dazzling than a stellar explosion. The blinding light illuminated the entire battlefield as if it were daytime, even the sturdiest orc armor glowed red. The shockwaves sent surrounding metal fragments flying, those sharp metal pieces spinning through space like the Grim Reaper's scythe. A few orcs, foolish enough to approach, were torn to shreds by the lingering energy. Their green bodies were ripped apart like rag dolls, internal organs and metal parts spraying onto the deck in a gruesome mix. Waik! A few green-skinned warriors were still excitedly roaring, their foolish brains completely unable to comprehend the horror before them. But in an instant, they were blasted into a bloody mist by the residual energy. Their green flesh exploded like fireworks, forming a bloody ring of mist around the daemon princes. The runes on Musweg's armor glowed like burning lava. This battlefield was perfectly to his liking. Every rune flickered wildly, greedily sucking up the pervasive slaughter energy on the battlefield. In a human hive city, he would have been constrained, but now? He had no reservations. These orcs were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in his eyes. He grinned, swinging his battle axe, each strike carrying the long-suppressed pleasure of brutality, sending more ignorant greenskins into eternal darkness. Come fight! Coward! Musweg roared with laughter, swinging his battle axe, the sound waves making the surrounding metal supports hum. His battle axe carved a perfect crimson arc, and the surrounding orcs fell in swathes like wheat, their green heads flying into the air with expressions of disbelief. The surviving orcs finally realized their fear and began to scatter, but they could not escape the daemon prince's harvesting blade. Blood, gore, and metal fragments danced wildly in the air, forming a tableau of primal war and violence. Scarlet blood droplets and green bodily fluids intertwined like rain, and sharp metal fragments spun and flew in the energy storm, each reflecting the murderous light of the battlefield. The entire space seemed to have transformed into a giant meat grinder, mercilessly crushing all life caught within it. The fierce battle between the two daemon princes transformed the entire area into a battlefield inferno, with new victims joining the bloody feast every second. Piles of orc limbs and severed bodies accumulated, and shattered weapons and armor fragments covered the entire ground. The air was thick with the heavy smell of blood and the acrid stench of burning metal, causing even the most ferocious orc warriors to instinctively retreat. Although weakened by the blood god's curse, Musweg's complete demonic form still displayed overwhelming power. Each of his steps caused the metal deck to dent and deform, and the wind pressure generated by his axe swings alone could send nearby orcs flying. Every muscle line contained destructive explosive power, and the runes on his armor glowed with a deadly red light. Those ancient chaos runes writhed like living things, each flicker releasing chilling energy fluctuations. In contrast, Zanesti's incomplete body continuously leaked chaos energy, with unstable energy currents spewing from the wound on his left side. The struggle between the two daemon princes had reached a white-hot stalemate. Every collision of battle axe and claw erupted in dazzling energy sparks, the shockwaves clearing all debris within dozens of meters around them. Their roars intertwined, forming a soul-shaking symphony of death, and even space itself trembled slightly under the terrifying sound waves. Chapter 376 Sacrifice of the Twin Stars. In this moment of life and death, the human warriors displayed admirable combat prowess. Gutierrez stood at the front lines like a thunderous war god, his roar echoing through the communication channel. First squad, form a circular defensive line. Second squad, establish a crossfire net. The Astartes warriors immediately sprang into action. Although Gutierrez's squad had suffered considerable casualties in the battle, with only 7 remaining from their 10-man kill team, another Deathwatch Astartes squad had now appeared beside them. Under Gutierrez's command, both squads quickly set up a simple but extremely sturdy defensive formation. The Deathwatch warriors swiftly occupied key positions, their heavy bolters immediately forming a crossfire net. Gutierrez personally directed the formation adjustments, his tactical visor constantly flashing with calculated data for fire coverage. The remaining Department of Justice enforcers and stormtroopers surrounded them. Though these mortal warriors were exhausted, their morale surged upon seeing the arrival of the Astartes. The enforcers piled up any available materials into makeshift barricades, while the stormtroopers quickly transported ammunition boxes and medical supplies, helping the Astartes consolidate their defensive line. An elder enforcer even personally operated a heavy lumbering gun, establishing an additional fire support point at a critical location. The mechanical sage's body erupted with dazzling blue light, and countless nanoscale repair units emerged on the surface of her damaged mechanical tentacles. System reorganizing, combat efficiency restored to 87%, the cold electronic voice was filled with mechanical fanaticism as the mechanical sage activated her ultimate trump card, beginning self-repair. Broken cables automatically reconnected like living things, and new servolimbs extended from beneath damaged armor plates. This mechanical sage was regaining combat power at a visible rate. Her Kasrkin troopers also surrounded her, awaiting repairs before returning to the battlefield. The Sisters of Battle bloomed on the battlefield like burning holy flames. Their pristine power armor was now mottled with smoke and blood, yet it only added to their sacred, stern aura. A hospitaller knelt beside a wounded soldier, her faceplate shattered, revealing a face shining with the light of devotion. She held a gilded imperial proclamations in both hands, scriptures erupting from her mouth like swords, and golden holy light poured from the pages. The wounded soldier's injuries healed at a visible rate. This miracle caused the surrounding warriors to instinctively kneel and pray. For the Emperor. The sisters wielding bolters shouted in unison. Their shooting was terrifyingly precise, each bolt accurately piercing the orcs' foreheads. The flames from their muzzles traced holy paths through the smoke, and the sound of spent casings hitting the ground was as solemn as church bells. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the battlefield mist, their pristine forms shining in the firelight. These were not angels bringing salvation, but harbingers of death unleashing divine wrath. Wherever they passed, the roar of bolters was the most devout holy song. Purge. The Sister Superior raised her flamer high, and the Primorthium flames became a holy baptismal fire. The orcs wailed as they turned to ash in the holy flames, while the sisters' chanting grew even more fervent. This was not war, this was a grand mass with blood as sacrifice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the psychic ritual constructed by Chen Xi, Ahriman, and another supreme psyker emanated a suffocating pressure. The three figures' robes flapped wildly in the subspace storm, and psychic runes swirled around them like living things. This was by no means an ordinary spell, but the critical juncture in Valis's prophecy, capable of rewriting the fate of the Rostov subsector. Teleporting the orc battle moon to the Necron's throne world was already a dangerous gamble. The clash of two arch-enemies had indeed bought the Imperium a moment of respite, but this fragile balance could collapse at any time. Chen Xi knew better than anyone that when the barbaric greenskins and the cold technology of the Necrons decided a victor, the winning side would crush the entire subsector with lightning speed. While the Imperial fleet was powerful, in a frontier region like Rostov, the garrison forces were simply incapable of resisting a complete Necron dynasty or an orc battle moon. Neither the Necrons nor the orcs were something the Rostov subsector or the Mariupol sector could withstand. The Imperium might defeat them after paying a huge price, but in that case, there wouldn't be much left of the entire Rostov subsector. Chen Xi had been racking his brain on how to thoroughly eliminate these two threats, having to rush the Imperial army into battle. However, Valis's prophecy not only gave him a sense of urgency but also revealed a permanent solution and opportunity to eliminate both threats simultaneously. According to the confidential information Chen Xi possessed, when Muswek and Zanesti decided a victor, the winner would return to Kern's demonic realm, restoring the full power of a daemon prince. This process would inevitably open a passage to the Blood God's domain. Normally, such a spatial rift would be fleeting demons require a huge price to manifest in the material world, but returning to the warp is almost effortless, possibly even an automatic repatriation. But this time was different. If the victor directly met Kern himself, for a psychic master like Ahriman, it would be an excellent opportunity to lock onto the Blood God's domain coordinates. More crucially, they could use this to tear space in reverse, opening a gigantic rift large enough to swallow planetary-sized objects. Chen Xi's plan was nothing short of madness. First, help Muswek kill Zanesti, then use the spatial fluctuations during his return journey to hurl the battle moon and the Necron throne world as sacrifices into Kern's demonic realm. This plan required almost miraculous precision. Even with Ahriman and the Supreme Psyker's assistance, the chances of success remained slim. Locking onto Kern's demonic realm was already incredibly difficult, let alone maintaining a gigantic rift large enough to transport two planets. But now, fate had given Chen Xi a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not one, but two ready-made keys were right before him. Time is running out. Chen Xi gazed at the gradually forming psychic vortex at the center of the ritual. He could feel that the battle between the two daemon princes had entered a white-hot phase. Ahriman's staff suddenly burst with dazzling light, the warp tide is intensifying. His warning carried a rare urgency. Chen Xi knew that this gamble had reached its most critical moment. They had to complete this ultimate ritual, capable of banishing both sides together, before the two daemon princes decided a victor. Otherwise, what awaited the Rostov subsector would be a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 377, Intense Battle. Ahriman's staff shrieked with a piercing hum as it vibrated, psychic lightning bursting from its tip, constantly exploding. The void before him was like fragile glass, torn open by shimmering purple cracks. His eyes had completely transformed into deep psychic vortices. Through these inhuman eyes, the boundary between the warp and the real world was clearly visible. Fine beads of sweat had barely seeped from his pale forehead before they were evaporated into tiny charged particles by the surrounding violent psychic field, forming an eerie blue halo in the air. The other Supreme Psyker's robes flapped wildly in the raging energy storm. The runes, woven with ancient techniques, flickered on and off at a dazzling frequency, as if narrating some forbidden truth. His face remained with transcendent calm, as if he were a still pool of water at the center of a storm. However, the edges of his robes had begun to carbonize, tiny ashes constantly flaking off, turning into specks of Mars dust that shimmered faintly in the psychic maelstrom, looking from afar like he was surrounded by a nebula. Chen Xi's hands were as steady as a rock that had endured thousands of years of wind and frost. The psychic threads dancing between his fingers wove a spatial network so precise it was suffocating. Every minute adjustment he made triggered a chain reaction with a slight tremor of his fingertips, the surrounding space rippled visibly, the fundamental properties of matter were briefly rewritten, and fundamental forces like gravity and electromagnetism were twisted and reorganized under his will. At the center of the triangular magic array formed by the three Supreme Psykers, a violent torrent of energy was forming a perfect Klein bottle structure. Psychic lightning circulated between the three, each complete energy cycle increasing the spell's intensity exponentially. The air at the edge of the array was already twisted and deformed, refracting an eerie halo. The spatial structure groaned under the strain, fine cracks spreading like a spider web in all directions. Purple warp energy seeped from these cracks, twisting and writhing in the void like living things. The shattered rocks and metal fragments on the ground defied gravity, hovering and slowly rotating within the psychic field, tracing intricate Fibonacci spiral trajectories. The entire battlefield trembled violently, the metal ground rippling and undulating like the surface of a stormy sea. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, and all exposed metal surfaces erupted with dazzling blue electrical sparks. This dimension-tearing storm was already brewing, but Chen Xi maintained astonishing restraint. His gaze was fixed on the distant Daemon Prince's battlefield, waiting for that most crucial moment, when the victor tore open a path back to Kern's demonic realm. That would be the perfect time to launch the final strike. At the center of the battlefield, the struggle between the two Daemon Princes had already transformed into a terrifying anomaly. Museweg's body continuously expanded under the infusion of chaotic energy, finally reaching a horrifying height of over 10 meters, like a mobile fortress of flesh and blood. The profane runes on his dark red armor erupted with dazzling blood-red light. These runes writhed like living things, each flicker releasing a suffocating pressure. Each swing of his twin-bladed battle axe tore through the air, emitting deafening sonic booms. Where the axe blade passed, blood-red cracks lingered in space, as if reality itself had been wounded by this profane weapon. When the battle axe collided with the ground, the shockwave warped and lifted the metal deck for 100 meters around. The heavy armor plates were torn like thin paper, their fragments spinning and flying in the energy storm. Zanesti's incomplete half-body continuously writhed, black-red flesh regenerating at a visible rate. Newly formed muscle fibers twisted wildly like maggots, only to be destroyed again and again by the residual spatial annihilation energy. His sole remaining bone claw released distorted evil energy ripples with each swing. Where these ripples passed, metal corroded into rust, and air solidified into purple-black crystals. His tattered membrane wings barely spread, spewing corrosive black mist. Countless painful, twisted faces emerged within this mist, attempting to obscure Museweg's vision. Whenever the black mist touched a metal surface, it immediately emitted a sizzling corrosive sound, and heavy armor plates were eaten through in a few seconds. Each collision between the two triggered a localized spatial tremor, with shockwaves spreading in a ring, directly shaking nearby orcs into blood mist. Those unlucky greenskins didn't even have time to scream before their bodies burst under the invisible pressure. Zanesti suddenly opened his gaping maw, his lower jaw splitting at an unnatural angle, spewing a torrent of filthy blood mixed with bone fragments. Countless wailing souls surged within this blood waterfall, and even the air groaned in pain where it passed. Museweg did not dodge, but instead horizontally swung his battle axe, splitting the blood waterfall in two. The cleaved blood waves splashed around, each drop corroding deep pits in the metal ground, and a pungent sulphurous smoke rose. At the edge of the battlefield, dozens of orc bosses charged madly, their minds completely filled with the desire for battle. These greenskins wielded crude weapons, emitting earth-shattering Waaic cries, eager to fight the two formidable big lads in front of them. However, upon stepping within 100 meters of the combat zone, their bodies suddenly spontaneously combusted. Their green skin carbonized and peeled off in the invisible energy, and their muscle tissue melted like candles. They turned to ash amidst screams, leaving only charred skeletons still in a charging posture. The energy turbulence generated by the two demon princes' struggle had already formed a death zone, any mortal stepping into it would be instantly annihilated. The boundary of this zone was clearly visible. The inside was twisted and deformed reality, while the outside was a relatively normal battlefield, forming an invisible line between life and death. The spatial blockade on the orc battle moon had long been broken, and Zanesti once again began to summon Kern's demonic legions. Although the previous sacrifices had been exhausted, the mountains of orc and necron corpses piled on the battlefield became perfect substitutes. Even more terrifying, living greenskins were surging from all directions. War bosses with their super heavy honor guards, orc bosses wielding exaggerated weapons, and ordinary boys emitting deafening Waaic roars. The human forces wisely retreated to the edge of the battlefield, constructing sturdy defensive lines. The Astartes silently checked their weapons and ammunition, while the Sisters of Battle quietly chanted prayers. Everyone understood that their mission was to buy precious time for the three Supreme Psykers. And the orcs, as expected, focused their attention entirely on the two demon princes. After all, nothing was more Waaic than two giant Kern demon princes. Museweg skillfully used the killing energy on the battlefield to strengthen himself. Every fallen body increased his power. Zanesti, on the other hand, tried to use this energy to repair his incomplete body and summon more of Kern's demonic legions to buy time. The two chaotic forces continuously clashed on the battlefield, but neither could achieve victory for a long time. Chapter 378, Ao's Living Saint, 3rd Update. Chen Xi would never sit idly by and watch the two Daemon Princes decide the victor. Every second of delay meant more sacrifices, he had to act immediately. At this moment, they were trapped on the Orcs' battle moon, surrounded by an endless tide of orcs. The green-skinned monsters surged like raging waves, coming in wave after wave, their roars deafening. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke and the smell of blood, and the ground was piled high with broken weapons and corpses. Last time, Chen Xi was able to lead the Imperial army to retreat unscathed entirely by relying on the terrifying power of the warlord-class Psi Titan. That colossal war machine single-handedly tore through the orcs' defenses, buying precious time for the retreat. However, now, the forces at his disposal were dwindling. 3 supreme psychers currently chanting spells, fewer than 20 Scarred Astartes monks, 3 barely functioning Castellan robots, dozens of exhausted arbitrators, less than a company of stormtroopers, and 50-odd battle sisters. With such limited forces, they probably wouldn't last even a few hours in this Orcish hell. The 2 Inquisitor Craigs were doing their utmost to change the tide of battle, but they were merely ordinary Inquisitors, possessing neither powerful psychic abilities nor artifacts capable of turning the tide. Facing 2 Daemon Princes locked in combat, their efforts seemed so insignificant. Time was pressing, so Chen Xi decisively switched the Supreme Wizard he controlled to autonomous mode, then quickly withdrew his consciousness and returned to the 3K era. He had to seize every second. Back in his familiar study, Chen Xi immediately began to plan his next move. He needed to deploy new pieces into the 40K era, but ordinary combat units simply couldn't change the current predicament. While the warlord-class Psi Titan was powerful, in this environment, it would become a burden. Its immense size and destructive firepower would not only attract more orcs but also potentially cause friendly fire to the remaining Imperial army. Chen Xi was not indecisive. Those soldiers had long been prepared for sacrifice, but he was unwilling to waste lives meaninglessly. Therefore, he had to choose small but elite combat units. These units needed to possess extreme mobility and combat power, capable of precisely striking targets in the chaotic battlefield while avoiding triggering larger-scale conflicts. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the row of pieces on the bookshelf, his mind rapidly calculating every possible option. Every second of hesitation meant the 40K era's battle situation would worsen, and he had to make a decision immediately. Finally, he set his sights on a piece he had custom modified. This piece was not from the Warhammer 40K universe but from another product line under GW Age of Sigma. As a new product line launched by GW in 2015, Ours was born after the End Times event in the Warhammer fantasy world. On the ruins of that old world, completely consumed by chaos, the Age of Sigma reshaped the entire worldview like a phoenix rising from ashes. Its relationship with Warhammer fantasy is like 30K with 40K. Ours both continued the core bloodline of the old world. Familiar races, gods, and chaos threats were retained and reconstructed the narrative framework through innovative settings like Soul of the World. The new geographical concept of the 8 realms replaced the old world map, and the setting of the mortal realms provided a broader scope for storytelling. Just as the Horus Heresy was already definitively concluded in 40K's Chronicles, the destruction of the old world was also a predetermined ending, but this did not prevent creators from writing new legends before the established conclusion. The piece Chen Xi was now deploying into battle was the most representative force of order in the Ours universe, the Stormcast Eternals. This legendary legion originated from Sigma, the savior of the old world's end times. This warrior king, who ascended from mortal to god, collected the souls of the bravest warriors after the destruction of the old world. On the mysterious celestial forge, these heroic spirits merged with sacred metal from the ruins of the old world, being reforged into thunder warriors clad in runic golden armor. Each time they died in battle, they would return to Sigma's forge in a flash of lightning, but each rebirth would erode a part of their human memory. This tragic mechanism of eternal life made the Stormcast Eternals a symbol of heroism with the most tragic undertones in the Warhammer universe. Sigma's Forge world, where Stormcast Eternals are produced. On the battlefields of Age of Sigma, the Stormcast Eternals are the most resilient warriors. They are not mortals, but eternal warriors forged by the storm god Sigma himself. These golden armored champions are immortal, even if they are shattered on the battlefield, their souls will return to Sigma's forge, where they are reshaped in sacred thunder and flame, to return once more. However, this rebirth is not without cost. Each reshaping causes their memories and humanity to slowly drain away like sand in an hourglass. Former joys, sorrows, camaraderie, and the glory of battle will gradually be eroded in the endless cycle. Ultimately, these warriors will become hollow war machines, left with only the instinct to fight, with no self remaining. Despite this, every Stormcast Eternal is deeply aware of this cruel fate, yet they still step onto the battlefield without hesitation. They are the backbone of the Order faction's fight against chaos, forming a bulwark against the darkness with their immortal bodies. Because of this, their image is highly revered among players, even jokingly referred to as Ours' Space Marines. Not only because they also symbolize the forces of order and destruction, but also because their piece design is highly recognizable, shimmering golden armor, sacred runes, and lightning-wreathed weapons. With a slight modification, such as adding a power backpack, they can seamlessly integrate into the Warhammer 40K universe, perfectly playing various special units without any sense of incongruity. This cross-system compatibility also makes Stormcast Eternals pieces a popular choice for many Warhammer hobbyists when DIing. Modified, they become Holy Blood Guard. Chen Xi had prepared a batch of specially modified pieces, specifically to represent rare or hard-to-obtain units in the 40K universe. At this moment, he picked up a meticulously modified piece. This was his custom model to replace a living saint. In 40k's official pieces, the living saint, an important combat unit, only had Celestine as an option, which obviously couldn't satisfy Warhammer players' demand for diversity. Therefore, many Warhammer hobbyists choose to modify models themselves or use third-party models as substitutes. Chen Xi was no exception. He had long prepared for this situation. This piece was originally the Redeemer HQ unit from the Stormcast Eternals in Age of Sigma, but after Chen Xi's skillful modifications, it had been completely transformed. He replaced its backpack with an MK10 power backpack, adjusted its shoulder pads to Space Marine-style armor, and reshaped the weapon details with putty, transforming it from a fantasy-style OWS unit into a living saint that conformed to 40k lore. In terms of background, Chen Xi designed him as an ancient Astartes from the Ashes Knights chapter, who, during a brutal battle, received the Emperor's gaze and was ultimately elevated to a living saint. Now, he was about to deploy this piece into the 40k world to turn the tide of the unfavorable battle on the battle moon. However, when the piece was placed into the army box, it unexpectedly encountered some resistance, as if some force was refusing its entry. Chen Xi frowned, even considering whether to simply use the Celestine piece instead. But after a few seconds of his hesitation, the piece was finally accepted by the army box and materialized as its corresponding existence in the 40k universe. Chen Xi did not personally possess this piece but merely issued a brief command assist Muswag in killing the Daemon Prince Zanazdi. Afterward, his consciousness quickly switched back to the supreme wizard he was previously controlling, continuing to control the direction of the battle. Chapter 379, Slaying Zanazdi. The living saint, entering the battlefield, soared into the smoke-shrouded sky like a brilliant meteor. His sacred wings unfurled in the void, each feather burning with pure flames, as scorching holy fire churned and danced in the air, sweeping away the surrounding gloom. Dazzling golden light erupted from him, so intense it was as if a new sun had suddenly descended upon the battlefield. The holy radiance pierced through the pervasive blood mist, illuminating every inch of blood-soaked ground. The Imperial Army soldiers involuntarily looked up, their eyes reflecting the sacred and awe-inspiring sight. Countless golden particles, like burning embers, rained down from the sky, these points of holy power gently enveloping the Imperial Army's positions. Wounded soldiers, previously on the verge of death, suddenly found that under the golden light, their intense pain was rapidly fading. Some watched in astonishment as their mangled wounds healed at a visible rate, new skin emerging with a healthy pink hue. At a temporary medical station, a soldier who had lost his right arm stared dumbfounded as golden light shimmered at the stump, and a new arm miraculously began to grow. An even more shocking sight unfolded behind the temporary medical station on the battlefield. Among the fallen covered by white sheets, several bodies suddenly sat upright. They gasped violently, their chests heaving, their eyes filled with confusion and terror, as if just awakened from a terrible nightmare. A company commander, whose heart had been pierced by shrapnel, dazedly touched his perfectly intact chest, while his adjutant knelt on the ground, weeping with joy. The living saint's wings traced a sacred path across the sky. Wherever he passed, the shadow of death was completely dispelled. Deafening cheers erupted from the Imperial Army's positions, as soldiers wiped away their tears and regripped their weapons. Bandages were torn off, and wounded soldiers grabbed their rifles and charged towards the trenches, the fire of battle rekindled in their eyes. In the face of this sacred miracle, the morale of the entire army instantly reached its peak. For the Emperor! For the glory of the Ash Sons! A sky-shattering war cry echoed across the battlefield, as a squad of translucent Astartes suddenly materialized from the void. Their Terminator armor blazed with searing psychic fire, ancient runes etched onto their venerable war plate, standing immovably before the charging orc horde. Arcing energy fields pulsed on their storm shields, and the disintegration fields of their power swords hummed. They stood like a high wall forged of flame and steel, barring the way before the Imperial Army's lines. The orc charge crashed violently against this insurmountable defense. The storm shields erupted with blinding energy flashes, crushing the oncoming greenskins into pulp, their splattered limbs and blood transforming into a putrid mist under the impact of the force fields. Each swing of a power sword brought a hurricane of death, and wherever the blade passed, the orcs' thick bodies were easily severed like stalks of straw. A warboss roared and lunged with his power claw, only to be cleaved in half by a backhand swing from an Ash Sun's sword. The burning blade even ignited its corpse, turning it into a twisted char. The greenskin tide was abruptly cut off, their previously unstoppable charge scattering in disarray before the iron wall of the Ash Sons. The surviving orcs discovered in horror that their choppas and bullets could not penetrate the defenses of these translucent warriors, and every counterattack meant more greenskins turning to ash in the holy fire. The living saint swooped down, transforming into a golden meteor tearing through the heavens, sacred flames trailing a dazzling light behind him. His target was singular, the Daemon Prince Zanazdi. A mere sweep of his burning wings across the battlefield caused the Kern demons, fresh from the warp gate, to instantly burst into flames like oil-soaked torches. The demons' twisted bodies writhed frantically in the holy fire, but not even a single shriek escaped them before they vanished into nothingness in the blinding golden light, leaving not even a trace of ash. Zanazdi and Muswag, the two Daemon Princes, both instinctively recoiled half a step, their demonic hooves scorching deep marks into the metal deck. Their crimson pupils reflected the approaching golden figure, and their usually berserk battle lust wavered for a moment, a retreat they had never experienced since becoming Daemon Princes. The last time they felt fear was when they were still mortals, before their ascension to Daemon Princes. The living saint's holy flame halberd transformed into a golden lightning bolt, each strike leaving a lingering, scorching afterimage in the air. Wherever the halberd's blade passed, even the air twisted and warped under the searing heat of the holy power. The Daemon Princes were forced to constantly dodge with their uncanny movements, their heavy hooves stamping spider-web-like cracks into the ground, yet they could never fully escape the pursuit of this purifying fire. Damn Corpse Emperor's dog! Museweg let out a deafening roar, his prized twin-bladed battle-axe, wreathed in blood and gore, cleaving down. The living saint elegantly sidestepped, his halberd sweeping upwards, its tip clashing with the axe blade, erupting in blinding sparks. To their shock, the battle-axe, which had drunk countless souls, was scarred with a smoking crack, and the demonic runes on its body painfully writhed and fell off like scalded vipers. Zanezdi seized the opportunity to strike from the flank, his massive claw, forged of black iron and bone, tore through the air, aiming straight for the living saint's back. However, the holy flame halberd seemed to possess a will of its own, parrying with a spin, and golden flames surged up the claw blade. The Daemon Prince let out a heart-rending shriek as his entire arm was instantly consumed by the holy fire, the meticulously carved blasphemous runes twisted and fell off like dying maggots, turning to ash in the flames. The living saint's offensive grew even more ferocious, his luminous wings fully spread, every falling spark transforming into purifying fire that pursued the demons. Holy flames, like living things, coiled and gnawed at Zanezdi's twisted, ruined body. For every inch of foul, warped flesh that regenerated, the holy flames scorched an inch, turning the Daemon Prince's proud regenerative ability into an endless torture. New flesh buds were incinerated as soon as they appeared, and writhing blood vessels turned to smoke before they could form. His exposed bones emitted a grating, cracking sound in the golden flames, and spider-web-like fissures crawled across the black bone surface. The Daemon Prince staggered backward, each heavy hoof fall melting crimson depressions into the ground. Boiling metal flowed between his footprints, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of scorched flesh mixed with molten iron. His sole remaining left arm was completely carbonized, the charred bone fingers still twitching nervously, grasping, as if trying to cling to a last shred of life. His right leg, from the knee down, had long since vanished into ash, forcing the once unrivaled Daemon Prince to humiliatingly kneel on one knee. No, this is impossible. Zanezdi squeezed a hoarse roar from his shattered throat, his remaining bone claw frantically raking the metal deck beneath him. Each claw mark gushed viscous black blood, and the corrosive blood boiled and evaporated the moment it touched the air, leaving twisted demonic runes on the scorched marks. But these dying marks were instantly consumed by the holy flames, just like the fate he was about to meet. Just as he staggered back, Museweg's axe of destruction, wreathed in crimson blood light, brutally cleaved down. This blow contained millennia of accumulated hatred. Before the axe blade even struck, the furious wind pressure had already torn the ground. The crisp sound of the axe blade severing a spine even drowned out the battlefield's clamor, accompanied by the cracking of bone and a deafening energy explosion. Zanezdi's grotesque head rolled to the ground, his fangs still spewing venomous curses, and his single eye blazing with unwilling, purplish-black evil light. But the living saint merely calmly raised the lantern in his hand, and a pure golden flame enveloped the wicked head. Amidst piercing shrieks, the head melted like a wax figure, finally turning into a wisp of smoke and dissipating within the holy flames.